Wave to the crowd, Jake. Wave to the crowd.
Give the fans what they want, Jake. More than a wave, I tell you that. How are you guys doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Fantastic this morning, sorry. A little tired, but we'll get into it. We got good Overwatch. Wake me up.
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic too. We're all fantastic. Are you fantastic?
I'm phenomenal.
Thrilled. Thrilled for some European
elated. I mean, honestly, if something gets you awake, it should be EMEA.
Yo.
Overwatch. We have a lot of action, of course, coming our way. But before we dive in, I want to once again remind everyone in this studio and somewhere out there in the world to connect their Battle.net account to their...
I am so ready for some Overwatch.
And then you can get drops.
'Tis that time.
Googly Mari.
You gotta throw down the gauntlet. You're Torb on Torb and ranked. Someone's gotta throw down the gauntlet. Drop the spray.
Dude, Jaws is waiting. Sometimes I just see Jaws and he's walking around with a hammer, and he's waiting for a dueler.
Somewhere out there.
To duel him.
You see that, Torb? You gotta give him a little air hammer swing at long range. Send a message. If they don't pull out their hammer, they've already lost. Really, they've lost the mental game.
Let me just pull up the schedule for today.
If you're not just watching to get drops, but if you're a player who's watching the stream, then also what are you doing?
There we are.
You're currently participating in this. You're not just doing it for drops, you're also doing it for money and circuit points, which are, of course...
Oh wait, the first game isn't... Frick, dude. The first game's not even ENTS and SSG. I feel scammed. I thought for sure that'd be the first game of the day. I've been led astray, chat. I have to change the title. Unlucky.
As Johnny likes to point out.
Yeah. You can't set up a tent, but you can go party.
Our twisted minds doomed? Question mark.
The sleep halls went crazy.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they have those in Dallas. But what is going to happen in Dallas is some great Overwatch.
Throwback, man. There's a surprising amount of people snoring.
ENTS's SR peak check, if you remember them.
They wouldn't let people sleep.
Or Owl Spray check, I guess. It's Kevstar's team.
2009 was my first one, Zoe. I was a good DreamHack.
I was already like fully employed in esports by then. What are you doing?
I was 14.
Yeah, you were a child.
I was 13 actually.
You still are a child.
You guys are brutal this time.
That noise, whatever it was, that came from deep within. That was his real voice.
He's got range.
Never grow up, Zoe. Never grow up.
That was rage. Now, let's dive into the action. Let's take a look at the bracket and at the games that we have for you today. This is our main stage, double elimination, EMEA Stage 2 bracket. Look, I said all the words.
There's a lot of words back to back.
I know.
Space Station versus ENTS. I feel like this is a matchup we've been really waiting for. In EMEA with SSG being resurgent, and maybe that's not enough. I think they flipped the script from being sort of a mid-high team to now looking like clearly the favorites. And ENTS is sort of the last team standing in the
Yo, what's going on? Fict Vision, welcome to the stream.
The next couple days, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, here the lower bracket though, we're seeing Twisted Minds in there going up against Team Pips, which will also be our first match of the day. Johnny, I think a lot of people would not have expected Twisted Minds, the winner of Stage 2 Stage 1 main event, finding themselves in such a position.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, my faith in Twisted Minds is completely gone after what I saw yesterday. I think it's curtains for them. It is absolutely curtains with no KSA there. I just don't see how they could possibly win.
So, you know, that's the Overwatch scene for you. Things change quickly.
They do indeed. And now, of course...
Peps, I mean, if they play well, should win relatively easily. Yo, what up, Cam? 3-1 Peps. I'll say maybe Courts can carry them. I mean, honestly, if we're being for real, it should probably just be a 3-0 for Peps. Maybe I should just say 3-0 Peps at this point.
Now heading into today's match, I mean, is there anything one can even do, or is it just full send it and see what happens?
You gotta lock in for this one. You definitely have to lock in, because for Twisted Minds, you know, yes, you were first place last stage. You put yourself in a great spot. You don't need to win here, but you do need
if Twisted Minds even make this a series, that'd be insane.
Eliminated. You still want to make it to Dallas, right? If you can just qualify to Dallas, you buy yourself like a month more prep time. You could figure out a lot more issues.
Yeah, they still have lab done take. This should be GG. Peps are playing good right now.
For these players, it's not going to feel too good if you're watching Dallas from home. So these players, this match against Peps is a must-win for them.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough kind of demand as well. You're playing Sky as well, replacing Admiral because Admiral is competing in Collegiate. So you're playing this kind of like double flex line. Curious to see what supports they'll bring out to aid their tank. I was like kind of like, well, you can maybe get away with Lambda playing like a lot of Orisa, and then you kind of just need Quartz and Yubi to pop off because they're a really talented damage duo. But we'll see how they support their tank and what they opt for in the end.
And Team Peps, on the other hand, I feel like Tread's been a real strong point for them. So to have
Danny, things are kind of crazy for Twisted Minds right now. Yeah, he's taking a break for this stage. We'll see what happens after, but there's no KSA. The only good news is because Twisted Minds won stage 1, they're probably going to make Dallas no matter what happens, unless Peps go on a crazy miracle run in this tournament. So
I mean, the changes they've made from stage 1 to stage 2, they've worked out.
I don't know the exact reason, Juan. I couldn't give you one. Like, I've heard things, but I don't know what's true and what's not. Like, I don't know.
When they went 5 maps against Ents in the group stage, we were like, whoa.
He could just be burnt out, which is understandable. It seems like a lot of tank players get burnt out.
Now, you're going up against a Twisted Minds roster that is kind of hamstrung by not having their primary tank being fielded right. So this is a great opportunity for Peps.
Kellen can't play. Kellen can't play until the beginning of stage 3 due to OWCS rules. KSA pulled the 1920 James Harden. Oh, God.
I just hope the Twisted Minds have figured out something that might.
I need Twisted Minds to take a map here. I have a $10 bet they wouldn't go out without taking a map versus Peps. Well, I hope for your sake they can do it.
Their incredible performance stage 1, and you know, so many of these
A worldwide hot air balloon trip. Ah, yes.
players in the region. For them
Yo, Hitman.
I think would be a huge disappointment for the whole squad.
Goomba is gonna retire after this stage ends, yeah. Bro is embracing the 9-to-5 lifestyle.
But I mean, you could have time to like find a new tank player, right? If you could.
I mean, I'd assume Twisted Minds have salary for sure.
Duct tape and bubble gum, keep it together, and just win 1 or 2 more games, make it to Dallas. You've got
The Saudi orgs is where it's at for the money.
to solve roster issues and to change things, which they have to earn right now. So I mean, I'd say huge pressure on especially the damage players.
Goomba's coaching ends.
On Twisted Minds because they're gonna probably need to carry this game. Yep.
And you know what? Like, if looking at the Preds here, I have to go with Team Peps. I've actually been really impressed with them. The only team that beat them handedly. Yeah.
You know, in my video when I said Peps might be into making upset happen, I didn't mean like this, man. So sad.
I like what I'm seeing from this team, so I give it to them in a 3-1 fashion.
You know, I think you're not crazy to predict it. I think I'm a little crazy for my pred, but I'm still a believer in Twisted Minds. I think
Jake!
they pull it together and get a win here in this match.
Jake! What? No shot, dude. Nah, man, nah.
I feel like they could still make that happen.
Yeah, I'm going with Peps in this one, and I don't even feel pressure to like really rationalize it. Just like, well, Twisted Minds don't really have their primary tank player, so I'll go with Peps in this one. I find it
pretty good rationale if you ask me.
Yeah.
Paid actor, surely.
You know, they're a real organized team. You know, Jake, I know we have our kind of like differences in, you know, some of their decision making, but for the most part, Peps, you know, it's a veteran team. For the most part, you get FD God in the back line, but you also got some young guns, like Zodiel, for example, stand out on the hit scan, and Tread has been impressive on the tank role. So I think Peps will take it to him.
Yeah, and they sounded really confident about this one as well. We got to talk to Crook as well after one of their victories, and I don't know, lots of faith from my side anyway for Team Peps. That's not just because I'm a French fan.
69, nice.
We are ready for this game, I believe. Looks
Sounds
like
good, Hitman.
is with us on this one, Johnny. Let's see where our casters are leaning. Who's it gonna be, Necro and Jaws? Team Peps or Twisted Minds?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell, of course, with the with Twisted Minds not having their main tank player. It's kind of rough, honestly. It wasn't the best showing they had yesterday, Rose, but lower bracket, this is where dreams are made.
Oh, it's so true, though. And if there's any team that could make a deep run, you're looking at 2 of the teams that have the highest likelihood. Team Peps,
I'm sad that this is what had to happen for Twisted Minds.
For that 4th place spot in EMEA.
I truly hope that things end up being okay. Like,
Came in here from after
whether they win or lose, I'd like to see them at their best.
That leaderboard. And now, I don't know. I think it's a toss-up how these 2 teams could really play. But is 24 hours enough for Twisted Minds to kind of get it together?
You can fit a lot of solo queue games in 24 hours, to be fair. A lot of solo queue games, that's all I'm saying. Here's the matchup. This is Vestola versus Labda from map 1 the other day. I mean, look, Labda on tank, like you're expecting KSA to kind of come in. Obviously, they put out a statement on Twitter saying KSA for personal reasons.
It's not bad, Danny.
So it's going to be Labda.
Not anything outstanding, but it's not bad.
Going later on in the run here in the lower bracket. Of course, this is where Peps also got knocked out last time in the main event. Wow, Rose is gone. She's disappeared. She's
back.
like, I'm peace.
I swift stepped over to Busan, you know.
I think that was Busan. That was good. You got that from the blurry image? That's kind of crazy, actually. Good for you. Good for you. That should be a death segment, actually. Just a blurry image of a map, and they have to guess it.
Or just like a random pigeon and figure out which map it's on.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we are going to Busan as our first map. Twisted Minds versus Peps. And like you mentioned, Rose, I think it was a really good point. Twisted Minds have a really good opportunity to make it.
Yeah, I've barely even been playing myself, Danny. I mean, Math has been asking for people to play a lot lately, so maybe he'll ask again this week.
There's a very good chance they do make it to Dallas. Let's jump in, though. It is going to be
all right, that settles it.
We did see a small shift in
we'll go with a 3-1 Peps 4 chat.
That was yesterday. We'll see if that continues, or maybe Labda is feeling a little bit more confident. Jumping onto the Aristas to start off with. Team Peps, I mean, Tread on the ball. Wouldn't be too surprised.
Labda gonna play some Orisa this time? Some Orisa gaming?
That's true. I mean, maybe a little bit more Wrecking Ball power coming in, and Tread has been one of those...
Or Peps gonna do the funny comp?
Surprised us over their last stage performance. Coming into the Team Peps roster...
I don't know what Naga's probably gonna play Tracer. Okay, not that funny. There's no Widow. Oh, wait? Monkey? Monkey? Hey, yo.
For now, maybe not opting to show their secret Wrecking Ball tech just yet, but Twisted Minds, this is
absolutely, Byron, absolutely.
Yesterday they looked
I'm all in on SSG winning. I have confidence in them.
You've got to be a bit more aggressive and make sure that you're able to get in when the going's hot. Watch when those Winston is out of those cooldowns and go in as that Orisa.
Off angle being held here by Quartz and Slay on the left-hand side. exoDIAL has to deal with it, or at least poke them out. Fire
oh my god.
Shots towards them. Speaking of which, exoDIAL takes a railgun shot.
Labda is just in. Yep, everyone else is out. Rip. I believe it's Skyrip, but yes, Danny. You got Skyrip on main support, and you got Labda on tank. It is so cursed. SSG look very good.
That's a really great angle for exoDIAL to be able to take too.
Yeah, chat, give the stream a like if you're enjoying. Absolutely. It would mean a lot. All right, let's see. Can Quartz go crazy here? Probably not. Oh, never mind. I stand corrected. Bro goes crazy. Is he still dead anyway, though? Let's see. Oh, no, they're chilling. They're going to win a fight.
Twisted Minds. Very quick team fight there. Yeah, it's
Quartz opening things up. There you go.
I mean, it was a standout for the Saudi Arabian World Cup team. Of course, UB as well.
Hey, what's up, Math?
DPS lineup. I have to do a little bit heavy lifting, of course, with Labda being on their off roll, but with Orisa, a little bit more of a safe pick, you got to say. And yeah, being able to pick up the pieces here for Twisted Minds is going to be what's important. They can still make.
It's interesting that they want to play Monkey into this. It's like it's a tough ask.
And they've got to win here to be able to kick off that dream and really make that a reality. At Quartz and UB, these are heroes that they're both really comfortable with. So even if you
level 1 Crook is a pretty solid flex support player.
On Labda's shoulders to make sure that you could still glue the team together. But Quartz and UB are no slouches. And
oh my god, Labda is oh my god. So dead, surely, right? Yo, these supports are doing everything in their power to keep him up. Quartz he's hit a big shot. Literally, I feel like every fight just depends on Quartz, which is so sad. Quartz or UB finding a big pick, otherwise they're just... Hey, yo, wait. That's a big kill onto the Curie. It is a pretty banger name. They get to, yeah, they have to back out now. Labda made a big play there.
And Twisted Minds, they're holding down the fort. 70% of building. This will be last fight for Team Peps with no support ultimates from either side now.
Yeah, you're really looking at Team Peps maybe helping to elongate the fight with this Winston Primal Rage, but Naga almost gets his head taken off with that spear as soon as he walks in. This is where Twisted Minds have really started to find some footing, is getting those off picks and setting up courts on Yubi with enough
Dude,
space.
Yubi, big, the Twisted Minds DPS are popping off.
That wasn't just a one clip. Primal Rage coming in from Treads. Who trying to boot
Oh, Tread, you good, dude? Absolutely got his ankles broken. Completely lost courts there for a sec.
Potential flip here for Peps. Crooks coming back in just a moment with Slay nearing that rush. We'll see if they want to invest more into this fight. Looking unlikely now as there's only both support.
Sniper Monkey.
And Team Peps.
I mean, hey, you just need to take one fight here. This is doable.
He managed to come back.
Oh, this is sustained from the Primal Rage.
Yeah, I saw that Daft just randomly took FTG to map 5 because why not? Absolutely insane.
Really making sure the team is healed up and ready to go. But Twisted Minds holding on to this Kitsune rush feels really nice, and
I was more so interested in how Falcons once again are getting crushed by Crazy Raccoon. That game was not even close.
Very defensive rush here coming through from Twisted Minds, but it's going to give angle for Quartz fire down. FT got almost getting one shot.
Yeah, that game was not close at all.
Maybe even 10. He was so low. Sound barrier available for Team Peps as they disengage. They do let the point go, but here,
Like, after Ilios, it was just like, that's it.
try and get Tread away, but Crook and
Not even close the rest of the game.
just peppering Labda. No CDs were available for the Orisa.
Only good news here for Twisted Minds is they got the point back throughout this, so they still have a chance. They still have an opportunity.
90%, but now they only get the flip. They aren't able to get any more staggers coming through, so Twisted Minds have afforded themselves another engagement. However, they're going to make it pay a little bit at least. Exodio jumping to the back line with that overclock.
Yeah, I don't know, Danny. It's crazy.
Terraso's doing a lot of work.
That was another solid ult by Labda. Hey, they're gonna take this first round.
Yubi gets the kill
Okay.
onto level 1 Crook as well, as Yubi now pressuring the point. Yubi's doing a hard carrying work for Twisted Minds right
Don't
now.
let that, yeah, don't let that Winston get away. Good stuff from UB.
No healing, no Suzu, and that will be Twisted Minds getting the flip. What a perfect response there from Labda. Showing a little bit more confidence from what we saw yesterday as Twisted.
All right, they're still alive. We'll see what happens on the second point, though, when Peps hopefully stop playing Winston.
Really good turnaround. It's just been so night and day, it feels like, to what we ended up seeing yesterday. So much more confidence for Labda to get in there. We did see Twisted Minds go in with a very, very aggressive Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush combo, which left them a little bit...
I mean, I will say that pick with Atlanta, the Atlanta Falcons, I do think Michael Penix is a good quarterback, and I think he could be a good player for them. It's just crazy to have just signed Kirk Cousins and then you get him at 8th overall. That's insane.
Respond with a Terror Surge. Everyone's going to be really low.
FTG gave Wack a harder game than Falcons, yeah.
We just take you out even just a couple of pieces.
I'm interested to see how an FTG Falcons rematch will go here. Good morning.
I'm excited to see this, Jaws, because it feels like this might be a little bit closer than people expected.
All right, the Orisa Mirror. This is where we'll see. This is where we'll see if Twisted Minds really have a chance.
Okay, Orisa, no monkey now for Tread. However, Exodio will switch over to the Cassidy. I can't imagine Quartz is going to switch over. Very much his best hero, that Sojourn.
Oh, rip. Rip. Yep. That's more how I saw this going.
Is it going to get that point first?
You're hosting a party today? Sounds good, man. Enjoy your day.
They can play this damage way better front to back because you aren't necessarily expecting the Winston from Tread to have to jump in, try to displace a player like Yubi or Quartz, excuse me, on the Sojourn, or even try to force out any cooldowns from like the Kitsune, the Suzu from Slay, for example. So I think you were able to just stand up to
Quartz in a solid position here, though.
But it's about making sure that Quartz has enough time to be able to get some of these big charge railgun shots, or vice versa. Exodio and this Cassidy just help to just...
Oh, level 1 Crook is 1 HP. Kill the Kiri. There you go.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
What?
No chance Yubi wasn't going to finish that kill. That was a...
DPS again. Putting in the work. Getting the back line.
There, Suzu super early. as Yubi was again kind of harassing the backline. Yubi's doing a lot of, I wouldn't say silent carrying right now. It's very evident.
Definitely not silent carrying.
A lot from Team Pepsi's backline. Either the kind of the
Trying to make Supin watch this. What kind of suit? That's the real question. Falcons are inconsistent, but we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. Because as we all remember, the Korea tournament, last moment when it mattered the most, they beat WAC. So, but I mean, if we're going off what happened today, I mean, it wasn't even close, and that's kind of scary.
Yeah, both rushes though. Gotta say, Twisted Mind's a little bit better rush up on this high ground. They're gonna be able to hold that pretty consistently.
I gotta say, Peps might want to change up their approach here. They're really trying to pressure this Orisa a lot, but Quartz and Yubi have been really have really been a pain in the neck. Like they didn't even get this kill onto Quartz either. Like they're trying so hard to kill Lambda.
Oh, it's so fun to watch how these teams have started to evolve their use of the Terror Surge.
Yo, what's up, Evade? I used to be GM1 in Season 4. In Overwatch 1, I was top 200. I fell off so hard. Literally forgot how to be goated. I have no more aura. I'm right there with you. I am long past my days of being good at Overwatch, that's for sure. And even then, I wasn't great.
They have control now. They can bring this to last fight territory, and they've got the
good engagement B here. FD God's got no response. Good job putting him in this room. That should be map. Damn, okay.
They need to get these stagger kills here. FD goes so low. Nice place blinks there from Yubi. Chases down the Lucio, and who touches now? Maybe Naga. Well,
that's it.
So much anymore. 99%, and there you go. Twisted off the series with a bang.
What a
solid map. Yeah, I gotta say they're approaching it really good. The strategy right now for them, you just fully pocket your potential weak point of your tank, right? They're trying to focus him because they see that as the thing they can expose. You perma pocket him and you let Quartz and Yubi just do the work. Peps need to do a bit of a strategy change, I feel.
And you also are trying to still kind of find your footing and your synergy again.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of shell shock from Team Peps there. Kind of you're expecting, especially after the performance, like you said, with Twisted Minds and Ents yesterday, that, hey, we might be able to not BM them a little bit, but maybe test them some more, maybe push them to their limits. But a lot of the time, especially on Sanctuary, like, okay, we're going to push the spawn, not a problem. Lambda answering perfectly with the Terror Surge, kind of running at the back line, spotting ExoDeal, overextending a little bit on the Sojourn, trying to get a little bit greedy, and Peps get punished for it. A 2-0 on control, although it was fairly close. This is what you want to see from Twisted Minds. Quick adaptations. Can it be done in 24 hours? I'm not sure. They're not going to be at full strength like they were with KSA, but they're looking a lot better than they did.
I think a lot of that you can start to put a little bit more into the hands of Quartz and Yubi. They both had quite a quiet series versus Ents. It was not the
I mean, it's allowed. You can do whatever you want.
We typically see with like an overclock from
I don't know if I mean, I'd assume KSA will be back. They made it sound like he's just taking a break for now, but your guess is as good as mine. No clue what's on his mind. We'll find out soon.
So that's what it's gonna take. Just the care.
It's kind of wild that they end up taking a map here without him anyway, though.
To really glue this team together.
Yeah, Peps doesn't want to underestimate them. Not anymore. Hollywood is our next map as well, coming up in just a moment here in the lower quarterfinals.
Oh, don't even start, Danny. Don't even start.
From the tournament, Peps don't want a repeat of stage 1. Here are some stats for you on the screen also. Pretty similar, kind of, right?
Supposedly he quit. What's source question mark?
Damage mitigated is quite interesting. 11.5 to 8k. I think that very much kind of tells the tale of like who are shooting who. Like a lot of the time they're kind of ignoring Lambda, I'd imagine. Obviously the Orisa mitigating a lot of damage when they press Fortify and Terror Surge.
Oh yeah.
A lot of damage mitigated and no headshot hitbox. I wonder if you added headshot hitbox on the Fortify would make it a little bit more fun to play. I'm not sure, but regardless, Twisted Minds coming out of the gate strong with a 1-0. I mean,
just random rumor.
On Hollywood. Do you think Tread's going to play the Winston?
Tread could play the Winston. You know, Winston is one of those heroes that has been in Tread's wheelhouse. We've seen Winston come out from Tread before. We literally just saw it on Busan as well. But it's so nice to be able to have that hero, to have the dive up to the high grounds. You don't have to take the elevators. It's just a little bit faster, right? But I think something where you also saw a struggle is with the Winston, that was kind of punishable. Labda and Quartz and Yubi found those opportunities against the Winston to be able to actually go in after those backline units. And if Tread's not there to play a bit more reactively, I think that's where you can actually see the Winston suffer in that regard. But I want to take a look at the head-to-head here, Jack, because while we did see like the Orisa versus Winston, Tread and eventually went up going over to the Winston, these stats based on versus yesterday look way better.
Yeah, a lot of nice damage coming
Who
through.
do I watch on YouTube?
As well as,
I mean, my taste changes
from the Winston,
on a relatively consistent basis.
but the last map
Right now, I'm kind of like on a sports and Star Wars kick, though.
coming alive, really,
Like, I watch a couple of channels
but as we jump onto
related to the New York Giants and New York Knicks to get my dose of news and stuff, and then
of course being our third.
watch a couple of Star Wars channels. I've been watching Moist Critical lately as well.
They do, honestly, like, they are so close to just locking their spot in at Dallas, joining that top 3, and that has been a big question over the last couple of days too. This top 4, top 3 spot, like Peace and Love as a team is, look, we can take that spot away.
I don't watch Star Wars Theory anymore. I used to when he was cool, but now he's weird.
In the top 3 right now, because we know Space Station ends. They're definitely
When he decided he, like, hated anything that's new Star Wars for no reason, after originally saying he liked new Star Wars, I'm like, this guy is cringe.
top 3 might be a little
He got so weird.
if Twisted Minds
Star Wars Theory used to make such banger videos, and then he just completely changed his style.
second map here on day number 3 of the main event.
All right, Twisted Minds, after what they put up,
Christopher and Gunba asked at chat if they should throw against Peps to make sure Twisted Minds don't qualify. Dude, that's 5-head.
to actually just lock
That's
in
actually so smart.
this match.
But first, Peps have to win this game if they want that to happen.
The circuit point differential is too high for most other teams to match. We got to go back and do the math, and we got some excellent people in our stats room that are helping us with that. But I do think that would just be it.
Shit. Just lock it in. Lock it in, job's done, brush your hands away from it, and there you go. Let's see what Twisted Minds want to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Tread, like you mentioned,
I agree completely. Like, he completely changed his mindset because all the Disney haters were just, like, making him sad. Because I guess he has, like, a long history with being bullied and stuff. So once that happened, he decided to just appeal to the anti-Star Wars woke agenda. And now here he is. Like, when he used to make, like, theory videos and what-ifs, and, like, when he'd cover, like, the Darth Vader comics, those types of videos banged so hard.
actually Sky that falls first to Naga. Got a little bit out-rotated themselves by the looks of it, as Quartz and Sky by the dust.
There's good reaction times from Twisted Minds. When Tread had jumped in, you noticed that all focus fire was headed towards that Winston. There was a spear.
I feel like pre-2020 Star Wars Theory, like, everything before 2020, his content was so good, man.
That Winston's ability to get away. And Twisted Minds have also taken that engagement so quickly, they're able to come back really fast for another one. No ultimates on
A
the board,
diss
but
track? Dude, I don't need to. You know how many people have made videos about how he's like a bully or he's fallen off or he's a bad person? Trust me, I definitely don't need to do that. Plenty of people have already done that for clout.
to make the first move.
Oh, UB down to a Magnate. Sameka didn't mention.
But yeah, the Star Wars channel I've been watching a lot of recently, his name is Retney's Holocron.
One over on the Cassidy, which is up to a lot of
He like sticks to a lot of like the books and stuff and like reads passages from them.
for Peps at the moment.
He's got like some cool like mysterious music that goes on in the background.
Their defense. And
It's
Tread
great.
in this position
It's
too,
really
we
chill.
talked about heading into this map.
Did he get into a
Winston,
lawsuit? I have no
you'll
idea.
get punished if you are leaving your backline.
Forts is still very, very, very good.
She's able to get in there with you, and then the Swiss step also to be able to get away.
Absolutely not, Danny. Are you kidding me?
Just to help section off something like the Orisa to make it a little bit more vulnerable. But look at like
Gotta keep Tread up here.
it's just truly tanking.
Yeah, true to the namesake of the role. Tank the pulse bomb, got healed up. Here comes the Terror Surge. Labda.
Job playing around that wall there.
They're just hiding around this corner. Another good Magnate. Shubi peeked his head around the corner. Quartz in trouble, rips the overclock, but
Wait, Tomathan's actually in the building. What's up, dude? We should make artificial beef could go hard. Bro, are you kidding me? I don't think it'd go hard. At this point, I think everyone would be on your side, bro, because your stuff's been popping off. If I made anything that hated on you, I'd probably get insta-canceled. Like, even if it's just fake, I'd probably get canceled.
It's going to be tough for Twisted Minds to clear them off as the spawns come back in for Team Peps.
Spawns are coming back in, but is it going to be enough to stabilize?
Like, I'd be like, it's just a prank, bro. And then they'd be like, no.
FD got also inting onto the points to try and buy some additional time. Nice bit of
Meanwhile, Quartz is playing angry. Bad short jumps? Dude, come on. Who am I, reinforced now?
Scary, scary.
Instant high ground take two. Look at this. They took high ground so quickly. And now it's up to Team Peps to kind of push them off. And that's tough against the Orisa play.
I don't know why Peps keep playing Winston.
Force out spear spin. Maybe you are able to get the Deadeye to force Twisted Minds to scatter. You're also without UB right now, so there's not really anybody that can help close the gap versus that Cassidy at the moment.
Oh my god, Quartz.
Deadeye.
Called it perfectly there. That's just super low.
Yeah, maybe one of these days me and Tomathan could get another stream going, you know? Gotta get our schedules aligned. Maybe the dual stream, the both of us going at the same time. Could go pretty hard for sure. Winston works into a team that relies on DPS to carry. But also, that I don't know why they're playing Winston in general. Like, I don't know, man. I guess here on point B it makes more sense. I didn't like the idea on point A.
Just pushing the payload under this small little roof here.
It gives more natural cover to Twisted Minds to play around, and especially when you have the Terra Surge, and you know that high ground access isn't going to be as easy. Just wait for them to come.
Bro, that is it.
Okay, Naga.
Oh, Naga? Okay.
Nice little triple.
Dude, that is an insane... That is an absolutely insane abbreviation for my name. Are you kidding me, Orange? Dude, that's crazy. Come on now.
They try and recover themselves.
Alright, here we go.
Triple pulse from Naga.
Oh, yeah. That's unfortunate.
Because Tread's like holding the door.
Yeah. They're sandwiching them.
Rush on the high ground. Ooh, look at that fan the hammer. My god, that's quick. Labda is going to use that Terror Surge. Beats come through from both sides. Yubi landing a nice
Oh,
stick,
the roll. But he's so out of position, though, yeah.
Labda's fusion driver ends up getting taken down. Trev with the primal rage. This
That's doing nothing.
Surely moving back, and these fights, they're taking a long time, and they're a little bit scrappy too. These picks are taking a fair amount of time, despite the ults being kind of thrown in to actually secure.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Winston rush or dive, you know, whichever one. Any Winston involved composition is gonna be way more fun than Orisa. That's for sure.
Want to have a chance at being able to push this payload to the
Oh, absolutely, Hitman. The way Peps are playing, I need to see them adjust their strategy here. Oh my. Okay. Just totally diff him completely and utterly, why don't ya?
Tracer players that have been popping off over the last few days. There's one in the kill feed right now. Naga taking names and numbers. Twisted Minds with 30 seconds to go still have to push this payload around this corner. They've got high ground. Quartz is in fact switch over to the Cassidy, but it's looking dire.
ATV versus Tomathan 1v1. Dude, I'm pretty sure I'd get destroyed. I'm like fairly confident.
Control with that, but with something like the Winston, you could just off.
Tomathan's like actually good at the game. Like I barely even play chat.
So we're entering into last fight for this point.
Labda has to drop, put themselves on the point. Good kill from Quartz.
That's a big kill. You're washed right now. I mean, you say you're washed right now, but I've been washed for 5 years, so I don't know, man.
Still winning out that duel versus ExoDial, and by a miracle, Twisted Minds end up capping that point in OT.
The carry clip, oh no.
My word, this is turning out to be a lot closer than I think Peps wanted it to be. Despite
Yo, what's going on, Fausty?
Let's get a small Twisted Minds.
No, Danny, you are the last person that I'd like to coach, that I want to coach me, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have Q as well when they Q. They're all top.
I mean, Toronto are still better than M80. I mean, M80 are definitely better now, just for the simple fact that their DPS aren't on ping, but they're still not going to beat Toronto. A collab community tournament. I really want to do that one day, community tourney. I've always wanted to. Either that or just like a pug or something. Maybe for my channel anniversary, honestly. It's coming up soon. It's in the beginning of May.
Shoot monkey.
7 years on YouTube, chat. It's kind of crazy to think about. Let's... Oh, wait.
Oh, you have to touch
just unable to touch it.
I mean, it's still not a horrible push.
Fights there. Team Peps playing up to Twisted Minds, almost at the doors, and you could call them like, we got to shoot Monkey. We've got to be able to, even in Primal Rage, we got to take him down. We cannot let him get on top of Quartz.
I'll take FTG over M80.
Get round the corner, high noon to kind of zone everybody, but it was just a battle of attrition there, and it was Peps that won it out in the end.
It was so interesting to hear the call too. It's like, there's might be a good window of opportunity. The Winston didn't get any of the overhealth from the sound barrier.
Hey, my New York Football Giants drafted a tight end with the 107th pick. Let's go.
From Team Peps. They saw Twisted Minds.
Theo Johnson, you are a New York Giant.
But then Team Peps are like, oh, would you look at that? We also have a sound barrier. So we're just going to make this an even more aggressive push right back at you. But as we switch sides, it's going to be Team Peps now that are
DAF should have won. I cannot believe they took FDG to a map 5.
Yeah, but then you just gotta say when you go.
I still have that drops command.
Jump. Otherwise, they just run out.
We also don't always...
Dude, Chop Robinson's good. He's a good player. I think that's a good pick. Oh no, they will, Booming Bob. They will. Nothing's gonna change.
Fuck. I wanted that deal. Yeah.
How do you?
I'm giving him Sonic.
Resurgent. We can look at like full flip the high ground. Can we look for the surge off? Full surge off.
For real, yeah, I'm going top left, guys.
I'm ready.
No, full flip onto the high ground. Yeah. Ready?
What I think about the ball rework, I think it's kind of cool.
They have no gold. Pushing under. Look up.
Only like a slight. His adapted shields changed a little bit, so now you can give some of the shields to your health, basically, Danny.
Equal.
I'm trying to run.
Can they pursue? No.
Yeah, you can force point. Luan.
Nice. Okay, this is gonna be black first.
Do you think SSG could beat the Korean teams in Toronto? I mean, never say never. I wouldn't favor them, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. What are we shooting at? Kill something. There we go.
I'm on surge. Bubble surge off. Just fight.
Oh. You burned Suzu, though.
Gap. Nice. Let's get 3 points. We can take
Yes. Get B and take top. Let's go top.
Go top.
Beautiful attack there from Peps. Not too many ults used either as well.
I mean, it's definitely worse than OWL.
You see the call and go crazy there.
I still enjoy OWCS, though.
Was nice too. He pulled out the pulse bomb and then got the Suzu out. That was enough for that push. And now look at how aggressive they're...
I feel like I'm back in the old days again, and that kind of gives me a nostalgia boost.
A lot of free space on the payload too.
Like, not in the sense the gameplay is old days level, but, like, it feels more like it with the tournaments and stuff, and how there's a lot going on.
team. Just, you know, get the payload going even faster. If you could have 5 stacking on point, that'd be insane. Oh my god. Imagine how fast the payload would go if you could actually get 5 speed.
That's correct, Orange.
On the high ground, this is going to be the big difference maker. Twisted Minds need to get Exodia off height, or at least, well, no, that's it. They need to get
Replay viewer and co-streams carry OWCS so hard.
like, it's going to be rough.
Yeah.
It's too difficult.
But I mean, that's a pretty good thing to bring out, right?
And if Trek can just, like,
The fact that more people get to co-stream now, like from Twitch, that are big names, I think that certainly helps. It's nice.
Railgun of Quartz. Just heard the Tracer screaming from halfway across the map. He can still hold the high ground.
I do not have a Discord, nah.
Difficult, pushing up solo, has to drop.
Alien monthly melee level, dude, I missed that. The Alienware monthly melee, are you kidding me? Those tournaments slapped. You'd have like DeFran's team, Immortals, LG Evil, oh my god.
Killing off Quartz. They're still getting the payload going, but it's being sold out right now by UB, buying a little bit of time for his team to come back as a 4. And here comes the rush.
I don't think they allow links in my YouTube chat.
They're going to disengage instead.
I used to have Discord, but I got rid of that server, and I do not intend to bring it back.
Oh, and Naga lands the pulse, but onto Quartz as well. Oh my word, I thought FD God was surely dead.
So close.
Yeah, I mean selfless.
I mean, Yubi's got no recall either. Easy kill on the Tracer. 2.5 minutes for Team Peps. They are dancing with death, but they are coming out on top.
Yeah, I watch Uncoachable from time to time. Labda is on Diva.
So there is a chance for a retard.
Oh, this is surely going to be interesting. Labda on Diva. Oh, surely this will go swimmingly, chat. Oh, look, he's already dead. Whoever could have seen that one coming. Oh, Lord, help us.
Fighting into that, especially with just a solo DPS, you need your tank to absorb some of that aggro and absorb some of that damage. Quartz at least takes 1, but he's not going to live too much longer as Team Peps got 3.5 minutes. They don't want to repeat a map number 1.
Really? It's the first Discord server you ever join? That's sick.
And this is so much time to work with for Team Peps to be able to do that. We're going to see Tread switch off of the Winston over to the Orisa. Winston is, in this point, is typically where it starts to lose a lot of its potency.
Well, hope you enjoyed the Diva gameplay while it lasted.
Left is up there just to make sure that there isn't any funny business.
Back to Orisa. Orisa gameplay.
But this is already moving so far. The payload is meters away from Team Peps, tying up the score.
Quartz is literally 1. There you go.
Sound barrier comes in from Sky, a little bit too late there to save their Cassidy. And with 2.5 minutes to go, I mean, Twisted Minds have to play a little bit more passive here, but they can't afford too much space because that golden box of victory is only right around the corner. Pulse bomb ends up missing range Exodial. The kite is good and the heals are good too. Exodial being kept alive, but finally
Pretty big headshot, though.
With a kunai. If that kunai doesn't land there, maybe they end up surviving even through the additional damage coming through from the rush. Team Pep switching over to Cassidy. Quartz is even on the Widowmaker too. A decent point for it too, Rose on the defense. Actually changing his mind, going over to the Soldier. Maybe a little bit too risky.
At least you're, I mean, because when you're on the Widowmaker, right, you don't have nearly as much point presence if you need it. You also are reliant on just being able to get those headshots rather than just any body damage too. But
Rose,
the rush is going to make this so hard for Twisted Minds.
FD got beat in 1%. I mean, Laptor's already dead. I don't think they even need this sound barrier.
Alright, tie game. This still feels closer than it should be, though, that's for sure.
Twisted Minds had to invest, and Team Peps happy to disengage. And bada bing, bada boom. We got 2 support ults, you got none. Hey, easy time. Peps end up taking the map, tying the series up 1 apiece. It's looking rather close. No more 3 Overwatch. Promise, promise.
No, hey, we already don't have any more 3 Overwatch, at least today, so far. So, yeah, it feels really good.
That series, so good. Let's not
far.
get ahead of ourselves just yet. Hang on, chill.
Esperanza.
I think it's a really good look from Twisted Minds to show us.
I hope Peps continue to play Orisa, hopefully. I mean, they
ended up being way closer.
They could just be funny and play Monkey again, but I feel like we've seen a lot of Orisa that map. We should totally open that. No. Definitely not, Danny.
And it just didn't feel like you were actually getting enough out of the overhealth for the two members that got it to actually keep them in the fight. I would have rather seen that for a last-second contest on the second point and maybe even stopping the cart there. But yeah, either way, still much closer affair than what a lot of people, including myself, had thought coming into this one after what we saw from Twisted Minds yesterday.
Ooh, I didn't even see that. Trevor's like 1 HP. I wonder if he died at
Oh.
Yeah, Naga's looking quite
Doggy.
devious on
Come
the
here.
Tracer, I will say. Kind of scary when you're
Doggy is here.
hitting that pulse bomb on the enemy Tracer.
Doggy.
And hitting the triple pulse, yeah. Looking pretty clean so far from Naga.
Came out from under my bed finally. She's been laying under my bed for hours.
When I cast him in like 2018, 2019, obviously made it to the Overwatch League, was playing for Paris Eternal for a little while, and has been a player that wasn't necessarily flying under the radar. But
Man, they
in
like
Overwatch League, he had
more than
really
doubled their
hot streaks at
elims.
the
It's
point where
crazy.
they are on certain maps, and it was like, damn, Naga's kind of cracked. Like, this guy's insane. And then he had a bit of a lull in like his play.
Wants to get down. Actually, no. Maybe she'll want to lay on my lap. I don't know. Oh, yep. She's happy. Wanna lay there? Okay.
He looked like a brand new man out there, honestly, and it's really good to see.
Thoughts on Kellen and Vigilante as additions to the Twisted Mind roster? You've never watched them play. You've never watched Kellen or Vigilante play before. They're pretty solid players. I mean, they're not like elite top tier, but they're still very good.
Esperanaza is the next map, so I don't think there will be any subs. I mean, last time they put.
I don't know how they fit in with Twisted Minds. That'll be more of the thing to watch out for. But generally, I think they have a lot of potential. Vigilante might be the best bench warmer ever. Nah, who are you though?
Getting a little closer. I mean, Tread, they ended up winning the map, and
Why in God's name would they ever let me on uncoachable? I have absolutely no connection to being like a professional player or coach or general manager.
better and better stats, and this is more proof of that.
I'm not spreading any slander.
I don't think there are any subs, like you were saying, Rose. It doesn't. I felt like yesterday it was more of a maybe a confidence thing. Like QB's like, okay, I can step into tank role. Like a lot of these players across the roles, to be fair, will be able to play every single role at a high level. But obviously, there's one thing playing at a high level in like ranked, getting like top 500, etc. And then there's
He did get to play games, but in both championships he did not play games.
It's extremely different. It's a completely different game sometimes on the face of it, even though it sometimes looks.
Ah,
like
yes, of
something,
course, Danny, of
it's,
course.
Especially playing in these environments, players that aren't too familiar on the role, sometimes it can be. It's a little.
Oh yeah, Commander X has been an absolute workhorse. My guy is actually feeding us with content. Between the scrim streams, the coach streams, all the interviews, uncoachable.
Continue on the tank, and like you said, there has been small bits of improvement there for the Orisa, but can that continue? We're guaranteed to get a map number 4, of course, which will be Suravasa, but Esperanaza is the map in question right now, and this gives a lot of opportunity to Peps as well to also kind of flex their comp too. There's a lot they can play, and they've proven it.
Yeah, but he didn't play in the playoffs is my point though, Booming Bob. He absolutely did nothing to contribute in the playoffs, both times.
Tread can play multiple different tank heroes and to very high success.
You know, Danny, I thought you were going to go a different direction with that.
So good is with the addition of Tread, the addition of.
I thought you were just going to, like, take the cheap way out and call him bald or something.
Over the last couple of weeks is because of how much space Tread has been able to make for the team. I just think that everybody is started to really gel those play styles together, and so I kind of look at Esperanza and I go, well, there's definitely an avenue to play the Winston here. We've seen teams do it before, but Tread's Orisa has looked really good too, especially being able to get those spears, and that's so disruptive.
The Council Zim special. Ah, yes. Of course.
Map number 3, Twisted Minds and Team Peps here in the lower quarterfinals. Their chance to
We do need a new push map.
get eliminated on the line.
And a new Flashpoint map. Please and thank you.
How ridiculous push has been over the last couple of days, I'm expecting something a little silly, a little something wild. We've had a couple of full caps, we've had a couple of ridiculous comebacks as well. We'll see if this map treats us to anything like that. Let's have a look what both teams have run. Looks like it's just going to be a Orisa for both sides. And yeah, okay, Quartz.
Mirror match incoming, of course.
Is where it's at.
Ryan good when. If you have a time machine, you can make him good
A
again.
lot of those cooldowns early on after receiving a number of headshots from the Cassidy.
Yeah,
Toronto are playing M80. That could be a pretty good game, potentially.
It's so strong.
In all likelihood, we'll see Luminosity and Students of the Game, which I also think has potential to be a banger.
A very dominant tracer on either sides of that magnetic grenade. Just get a lot of utility.
ExoDial is farming on the Cassidy. Every other shot is a headshot. It was keeping like
Double fan the hammer kill, why not?
Like just that was insane. Also, I'm pretty sure this is one of the fastest team fights we've had on Esperanaza 2 in the last few days. Like, my word, normally they last for so long.
Where's Immortals? Being bad in League of Legends. That's what they are.
There's no weird stragglers that might be able to poke them. A clear team wipe, and now Twisted Minds have to attack into this high ground.
I mean, you gotta walk into the sightlines of ExoDial again. That's not ever gonna feel very good. So Twisted Minds are gonna make this rotation up to height, forcing Team Peps to have to go back down to the bot. Quartz now maybe gets a chance to take this high ground away, but all the while, the really nice rotation coming out here from Team Peps.
Oh no. Oh no, the boop. Oh, he's saved. Just for a second though.
Number 57 here in
a Minecraft world? Oh man. I haven't played Minecraft in so long, man. Low-key kind of miss it.
Going to the bot, but I think he was waiting for Suzu. And obviously, with a lot of Lucio players being very cognizant of the high noon, like they boot people out. We saw Astro do it yesterday. Boot people
No,
out.
I don't watch any other esports. This is it for me.
So getting taxi
good to have that Suzu online.
There's 2 meters to go. That's really unfortunate. Actually, they didn't get the.
Is that a Soul Dynasty Lucio skin? Hello?
I think if you want to go for that.
Shout out to Toby.
And knowing that Twisted Minds, if they're tracking.
What do you think of the Yaki hate that Uncoachable's been putting out? At this point, it's more of a meme than anything else.
From Yubi there, just throwing it off the edge of the high ground, hoping it finds its target. Both rushes have been utilized, but the problem for Team Peps right now, they're on the wrong side of the map, and that bot is in control of Twisted. Slate. Both his support players from Twisted Minds putting in a whole lot of work. Nice Suzu from Crook. Any kills here is just a bonus, but getting away is going to be more important for Team Peps. Looks like Yubi and Quartz are giving chase, but they're going to think better of it. And there you go. There's the payload moving Twisted Minds now. They're getting meterage.
I mean, maybe someday I'll get into like another esport. It's hard for me to find a game that I'm as passionate about as Overwatch.
That might be pretty fun, especially if you can force out the Suzu from level 1 Crook. Might be able to hit its mark. I don't know, I'm considering all the possibilities with the Terra Search now. Nothing is out of that realm.
No, it is such a good combo.
But also, you know, I watch traditional sports a lot. That kind of helps fill the void for the fact that I don't watch any other esports.
Nice force of beat, though. Twisted Minds didn't want to, like, engage off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair if Unter doesn't want to like Yaki, because Yaki was kind of a meme for the Gladiators. And, you know, he had to deal with him for an entire season.
A preventative measure more often than not this high noon. Looks like he knows Naga is like down.
Do I watch VGC? I do not. Although I think that's something I could enjoy. But I don't think so.
ExoDial just determined to take high ground, but Twisted Minds are not making it easy. Here comes the rush from both sides. A pulse bomb going wide. ExoDial dodging out pretty easily, and the target is Quartz yet again. And this latest sound barrier from the rest of Peps should see them through this fight pretty perfectly too. I can't imagine they're going to lose anybody, and this will be checkpoint, I'd imagine. I mean, Twisted Minds, they're not going to be able to get back to this point quickly enough.
No, and if they do, they could be walking into a pulse bomb from Naga. You also have the Deadeye to help zone people back from Team Peps, so it should be just the point capture.
2023 Glads is one of the saddest mid-season collapses in the history of pro Overwatch. Oh Lord help us, that was bad.
This forward corner. If Twisted Minds are going to take a while to get back here, but they don't want to give it up. The high ground going to be even more important.
Literally, if they just stuck with the team they had, they probably would have at least made play-ins. Like, it's so tragic.
Oh, Crook. I always just hear the sound, you know? It's like the Doom.
Well, Dante and Lastro, I mean, both of them were so important.
Right.
Whenever he gets hit with the spear. All right, high ground. Good boot. Really good boot from FD God.
Well, honestly, it's not even like Dante was playing great. It's just like that's what you're used to, and like the team was bummed out when you got rid of him. Like, just stick with it and see what happens, man.
Naga Quartz end up trading Slay to fall, though. There you go. There's the overwhelming presence on the point
Maybe they would have been better off if they had Dante and Marvel. So, like, you could experiment with Marvel, but then you still have your backup plan. But alas, they don't have the funds to do such a thing. So, yeah, that's just a dream scenario more than anything else. Yeah, also Marvel isn't really much of an English speaker. Understandably so. If only OWL got CDL treatment, are you kidding me?
A little bit risky to help get Quartz out of position, but that's where the difference between the Sojourn and the Cassidy come in, because you can just power slide away, but not always, and oh my goodness. So it's such aggressive fights.
Yeah, you see that pulse bomb come in from UB, not finding a connection again. It's been a little bit lackluster with the pulse bombs over this map. Normally pretty on point with them. They're not connecting, and when they do, it's like, you know, instant Suzu. Pretty hard, though, I will say. You know, you can give Tracer players that one. Suzu exists. Comes up with a kill, though. There you go. No pulse bomb kill, but just a standard one's good enough. exoWL with the high noon. Looks like UB wanted to try and go for the one clip, but Tread's just standing in front of exoWL, make sure he doesn't get randomly headshot by the Sojourn. And with 100+ meters, Team Peps made the executive decision to try and play on this corner, wait for the rest of the gang to show up again.
I mean, at least the first map they won, but more than anything else, Peps kind of threw. Also, the carry of UB and Quartz. 2021 Mayhem was also a very sad collapse. Don't get me wrong. That one's pretty terrible.
But Tread has put himself in a precarious spot. But more than Quartz and Slay, I mean, they just ended up diving in. There was a huge sideline as well for exoWL just to kind of ping both the DPS and the supports down. But Tread was just so
good pulse.
Terror Surge too, just grabbing everybody together. But that really set exoWL up. But it looked like it was going the way of Peps, but Twisted Minds, their ability to kind of stay alive, same with Labda, not even using that Terror Surge of their own. Really nice stuff from Twisted. It was unfortunate that both teams just ended up kind of trading, and trading at this point in the game is not what you need. You need definitive team fights, and you can see the result of that here.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are the ones that are on the back foot, and so they would need, what, 4 team fights wins in a row? And it starts by trying to get some value out of this.
Yeah, that OG Redemption arc was sad. It started off good, and then he got burnt out.
But they're at a standstill. Team Peps have this high ground control, and so
only Florida had a different tank.
But it's so tough to get exoWL off of that.
Also, Slime was very washed at that point. That also helps. Slime was beyond washed.
Takes down UB, he was trying to go for a cheeky flank pulse bomb. Now he's just hunting for the back line. Lab just so low, just out of position completely.
Terraria Champion Series.
It just didn't end up happening. A minute and 30. I mean, Team Peps are happy just
Calyx retired.
If they don't want to.
No, they could just stay here. They could literally just stay here.
They gave away Fate, and then he proceeded to win a title. But I mean, to be fair, he wanted to leave. I think that was like a mutual thing. Checkmate Ryan was very, very interesting. That's what I heard. I heard Calyx retired.
Really get this bot any amount of progress to make up for the differential Team Peps have worked up to. But it could be just final fight soon, depending on how long this takes. There's a minute left.
There's a minute left.
Never forget when the Checkmate tank took Dallas to like a map 5. Do you remember that? That was so funny.
Trying to set up for some kills, but he's just getting booted away by FD God, and Sky's already down. I know he's against exoWL on high ground. Like, he's got very little healing. DPS passive deployed on him too. This is going to be it, surely. I mean, Twisted Minds, they only use one ult. They've got another fight here, but with 30 seconds, I mean, this bot is just so far away from not only their own barrier, but like...
And I'll never forget, I was like tweeting about that game, and this salty, salty Dallas fan was like crying in my mentions. He's like, no, you don't understand. They weren't trying, like making all these excuses. It was so funny.
They're going to start this fight off with a good spear.
Like, it's not a big deal.
Instantly disengage. As long as Tread survives.
When was that? That was 3 years ago.
There's the Terror Surge from both the Rissas. Sound barrier comes through from Sky. Sky almost getting eliminated by...
No, but I mean, this guy was like hard coping. He was crying, man.
In his front. All signal with a kill. And Twisted Minds. They're coming up with a fight win here, even though they are losing people. But they're going to need to find a lot more than that. Naga ends up coming over the pulse bomb onto Slay. A little bit thrown away, you got to say, as they probably could have used that in the next fight, but making it sting maybe a little bit. Team Peps are going to lose this checkpoint, Rose, but
scrappy.
Victory is in their sights.
I mean, this is Team Peps, like, they don't mind losing that fight there because think about the number of chances they get now, and it's an overtime. Twisted Minds have to play around this card, otherwise that overtime wick is going to expire, and that's just going to be the map. And
Labda is
look
one.
at Labda!
Labda is one. Labda is dead. Very unfortunate. I mean, this might just be it. With UB especially coming back on the sim too. TP to get back from the spawn and help the rest of the squad as well. There's the rush. Sky's on the point.
All right, there you go. 2-1 series lead.
Esperanaza take the map, find themselves in match point in Twisted Minds. They're one more map away from being eliminated. Our stage 1 champions as well, coming in with a run in the lower bracket is the best they can hope for.
This map, it looked a little bit more Team Pep's favor, just knowing how push maps can work though. I'm still tempering some expectations, and the other two maps have been close, right? So maybe it's not going to be the end of their journey as we take a look at Suravasa, but just to reestablish what Team Peps are playing for, they need to win here, they need to beat Peace and Love later, and they still need a second place to lock in that spot at Dallas, which is what our teams are playing for. Twisted Minds, though, the journey's a little bit easier, but getting a win here would also solidify a spot for them. So just so much to play for when your tournament life is on the line and your chances to move forward.
What's this about a betting site? TM versus Peps had a 3-10 for Peps.
Some point you're going to have to get through one of those teams. Like, that's a rough ask. But, I mean, look, they're setting themselves up for success.
It's so interesting. I've seen a handful of people in my chat talk about how they gamble on OWCS.
It was a little bit more of a one-sided affair here with Team Peps taking the victory. And the Maka play's really nice. I mean, this is just what Push has kind of broken down to. It's been interesting to see the evolution of Push, like, across since the game mode was kind of launched up until now. In like,
my timeline is messed up because this one guy spreading anti-Violet propaganda.
We don't play
Damn.
We sit and we chill on high ground, and that is it. We don't need to do anything.
Oh yeah, people absolutely gamble on OWCS. 1000%.
There's just, it's really tough. It's a really tough game mode to
You lost just over 100 in total.
New pieces on the team playing different roles can be tough when you're a little bit inexperienced in that regard. But Labda still coming up bigger on the Orisa than he was yesterday. We'll see if they can come back on Suravasa. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see in a sec.
Yeah, DAF versus FTG going 5 maps was not on my bingo card. The most BS thing you've ever seen. What is this? A $20 4-leg parlay. What? No way, dude. Are you kidding me? Your friend got $300 from this bet? That's like such an easy bet. Are you kidding? Is this real life? Hold on. Let me show you this, chat. This is That's an insane parlay to hit on. That's so easy. There's no risk involved with that. That's just obvious. Look at this chat. Taking the spread on all of the favorites by far, and they got $318 on a $20 four-leg parlay. And that's such an easy bet to make. Are you kidding me? Ain't no way, man. Nah. That ain't right. You could just bet the house at that point, bro. Dude, I bet $100 on that. You could bet like your freaking life savings on that. It's like the easiest bet of the history of bets. Like, how does a Toronto minus 2.5 spread have a plus 110? How is, like, obviously they're gonna 3-0 Citrus Nation. How are you giving them a plus 110 for that? What are these odds makers doing? That's insanity. Imagine the return for people who bet on Saudi beating China in the World Cup. Holy moly. Yeah, that probably getting some mad money for that. Oh yeah, no, that's the most BS odds I've ever seen in my life. Toronto Defiant being in the plus for any kind of odds there for the spread is stupid. You bet all your time within Twitch points on Saudi winning World Cup and you got like 40k points back. Nice.
Welcome back. Team Peps and Twisted Minds facing off. Team Peps currently leading the series 2-1. Suravasa,
Zimbabwe dollar.
Not too far away. Both teams still vying to get there. But Peps getting the upper hand on Esperanaza against Twisted Minds. Kind of clinical play, looking pretty clean. No substitutions.
Yeah, no, that's wild though, Danny, that your friend was able to cash in on like maybe the easiest bet I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah. Suravasa, she's going to keep the same 5 in.
They're locked in. They're locked in and they know they have to because Twisted Minds with a win here, they would be able to secure a spot at the DreamHack Dallas event. Bar any other scenarios that could happen with a team upsetting Ensign Space Station in the event. But Team Peps, this is where they got to start that treacherous journey through the lower bracket. A win here, a win versus Peace and Love later, and then a win versus either of the behemoths of Ents versus Space Station. But, you know, I think Team Peps, they're off to a great start, especially after Esperanza ended up going in their favor. They also started to feel like they figured out how to play against Twisted Minds, how to limit the potential of Quartz to just have those pop-off moments. But that's what Twisted Minds are relying upon, is Quartz, Yubi coming out and making big plays to really step it up in that DPS role.
Naga Genji? Okay.
Really? Ooh.
Speaking to Jake about this. a couple of days ago, maybe yesterday, I can't remember exactly, but speaking out the Genji versus the Tracer. Couldn't get a lot done on the Genji, but the Tracer seems a little bit more
interesting.
A little bit more consistent.
A bit of a Genji coming in, and then
Naga,
the Symmetra as well.
So it's not too much of a shock to see someone like Naga on it, but versus the Tracer can be a little bit difficult. However, UB is running the Sim, so they're going back to like almost ye old faithful with the Sim TPs. Something that they found great success on back in stage 1, and something that UB is very good at too. It's very strange. Like, oh, they're so good at Sim. Like, okay, you just beam people, but hitting the right click is gonna be quite difficult sometimes. But they do an immense amount of damage, and like one shot through window as well, which is Slay, of course, playing through the Baptiste. Though Quartz going down first, not the best of starts. After taking so much damage, yeah. Here come the resets for Naga.
Oh, you know, if there's one thing about the Symmetra teleporter, it gets you in really fast and it gets you out really fast. So, Twisted Minds are able to take a quick disengage, not before UB is still going to get caught out by exyOWL.
Pep's DPS are farming.
To the Genji point, we've seen even in North America region, Kevster pick up the Genji.
He made some bread the other day. Nice.
Unheard of if a player is really confident in being able to play that hero. They just might feel like it's better in the matchup that they have. The one downside versus something like a Symmetra is you can't deflect some of the Symmetra beam damage, so I don't know. We'll have to see how it's gonna play out.
That window being quite the hindrance there to exyOWL, but it doesn't seem to care all too much. Had to get through the lamp, still did a fair amount of damage. However, it is again Quartz going down.
Bold assumption to assume Labda would play Monkey. Hey, never say never.
A bit of space, I suppose, but look at Labda there, looking 2 different directions at once. Trying to look at Tread, stopping all the damage coming through and the spears and whatnot. But there was Twisted Minds just trying to find a position on the point.
Oh yeah, Danny. Yeah, let's. That was one of the most bizarre arguments I've ever seen in my life about what is toast and what isn't. That was insane.
Well, the Genji Blade too. I think this is where we really start to see some of the power of this hero.
This is cheeky. You can TP out, but are you quick enough on the draw? I don't think so.
I don't want to show it because I'll probably offend many people.
Good early play from Tread. I really like those early fights on Flashpoint, because you just get the point for free and then you get a free setup as well. It's not like you're permanently fighting, losing people, trading randomly, and then finally capping the point after a messy fight. You get it easily and then you can set up again.
Dog is a Twisted Minds fan.
Back into this one quickly too, though. But it's just again pushing.
I was wiped for like 3 days. Yeah, dude. I think we were all boomed by that argument.
No, he has to deal with that overhead from the sound barrier. That's one less ult that Twisted Minds have got now as they move on in. War is deployed, splits the point. I think they can basically use it as a giant Ryan shield as UB gets booped.
Quartz hasn't been able to do much. It's taken him a while to build this overclock.
That boop and then the dash. Easy kill on the Symmetra. Just so vulnerable and isolated in the backlines like that. Nice window from Slay though. Temper the aggression from the Team Peps, but here comes the sound barrier. Some of the Twisted Minds don't have after using it to get away from that blade from Naga. And that Terror Surge on point. Not good enough for Labda, and there's Peps capping again.
That's the power of the Genji. It's not maybe the most flashy of the DPS.
Yeah, I think it's just don't argue with Thor on that, yeah.
You're not going to be able
I don't
to
know,
get the
man.
same type of slashes and dashes as we've seen from Genji's prior. But it forced out that sound barrier, as you said. So not having that as a defensive tool for later when Team Peps was able to attack with so much else they still had left in the bank, that's what the Blade is for. Force out those really important cooldowns.
I don't think Admiral can play. I think he is like collegiate or something going on.
Right, here's the overclock. There's a return here from exyOWL. Nice spear. Pushes Quartz all the way back, but here's a swap up too from Twisted Minds as Labda switches over to the Winston. They end up finding the flip. Lab's just alone though. There's no shot he gets out of this alive. Yeah, the leap, unable to get around the corner. Oh, hello. Hello, Slay. Just a bit out of nowhere. That's an unlucky TP timing from Slay, trying to get to Labda, trying to heal him up. There's the point. It's 2-0, and Twisted Minds looking a little bit distraught right now.
Well, Kellen and Vigilante aren't allowed to play right now. They have to wait until stage 3. They're not eligible because they played in stage 1 of Asia.
Tempo for the team when playing around that teleporter, which is something that we hadn't really seen before, with you making those big teleporter plays or just rotations. ExoDeal is going to switch off of.
Who am I ready to get 3rd place? Right now, Peps.
Recognizing that there is a really great way to weave in this damage now, that Labda is going to be on this Winston instead.
Looks like UB got the call there that ExoDeal was low, so he tried to make the play, try and get that flank, but it's hard, really, with Labda playing the Winston. Really tough against Orisa at the best of times for some of the best Winston players, right? But now, ExoDeal switching over to the Casti on the rotation. Makes it even tougher. And I think this is going to be kind of part and parcel of what we saw before, Rose. Naga is going to pull the blade. It's going to force Twisted Minds, use the sound barrier, and then Team Peps are just, with the sound barrier advantage, are just going to use theirs in the next fight and then win and crush him. Exactly. I mean, Naga's setting up for it. He's just playing.
Nice, Danny.
Here's the blade. Where's the beat?
Good beat.
Naga doesn't dash in, saves the dash to dash away.
Oh my god. That was terrifying.
Uses the Terror Surge. Crook is dead and means no healing for Tread anymore. As Twisted Minds, they're still cooking up at kills. ExoDeal and Naga.
Wait, they're
finding damage and final blow.
They're turning this. They still win anyway.
So on what looked like a lost team fight there from Peps, end up turning it around and even getting a stagger kill on Sky. He's 1 HP. Oh, FD God. Okay, he gets him with a Cheerios at the very end.
Oh, that's GG.
An attempt now from Twisted Minds to get back.
The Labda Primal? The Labda Primal Rage?
And just to get there, but for how long? Because Twisted Minds aren't coming back with much else. Quartz is going to have to get
so cursed
and get in a position to use it, or Twisted Minds are going home.
Dear. Overtime's in session. Peps, one more
point rip
from Nen themselves. An advancement in the lower brackets. Naga's already come up with kills. I mean, Sky, Labda, UB gonna have to come up with a miracle and then some to get back in this one.
Oh, hey, the double. Wait, not over.
The double kill from UB. Naga Crook down. Prayers have been answered from Twisted Minds fans as Tread hits the reset on the Doom Fist. Twisted Minds at the hands of UB find the cap.
Oh man, this is what we've needed to see though from Twisted Minds, is these big power plays from these DPS in order to find those picks.
And now we have Quartz on Echo and UB on Genji. We are cooking right now.
Genji to come back with that hero as we see
Twisted Minds are playing dive.
Quartz on the Echo as well. So lots of different angles that Twisted Minds can attack into this one, but they've got their work cut out for them. Team Peps are coming into this with that Kitsune Rush to kick things off, and then they also have the blade again.
Oh, well, Yubi's already low and already dead. There.
Now GG, okay.
And as quick as it started, as quick as it was over, a victory blade for Naga, looking for anybody else to add to his resume. Thank you very much, Team Peps.
Not that OWCS guy, nice.
Locked their place in the lower semi-finals as they move on. What an impressive showing. Twisted Minds eliminated from the competition.
And Twisted Minds, they looked so much better today too. And so I think this is something that we can point to and say like, oh, you know, Team Peps, they weren't playing against a strong opponent, because they were. And I think we can still have hope for how far Team Peps can make it into the rest of this lower bracket. They still have Peace and Love ahead of them, and they still have to get through one of the Titans in order to make it to that DreamHack Dallas spot. But on such a good start.
Yeah, Team Peps, this is where they got eliminated last time as well, in the lower quarters in stage 1.
You miss your humble era. Ah, yes. But of course, Danny. Well, that'll do it for Twisted Minds' run in this tournament. Kind of sad to see them go out that way. Oh well. Unless Pep's going to Miracle Run, they're still going to Dallas.
Well, how do you feel about that one? Was that what you were asking for, what you're hoping for?
I mean, Johnny and I got to be feeling pretty good. Jake
was feeling really good after the first round.
I was just about to say the same thing.
As usual.
So here, joined by Jake and Johnny. Let's dive into this. I think Necra really hit it there at the very end of the cast. You know, it's not like Twisted Minds were looking that bad. The individual skill is of course still there, so they are still an opponent that you have to respect and that you have to fear. And I think there were a lot of individual moments from Juby and like and the like, which showed that. Team Peps, though, they came in prepared. They did not underestimate what Twisted Minds squad can throw at them, and they came out on top in a convincing fashion there at the very end.
Yeah, I feel, Peps was playing their game looking solid, and honestly, for Twisted Minds, the 3 players on their main role looked pretty good, as expected, but the Lucio play and the Orisa play was pretty off, and to be honest, from Labda, like when his pushes were on the right timings, his execution is strong. Like he was still making the plays and looking good, putting out big damage. The problem is just the timing, the experience on the roll is not there. So a lot of these beats I think were really, really awkward from Sky, like a few forced beats that they really missed in the later fights. And then some of the pushes from Labda, just not aware of the position of his team and overextends past the point that they could reasonably fight. On top of that, great series out of the DPS on the side of Team Peps, right? With Naga and exyOWL, I think going...
All right, back to regularly scheduled programming. Ents versus Space Station, I believe, is the next game, and I am excited.
Instead, they just sort of matched in the comfort roles, and then, the experience on Tank and Lucio just had way too much impact.
Yeah, I don't think you can underestimate how important it is to have a really good Orisa, and I'm not trying to throw, particular shade at Labda, very tough position to be in, but like, on the upper end, if you have 2 really good Orisas, realistically, you can't really outplay each other that much. You're pretty much going to optimize your fortify ability usage and ability usage in general. But if you're like on a worse Orisa, you're really setting your team back so much. Because if you use your fortify early or your spear spin early, those are the kind of ability miscorrections that like you can really abuse. You can really capitalize on that, and that's why exyOWL and Naga, they put themselves in a really good position to capitalize on some of the poor ability usage from Twisted Minds. So they're almost a bit Gotesk in that regard, It's really important to have really good ability management in this meta, because if you don't, then you are going to get punished by the enemy team. So Naga, player of the match.
Yeah, great performance from him on the Tracer. A couple huge pulse bombs that really set the momentum in the series, turned it back in favor of Team Pep. So you got to look to Naga's having a huge performance here. But I feel that Orisa, the big problem is just positionally. If you're just a little bit out of position, you're gonna have to
update Rhine to the meta. I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna do that.
People have this mindset you can just do whatever you want on the hero, which is somewhat true, but in a high-level game with, the enemy team having basically a mirror comp, or with the Winston, that Winston puts the bubble behind you. If you're not perfectly aware of the game state, you don't realize that you're not getting any more heals once that bubble comes down. You can just easily die. So that's where the experience comes in, understanding the positional game of the matchup. Peps really dominated the series on that front. Positionally, it wasn't really close.
Yeah, and I mean, there was just so much pressure from every single side. Naga,
You learned how to actually cook chicken? Nice, Danny. Good to hear.
Sure that,
I'm proud of you.
Before it even arrived, So it's a tough spot, of course, for Twisted Minds to be in. But what a great performance we're seeing from Team Peps. We just saw the player of the match. Naga was awarded the honor, rightfully so. And we actually have Naga joining us for a quick chat.
Hey, Naga, the man, the myth, the legend.
Hello. I'm doing good, thank you.
It's been a while since we got to chat to you, so let's dive into this. Of course, you went up against the Twisted Minds that, had to deal with some roster, I won't call it issues or changes, whatever you want to call it. Did that change your preparation heading into today's match?
Not really, because we didn't want to underestimate them anyways, right? It's like one match at a time, regardless of what the opponent has of issues. So we just prepared as much as we could, regardless.
Yeah, I'm curious about the roster for you guys on the side of Team Peps, retooling the team almost completely for this stage, but you do look so much stronger. So tell us a little bit about the new look on the team, about the new players you guys have brought in, and what it feels like to be playing together and to be hitting a new peak in terms of results in OWCS.
Hey, what's up, Feet J Gone?
So like, they're all pretty young, first of all, and they grind really hard, and I think personally, I think they were extremely underrated, every single one of them, right? And that's like, I always like being an underdog team and know that my team can do more than what everyone else expects of us, right? So it feels very great being in that position.
I was curious how your mentality for the rest of the tournament. We kicked things off with the main event, and you took a pretty hard loss to Space Station. We were all hyping up that match, like, oh, Peps look really good, but it was a pretty brutal loss. How did you kind of like recover from that loss? What was the talk between the team, and do you think if you got a rematch later in this bracket, do you think you would put up a way better fight against Space Station?
Well, first of all, they're just like the best team right now, in my opinion, and I think my entire team would agree with that. And they have like a unique style, so you kind of have to like prepare really well for them, and it's hard to practice against as well. So to put up.
Yeah, BlizzCon is not happening. Can confirm, not happening.
On how to deal with every single thing they throw at us, and then we will only know in the match whether that will pay off or no, right? It's that's the hard part about them. But I definitely think we would do better if we played them again, and when we will play them again.
That's right, that's the spirit. Well, we hope to see that rematch, and we hope to see you guys succeed in your next match as well. Naga, thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you so much, my pleasure.
Best of luck.
Naga from Team Peps. Yeah, I super agree with what he says. Like, a lot of the members...
All right, sounds good, Danny. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Everyone's radar. I don't think they can claim the underdog for much longer, though, because the performances they've been putting up as individuals, not just as a team, it's been very impressive.
I still think they're the underdog compared to Space Station or Ant.
I mean, yes, but...
Well, keep in mind, they're playing Peace and Love next, if I'm correct.
Yeah, let me know, man. I might be on.
So
then you're like the third best team in the region.
Yeah, that could be a big performance. I mean, there is still a road here for Team Peps to qualify to Dallas. It is a pretty unlikely one, though. They need to, they're going to need to, I think, get at least top 2, which means beating at least Ents. And I think they might actually rely on some unfortunate scenarios where Space Station has like a really bad performance. So regardless, though, I think the Team Peps we've seen today look strong, right? Like they were so punishing against Labda's mistakes. You know, every time any slip-ups came from Twisted Minds and these off-rolling players, it's immediately pounced upon by Tread, by Naga, by exoDio, these aggressive players on the side of Team Peps, really making it look pretty easy, honestly, as the series goes on. Feels like Twisted Minds, it's tough to see him go out this way, honestly.
Reinforce is so drippy with that shirt. Yeah, pretty goated shirt.
I do think it's unfortunate, right, to have you off-rolling on tank and having a non-Lucio player on Lucio. That's like a double whammy is pretty rough.
It's the nature of this type of tournament, right?
Yeah,
like,
you gotta be ready. It's no one's fault but their own.
Things happen on short notice. You got to deal. That could be changes in the game, changes in your roster. It is what it is. Unfortunate it may be. Team Peps came out on top, and they did, I don't want to say abuse, but they took advantage of the issues that were going on Twisted Minds side.
Yeah, so let's look at some of those mistakes. From
my favorite style of pizza.
This time I just want to showcase how
I'm a thin crust kind of guy.
Twisted Minds didn't have their original main tank and Lucio player. So we're going to find ourselves here on Esperanaza, and you can see that Twisted Minds, you know, they're playing the standard composition, and they've actually established some kind of like bridge control here. So they got the high ground for their Cassidy. And if we just quickly look at the ultimates, you know, Labda and Quartz and Sky, you know, they have pretty important ultimates here. Whereas on Peps,
like New York, yeah. I mean, for me, it's Connecticut. Connecticut style. Which is basically just like New York.
We can go ahead and play this one out. Now we can actually see at Team Peps, they thought about pushing bridge. You know, so many often we see that these teams, they try to commit high ground and try to get the Cassidy off this very high ground. But in this case, they realize, actually, we can't really do that, because if we push high ground, we can go ahead and pause here real quick, actually. There you go. That's a great terror search, by the way. Great pause, Neil. Love that from you. But if you would have gone to high ground, actually, you would have been forced to kind of commit this sound barrier from FD God, and that's not really how you want to use sound barrier, because, you know, you can get some space, but like, are you really going to win the fight? Are you really going to utilize the...
What do you mean an abomination? What do you mean, Vulcan? What's an abomination about it?
Take this kind of like Orisa battle. You see this.
That's crazy.
And this is where the first mistake really comes. Twisted Minds, Sky utilizes the sound barrier, we can go ahead and play it out. Whereas actually, you know, the Susu moment...
What do you mean, where's the cheese? What kind of pictures are you looking at?
Team Peps say like, great, we got Sky's sound barrier out, and we didn't really have to do anything. We just poked with the Orisa mirror for a little bit.
What do you mean? I don't know what pictures or videos you're looking at, man.
We're kind of baiting here, actually. So this is going to force Quartz to utilize his high noon here early, because they don't have the sound barrier, so they need to use the Deadeye to kind of mitigate this push coming from Peps. So you can go ahead and play this one out. Quartz is going to utilize the Deadeye, and that, okay, we'll just disengage. Like, that was so premature.
Soupstone, what'd you miss? Peps won. Got the 3-1 victory.
No value whatsoever. And now Team Peps, they can go ahead and poke. We're actually going to build out 2 Kitsune rushes here. But as this kind of Kitsune rush battle kicks off, because Team Peps, they played so patient in this one, they're going to have that extra sound barrier from FD God to really give them an advantage in this one. So, yeah, you can go ahead and play it out, Neil. Yeah, just roll it. Just roll it. And we can see 2 Kitsune Rush coming out, and FD God is finally going to drop his sound barrier. there is how you get an extra advantage in these fights and how you really manipulate the enemy ultimate economy to give you an advantage. So great execution from Peps. They baited out.
Check my DMs. Oh boy.
Advantage in the Casino Rush fight. So there you go.
That's because you're just looking at like the generic pictures. Like, this isn't the stuff that you typically just get in the restaurant.
Think about Orisa as this hero that just like runs into the enemy team, which is true in non-mirror matches. But when you're in the mirror match, right, you can't just run into the enemy Orisa, right? You know, unstoppable force and a movable object there. So it really is this pre-fight poking phase where you should just be.
No BlizzCon means no World Cup. Correct.
Ideally, not even committing important skills, just trying to pressure the objective, force somebody to touch the objective, get that person's skills out, repeat, and then the ult should only come once the fight already breaks down, realistically. But for the Twisted Minds, they were just so anxious from their play. Like, they were skipping the poking phase entirely, and they're just going in. And if you don't get a quick kill on like a backliner as an Orisa, that's pretty much a suicide play. Like, it's a one and done. You have one chance, go and get kills, or else you're just going to be way far behind in the trade. And that anxiety doesn't pay off. A team like Peps, you know, the great patience you highlighted in that clip, Johnny, there's no way they're going to win like that.
Yeah, the patience and of course the experience you need to have on those heroes that can make or break a game. Unfortunately, it broke the game for Twisted Minds. They are out of the tournament as that was a lower bracket match. Let's actually take a look at said bracket where Team Peps are managing to staying alive, and they will be facing off against Peace and Love. That is going to be the next match for them. I'm going to be very interested to see how this one plays out. Also noteworthy to mention here is, of course, that with this victory from Team Peps over Twisted Minds, SSG actually secured their spot in Dallas. Is that correct? Am I?
Yeah.
Yes, that is
clinched.
correct.
I think they thought they clinched yesterday. They tweeted it, and so I believed them. But in fact, technically, there were still scenarios in which they didn't.
I'm just staying away. I'm not doing anything. I'm sitting back. Like, you figure that out.
All right, chat. Speaking of, all right, while we're on the topic of pizza.
We spread the right information. I'm feeling very proud of everyone.
On the topic of pizza, what are your favorite toppings?
Coming up, that will feature SSG. That will go up.
But also, looks can be deceiving as well, Vulcan. It tastes amazing, man. You don't know. You've never tried it. You don't know. I don't know what you mean by nacho topping. I have no clue. Abominations like cheeseburger pizza with mustard ketchup. No, absolutely not. That's insane. I just need a nice, simple, thin crust with like 1 or 2 toppings at most. That's all you need. You're making me hate pizza. Vulcan's mad. I'm incredibly getting mad over pizza. Like, literally, I thought where I'm from were pizza snobs, but Vulcan is, like, losing his mind over everything he hears right now. It's crazy. I mean, they qualified, yes, but this tournament's still a thing. It's still going on. Them and ENCE are qualified, but the tournament must go on. We must see who the top seed will be from EMEA. Yeah, that's also true. They are still playing for money. That is worth bringing up as well. The what?
Overwatch Champion Series. I love the sound of that.
And EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're getting ready for the one. No.
Actually,
Yes?
the best match
Actually,
of
maybe.
the day, maybe?
Of EU at least. I mean, well, this is the one we've been waiting
See,
for.
Tomlin's got good taste.
I wonder whether even ENCE will really be putting up a really competitive fight against
They have to.
I mean, they have to. This
Someone
is the
has
last.
to, yeah.
I feel like this is the last real contender, right? Like
You what, Vulcan? You watch someone put pudding on their pizza? That person should be arrested for crimes, for hate crimes. What? What do you mean they put pudding on pizza?
Ram, all the swaps from Backbone, whether
Oh,
it's the
Lord.
Sam or the May. I mean, this stuff is really hard to play against, very challenging to prep for because no one else is going to play this style, and even if somebody did, they wouldn't be executing it the way Space Station Gaming does. So, such a hard thing to do to go up against a unique team that actually found a comp that's not really a cheese, that like has flexibility and has lots of options how to play in the meta.
I mean, the obvious problem here is also they don't have to play the RAM. Like, they can play the quote-unquote meta as well, and it still looks very good. What can ENCE do here, Johnny?
I think ENCE are going to play it pretty straight up.
They said it made school pizza taste better.
I was going to
Bruh.
as well. I don't think we'll see Bastion.
I think he might play Sig.
Like,
Well, you could play Sig. That's
how do you possibly manage to make school pizza worse? Like, how did you manage to do that? Well, that person you know. Like, that's insane.
against this Backbone, asymmetric kind of thing.
I think the Echo is much more viable if you play a Sig style, if we play like a pure poke style. Although I honestly don't love it. I'd rather see other heroes, frankly, like a Tracer, let's say. But I think the Sig style, one of the way the BAP plays, right? The BAP and the Ram play is very passive, very pokey, slow style. Against the Orisa, you're using your shield, cycling your cooldowns over and over again, and just outlasting the enemy in the fight to where you're getting a BAP window that closes things out for you. But against a Sigma, you don't have the option to play slow solely. So the question for me is, does the Sigma still work against the Sim and the Ram? I can see those TPs and the Ram just aggressively.
Yeah, the Ram.
I can see that running you over.
Things, yeah.
But I
A
think
rotten salad from school food? That's insane.
to like put Twisted Mind into a weird matchup that they don't understand with inexperienced tank players. But I start to wonder maybe that ENCE thinks this Sigma pokes.
Danny left. I mean, thank God he left. This conversation would have been even more chaotic with him, I feel like.
Kind of opened up in a way where maybe the Sig can work.
And it's a great comfort pick for Vistola as well. So.
Yeah. Well, let's see. If there is a team which
Feel bad for you Americans who have to live through the worst food ever at school. Like, unironically, when I look at school lunches from other places in the world, I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. My country sucks.
in the regions because they have really stacked rosters, really fun rosters.
I mean, I'd rather just have a peanut butter sandwich than school lunch.
This needs to be the banger.
I used to do that a lot.
If there is a banger, this is the one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one. You heard it here first. This is going to be the USDA certified free range.
3-1s across the board. I'm going to say it's a bit closer. I believe in SSG to be the champions of this tourney, but I'm going to say 3-2 SSG. I can never rule out ENCE completely. They do got Kevy Boy on their team, Kevin Gaming.
We do have, of course, have our casters ready for all the action. So Necra, Jaws, take it away.
Please.
Is this gonna be it? Is this one
That'd
it?
be good.
This one is it.
This is the banger.
This has gotta be
You
it.
say Spoon certified?
Spoon.
I'm still on that.
Spoon? Did someone say spoon?
I did not say that.
What?
USDA.
It was USDA, not spoon.
Organic.
Oh.
Spoon.
You're doing
It's
great,
spoon certified.
Necro.
It's gonna be a
You
good
can eat it with
game.
a spoon.
If you can spoon it, it's
Eat
good.
it on a spoon.
It's fine. It's gonna be a good
Bobby
game.
spoon fed.
You guys
yeah.
need to. Okay, you guys need to chill. You're giggling
Sorry.
over there. This is the banger that we're all hoping for this weekend. Space Station Gaming taking on ENCE, rank 1 and rank 2 here in EU. I mean, Rose, in this one, the Dance all voted 3 and 1. Sure. It's a map 5. I can almost guarantee it.
Ah.
Well, now that Jaws said he can almost guarantee it, it's going to be a 3-0.
Today, I would love for that to be the case. And this is just a glimpse of what the winners finals should look like.
Please ban, he says.
Take a look at ENCE at SSG. They have a really good shot of meeting each other again at the very end of everything. So it's just like our appetizer.
PB&J or PP with honey, dude, they're both good combos. You can't go wrong.
Spot in the grand finals here in OWCS. Main event stage 2. Samoa, the first map for ENCE and SSG. I wanted to start off with like what kind of Johnny and Jake were saying on the desk, like SSG, they're playing their own style. They have found it.
Like, room temperature is bright to wash it down. Nice. Alright, ending the poll. Chat is going with a 3-2 for SSG as well. Let's go.
Maybe a little Bastion, maybe a little Echo. We've seen sparks of it, but Space Station, they know what they love.
Will ENCE continue to play this Bastion strategy, though?
On these wacky picks in the Sim and the May. Sparker, of course, going to be perma on Cass. I wouldn't want to have him on anything else. As the gates open in 5 seconds, looks like ENCE going to run out with the Bastion and the Genji. Or the May.
I mean, we've seen the Bastion before from ENCE. Taking a look at what happened in yesterday's matches, so Kai was able to play that. Kevster does have the flexibility as a flex DPS.
I don't like having Kev on May, personally. Kev on May is just, I feel like it's always a dangerous thing to try.
Where this meta evolution throughout this match is really gonna go.
Space Station, you have to be careful. Playing around that turret form from Kai is going to be so important. They see the turret form disengage. Oh, Sparker almost caught out there by the wall. Definitely the target too. ENCE want to focus. Kai on one side, Sparker on the other. A battle of the Titans, really, but it's Master that's first to fall to a Hindenade. Kai's also pretty low. Not receiving any healing right now. In fact, supplemented by that Immortality field is going to keep him alive and actually aid the kill onto Funny Astro. But you can see, like, the point for Space Station Gaming, so much easier to take when you have land and being able to play around this sidelines and have pretty much everybody in his line of sight. But Crimzo on the opposite.
Hold up, chat.
Has to look two different ways to heal Kai and heal Vestola. Vestola tried to step up, but Kai was permanently getting poked out. There will be Space Station capping first.
I will, and as Ents walk back into this one, they're still going to struggle to find those same angles for the Baptiste, especially when Space Station are going to play this far forward. You just have so much more room for Landon to work with. With his amplification matrix, it's all available on both sides, so maybe this is a way that Ents can get back into this, hitting the window on this
Really
point.
aggro window. Good usage too. I mean, you could look at the point and also look at the people that are trying to go.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm feeling about this.
Damage from Bastion too. Got to be careful though. Annihilation from around the corner.
I think we gotta make a swap here, Ents.
No one's paying attention to him again. And they're going to stagger the Ram as well.
It's a rough stagger as well on top.
Surely they take the shot. Nope. Not worth the 1% ult charge. Looks like Space Station are going to try and catch anybody from Ents that was peeking their head out the spawn. Good start from Space Station thus far. Oh, there's no way Crimson dies. There you go. All good. John.
I was like, oh, surely not, but it's also Sparker, so I also wouldn't put it past him to be able to land a shot like that from that far away. But still, only Annihilation being used here as well as the window on Space Station, so they get to walk into this with the Deadeye. The Photon Barrier is going to be so nice, too, to help split up the team, and once Ents makes their approach.
There's the sound barrier. Sparker not saved. Where's the damage to Space Station now? They're going to have to rely on Backbone. They've got a lot of ultimates, and there's the
Oh, that is a dead Bap. No, he's not! Funny Astro with the peels! The peels!
Maybe should have been a little bit more proactive there, trying to guarantee the kill. Was playing a little bit greedy.
Too easy. Get another one, why don't you? Woo! Funny Astro's popping off.
Absolutely wacky and wild of the Lucio. Marsha falls to Sparker as he comes back and joins the fight again. Ents found the flip, and now they're going to have to go for the touch. Vestola onto the Doomfist to Space Station. They're poised. They've got ults. They've got Wall and the High Noon.
Yeah, they got to hold on to both of them. So to use them now is going to feel so good. The boom, it just disrupts everybody moving back in. And Ents, they've got to throw this mortar strike.
No CDs for the Doom. It's Bastional. It's going to have to be something crazy.
Landon's just, yep. Okay, wrap it up. Let's get off this comp. Yeah, anytime Kevster plays May, it's just a ginormous waste of time.
Both in the Wall and the High Noon, and they just couldn't make it happen in the end. Nice little cap, but only 10% on first round. Space Station, yeah, they're looking pretty clean.
I mean, Funny Astro too. It almost looked like a deadlift there from Funny Astro. Not in the same sense of like you're carrying in terms of.
Hey, no, he deadlifted. I've seen that boy deadlift. Kept up. Landon
came in there with like such a strong beat.
Proper May also, yeah, same thing.
His team is just makes the team churn like.
Churn like milk in a butter churn. I've used that one before. Yeah.
There you go. But it's so fluid. Funny Astro's beats have been phenomenal. The way that he's able to peel means that
peanut butter
he's way more healing on the board per Space Station, and being left alive longer, we all know how that goes. You just hopefully get to do more damage. So, and they're gonna walk back out with a similar type of composition.
Why is this the strat? What are we cooking?
So it plays a little bit different to that.
I just do not understand. I fail to understand why we're playing this.
Comfort on that pick if you're Vestola.
I don't see the vision.
That's 2 for the Bastion. Sparker's making it even though. Cleves takes him out. Backbone.
Like a Sig, especially in like an open area like this, it could work a bit better for you, I suppose. Oh, Hottie's going Ryan, baby. Let's go. Here we go. This is what we're looking for.
The gang just end up moving forward, and they just pin everybody in the small room. Now, this is something I wanted to see for a long time, and I think everybody's going to be happy with this one. Hardy on the ride.
Hardy. It's Chatty, excuse me, Chatty.
Gubber's trying to replicate the Mayhem Championship.
I mean, like, just go to the Sigma and swing the hammer past him.
He's wearing the Spitfire
Where's the shield now?
You love to see that. Window. Oh, ride moment. He's stuck. Help him.
Dude, how is Hottie? Okay, I was gonna say, there's no way he lives that.
Taken down. Yeah, unfortunately, Ryan does one thing very well, hold shield, and then the other thing is swing, but unfortunately you can't do both at the same time. Window from Landon, though, a really late
this window is just, I mean,
clean up these kills, and it's actually Kai that ends up falling over.
Yikes.
And shouldn't let this point go for free. Master comes back in, sniped away from
with the ammo.
Still got the lab. It is disposal. Tries to leap over the wall, but Kevster catches him. Here's the backswings from Hardy as he comes back on the Rhine. Even a sound barrier invested. No more block, no.
Well, they're investing heavy.
For the May. Had the Blizzard, could have thrown it, but Hardy somehow manages to get back in time, earn himself a shatter, and they get the flip.
All that investment was finally worth something. Ends walking away with 57% of this point, and they.
The only good news is if they're gonna play Ryan, you can really screw them off. You can screw them over just with this May here, the wind or the wall plus the Blizzard here.
Really a good way for them to be able to combat
There's the forbidden combo. Everybody slammed back down to the ground, somehow surviving with only the lamp, but Hattie gets the pin. I mean, of course he does on Crimzo in the backline while the chaos was ensuing on the point. I mean, Kevster is as good as dead. I mean, could have used the Blizzard, but that fight was pretty much over as soon as Crimzo gets pinned. The forbidden combo used and found no kills. That's a miracle they survived.
Like maybe it's hard to see everything in the current angle that we have, but you do have the teleporter play from Backbone. You also have the burst healing from Landon plus the immortality field. So Space Station, just seeing how ENCE played yesterday, they probably had an idea that this could be coming and a way to play around it. So just like that, we're tied up on the progress on this point. Backbone with the photon barrier as well.
Man, Vestola went Orisa. Sad. Nice, get Oh, the TP at least to get out. Oh, now he should. Yeah, you're goodbye, Hottie. It was nice knowing you. The wall again is good, but Funny Astro, he's dancing through the wall too. Look at him go. Oh, they gave a point. Unlucky.
The flip rose as Space Day was at 88%. Hardy is back. Not in just a moment's notice, and with the sound barrier for Funny Astro, they could continue this fight. But again,
you can play around the sight lines here and avoid that window though, which is cool. So they burn that.
Tank form Kai, another mortar strike potentially online. Vestola switch over to the Orisa and all of this chaos as well.
Oh, this could be nasty. Oh, they were ready for it, but that's a dead Orisa. Somehow he got in that charge. That sucks.
People from Space Station teleport through into the backline, spotted Kai out, and Kai could basically just sit there and react. That's all he.
Look, Kevin Gaming's on Tracer and he's doing things. What a surprise!
Kills and it's Kevster on the run. He's going to be able to get the touch here. Is Space Station Gaming looking to close this first map out?
Ooh, on the run.
I mean, they're gonna have a contest here, and Space Station still aren't at full strength just yet.
To have that mobility as well, and everybody's on the fast heroes on it to get back and hope.
Yo, what's going on, Cam?
Got to continue to touch zone. That's going to be the problem, especially against this window from Landon. Sparker under a lot of pressure.
Pretty early immo. You have a shot at this if you're ENCE. Can Kevster do it? They does the double from Kevster.
90%, 97% even for ENCE as they find the flip.
I knew when that immo went down early. Oh, and they don't even touch. Wow. Look what happens the moment he gets off May. Wow, what a shocker. Gets off May and they immediately start winning. Whoa. Crazy.
So many different styles that we could see come out from either of these teams. They've opted to play like Sigma, or we just saw Vestola play the Ram not too long ago. Orisa is also in his wheelhouse. But then how do you support that? I think we're going to see fewer swaps coming out from Space Station. Just
never going to miss good one. Nice.
Inside and out, but then the onus is on ENCE to try to figure out how they're going to break that combo. They figured it out once, but they've got to do it again on the next round. And it's going to be a Kevster Sojourn. I'm excited about that.
Would like to see more on the Tracer, to be honest. Those pulse ones are cool.
I'd also like to see him play more Tracer, but I can understand the Soch could find some value here. Just having Kev on some kind of carry hero. That's all we're looking for. None of this May nonsense.
They've still got to be careful. I mean, they're not going to be as aggressive, that being Space Station with the TPs here, because Ryan pretty good at like surviving on a TP flank, and you can just jump on somebody. Teleport used just to gain some space here from Backbone, put pressure on the point as Kevster tries to off-angle. Just nades being thrown in from Kai as much as he possibly can. It's actually Landon that goes down first. A railgun across the map. Backbone can't really...
Man, it's actually wild. It's wild the difference when they get Kevster off the utility stuff and they put him on a carry hero. It's absurd, man. The moment he's not on Mei or Sim, they just play like a completely different team.
Yeah, I mean, Kevster with a charged railgun shot is still not going to be a full pick onto Backbone, but when you have the extra damage coming through from the Bastion as well, that is like, you know, insta kills in a lot of senses regardless. But already coming back into this, and Kevster, big pick onto Hottie right away.
All right, okay. Yeah, Hottie and Spark are already down. Swift retreat for Space Station. Shouldn't lose any more. Oh,
Gunbuzz goated. Unless you're Hydron or Surmajed, then you hate him.
This is going to be so hard to approach the Bastion. What we've seen from Space Station before is using these teleporters to not only just wrap around behind the team, helps out of Sparker on an off angle, but ENCE has been able to play with Kai and Masa together so that the Bastion gets set up whenever the teleporter appears. So they can't really go for the same tricky maneuvers as we would have opted to see before.
Although speaking of which, TP straight into the window, try and catch someone from ENCE off guard.
I don't care about Hydron's opinion, you know, understandable.
Of course, they are flipping at the map right now, them being Space Station. Got to be careful though, Kevster can't stray too far inwards either. There's the Vortex and the hindered A2, look at that. Kevster manages to get out alive by the skin of his teeth somehow. He has been spotted and Hardy can get him on the left-hand side, but here comes the Forbidden Combo. Sound Barrier comes in, they're holding this Flux quite considerably. Here comes the Mortar Strike. Landon healed up though and actually kills Masa as he's ascending to the sky to try and get away from the Bastion ult. Kevster eventually ends Landon's life.
I mean, this is still looking pretty good for ENCE here, especially with Kevster still finding kills. Look at Kevin Kai! Holy moly, Sparker though. Can they get there? Do they have a touch? I don't even know. Can Hottie reach it? Okay, he gets there.
Back as a full team of 5. You at least have the teleporter to help get you there a little bit faster, but Hottie's going to take this low ground approach. They're going to get the flip, but ENCE just so strong, backing up, waiting for that damage to come through before they make their next move to pounce.
I mean, look at this.
They've got no ults.
They know Hardy's down below too. They have no fear running up on this high ground.
Oh no, what happened there?
Hardy's onto the sidelines. He can't say anything in this fight. He can't do
What horrible, horrible miscues. What was that, Space Station? That was tragically executed. Oh boy. And starting off with map number 1.
Such a good match on our hands. I think when we came into this one, Space Station, we're like, okay, we're gonna see you play the Ramatra Rush. It's just the kind of classic for the players that are on this roster. But how do ENCE actually deal with that? And when I think back to how they were able to handle their match versus Twisted Minds with the Bastion strategy and just knowing that UB was gonna have those teleporter plays, I'm like, oh, okay. No, you know what? It's like they probably practice this. I don't even know how many times these teams have played against each other when both of them are in such high demand for scrims, but I've got to imagine they've had practice being able to play these comps against each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's been rough, I'd imagine, as well for ENCE, like watching Space Station also just kind of walk through the upper bracket. You can imagine they're watching some of those games, seeing how they can find a strategy, find something to deal with this rush. It was nice, obviously, to see Hardy on the Reinhardt too.
Alright, so I guess I have to respect the Bastion pick.
And the shadows and the high noons, but ENCE, they're not caught out by them, like a lot of other teams have been. I mean, you see here, look, Hardy TPs, hits the shatter, and already Kai is backing up. As soon as they see the TP, they know Hardy's going for something cheeky, and Kevster playing this one perfectly too. Kevster all day on this map, destroying on the Tracer, that pulse bomb on top of the teleport. Just a classic Overwatch moment. Oh, you sim TP? Oh, no worries. Let me just pop a little pulse bomb there where everybody's grouped up, and yeah, Kevster makes it work.
But even Vestola being able to play the Sigma here, you saw just how ENCE was sandwiching under the lower level of beach, right? You go down there, you delete the teleporter, you make Backbone so much more vulnerable, and everybody else that was hoping to use that teleporter as like a get out of jail free card or something like that.
I mean, that's so tough for Hardy too, because he comes back on Ryan. He's like, okay, so I can charge back to the point, I can put myself under, and then they have to like walk at me to try and get me off. But he's basically stood there with his shield and his hammer, and then he's watching the rest of his team die. And you're like, oh, we're on high ground. We need to then go down to low, but then it's weird because Ents have pushed into us, so we can't join Hardy behind the shield, and we just sat there, and then Vestola just kind of punches us. Like, it's really rough, and that's just really an overtime situation where you're not coming back on the most optimal pick. And with the Ryan against the Sigma, it's pretty bad. Like, it's good when the Sigma has to kind of walk into you and you're in swinging range, but Vestola is just so well versed on the hero, and a lot of heroes on Ents' side too can just play far back. They can just chill, poke down the shield, or just kind of kill everybody else, which is exactly what they did. Ents had a lot of answers there for what Space Station were bringing, Rose, but Space Station, they still got a couple of tricks in their book, I'd imagine. We've got Paraiso as our next map. I mean, this is like a dive, surely, coming in from Space Station. But we are getting a substitution, in fact, as we see Psycho coming in. So this is kind of what they've been doing over the last few days here.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Psycho can come in, play the Tracer. We're actually going to see an end sub to Chase. Wow, okay. So Chase is one of the newest pickups.
Peps need to be either Ents or SSG.
That came through from Oblivione and was one of the keys to success for that team in main event 1. One of the things that Chase was really well known for was also his versatility on playing these tank roles and just how aggressive of a player that he can really be. Actually hearing him talk about his experience recently, he was saying there is a little bit of a mismatch currently with how he likes to coordinate and communicate, and the rest
Paraiso is a scary situation for SSG to be in. This map, you could so easily get full held, man. They could go down in a very quick 2-0 hole. They're on attack as well. Chase is in the game on the Monkey.
Yeah, a lot of veterinary talent as well, right? Wait.
I don't mind this look for Space Station because they practice dive a lot, so.
Yeah, they're not that.
But I mean, they are playing against Kev, which is kind of terrifying.
Marsa, like Crimzo, Kai, and Kev, right? So yeah, a very different, a different team to kind of come into, but a strong one of them.
Nah, Peps need to be either Ents or Space Station as well. Beating Pal isn't enough.
We can one-shot them with fucking Monkey, lose your kill.
Yeah.
Nice fucking go. Keep
gaming.
Oh no, Twisted Minds could still miss, I think.
Let's check their comp.
On a brig.
Yeah, on a brig, monkey. Ready? Pokemon jump.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Look for break. Break. One.
Stop on him. Put him in.
They dropped already.
Yeah,
we can walk up. We can take space. Take full space.
Try monkey here. No hinder.
Oh, I'm injured.
Ready? Walk up. I can cleave all guys. Monkey.
Really clean.
Trainer.
Go on my next timing, guys. Go on my next timing. Touch point.
Yeah, I need help on point. That's just shooting me.
Yeah, pop pocket you, but don't worry.
Yeah.
Tracer bottom left. Monkey me.
Guys, 3, 2, 1. Leave him back.
Monkey, there you go. Uh-oh, Nano Kev.
No sleep. No nade, just pressure point, guys.
Yeah, just kill point.
Look at Trey.
Brick has both things. One.
Nice, guys.
All one. They use nano, they can have pulse rally.
Really well played from Space Station. They were in complete control of that fight. Ents could do absolutely nothing. Super decisive. This is what Space Station needed. They need a bit of a change of pace. Oh, that could have been dangerous. Good boop by Masa.
Extraordinarily low, and it's getting pressured out on this high ground. Even fighting high to low, these nades from Crimzo have to land. They have to force the Suzu. Looks like they're going to try and go in again, but that rally.
Oh my God, Hardy.
Look at Hardy. Has to pop the primal rage, just booping everybody back.
The space this man is creating right now.
From the rest of his team as those supports were just not in LOS. Nano onto Kai, another Nano onto a DPS as Chase takes care of Astro. And Nano and a sleeping Winston. Oh, you are very dead, Hardy. Sparker trying to make this one even, but kind of in no man's land at this point, as I think the payload should stop here. No more trade kills coming through, but what a first push from Space Station.
Ence's backline is so tough to dive. You've got Crimzo and the Ana and Masa on the brig, which means you've got Whip Shot, you've got Sleep, you've got Shield Bash. So many different ways that Ence can stop Hadi from being able to jump onto the backline or even just kind of like the ball if they want to all group up together. So it's going to be really tough not to crack. Maybe you spin Sparker or Psycho back there, but at the very least, like Hadi in that last push, it didn't really net in a whole lot of progress, but you did get the rally out, and you still don't have the Nano to work with. So maybe now is the time for Space Station to...
He missed that? Okay, they're lucky they kill him anyway.
You're chilling. Chase taking a lot of damage. He's got the Primal Rage, instantly pops it as soon as he drops. Below 100 HP. A pulse bomb onto Hardy. Quickly Suzu by landed. Should be healed up in just a moment. Chase just kind of monkeying around on the high ground there. Not really going down to low, but I would be pretty scared. You're still kind of dealing with this casting nade and pretty much everything that Space Station can throw at you. There is going to be a touch. No Primal Rage, so the staying power here for the Winston is pretty low.
Oh, Maza! Chases dies though, so yep. Alright, pretty good pace here for Space Station right now. Stagger kills as well.
4.5 minutes on Paradiso. I mean, that is a heck of a time back for Space Station Gaming.
So much to work with, and knowing that you also have the Kitsune rush heading into this next fight, the Primal and the Pulse Bomb should be up as well. Space Station have a lot that they can throw at this. Now, this is also where we see some teams end up swapping off of the Winston, just not as much verticality to play around. So Chase is going to swap over to the Ramatra here. Also provides you a lot of point presence if you want to try to take these brawls up close, knowing that you have the rally.
I can respect the Ram swap. Things haven't been going too good for you.
Online and stick together as a team.
Feels kind of rough as Ana, I will say. Especially after the...
She's so hard to play right now.
Yeah, especially after all the changes with DPS passive and whatnot. Feels like you always need an AoE healer. Of course, that's what Master kind of supplements the healing with. But this Nano boost...
You need a Nano maybe here. There you go.
At some point, yeah, I'm surprised Kevster didn't rip it sooner, but trusting in Master to keep him alive, especially with that rally. That overhealth just so powerful. Yeah, the Ana's just permanently healing. Because there's no AoE heals coming out. You know, you're playing Kiri, you're playing Bat, there's just so much extra additional healing, but Ana's still extremely powerful in terms of utility.
I'm assuming Space Station, maybe after this Primal, make a swap to Ram as well.
It certainly does not. And in a lot of cases, you want to still use that Bio Nade to get those big purples. But, you know, Ends with the Nano into Chase, like, they're going to have this Annihilation. So they've at least have to stabilize some of these ultimates. You also, of course, like, can always put your trust in Kevster and Kai. And both ultimates ready for them as well. But Space Station with 4... sound barrier for this Annihilation.
What a nice stick.
Really good stick. Hardy didn't have a chance to pull Primal Rage.
Nice.
Okay, that's fight over. All done.
Put your trust in Kevster and Kai.
Yeah.
You could always do that, and then we trust if your team ends. And they still get to hold on to the Annihilation and the Deadeye as well. So this is already a ton of time that Ents has bought off this clock. They came in with how what they only have 10 left. Not bad.
Wow, almost instantly demasterful.
That missed? Oh man.
I got out of dodge so fast. Funny, Astro takes down Crimzo. Master died first in the fight.
We're having a tank duel in here.
Raging Winston versus Annihilation Ram. Which one you picking?
This is hilarious.
Chase is proving quite the formidable foe to take down. Actually survives with the help of Master, who comes back just in the nick of time. 1 minute and 45. This Space Station time bank looking rather meek now.
Oh my goodness. It's always so tough having like a new tank that has to fit into a roster. We've already seen some other teams have a couple of synergy issues with that.
What did you just watch in that room? You just watched the most brilliant tank duel of 2024. A Primaling Winston versus a Annihilation Ram.
Yeah, Sparker's gonna have to be careful here. Yeah, that Nano boost with the Nemesis form could be quite deadly. High noon from Sparker. That pulse bomb going wide. Even Suzu came out. Here comes the answer.
That could have been dangerous. Well,
called that perfectly, and Crimzo listening out for that audio cue with the Suzu. Such an important skill for an Ana player to have.
Kai's 1 HP. Psycho carry.
Running over the front line, though, that Kitsune Rush is so powerful. If there's no nano, no rally, like, you can't really survive as a 5-man unit on top of the enemy rush. 50 seconds to go and the payloads are moving.
Oh, nice kill, nice kill.
Dying to Sparkle, that's not a good death at all. Space Station coming back with reinforcements in just a moment.
Chase is on Doomfist. Maybe even for a short while to see if that's going to be...
It holds block, the best ability in the game. So real.
It's still going to be a bit for Space Station to come back, so you want to have just even a bit more point presence here. But you're hoping this rally's going to come through here from Masa in order to keep this team stable.
Pulse one's got his name on it though, Rose. This Pulse one could end it all if he gets it onto Masa. Psycho, we're looking at him. There's this stick.
He still got that off, wow. He literally just got that off. That was so close to being I guess an Ajax pulse bomb, if that's what you want to call it.
He's trying to land some shots on the front line, playing it safe, make sure he doesn't take too much damage, because here comes the annihilation. Too much pressure on the points. Crimzo
with the 0.6 as well, finished with time.
And with a 0.6-second time bank, Space Station managed to cap.
That's something. I think you'll take anything, especially with how close this match might go.
Like, that's a free attack.
That's a free attack.
Ends finished with over a minute. Like, that's a really big amount of time, even if it is so minuscule. Very important to finish that.
You take that. You definitely take that. So yeah, Space Station, good on them for being able to finish.
I see Yubi's post-match tweet that contained a Naruto spoiler.
Difficult.
I did not.
Like, the Winston from Chase was just so aggressive. Did really good job of displacing the rest of the team, and then I think the standouts have to be Crimzo and Masa. Right now in this day and age, not so easy to play the Ana. We talked about that a little bit. You mentioned like the just having to focus so much on the healing output, but Masa too, coming in clutch to give big heals over to Chase, making sure that front line is going to be shored up with all of that Inspire healing, and just making it so difficult for Hadi to ever make an approach with the Winston.
It is like kind of the El Clasico backline, right?
Yeah.
In the Ana and the Brig.
Yeah, getting that 0.6 time bank is huge.
Despite the DPS passive like being implemented, you know, before that, like it was
Space Station showed to be the better dive team on this initial setup before ENCE made the swaps on point C, so maybe a hold here for Space Station is possible, like a good solid hold, even if it's not a full hold.
Especially Crimzo, but especially Crimzo, right?
Easily his best hero.
All-star Ana.
Absolute nutcase on the pick, and a true veteran talent, a veteran player in the scene. Been around for such a long time, and been at the top of his game for even longer. It feels like
that is something. I know they're trying to farm a nano there, but bro, heal your Winston.
I love this position too. You roll onto the bus behind them, and they're like, "Oh, there's a Castian behind us." Nice bit of proactive play there from Space Station.
Thoughts on the Falcons Crazy Raccoon game? Crazy Raccoon stomped. It wasn't even close. Not a great look for Falcons. But also, I'm glad my theory about Crazy Raccoon was on point. That maybe nerves got to them in their previous matchup. The execution was much, much better. He's saying he's also insane. He's saying in lip. Too clean with it.
Down, not great. Chase is still killing, but I mean, with this Primal Rage, Hardy's going to get a triple here by the looks of it.
Hardy's dominating.
Extremely quick Primal Rage. That first fight, it didn't last too long, but Hardy was cleaving so many people.
That is true, okay. You never know what's going to happen in the potential rematch. Barring any FTG upsets.
Just being able to pop Chase's bubble so quickly as well means that the cleave is going to be even more powerful. And so, yeah, I don't know if I would have expected the Primal to get popped there either, but if Hadi's going to keep charging him like that, you may as well throw them as if they're an expendable cooldown at this point. Space Station, oh my god.
Falcons have Krusty as a coach.
He's already dead. Ends up just dying in the front line, and Crimzo and Masa are going to be super safe now. They can play extremely far up and get an off angle. Nice little whip shot kill on Psycho. Always feels good when you hit those long range ones on DPS players. Feels pretty nice. 2 minutes to go. There's a chance to recontest. You can see there's a 3-man unit.
That is true.
Couple of them anti-landed to sleep.
That is very true. No matter what. Crazy Raccoon are going to Dallas. It's just a seeding thing at this point.
Taking care of 3 of them. And there we go. There's the point.
Oh, the cleat up. Listen,
Prize money as well, yeah.
Look good and look easy to play in this meta. It is
Gotta get that rare OWCS paycheck, you know?
all the purple, just so much follow-up as well for Chase to be able to go in and
Yeah, Moon is coaching Crazy Raccoon. Correct.
see the replay of how this worked because Kai's on the high ground. You look at the bubble to just help give him some protection, and then bam, bam. Oh, it feels so good to see the Cassidy just chunk down.
Shanghai versus Shock is inevitable. Always.
They get a chance to set up on the high ground here, but and still have 5 ults. Jaws, that's crazy.
5 ult fight coming in for Ends. Just take a quick listen and see how they approach the fight.
I can handle Kai if they come. I can handle Kai if they come.
I'm walking over, okay?
This one. Can you walk?
Yeah, walk in.
Good primal, good primal. Never mind.
Can you push them? Come. Push them. Yeah. Come on.
Crew on top.
Okay, I'm dead. Okay, stop.
Yeah, good staggers. They're gonna walk this right in.
Ready, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Give. This one.
Oh, good beat. But Hadi's not in that. He does have primal though. Funny Asher got anti though. He's dead. Man, Kevster is unrelenting with this pressure. That's a dead carry.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna lose.
Oof! Space Station hold on by the skin of their teeth.
They popped pretty early though.
Yeah. No fuck shit, he died.
Pretty much every single ult thrown into that fight from both sides, and Space Station still holding on. With a, what, like 1.4 meters or something stupid? Like, unbelievably close from Ents there. You saw Kai just calling out. Well, not calling out, but like, he was waiting for a boob so the High Noon could go through onto the Winston, but it never ended up coming through. Maybe that would have been the difference maker. Ents coming in for another fight. As Sparker is just holding this high ground with this High Noon. It's going to be a deadly one.
I know. Harder for the Brig to get in there and get that boop, you know, but let's see if Sparker can make a Deadeye happen here. It's still kind of a standstill on the high ground, but look at the yeet of that mag grenade. Oh my god.
Hey, that home's like no tomorrow.
This primal's... Oh!
Chase is out of there. Hardy 2 back in spawn, in fact. Sparker trying to find another.
Oh, nice. That was what a nice hit there by Chase at the end. Nasty. Okay.
The supports in the back line. Psycho already using that recall, lays down the pulse, misses the Brig. And with Funny Astro and Landon being the only 2 from Space Station left on the point, no chance for them to survive. And with 2 minutes to go, Ents cap the point. They're going to get the payload going. It's going to be a tough upwards hill battle. We saw how much time Space Station had before. And in general, this point is so tough to take. We'll see how they end up doing it. They've got a couple of supports too. I mean, rally onto high ground. They got to take it away from Sparker, although he's going to do the devil's work in your backline.
Rally will definitely help to give them that sustain, but I'm even looking at the nano from Crimzo to just really make sure that Chase can get a little bit greedy, I think, with the positioning and help bully them away. Maybe even get up to that primal rage just a little bit faster.
Overwatch 1, how good was Funny Astro with Brig? He was just okay. 2020, I thought he was pretty good at Brig, but after that he fell off, in my opinion.
Desperately trying to move it for free as far as they possibly can before they want to invest ultimates. Rush coming in from Landon, paying attention to Psycho as he was going pretty low. Look how fast he's firing. It's a wonder.
Oh my god, it's like a friggin' machine gun, dude.
Crimzo dead, this rally. I mean, it's not going to help too many other people. Kai is nanoed, but they're just playing in the bubble. Nicely done by Sparker there. That nano could have been the end of Space Station Gaming. But with a minute to go,
1 minute, doable for Space Station. This is gonna be chaotic. They've got more ults on the board, but Kevster with Pulse Bomb scares me.
Heading into what could be final fight. They have the Deadeye from Kai, could help push some of Space Station back, but the biggest key difference is that Funny Astro has the sound barrier. So what a great response for Space Station to have, as Kai's gonna hit the Deadeye now.
Oh, good primal rage from Hardy. You saw he was trapped in the corner, couldn't move forward. Oh, quad headshot.
Early Suzu there. That was a sick nade from Crimzo.
Sound barrier still available from Space Station. Primal rage from Chase. If he can manage to juggle Astro, which is hard at the best of times, they might be able to come in with a W. However,
You gotta get a kill with this though. Sound barrier used, but where's the kills? They're finding nothing with this. Okay, there we go. There it is.
And with 5 seconds here, it's up to Kevster to touch. He's on the payload, but he's going to have to hit the recall. Chase comes in for yet another one, and Psycho with a pulse bomb in his hand spots Kevster trying to lurk around the point. Oh, a pulse on the wall. A cheeky try for a pulse on the enemy.
All right, tie game.
For a kill, but it was Kevster and Marshall
1-1.
having to hold on, but Ents can't quite do it as Space Station take map 2.
Wow, Space Station show us yet another one of their looks that they have in their arsenal. The Winston dive can be just as deadly as their Ramatra rush. It's awesome. I mean, Hadi's one of those players that obviously known for the Reinhardt, but has been doing so much work to be able to show up on the Winston, on the Ramatra, and looks really good doing it. So we have such a close series, Jaws. It's crazy.
This does really feel like the grand finals, right, of this main event. Like, this is maybe a small preview. One apiece so far for Space Station, and Ents want to make it all the way. And of course, Space Station coming into this this main event, this bracket, like they're looking to really prove that they are the best in the region. Everybody was touting them as like rank 1. This team is going to go all the way every single time. They are going to make it to finals, at least at the very minimum. It was a disappointing stage 1 for them, but now really showing everybody why they are here, why they form the team, why they have the players on their squad, like just so well-rounded. Ents, on the other hand, though, you know, everybody like, okay, they're rank 2. It felt pretty easy coming into, I think, OWCS, looking at both teams, especially in stage 2, and go, okay.
You saw Hadi steal Dragon's lunch money. Nice. What a Chad.
But you get what I mean. Twisted Minds, of course, making changes, fallen by the wayside, and it really just empowered
Striker for sure.
Prove that they are the best in the region. Ents is giving them a run for their money. A very, very hard map to finish. Space Station did it with 0.6 seconds, Rose, and just so many highlight plays from both teams. And like you mentioned, this is going the distance. Like there is absolutely no shot because everybody. Also, all the tanks can play everything as well. Like there's unending possibilities with what comes these teams are going to run.
Yeah, I think the biggest key though for Ents, and I think like, you know, while we look at Space Station Gaming and we're just like, yeah, okay, they should be number 1 in their region now. I think that Ents can give them a really good run for their money, like not even in just this matchup, but just pound for pound, the star power on both of these rosters is pretty.
But it's SPB who throw your hand and not throw a desk. I mean, true, but Striker's the better player. I'm not thinking about who's the better teammate. Obviously, say Biobi's the better teammate. That's a no-brainer.
Even being able to pick out like Widowmaker. Oh my gosh, could you imagine if we saw some Widowmaker today?
I would not complain.
But it's awesome.
I would not complain.
I know. We got Happy yesterday.
I know, Happy. Oh my god. And then Pelly played the Torb, dude. Yesterday was a good day for me specifically. Maybe we do see a little bit of Widowmaker, because you are right. Like, Kai on the hit scan is just insane. He's just a freak, bro. Like, his aim on the Widowmaker is just unbelievable. Definitely his best hero by far, but
it's like not human.
Exactly, it isn't, right? And like Kev's is kind of the same thing. Like, he's also kind of like an android to play Overwatch. He was built in a lab, like, to play Overwatch. That's kind of just been the joke since he very first touched the game, it feels like. We are getting a small substitution. Chase going out Vesto.
What time is it for me? It is currently 2:20 p.m.
Less Monkey, I would imagine. And we're going to more of a Sigma, maybe the Ram even as well. And we have seen Space Station do this once more. Backbone coming in for
Backbone back in, so no more dive, back to Symmetra. Sag.
That's the one thing about both of these rosters that also just makes this matchup so exciting, is the rosters go so deep. And they have people in every role that are just so good at what they do. I think having like, especially in EMEA, I feel like we're really treated to have such good tanks. I don't know about you, but I feel like every time I was like casting EMEA contenders, it was always just like the tanks that were so exciting. Maybe even breeding some of the best in all the regions. So just knowing that you have the opportunity to, like, if you're and switch in Vestola or switch in Chase to be able to play that like aggressive main tank style, it feels so good.
All right, that's what we're going to see on Esperanza Rose. I think just going to be rush for Huddy. Can imagine the same for Ents. You can't. I guess you can play the Sig, but feels a little bit more beneficial to run the Ram. But I'm curious if Backbone is, well, with the Sim, and especially at this stage in the competition too, I was thinking about this morning, like,
I am wondering if it's possible that Ents would consider playing an Echo here.
You're thinking, okay, they're not really going to...
Echo can absolutely destroy a Sim.
This is like a chance to use any like crazy weird thing that you've got saved a wave that you don't want to show any other team, right? This is the chance to use it, so... Sometimes you got to.
How was my dinner after the phone was busy, Saga? Good. It all worked out. Got my pizza and I was happy. It came like literally right after I was done with stream. The timing was immaculate. Oh, Kevster back on May. Here we go again.
And it was so powerful because you see the teleporter, you instantly react to it. You have so many ways to either just delete the teleporter right away. You can wrap around yourself, having Moss on the Lucio. The wall as well to section somebody off. You saw Kevster think about it right there. Once you saw the teleporter, but thought better of being able to maybe just get that tool out of the kit. But I expect to see that, like, there's so many different ways to segment the team with the comp that Ents is
running. If you're quick about it too, you put the wall on the TP, like, good luck. Like, there's no way you can't come through and you're just kind of stuck.
The only good news is that Bastion has been putting in work with, like, the TP strats.
Soften people up for Sparker. It's a bit more difficult to do that once you're walled off. Speaking of walls, Sparker overstaying his welcome by the looks of it in the front line. Just getting walled off, and then Kai insta-hitting turret 4.
We're committing here, oh boy. Dude, that was nice. The ricochet from Kai.
That reminds me of a meta not too long ago. Nade through window from Bastion, insta-kill. Good start from Ents already.
How do you teleport past this Bastion? You know, when we've seen Space Station go for these big teleporter plays, it's like bamboozling the other team, and you know, Bastion,
Sparker's gonna go to a Ash. Interesting. I could see it working.
It's time for the Ash.
That dynamite is gonna get fat value.
Here, you at least have the dynamites, maybe help get some burn damage onto the rest of Ents.
Oh, he missed. Well.
Wow. I'm excited to see if this is some damage.
Oh, never mind. They walked into it. Oh, they got checkpoint though.
And there is the forbidden combo.
Oh my god.
Asher already died to the flux. Annihilation, you can see that giant purple like
Thought he wasted that too. This is looking bad for Space Station. Holy crap.
rotations thus far from Ents. Looking easy. Space Station Gaming having to push themselves on point. Hardy, no annihilation anymore. A teleporter for Backbone on the left. They're going to put down that wall too. Here comes the Blizzard. Hardy just dodging out the way. On
Bro, Hardy's getting bullied.
No support and no more health. Ents with 76 meters and counting. Space Station have to retreat. They can't fight it.
Okay.
No, they can't. And Hardy is going back over to the Reinhardt. Reinhardt did not
Back to Ryan, huh?
when we saw it on Samoa, but maybe we get a chance to see something a little bit different. But a lot of it was just, you know, forcing Hottie to just have to hold that shield. If you're holding shield, you're not doing very much. And the Bastion's here.
Yeah, this is a good SSG map too, and they are getting absolutely pounded into the dirt. 100 meters and counting. Only a few minutes into this map. Oh my lord.
It's a lot.
105 to 0. Space Station.
Are they just gonna full cap?
This might just be a
But it could happen. I mean,
done round.
Just saying. Over the last couple of days, in fact. Kai dead. There you go. That's the start you want to see.
Okay.
No deaths here. Two Baps fighting against it. It's always funny watching two Baps fighting against each other because they both have the shift and then they just whack Lamp down. It's just like, okay, well, no one's dying for. It's like the longest duel in history. All right, TP to high ground. Astro's going to escort the bot. At least they can take a forward position. Maybe they can try for a TP shatter again, but I think Enter a little bit more wise to that.
Super wise. Like the reaction time of Crimzo to pop down an Immortality Field, Masa, as well as a sound barrier. So as long as he's not in the earth shatter, then he also has response and
The shatter's big, but I mean, we need a clean fight here. Don't let Hadi die now. He's dead. Or not? He lives! Both support ults out, but you win another fight.
That overhealth from us is sound barrier disappearing pretty damn quickly. Space Station, importantly, there, Rose didn't use Bob. It was a very tempting Bob spot, right? You put it in or like close to the doorway, but they didn't use Wall either. So Space Station got a lot of tools to deal with this blizzard, but the forbidden combo from Ents is ever encroaching.
they really want the checkpoint here.
Bob. Oh, Bob TP'd!
That was definitely not on purpose, was it? That was definitely not meant to happen. That was like some of the most unfortunate timing I've ever seen. Literally, as that TP goes down, the bomb comes out. It works out in the end, though. It kind of was hitting Vestola on the back a little bit when he was ulting, when he used Flux. So, I mean, it could have gone worse. Could have gone worse. All of a sudden, Space Station getting right back into this map. But now Vestola's decided no more fun allowed.
After they remember that the bot has to actually have somebody touching it in order to move it forward. But yeah, I mean, look at this. Hadi way more confident with the Reinhardt right now too. Not just subject to having to hold up that shield. And with Landon having this window, Eds are gonna have to walk into that. But
wait, the
what? Better cover here for decision of
where was that? Oh, the blizzard on the back line, nice.
Blood and Viscera just spread across the pavement as Kai lobs a nade through a window again, and he just explodes. Oh my god.
Probably want to swap now if you're Hadi, right? Surely.
Down to low ground, had the lamp deployed even when you're fortified.
Oh no, he's a Chad. We're sticking with it.
Well-placed nade from Kai, killed Landon, and then they capture the bot, and
we're using Shatter. We are committing. Giga Chad.
Yeah, they don't want to get caught off guard by that teleporter range. And so just stay behind the team. Kevster as well, also just holding this flank so that you can also maybe, I don't know, you're seeing a little bit more of the field, but also...
yeah, that like just hit Kai. That's no bueno.
Kai now popping that turret form. Taking care of TP. Bob in the back. Where's the knock-up? There it is. Oh, the ice block high in the sky. Sound barrier comes through from Astro, only hits 3.
Wait, the Bob! Bob! What a good Bob! In the IMO field as well.
Next is fellow robots in TS1.
Wow.
Takes down Backbone.
Clutch Bob from Sparker there.
They're going to be able to get forward spawns in a moment as well as soon as they pass that checkpoint. You can see Sparker already peeking his head over, looking for forward spawners, but they will be coming from main spawn.
Yeah, I was like, anybody there?
Nope, knocking on the door.
All good, all good. Well, back to where we were before when this bots are around the corner. Amplification Matrix coming up for both Crimzo and Landon. This time around, though, there is that Photon Barrier from Backbone, which is such a nice defensive tool to have, especially when Kai's going to be set up on these stairs. Just gives you so much more space to work with, just to bypass a lot of that Bastion damage. But they're waiting for the skills to be ready.
Okay, that wall kind of works. That works.
So good.
Window on the high ground. I mean, you're going to be able to crack the wall, you'd think. Look at how it's kind of like cracking, kind of going down. There it is, but is it going to be enough? The nade.
They got Landon. That's rough.
Into the skies. Astro in a little bit of trouble. Master finishes him off with a boot. An extremely messy fight with Sparker holding a long angle flank. 50 HP, not much healing to be had, and it's now only Kai on the bots.
Still need another one to take the lead, it looks like, but this is a winnable map now for Space Station, just like that.
They can't take the distance back, though, because the Ents has already beaten them to this corner. Visola, the spawns are just going to be a little bit closer, but already forced to use Spear Spin.
Another Bob.
Bob is up.
Couple more meters to go.
Perfect time, in fact. Hardy playing a little danger game there.
There's no TP disengage though. Yep.
Nothing left to save Hardy. Unfortunately, Bob still comes out though as they've ended up trading a kill with Kev.
Gonna want that Bob back.
Kai in amongst that lamp activates that turret form.
Or maybe not. Wait a second.
Kai ends up falling over and Vesola's now the only one.
Orisa, kill that Orisa. Oh my god. They're gonna take the lead. Oh my god.
Space Station have made a comeback. Hardy's going to join the team in just a moment with a shatter in hand. Master's sound barrier is the only.
Dude, if they imagine if they complete this map, oh my god. After going down 100 to nothing.
You have the mortar strike as well as the amplification matrix, so if they are able to set up on this.
Adi is a shatter. Here we go.
But this is going to be final fight. Is this Earth Shatter going to be enough?
Oh, the fire strike's nasty.
Shatter in hand of Hardy. Here comes the mortar strike. Oh, Backbone, there's no chance he survives. It actually does. It's actually funny Astro that falls over to.
Okay, they overcommitted kind of hard there.
130 meters to 112.
They might regret that. Space Station might regret what they just did there.
But Space Station used so much in that last fight. They don't have the.
Adi's going to a Sigma.
Actually going to switch off of the
oh boy.
Just a little bit more shielding to there for Sparker to potentially play around with, but ends. They have so many tools. They've got the Terra Surge. They have the window to just push everybody back.
Yeah, this is a situational thing, Byron. Crimso's like 1 HP. They got him with the dynamite. Oh, nice spear. Dude, this is so close. Bosses won!
They might have been wiped here in OT, but they're still finding trades.
Buddy Astro, he's dancing! The supports! Oh my god! They win the map! What a map! Bro! Space Station were down over 100 meters to 0 and they win that! That's insane! What a freaking map. The counterplay, swapping to the Ash, man. Well played.
Just saving the day, securing the win. But what an unbelievable push from Space Station.
All right. Match point potentially here. Suravasa.
70 to 100. It was ridiculous. In fact, let's listen into the winning comms.
Let me listen to these comms, dude. Yeah, Sparker is that man.
We still one, yeah, just speak together, guys. Are we one?
Bash one, two.
Lu one on point. Lu one bar. Source. You win that. Source, slide. Need to push Source right now. Peek him, guys. They have no support. Source, 1 bar. Nice.
Oh my god.
That was an unbelievable map. Christ, man.
She was one. For most of that time, yeah, being slowly like fed to health, like please heal me, and then all the cooldowns kind of the fight descended into a little bit of chaos at the very end. But Space Station supports come out on top. Landon and Funny Astro, the sole survivors for them. And well, we find ourselves in match point heroes for Space Station Gaming, so close to that final spot, and of course. A trip to Dallas if they do end up winning, but they have already secured their spot, to be fair as well. These teams fighting for that like rank 1 supremacy here in EMEA. Let's have a look at some highlights here before we jump into the next map.
I'm like in disbelief how crazy that map was. 112 to 0. Blown lead. The Ash Rhine swap coming clutch. Sparker played so good that map.
Oh my god, like the window placement from Landon, this one was crazy because it looked like they were such a
We saw some good adjustments as well from Space Station. It felt like those TPs were a bit less predictable. But yeah, those dynamites and the shots that Sparker hit were so good. Actually carried. My man Sparker continues to level up. He's looked great in this tournament so far.
Only thanks to Funny Astro's sound barrier. You can see he hasn't even got it yet, and they're still playing up. They know they've got the Bob, so it's a little bit of safety.
Bob holding the
Exactly.
front line.
No, seriously though, he is the tank in that situation because Ents aren't pushing into the Bob sight lines. Like, there's no way. Like, Bob in that close quarters, you're just gonna get run over by the Bob, right? And then it is just funny. Astro Sound Barrier that wanted out, and the Focus Fire too is just sublime. Here are some stats from that last map too. A lot more one-sided on this screen here, Rose, than it actually was in terms of score.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Ents came right out of the gate and got that big lead in meterage, it did feel like, oh my gosh, what are Space Station gonna do in order to match that? Because most often when we see these push type maps, one team will get a, what, 170 something ish meters lead, and then the comeback potential is like 10%?
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? Especially when you get checkpoint and around that first corner after checkpoint, it's like the comeback is insane.
And it was
like,
so fast.
Okay, we can't lose this, guys. We've got 100 meters, they got 0. Like, it's real rough. But yeah, sheer will and determination there from Space Station Gaming on Esperanza. They're in match point. Can this go the distance? Suravasa up next. Ents, they got to find a comeback.
Man. Oof. Give me a sec, chat. Gonna take a quick stretch break. Do I miss Avril? Absolutely. Give me 1 sec, chat. All right, let's get it. Woof. Match point. I'm excited. Well, potentially.
Space Station Gaming with one mission to end up in those finals tomorrow. They are one map away from doing so. We're going to Suravasa as our next map here in the series versus Ents. Ents with quite an impressive lead on Esperanza on our last map. End up falling prey to SSG's Ryan a little bit there again. Little chatty Ryan, huh? It was a very back and forth game. And as we head over to Suravasa, Not sure we're getting any subs here, Rose. We'll have to wait and see in just a moment. But with Suravasa being at the map, thinking less Ryan, probably more.
I'd still say Kevster's the best EMEA DPS, but Sparker is continuing to rise.
SSG.
So just play Ram.
They're
if you're
just playing
SSG.
Ram. And they're going to play the May or the Sim. Taylor's old as time at this
It
point.
took them a bit of time though to actually figure out how to break through the Bastion.
Map 5 is absolutely possible. I'm interested to see Ence's mental after that previous map, but if they stick to their game plan, they could still be okay.
Break through that. I saw that. Observers, I saw that.
They're trolling. Get out of here. We've got a match to watch with Orchard Pigeons. All right, they're going to roll out the gate pretty damn fast. Vestola on the
see,
Sigma.
there's the Bastion.
And here's the Bastion again, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's been fine in value, especially with these windows, the window nades.
It has.
Kind of nasty, kind of nasty.
But how do Space Station deal with that, right? Because it took them a while to get through that sort of conglomerate when we were on Esperanza. Even on Samoa, they didn't win. They couldn't figure out quite how to break that, right? So they're going to have to do that now.
It's going to be hard for them to push into without CDs, and especially without this turret form. Stepping up to Space Station even, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, you also need a fully healthy shield from Vestola too, and now they're going to make their play. Two people on opposite.
Can run in there. I mean, that turret can maybe get Hottie off point. Maybe. Nope. He's playing around the geometry of the map here. This tiny little wall just in the center of everything.
Is kind of ginormous on the ramp. Here's the TP. Sparker looking like he's
nice.
Nope. Not today. Just going to stand in front of your face and shoot you down. There you go. Okay, Space Station with a good first fight. And winning this fight as well because it took so long. It's very beneficial for Space Station. Team kill, 70%. Hence, gotta come back. Master dying last isn't good. Or close to last.
Yeah, like, do they actually even...
Okay, Kev's on Tracer. I repeat, Kev is on Tracer.
Dude, Astro.
What is Funny Astro doing? What is he cooking?
This is a normal solo queue Lucio gameplay, right?
What is he cooking right now?
Oh, he's gonna get chased by the tray, but... Oh no, he missed out the wall, right?
Where is he going? What is he doing, chat? What is he doing?
Unfortunate, but it doesn't matter.
No, but Sparker moment?
Doesn't matter at all, in fact, because they aren't able to touch that point. A little bit too scared to step up, even with that Bastion. All right, Ents end up losing that one. A Space Station take it almost for free, even with Astro.
They're so lucky they still get it anyway, but like, Jesus, man.
Astro is the distraction.
They're so lucky that they capped that anyway.
Let's just call it tactical. Turn their attention away.
Nah, he wasn't feeding that much. He was distracting a lot of the time, but yeah, he didn't. Ideally, didn't want to be there. Or,
but you know, is it stupid if it works out?
Exactly. Yeah, distracted Kev, I suppose. Very early flux here coming from Vestola. Forbidden combo coming in. Pulse bomb on the ground.
Oh my god. No chance of living through that. Ents just use everything.
The pulse bomb with the Bastion
not the best fight for Ents. That's 4 ults.
And they still die. Like, my word. Ents pretty mad, I'd imagine. They end up switching actually to Vestola. They're going to Ram instead now.
Okay, so Ram gonna make it back before Space Station can kind of come back into this though, but they're walking into an annihilation and a photon barrier. They have the ultimate advantage now after Ents use so many ults.
It is almost like a free flip when you have that wall.
That was a free flip, and now they have all the pressure in the world with the Hottie ult here. Where are the, oh my god, this TP engaged. Did they ult? Does Hottie just ult here? Doesn't even need to. There it is. Block, keep blocking. Ents actually flipped this. Nice. They played that pretty well. And now they got all their resources coming back.
This is an extra like 20% on the clock for Ents. This is going to make it close to final fight. Like, Hardy's going to take a little while to respawn and then group up and then make the push.
Symmetric teleporter moment? Maybe. I don't know.
They got High Noon and Window. They've done it before.
There you go. Taxi. Yeah, Deadeye, Window, there's still things that Space Station can throw at this fight. It's just about actually making it in as a full team of 5.
Oh, Backbone is very dead. All right, they do manage to isolate Vestor on the sidelines with this Window. Unfortunately, it's not too much of an insane angle. Oh, God, he saves himself with the Bastion ult.
I don't know if I I mean, I prefer, I guess, if Space Station won, but I'm not going to be, like, totally upset if ENCE wins.
They make their rotation to the next point now. This Bastion is so annoying to deal with, actually.
Well, yeah, because you've got the nades, you have your just tank form, especially if you could just pop a squat in a corner. You're taking so much damage as you peek your head around if you're Space Station. Not to mention all of the great reactive plays we've seen from ENCE for the Symmetra teleporters. A lot of this damage that Space Station have to take is very front to back.
Maso's going to be pretty omnipresent on this point, especially with Kai on the side, right behind him. Nice TP. Skull didn't build up quick enough, though. Only Master taking all that damage. Sparker has to TP back. Kevster.
Oh! Jeez.
Might be a times of all with Flashbang the hammer. Backbone going down to Kai. A second kill for Kai in the fight, and Hardy's not going to survive all two.
Oh, Hardy just barely lived. He's still dead, I think, anyway, maybe.
Somehow doesn't take out
or not.
Perma blocking Annihilation after Nemesis form.
They're just casually getting more percentage, too, throughout this entire time. This is a good stall by SSG.
Getting focused out. Here comes the wall. It's been good for Space Station, but is this one good enough? I mean, look at the way ENCE are positioned. Space Station can't fight into this. The entirety of ENCE flooded over the wall in order for Space Station to make use.
It's a rough stagger.
Between it and a rough stagger onto land and 2, not good.
You were hoping, I think, with that, like the photon barrier was just like at an awkward position where once you push Space Station away, there's no way for you to be able to use the protection of that ultimate. But the fight gets elongated as long as it does because Space Station had original control of the flashpoint. Coming back into this with the Window, it's really nice to help open up the fight. Sparker's gonna have the Deadeye as well, so you at least have a couple of tools to zone back ENCE, but you also are walking into a mortar strike. At least there's still grabs.
Oh, that's nasty.
Was waiting for that teleporter to come through. Crimso's the first one to go down, though. Of course, Kai is pretty useless in the fight. When he's using the ultimate, like, timing that is very important, but you're a non-factor.
I'm pretty happy that with a Giants selection of Malik neighbors. I would have liked if they had lost a few more games this year and gotten one of the top 3 quarterbacks, but oh well. I would rather get Malik Neighbors than reach on JJ McCarthy, personally. I don't really like getting him at number 6.
We're gonna end up seeing ENCE come back at this once again, already with 99% though on this flashpoint. Don't have a whole lot that they can work with outside of getting this Window available for Crimzo, but good ways to be able to keep that at bay. Space Station still with the Deadeye, and now a sound barrier from Funny Astro too.
Yeah, nice stuff. Teleport, High Noon, instantly gets booed. Crimzo in trouble though in the front line. Didn't quite get the memo. The rest of his team were backing up in Space Station Gaming. That's a good stick from
Man, Space Station, bring it back.
ENCE wiped from the points. And that's a cap for Space
The greatest trick Gunba ever played. Siding Chase, getting Masa to quit at 9-5, or getting Kev to play Sim. Definitely getting Masa to quit at 9-5.
One more flashpoint. A couple of ultimates that they get to work with again. And as we head over to what this next one's going to be, that photon barrier. What a great way that Space Station has been using these to help split up these fights, and with what is left for flashpoints, they're kind of tiny. So I think the photon barrier feels even better in a place like this where you have the natural cover behind you, but you also have the photon barrier to help you play way more confident in the front. Oh, Annihilation 2 on both sides, but Masa with sound barrier might make this more difficult for Space Station.
There's the wall.
This ult from Hardy could be crazy. Him and Vestal are going for it.
Look at that, Hardy. Just a walk into the back line with the Annihilation. ENCE didn't stand a
Gunba getting Masa to quit at 9-5, only to retire and get his own 9-5. Real.
Which is crazy.
Space Station get the cap.
Also, the Dolphins try to get their hands on every Jalen in the NFL. I respect the agenda.
That could be just a fight winner. If you have enough sustain, especially when you're trying to amp up your very own Ramatra for an Annihilation, you just go, yeah, like...
Did you like their first round pick, Vulcan?
But we're going to see another switch up. Knowing that Space Station have control at this point and Ence's backs are against a wall, it's going to be back over to the Sigma here for Vestola. I think that'll help create just a little bit more space, but they can't play too patient. They're going to have to get into this one knowing that this is their winner's finals on the line.
It's already 60% for Space Station 2. Ends need to make a move. Crimzo in trouble. Lamp down. He's so low in that corridor as well. Kai just trying to play bodyguard right now, but he's all on his lonesome. Oh, Kai, he's picking up.
Kai's trying. This might be it. The stagger. Oh, the blizzard. Can he get the kill? He can't. They're gonna have a potential touch here. They got it. It doesn't look good though. That's probably a GG. How did Vestola kill Funny Astro? I don't know how that happened, but yeah, that's GG. And Space Station going to the EMEA Grand Finals. Woof! That was a pretty crazy back and forth series, I'm not gonna lie.
Just like knowing when to pop the ultimates, when to be able to help.
There were ups and downs in control. It was intense on map 2 as well. Paraiso, I mean. The comeback on Esperanza, and then we end it with this. That was a solid match, and there's still a chance, well, I'd say a good chance, we see them play again tomorrow.
You know that this team was ready for answers that were going to be.
And they look like the best team in EU right now. And imagine the Des probably smiling.
Go SSG, baby.
3-1. In fact, let's get a little word from them as well as we jump over to the Des to break down that incredible series.
Thank you so much, both. Yeah, what a great series this was. And as the casters just said, the adaptation we saw from both of those teams throughout the series was just so very interesting. We talked about the compositions that we're going to see, the potential of taking down that Ramatra that we've seen so much from Space Station Gaming. Let's chat about what we saw, which adaptation have been made, and which worked out.
You call it, Jake.
Yeah,
that's why they pay you the big bucks.
That's why they pay you the big bucks. No, I mean, I think ENCE came to the series with a lot of great adaptations, running the Sigma, a Bastion, clearly coming into this intention with playing an even slower style than the BAP and the RAM, trying to outlast Space Station.
It's whenever they play that May, though, things just don't look as good.
I feel like Backbone really was the player of the series for me. The Symmetra was the variable that ENCE can never quite be ready for, and honestly, I don't fully blame them for that because Space Station is the best team in the world at abusing these sim strats. It's not just the sim on her own, it's every single player on the team that she can combo with, you know, getting these unique rotations. It's so hard to be ready for. We saw Crimzo caught a couple times on BAP, but as BAP, there's no verticality for you. How can you escape a sim TP and a speed boost? It's a really rough matchup. So to be honest, taking SSG down in the rush mirror, it looks harder and harder. The more you bring out these, you know, the Mays and the Symmetras, I feel like you're playing right into their hands. This was a big map to win, though, for SSG here on Paraiso. The Winston map, I mean, this is ENCE's pick. They want to play Winston. They think they have a big edge there, but losing Paraiso probably cost them the series.
Yeah, I actually really like that point. I think
also, apparently, Funny Astro, that moment on round 1 on Suravasa when he was feeding, Funny Astro said he went to taxi at the wrong spawn. That's hilarious. Goes to show that even the pro players have their mistakes happen.
I think that ENCE are looking back and saying, you know, the fact that we won control, that's really good for us in this series, but we needed to close out either the hybrid map or the push map in that. But now we're in a pretty similar scenario. We're in stage 1 between Twisted Minds and ENCE, where back in stage 1, it was ENCE who actually advanced to the grand final, but Twisted Minds, they came back in the lower bracket and they made some real crucial adaptations based on what happened in the winner bracket final. So I actually think we have a pretty similar scenario here where, okay, I think Space Station has established they are the better RAM team. They are so clutch when it comes to Backbone and Sparker, but maybe there is something to the Sigma. If you can iron out and get either the hybrid or the push map, that is a path to victory for ENCE. And I think they're onto something with this Sigma composition. If you can make some adaptations when it comes to your micro play, I really do think it could make a big difference. And it's not at all a case where Space Station is by far the
even though opacity 100%, I still can't see the spawn/point markers half the time. Understandable.
This Cassidy, we've seen him a lot on it, but it was the Ash today on Esperanza. That was
Sparker popped the hell off today. Well deserved.
so far behind on push.
His Ashe on Esperanza was just a massive difference maker.
Plays incredibly consistent, putting in headshot after headshot, and I mean, the enemy team just feeling the pressure. There was this one moment on Esperanza with the flank.
Just absolutely carrying. I was questioning this Bob, but it worked out so good.
Monster play. And then it's so risky, right? If you get caught doing that, if your timing is just a little bit off, you die for.
And he's got the McDonald's Mayhem skin.
Like a terrible play, but
shout out to BQB.
at that moment, and throughout this series,
His third player of the match award in a row. Epic.
like, these players have clearly so much experience in this style. They're going to be tough to beat, but like you said, I think ends in if they make a comeback to get to the grand final, which I think is likely. I think this is a winnable series for them. It was much more competitive than anyone we've seen so far going up against Space Station.
I mean, Necra said it at the beginning of the series. This is probably just a preview of what we are going to see in the grand finals of the main event stage 2. I am hyped for it because this was already a very tight series. Yeah, it was a 3-1 score, but there was a lot of chess being played throughout the series. Very interesting to break it all down for us. We do have, of course, a winners interview as well for this one, so I'm very excited to bring in Bunny Astro. How you doing? Congratulations on the W.
I'm good, thanks. Thanks for having me.
I love the OWCS in the background there too. That's a nice throwback. Let's chat about the series, Bunny Astro, because there was a lot of adaptation we saw from both of those teams. I feel like this is the first time we got to see you guys sweat a little bit. Do you feel like that the opposition had at least half an answer to the Ramatra composition that has been so successful for you guys?
I think a lot of other teams haven't really tried to counter it yet. They've just been playing the Orisa Soj comp, which you sort of see everywhere. I think we're super confident against that. ENCE is the first team to sort of throw us a curveball.
Yeah, that hoodie does look pretty comfy. And look at all those jerseys he has too. Love that. Jersey of the teams he's played for.
The tournament now with any other team surviving. Do you think there's anyone but ENCE to take it to you in the grand final? And
well, Oblivione were supposed to sign Mag. I don't know if he'll still be on the team next stage or not, but they attempted to sign him.
If you were to face off again,
Mag was on Runaway at the minimum.
We won't drop a map. I think like losing Samoa was honestly just like it was poor gameplay from us. I think we can do a lot better. I think there's not really any answers ENCE have to our comps. They showed everything that they have today, and we've got like a million more things we can play.
Hey yo, Funny Astro calling them out.
A million more things to come. Well, maybe we'll see some of that in Dallas. That's also something to prepare for. Is Dallas something you keep in mind at all when you're practicing right now? Or are you preparing for Korean teams? What do you think could work well against those teams? Or are you solely focused on ENCE and winning stage 2 here in OWCS?
I just want to make Gumba have his last tournament be a loss before he retires, to be honest.
Nice based.
I haven't really thought about Dallas much. I just want to be ENCE.
Everyone comes into this tournament with different motivations. We do love yours, though. Funny Astro, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Great, thank you very much.
You love to hear it. Solid background there as well, jersey collection.
Yeah,
Honestly, I think Kellen maybe has more potential that could be unleashed compared to Mag. Kellen needs to be on like a seriously good team to see what he can really do.
Incredibly strong since they've added him, and I don't think that's a coincidence.
What will happen in Runaway? I don't know. We'll have to see what happens in Korea Stage 2. They could still be around. I don't know.
They were relying on the rush style to allow them to match a stronger team. Now the rush style puts them head and shoulders above other teams, and yet when they play a more DM heavy, like a dive style with a Lucio and the Tracer, they are still very competitive. They're still fighting really strong. So I mean, this team much scarier than previous iterations, and I think it's partly is those roster additions.
But Johnny, like he said, they have a million more things in their arsenal. What could that be? What do you think they? What else might they?
I mean, we saw the Reinhardt, so that is.
We saw the Reinhardt.
We saw the Reinhardt.
How good would Season 4 Mayhem have been with Muse and Sanguinar instead of OG and Slime? I mean, definitely better than what we saw, but I don't know if it would have been enough for it to really matter. I think SSG are so good because the competition is worse than OWL, or because Funny Ash replacing Admiral's making that much of a difference. A little bit of both. I think in general, Space Station are a good team. EMEA actually has some pretty good teams. It's a pretty competitive region.
For this team, like I don't expect him to come out there playing Doomfist or anything. But
SSG are a good team. They've got the synergy. The Sparker is leveling up. Funny Astro's an upgrade over Admiral.
They can play the Ramatra, Reinhardt, Winston. Like, they have so many different compositions they can play. So even if it gets to a point where ENCE theoretically throws something to counter Space Station, then they're just so comfortable adapting in the moment. They're really stacked roster at this point. So that is what makes them the best team in EMEA right now.
Yeah, what a great story there for Hadi, from a one-trick pony to an all-round show horse. Let's see if they can trot their way to victory in the main stage, making it look pretty smooth thus far. In the grand finals is where they're waiting now for the opposition. So we still have to, you know, play some more games here in our double elimination bracket, looking at the lower half here.
Yeah, Peps versus Peace and Love to determine who goes up against ENCE. And I mean, ENCE looks scary. It really is hard to see anybody going up against them, but this match does matter, right? You do really want to win, get a better placement, not only for the cash prize, but for the circuit points and for the future. Both of these squads, Peps and Peace and Love, I really feel that they're both contenders of, like, now there's a real opening in EMEA for that top 3 spot, where you would have thought teams like Twisted Minds or ExaBouillon would have been solidly right there, but space has opened up, and I think everyone wants to be filling it. So this match, Peps versus Peace and Love, has a lot of implications for maybe the future of EMEA standings.
Yeah. So do you think they would potentially put Backbone back on support? Is that something?
That's oddly specific, Hitman, but I can't disagree with you.
Would they? The question is, should they? No.
Oh, you have Funny Astro now. No.
Would you do that?
You have potentially one of the best Lucio in the world, or at least in the top. Like, there's only no one's above Funny Astro for me. There's side grades, other Lucios at that level, but there's no one. He really is
a player
final
of
boss
such
of
caliber,
Lucio.
and also
The
just
backbone
consistency. Like, why?
Yeah.
Bone back
Lucio is God this meta. Don't swap out Funny Astro for anything.
I mean, unless you're really confident or really
Zenyatta? No? Ilari?
I don't know what you're cooking over there, but I do not want to be part of that.
I'm not cooking, I'm suggesting.
Yeah,
you are cooking.
Yeah, that's cooking.
I don't like
you at home are cooking.
I want to see the Backbone Ilari.
You know, lots of hot takes obviously out there in the internet as well. And if you have some things for us to break down, any questions, any recipes you want to share, put these guys to work. Submit your takes, your questions over on social media, and be part of the broadcast.
Because ask us anything. I will gap Johnny in any debate.
Any debate.
Easily.
This wasn't even a competition.
Easily.
It was
Let's go.
Just giving you guys a platform to chat to us, and if there's any game-related questions, team-related questions, player-related questions, food-related questions, hit us up with it. We give you a short break to think it over. Make sure to use the hashtag OWCS. For now, however, we will be heading into a very short break, and after that, we're going to break down all the...
All right, chat. We got one more EMEA game. Peps versus Peace and Love. And I'm all in on Peps. That series against Twisted Minds was a little scary at first. Closer than I wanted it to be, but I'm still a believer in Peps. So I'm going 3-2 Peps. I think it'll be an interesting series. Peace and Love are a solid team. Your hot take is Cal and Chase should form a team of players with great hair. And we should also have a team where people have horrible hairlines. And then they should go up in an epic best-of-7 series. The good hairline versus the bad. Thoughts, chat? Oh yeah, Funny Astro's a nutcase on Lucio. The guy's a freak. The receding hairlines versus the luscious locks. So we know Hottie and Gods will be on Team Bad Hairline. Well, if you're bald, does it really count? A hair versus a wig match? J3 and receding. Like, we had like J3, Super. That's messed up, Hitman. The best OWL or OWCS play of all time. It's hard to say. Like, there's so many good choices for that. I mean, my personal favorite play is when London were playing Philly Fusion in the grand finals. And not the Tracer 6K that Prophet had, but like a couple of minutes before, the Prophet lone sniper play with Birdring, and like before that there's like Diva bombs going off in the background too, which is absolute pandemonium, and then Uber's like making it even better with his call. That's like my personal favorite play. The EQO blade's a good one too though. Shu Havana, yeah. I mean, if you mean like a play from an individual player, it'd probably be like one of those two. That Prophet like 180 deflect is pretty sick too. I'm 25. I just turned 25 the other day. Well, not the other day. Jesus Christ, man. What am I saying the other day? 3 weeks ago, not the other day. The Great Bamboozle's a pretty sick play, yeah. The Tavik Libero deflect was nasty, real. One of the greatest highlights in Mayhem history for the first 4 years of their existence.
To see where we're currently at and where we're headed, because these teams are still fighting for survival. Team Pips is making their run through the lower bracket, and so are Peace and Love.
Yeah, and really competing for that final spot in Dallas with Space Station and ENCE locked in for top 2 in the region. Now it comes down to Peace and Love, comes down to Peps, or will it be Twisted Minds who don't...
Hey, here you go, chat. Here's the scenarios for you. 3 teams potentially could make it.
Twisted Minds have the best odds because, to be honest, either Peps or Peace and Love beating ENCE would be a huge upset. But it's possible, right? Peps played ENCE close.
Peps or Peace and Love could still make it if they get to the finals. It's a tough ask, but technically it is possible for Twisted Minds to not make it, which would be insane.
You just truly believe.
I mean, I wouldn't have believed, except for Peps making it a game 5 in group stage. It's like, well, I wouldn't have thought that was possible, but they did.
Peps took it to map 5 against ENCE in the group stage. Run it back, but win this time.
Run it back, but win. Simple as that. Let's take a look at who is going to...
Oh, you know what else? I mean, like, this is... You're saying OWL or OWCS, but also the agilities Blade in the Gibraltar server room.
Not just the Tracer player, of course. Naga had a really, really good day thus far in their first match.
That's like one of my personal favorites.
I am keeping my eyes on exoDL because he will go up against Lauren on the...
Pre-OWL Immortals days.
Sojourn players thus far, and also, of course, made some really good...
Like a core memory for me.
Yeah, it's definitely a fearsome DPS line going up against Peace and Love. on this side, I feel this is more, for me, I'm like more interested in the support, so to see extra production from Abik, and then on DPS side from Psycho. But to be honest, I see Peace and Love as a pretty significant underdog here. I feel like from what we've seen from Peps, taking it to the top teams, making it look a little bit more competitive, we've seen Peace and Love dominate the rest of the mid-table, but we haven't seen them do so well against tougher opponents. And I think Team Peps are becoming just that, becoming very, very challenging opponents to beat. So we're going to need to see, I think you're right to look at the hit scan. I think that's a crucial element in this matchup, but also I think the tank matchup is going to be really impactful. Can LSU match to Tread, who Tread has looked like one of the better Orisas here in the tournament, very stable, very punishing against any mistakes from the opponent. So yeah, chat's going almost 80% for Team Peps, and I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's been a bit of a miracle run here for Peace and Love, making out a Group D, but then also...
The Fran grab is definitely classic. Architect bashed in on Chandelier, yeah. No doubt.
Into the top 4 in the bracket here. I mean, that's a fantastic achievement for a roster that was put together pretty close to the event. I'm actually keeping my eyes on Psycho in this one. I actually think if you can get a leg up in the kind of Tracer duel, that's going to give your team a big boon there. So I think Psycho's been a standout so far, playing both the Echo against some of these Symmetra and May compositions. I don't think we'll see that coming out in this one, but the Tracer has been equally on par. So that is sort of like a key for success here. For
I mean, if Psycho goes Echo and Naga has to match him, I'm not mad at seeing Naga on Echo either.
Well, Echo.
You know, he doubles, and it looks pretty good. I hope for a close series, but I do think Team Peps should be considered the favorite heading into this one. And no matter what...
There's nothing wrong with your favorite being an early OWL play. Early OWL is superior, don't at me.
Dreams alive. Let's see who is going to get it done. And for all the action, we once again send it over to Joss and Necro.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Peace and Love versus Team Peps. Is Team Peps going to win? They need to win, but can they beat Ents? I don't know about that. We'll have to wait and see. Could be a big salty run back for Team Peps. Peace and Love stands in their way, of course. Couple more chances to make it to that finals there. Space Station Gaming, they're waiting for any opponent. Feels like they could face anybody right now, especially after that Ents game, and they can just brush them off. Have to wait and see though. Jake thinks Peace and Love a little bit of an underdog here, and I'd have to agree with them as we go into OWCS as our first map.
I do too. Peace and Love, they've put up a very...
The Hanbin Junker Queen play is pretty nasty. No doubt.
Being able to take down DM Pero, but Team Peps...
Damn, chat is all in on Peps. 82%. Sheesh.
For that coveted, like, are we...
Chat's going all in with a 3-0 for Team Peps. I don't know about that, but that's what the percentages tell me.
This is a great way to find out. If both of them have staked the claim on it, only one can actually come out on
Hanbin was like crazy plays everywhere. Yeah, Zarya as well, surely.
Point to the tank line or not, or just honestly the power that is on Team Peps. They've got the veterancy for sure.
See what Peps want to bring to the table. I think Naga's been
Probably Monkey versus Monkey.
at this point. He's already putting up big numbers, big pulse bombs.
Yeah, we're on city center, so.
All right, let's have a look. Zodial on the Cass, Naga Tracer, a little dive from both sides. Only difference here, of course, being
Yes, SSG won.
also been a very good player for Peace and Love. Bit of a standout, bit of a central.
FD God dies in traffic. That is not the start you're looking for.
I think he got hit by a car.
Surely vehicular manslaughter was the culprit. Well, that's not a good start.
I mean, almost has to happen a level 1 crook too, so
That's crazy, man.
Reset.
Great.
All good. Unfortunately, though, that does mean Bayer is fairly far ahead in terms of ult charge.
Violet's famous jump on King's Row. He got money though.
And here becomes the stall. Can Crook stay alive on the point? Oh, FD God back to spawn. Second death of the game is FD God. Oh dear, Tread also falls. That's not going to feel good. Not the best of starts we've seen from Peps today.
They're technically still in, but if either Team Peps or Peace and Love make it to the EMEA Grand Finals, then Twisted Minds would be out. Twisted Minds did already get eliminated from this tournament, though, if that's what you mean. In terms of making it to Dallas, that's what would need to happen. How do I rank the 6 OWL seasons with the least amount of bias involved? Well, if we're talking the least amount of bias involved,
finish him with the spawns. exoDIAL down, just hiding behind that tree. Unfortunately, the tree wasn't thick enough to protect him.
The best match in all history for me. I literally one of the two you just said, either or. I go back and forth.
Rather large here, hunting for that Lucio. FD got 1 HP. Decides against going for FD God, who looked pretty out of the fight. In fact, Crook caught unawares. 90 HP. Oh no, the boop. Okay, that was a nice boop from FD God there, making sure they can't get through the archway. Good pick up on the Winstons, but a very scrappy fight. And I mean, Peace and Love is still in control. Like, they're pretty chilling right now with Team Peps touching.
Yeah, they haven't lost
about it.
Okay, so like if we're talking like best seasons, like everything involved,
we're realistically looking at last fight.
I'd say arguably season 5 might arguably have had like the best format plus the combination like with competition.
Hindernace just flying towards the tanks. Nice little rolling right click there. All right, there you go. Team Peps finally take control of the first point.
Then after that, I would probably say like I mean, the thing with 2020 is that like it kind of got screwed over by COVID and everything, but it still was a very competitive season. So I'd say that'd be like number 2, probably unbiased. And then 3 and 4 are probably like 2019 and 2018. Like 2018 is when there's the most hype for Overwatch League, the most interesting storylines, a lot of the most interesting ones. It's just like there was a 40-game format, it was a lot. So some might argue like 2019 was like a slightly better variation, even though there was GOATs. So you can like put it either or, I guess. And then I'd put 2021 and then 2023. 2023 was undoubtedly the worst season, like without question.
Good progress though being made for Team Peps. Try to still gonna get aggressive at the spawn. Taking some
Welcome back, Math.
Over some alt charge. Level 1 Crook could get this Kitsune Russian line.
Why were the early OWL and Overwatch World Cup teams so big? Well, it's because money. Everyone could afford to have a crap ton of players on their teams and pay them, because there was so much money being pumped into Overwatch League in the first few seasons. They were all getting big contracts. Everybody was getting paid well. I mean, holy moly, Decay in his first season made like 300k. Or like his contract was worth 300k. Sinatra got the 150k.
Has a little word with him. Crook eventually taken down. Same with exoDIAL. What a nice juggle from alexyOWL, and they do end up flipping the point, putting themselves in OT. FD God with a 2-person.
That beat ain't gonna do nothing. GG for this round.
It's not long for this world. Eventually ends up going down.
Well, they spent all their money, yeah, and then they got nothing in return because OWL wasn't profitable. And then the sponsors left eventually as well.
Peace and Love took the opportunity.
Who made the most in Overwatch League all time? Easily either Carpe or Profit. 100%. There's no other option. Like, Super maybe is also in consideration, I'd say. But I heard Profit made some unbelievable bags. And Carpe, the bidding war for him when he was going to be a free agent in 2020 was, like, off the walls. So my bet would be either Carpe or Profit. I'm pretty sure Profit, even in like season 6, was making like 200, 300k. Like that guy got paid the bag.
TP's out. A little bit of fakey there with the Mauga. Not happening though. No way. Not happening.
No way.
And then like the bidding war, like Albert was saying, Florida was trying to screw over Philly by like just offering Carpe as much money as humanly possible, like friggin' like 500k or like 400k or whatever it was. So Carpe and Profit, considering they were in the league like every single year basically, well Carpe almost every year, but then Profit every single year, those guys made bank. Because even when the money started to run out a bit, they're still making solid money on their contracts.
A bit shell-shocked by that. I mean, that's the thing, you got to be careful against the Sojourns. Any kind of small.
You learned yesterday Gunbug got 150k first time on Season 6 Mayhem? God damn.
Isn't as big as like a Cassidy's, for example. Sometimes their damage can just come out of nowhere and you can just get insta-killed.
Yeah. You actually like do. Tracer is like one of the few heroes, I think, if not the
You
only
see.
one who can actually get headshot and kill.
Yeah, I saw him N3's on the academy team under Carpe. About to take his job yet again.
That's gonna be coming in your direction.
Sag bake.
So yeah, you definitely have to be very, very careful about that. But high ground.
Hey, Matt, thank you for the super chat, my friend.
Lauren's very low, though.
Peps diff Twisted Minds. Yeah, I mean, is it really a surprise when they got labbed on tank? Also, right now, Peps are getting absolutely smoked.
So Peace and Love can't make use of it. Terror Surge available in just a moment. Unless you're almost getting a spear onto FD. God, you saw him peek his little head out. That would have been quite disastrous. Lauren there with a high ground control. He's got a railgun. This overclock is going to hurt.
Oh, nice. Peace and Love always have a sound barrier. They can bring this back. Maybe no, don't do it.
Booping the Sojin down to the low ground, getting them on the rest of his team's level.
That'd be so toxic. Could you imagine Ents throw on purpose so Twisted Minds don't make Dallas? That'd be insane levels of hate.
Team Peps now still have their
Let's scoop Peps stiff Twisted Minds.
Yes, indeed. I appreciate it though, Math. Ents wouldn't throw away that prize money though. Yeah, probably not. I don't know why they'd do that. Flash Ops hasn't paid out their prize pool. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Goomba said he's now looking at 30K and working in a different time zones and moving on is his best choice. I mean, yeah. Do what's best for you. Overwatch Esports isn't exactly in the best position, so do what you gotta do to survive, man. There's more to life than just this game.
Trying to hold their own on the point. A lot of incoming fire. Naga comes back and takes care handily of Lauren. Good, a couple of little stagger kills here. Might not mean all too much as they were still regrouping, but still pretty good.
It feels okay too. Like Team Peps had lost Naga so early on in that fight. I think they felt forced to use ultimates a little bit sooner than they wanted to. You saw the Terror Surge as well as the Deadeye come out there, but you still have that rotation. You've got the Kitsune Rush now as Peace and Love make their way back. But it's time for Peace and Love to have their own combo as well. Terror Surge and Pulse Bomb on the table for them to work with.
Good stick. That's a lot of damage. Tread needs immediate care. Is going to receive it too.
Yeah, who knows, Bake? Who knows? It's ridiculous.
So this is Peace and Love finding a flip on them almost.
Classic Blizzard.
There's the rush. Here comes LSU. Terror Surge hits 3. Kitsune Rush with the help of the Suzu. Make sure Team Pet stays alive.
Outside of bigger prize pools, how would you improve OWCS? Please, for the love of God, give Asia more spots in the international tournaments. 2 is not nearly enough for them. Make the tournament bigger. Why not, man? And if you don't want to make it bigger, you give Asia another team, and then you take one away from NA, because NA is garbage. Sorry to say, but that's just the truth.
You have your first litmus test right here. Is who are you really relying upon on the team to actually get the damage? What types of rotations do you like to play? How reactive? How aggressive? Like, there's so many different factors you have to keep in mind on how you're going to play the Orisa versus Orisa. So I think, like, as the series goes on, we'll maybe start to see Team Peps be a little bit more confident in making their plays.
Give spots to other regions. That's also not a bad idea. I mean, Japan, with how well Japan's doing right now and the viewership and fans they're bringing in, they should absolutely just get spots because, like, even if they're not going to do anything, who the hell cares?
Too cautious of those spears.
Yeah. We saw it the other day. Tragic way to start off this
tournament should extend down and be a little bit bigger, I feel like. Give Asia more love. Asia's literally the most, like, powerful place in Overwatch in terms of skill.
Here we go. Peace and Love with a decent point presence. Kroger's taking a little bit of damage there. You saw Psycho was weaving himself in.
We don't need USA in World. What does World Cup have to do with OWCS? That's so toxic, Matt.
Okay. No, all good. Did hit the recall. I thought Psycho might have just fallen over, but Psycho now underground. You got to mark the traces sometimes if you're Naga, making sure Crook doesn't have to blow any cooldowns early.
Lauren's on that left side.
Oh, that's not good.
Psycho got picked.
Yeah, picked with a Magnate of all things. I mean, everybody from Peace and Love is like...
It's just literally where every esport is the best at. Yeah, that's what I mean, man. Like, Korea's so important for Overwatch, and we're giving them 2 spots. I mean, to be fair, USA got 1 gold, so I'm not gonna complain. They got their golds, I'm chilling. They got their golds, and outside of Team UK, which was embarrassing, they've played Korea or China in the first round, so...
They don't want to peek their heads out too much to get randomly taken out by alexyOWL. But, you know, they're still kind of waiting to have that reaction. Oh, that was a huge...
Nice window.
And the Immortality Field could come out so fast.
Luckily had the Evo Field, exactly.
Oh my god.
The window, so... Nice response there, normally, from the Orisa. Just a spear through the window, because, you know, people are standing behind it, but... Yeah, you just have to deal with the damage that's flying at you. Another resets for Peace and Love.
Yeah, I mean, the Baptiste is also a big difference.
Looking for a pulse bomb.
He has felt more comfortable playing the Kiriko throughout this stage.
What's going on? alexyOWL thinks it's high noon on Laurent.
Naga could still land a stick here, potentially.
In the backline, Pulse Bomb comes out, Terror Surge, beat, rush, everything. All hit the Qs. Peace and Love still have to deal with the sound barrier coming from Peps, however. As FD God lays it down super late. That spear going a little bit wide as Peps put themselves back on the point. Don't want to overextend, they're welcome. As the high noon now comes out from Laurent, dodges the spear. Suzu came out just in case. And it is Tread on the point. Takes a lot of damage from the high noon, but Tread is going to be able to shrug that one off by going golden. Flip from Peace and Love 2. And the kills. Both DPS now down for
the turn.
Tries to get out of there. Probably won't survive all too long.
Not all that many resources on the board. Still, Peace and Love are in this one.
Back to spawn. Has the Baptiste amplification matrix, so that is something they can help to engage this fight with. I was like, nah, gun. I don't think like gonna stay there, but not a bad way to potentially get a quick pick if somebody decides to, you know, ego PQ there on the main choke. But you've got Baptiste matrix. Team Peps, like they can come back into this one, I think, pretty confidently, as long as they just keep being reactive when they see Peace and Love make a move.
Whoop. That hit an A through the window. It's a fair bit of damage. Peps find the cap off that window alone. No kills garnered from Peps there. It was just ult and then space control. Peace and Love, that's not a spot you want to be in. You wanted someone perma-touching, but it's so hard at this point when there's a window in the choke point in mid. Speaking of which, no kills still, and a rush use for a retake from Peace and Love. Everybody playing the pacifist run right now. There's an achievement for that, probably. All right, Terror Surge. I mean, this looks almost too obvious. Nice anti-spear spin there from Tread, but straight to the backline. Grabs 3. There's the pulse bomb on top as well. Sound barrier, everything thrown in to try and deal with this Orisa in the backline. But he's going to be able to save LSU, but ends up paying for it with their life. 90% for Peace and Love, but Naga is just running rings around Peace and Love right now. Team Peps without control, but they got bodies on the point, and they get the flip. Here comes the Terror Surge from Tread.
That was a really close first match.
Peace and Love only needs to deal with the Tracer, who's on the point, hitting the recall already. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide from Naga, but it's all good. You are forgiven. OT is here, and Team Peps with the victory on map number 1.
Do I prefer Twisted Minds or Peps to go to Dallas? It greatly depends on Twisted Minds' situation. If they continue to play with Labda on tank, I'd rather have Peps, personally.
Naga's looking really good this tournament so far. It's really nice to see a player continue that skill. That I mentioned before in the series with Peps, like, I've casted Naga for a long time, like, and it's still good to see him near the top of his game. And with Peps, with a firm sight on those final spots, you want to get to Dallas, but getting past Peace and Love is one thing, getting past Ents is another. Of course, Peace and Love can do the same thing. We'll have to wait and see how we end up in map number 2, because Control was a little bit back and forth. They went to all 3 rounds.
It's close. It was a close map. And I think both teams just trying their best to get a feel for each other, but also know when they can actually push the gas. I think that's so tough, right? Especially if you've never played against this team.
Yeah, obligated. It's rough, man.
I think on the
But hey, they weren't in a position to draft a quarterback unless they wanted to get McCarthy. And I don't believe in JJ McCarthy that much. I don't like the idea of drafting him at 6, so that's just how it goes.
Like they have everything to lose. Team Peps, they've got that legacy they have to keep up. That pressure.
Yeah, I mean, continuing to build it, right? I mean, that's exactly what they want. Going into Dallas would be a heck of a feat for them. It's going to be tough opposition at Dallas, though. I'll tell you right now, the Korean teams are, oh my.
No FD got dying into traffic highlight. Yeah, what's up with that, man?
Try and get those upsets, and Team Peps wants to be there with them. So look at some stats from that last map. Of course, this is the lower semi-finals right now with a victory here, meaning ENTS will be the opposition to get to the grand finals here at main event stage 2. Pretty similar across the board there. I mean, Peps with the 4 KDA and Peace and Love with the 2. So yeah, Eichenwalder will be the next map. Rose, not seen this one yet today, and no substitutions either. I'm just getting word.
Okay. So definitely could still just continue to see the Orisa here. We have seen most teams in EMEA tend to do that versus playing something like the Winston, especially because Winston loses that potency over at that 3rd point. So may as well just kind of like stick to it, just use the Lucio, try to capture those high grounds away, just walking upstairs.
Any ability from Mirror Watch you want the heroes to get for real? Please let Ana nano herself. Please. It makes too much sense. Just let it happen.
Play a bit more together, aggressive.
I think Peps has done a good job of that in the past. Tread being a new addition to the roster has been a big boon for them for sure. Like the hero pools in general for the tank roster on the squad have been just accelerated, just expanded, sorry. So I think Tread being a bit of a...
Give Ryan the speed boost when shield breaks. That would actually be kind of based.
All on the same page, like we see Team Space Station, for example, all look like they're like neuro-linked, right? All thinking the same thought at the same time. Like, it's going to take a little bit of time to kind of get there, but you can really see how well Tread has been able to integrate with the team. All right, Team Peps on the defense, Peace and Love on the offense. Let's get a Peace and Love listen in, though.
Give Ana Darkrai like the Pokemon? Wow, these comms are amazing.
Bro, guys, we can't get loose there to place the Peps. It's impossible. Look at those players. Locked in, locked in. Actually, look at those players on the enemy team and think, do you really want to lose out on 3rd place or 2nd place or 1st to them?
Nice. Nice pep talk.
Get top 3 in a year.
Nice pep talk. Do you really want to lose to them? Nice.
Like, Tread should not be getting top 3 in a year.
Okay, dude.
Come left. Yeah.
Free picking right. Left. Creasing right. Wide. Yeah.
I'm on the left.
Creasing right. 3-1, 3-1.
They're inting. Walk up. Just right.
No Suzu all in, no Suzu, careful.
They're swinging right.
Swing right,
Swing right is 5.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm already speeding 2.
Listen. Castle. 3-1. You have Suzu. Yeah, push. We can push now. Chase it. We go. Now, look Cree.
Take space. They're gonna come on me. Castle. I think I go boop. I'm just getting me. Ursula 45. Ursula, you going. Cree here, spare. I'm gonna die. Can me left. Already dies as well. Ursula dies at least. Kill Ursula at least. Nice. We go fast.
Der er fast on B, der er Kiri.
Det var det just
pause så. Det der har bare result.
We can go for Kiri here.
Maybe a little grudge match there from Peace and Love. Just, do you really want to see Tread in the top 3?
Oh, that's... How did that happen?
Hey,
Lauren just dead immediately.
To how, like, Peak has kind of instigated some of these other teams. I would not expect any less trash talk coming out from Peace and Love.
They always listen on to the team that's losing the team fight. Oh, Mega lol.
But yeah, not necessarily the push that they were looking to have on their first attack, but they were tracking
Vulcan, that is a very interesting motivation to fly to a different country, but I respect it. I respect the vision. I respect the commitment.
Needs some swift healing, but actually catches Naga lacking a little bit in the back. There is the Kitsune rush already used from both Kiri, so it's all up to Lucio's. These beats have to be perfect.
All right, no full hold. No full holder watch this time.
Winning out the frontline duel against Lorraine, but Peace and Love staying in this fight. A beak, and by being able to stay alive, just not only kind of escorting the Sojourn, but peeling from this Tracer too. We know how deadly Naga has been. Just didn't get a chance to use that pulse bomb in the end.
Is that the first time we've seen Peace and Love do that either? Like, and Naga is definitely forced to be reckoned with in the back line, and so Peace and Love, they've played very reactively. You saw in their attack push too, just how much that they were turning around to try to just get Naga.
Where's FD got going?
No way FD got died.
What are we doing? What is this fight?
Oh my
Real rough. Lauren also ends up going down. I like the move there from Peps. They wanted to flip on him, make sure the gate doesn't open, but they were a little bit too late to that. The gate initially started to open.
And it works. It literally worked, man. That's insane.
Ooh. Use the Suzu to get away. Was not entirely convinced unless he was going to be able to do that. Especially if Tread was going to keep using the Fortify to get closer. But not a bad position for Team Peps to take in this castle. And Naga, Psycho, both once again able to step up to the plate with their pulse bombs.
Alright, here comes the rush from Crook. Return one from a beak. Focusing down LSU pretty well is Tread and the rest of the gang. And now Naga, nice tracking, nice looking at Loren there, making sure they can't get this railgun shot off.
Naga Gaming.
If you're Naga too, of course, a lot of the time, Loren is looking for a kill on someone like Exodia or sniping out the backline, so Naga's a little bit more free in that instance.
And Psycho and Naga aren't always marking each other down either. So you do have a little bit more free range if you're Naga to try to go after like Tia or Exodia. Oh my god.
Nice stuff from Team Peps. I mean, they're just playing at a different tempo right now. I mean, Terror Surge is coming in. There's the sound barrier. Peace and Love do not win this fight, especially after beat has been used. I mean, Peace and Love feels like they're gonna have to use sound barrier to like even get
2 minutes to go.
Team Peps playing on a new level of aggression. They're gonna have to back.
Yeah, this is an insane defense to be having. Like, they can't even turn the corner.
You have to use a sound barrier to engage. Like, yes, of course, you have that at your disposal, but you'd rather use it to be able to extend the fight. I guess a few times we've seen it from teams, but just feels like that health expires before you're able to actually get an advantage for yourself. Especially if you have to deal with Naga or somebody. Yes. It's just gonna chunk away that overhealth.
This is the last EU game, yes.
Pulse bombs in hand. Psycho and Naga now.
Two.
Oh, now Naga's checking Psycho, at least a little bit. Checking the stairs, making sure no one's coming up. Put a banana down maybe so someone slips up before they get up there. Do a little Mario Kart on them. Or Beacon a little bit of trouble. Only takes one shot. Lauren.
Nice spear.
That was a nice spear. LSU just stops Exodia actually.
I'm a fan of Tread.
And now, straight in the line of sight of Loren with this overclock. Spots FD. God, can he get the final shot? Of course he can. Handily dealing with the front line.
Still have another fight, though. This is probably going to be the last one.
And with this Kitsune rush running the corner, you just lay that on top of the card. But the problem is that Team Peps, they also have one. Exodia is going to be shooting like crazy on the Kitsune. And then, yeah.
Nice dodge to the nades there. That Hinder nade would have been a death sentence to the Tracer. I mean, this rush on the point is just so
Oh,
deadly.
boy. Whoa, the double!
Comes out 2 with the Deadeye. Just peeks out the castle doors. And see you later. 20 seconds to go for Peace and Love. What a disastrous fight to lose. Team Peps on the defense. This payload's going to start slowly rolling back, but Peace and Love
10 seconds.
It's going to be up to Lucio Traces to touch here.
Reddit Lucio rollout.
Really not an option. They're going to be able to go through the castle. It's up to Vaya. Oh, they're
Oh, nope.
I don't think that was a touch. No, it wasn't.
No chance.
Nope, it's too far away. Like, what good reaction times from Team Peps to see Bia coming? Hit it with the boop. Like, there were spears heading in that direction. There's just so much damage. That was crazy. Like, Peace and Love, like, you call it out. They weren't ever going to get there as a full team of 5 to touch, but they couldn't even get there with 1. And they split the focus so that Tracer and Lucio were coming from a different direction each. Wow.
All right, let's go to Peps listening on their first attack.
I mean, this is really good. How do we want to take this? Do we want to keep going really aggro or what?
It depends. Like, it depends on the CD trays. Like, just play normal, and if you want, we can just hold.
Yeah. I mean, I think if they just impact cooldowns again, I just want to go quicker.
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck, bro.
So we'll try to kill our cast when we rotate.
Widow shots? Yeah. I think by fucking... yeah, they could be on like Monkey or something, so we just make sure what they're on. Alright, let's go. Inshallah, go.
Oh, they're picking that, or is Saki really sure?
I go inside left, you ready for FD?
Alright, kind of reminiscent to Peace and Love's listening there as well. A little bit quiet to begin with. Not a crazy amount of talking, just showing up the game plan, making sure they know exactly what Peace and Love are running as soon as they run out the gate. Another reason to run the Widow.
It would have been so sick if you heard the Widow clip. I just wanted to hear the pop-up of like, let's go.
It's gonna happen eventually. Ooh. Psycho getting the best of Naga there. Nice off angle too, taken by the Soj.
Peace and Love can just set up on this central pillar though. As we saw, like kind of them have a little bit of trouble on how they wrapped around Team Peps. You heard them talking about waiting for those opportunities where those cooldowns are down, and Spear Spin is now off the table here for LSU.
FD got his somehow alive there.
Naga at this point. Naga requires FD God as well to kind of move with him for fear of just falling over. Kitsune Rush available already from Crook. Rips it super early. I mean, a Beak's 5% away, 4% away.
85%, they got a touch. C9, hello? Where's the touch? You had Kyriel too, what are we doing? Yikes.
5 minutes on the time bank.
So hesitant, man.
Push there from Team Peps, okay.
Well, it's just so decisive. By the time that you ended up seeing, like, Spear Spin got used, Spear was gone, you also had the Fortify off the table. That's when Team Peps went, yeah, okay, that's our game plan. Those are down, let's just go kill them.
Pulse.
So
Suzu. All good. High Noon. Oh, what a spear! Oh my Naga! Taking out both supports. Tread. Spin to win. A little pulse on top. Nice double from Naga there. Really clean.
That looks so good. Like Pulse Bomb and Terror Surge combo. We've seen a couple of teams use that now.
I mean, they had a chance to recontest that. They had a Curie ult there. They could have tried to get back on the point. They still could have maybe turned that.
Yeah, the Terror Surge, and then you also were able to hit them while the supports are cowering. Everything is coming up so big for Team Peps right now. They need to win one more team fight. They might even just be able to get the end of the map right here. Peace and Love are coming in with a lot, though, especially an overclocked out a stairway.
Yeah, they don't want to mess with that. They've got to know Lauren's pretty close to it. Still getting the payload going. It's under the bridge at this point. You can see there. Lauren just peeks over the other way. She's thinking of combo names too. Terror Bomb, like Pulse Surge. I don't know. There's something there. There's something there for that combo.
Terror
Pulse. It's like terrifying pulse kind of thing. Nice little disruption shot.
Yeah.
Just taking everybody. Sound barrier for FD God doesn't really want to go first. He's playing in the front line right now. Has to back off. Yeah, look, there's the beats. Terror Surge coming in. No pulse bomb on top. There isn't one available. Nice little boop into the wall from FD God as well. The boop and the spear spin, and everybody is trapped, huddled in the corner. It's like there's spiders in the corner of your room, but they're just getting smashed with a mallet, you know?
This is a brutal beating that we are witnessing.
Now with a golden box of victory in their sights. Peace and Love with a beak. Spawning last here is going to be a little bit of a rough touch. The Tracers marking each other. Look, you can see Psycho's getting marked by Naga. Knows exactly where he is. High Noon being pod from Exodio on the bridge. Gets speared. Woo, nice accuracy. Oh my god. Little 45-degree headshot there. I think that's about done it as well. Peace and Love only have LSU on the point. The gold has already been used. I mean, Naga and FD God should be able to kill the Orisa. Abik may have returned, but it is Team Peps
Damn.
in that payload. I mean, the Sojourn not working out for Team Peps a little bit earlier on, but the Cassidy, they make it work. exoWL's aim is just something to behold. Although Abik does end up coming back and Suzuing for a second time. I guess just that's just Kiriko things, I suppose. There's the Terror set. Eventually it ends, and Team Peps on a match point versus Peace and Love.
Wow, and that map did not feel particularly close. I think Team Peps, they started to figure out, you could hear in their comms, right, when they were planning their attack push. All right, here's our game plan. Let's just go execute. They were marking those cooldowns from the Orisa super well, marking the Suzus coming out from Abik, and just pushing the advantage when they saw that those cooldowns were not available.
All right.
They're so fluid with it.
Really nice stuff from Team Peps. A really good showing too after their last series a little bit earlier on today. Feeling pretty confident, you'd imagine. And Naga coming out with big kills. He's got to be one of the standouts right now for the team. exoWL as well. I think it feels like a lot of the time in this meta, it's like you take it in terms of being like the pop-off character. I mean, Naga and exoWL do take it in terms with how good exoWL is on the Cassidy and the Sojourn. I feel like I much prefer the Cassidy from exoWL. He's looked very good in setting his team up with the high noons, and then his team also setting him up, like booping people into his LOS. And then Naga just very consistent on the Tracer. Has not really had a dull moment as of yet. Of course, winner here, and if Team Peps do end up 3-0ing with Colosseo coming up as our next map, they get the prestigious honor of facing Ends up next, right? It's going to be a tough match, but if you can finish here strong, tomorrow, you're going to feel real confident going into that series, despite how one-sided it might look on paper.
Yeah, I think you're already feeling really strong if you're Team Peps because you took out Twisted Minds, a very tough opponent earlier on already today. And now you're going into this Peace and Love match and you go, you know what? Like, we're doing it. We're up 2-0. We only have to win one more map. And then we get a chance at a really big dog. And Team Peps have always
back in time for Orisa highlights. Yes. Welcome back.
Wow, yeah, the Naga Psycho head-to-head with Tracer is...
It's funny because Psycho doing more damage too, like a little bit more damage, but Naga getting those final blows and like helping the team out. Obviously, Limbs doesn't equal the final blows. It's like a combination of like assists and whatnot as well. But KDA looking pretty solid for Naga at 18.5 versus 2.3 from Psycho. Colosseo is our next map. I mean, Peace and Love, they really don't want Tread specifically, apparently, being the top 3.
My name is Austin. If you'd prefer to call me that, you're more than welcome to, but most people call me ATP.
They want that.
I love team comms. Keep it coming.
That's so funny. No, it's been so interesting to get the insight. Either we get something really funny out of the team comms, or we actually get, like something educational.
Yeah, something educational.
More often than not.
Monkey. Orisa, Lucio. Educational. Learn the calls. That's what you got to take away from the team comms.
Osmosis.
Exactly, via osmosis. Looks like we're having a small substitution though, coming through from Peace and Love. We'll see where they want to sub in and out.
With an eye.
Ooh, okay. Ice coming in for Peace and Love.
A tank substitution.
Wow. Okay. So it's really interesting because like Alessio has seen most of the play in stage 2, and Ice has only come in under very specific circumstances to play some heroes. Winston, a hero that Ice is very good at. Orisa as well.
Yes, you could also call me Adenosine Triphosphate. I've gotten that one a lot throughout the years. Like, going way back to, like, my early years of Overwatch. That was, like, the OG nickname. Well, one of my OG nicknames. The first OG nickname was New Michael. I got that one a lot. That was not fun, always being compared. But after that, a lot of it was Adenosine Triphosphate.
Of the main event, Peace and Love. This is their selection, too. So they've got to have a game plan initially coming into it, like we're going to play Ice here, I would have imagined. We'll see how they vibe with it. I mean, Winston, you know, you can play a lot of Winston on this map. In the neutral and the mid, it's very difficult. You have to, like, you win first fight, and then you can control height and low, but Orisa and the rush is very powerful. Winston doable, but maybe not advisable.
I think, like, we've seen most often Ice come out with Winston or Orisa.
Sure.
So if we're on Coliseum, I would assume it would be Orisa. And Winston's just like, that's hard mode, playing a map like this.
Poor man's Tomathan.
Makes
What?
sense. Maybe you just need a fresh perspective in the roster, especially if you're already down 0-2. It's not bad.
Games have been pretty good so far.
Maybe just refresh the mental.
Yeah, I was called New Michael a lot. Like, the first, like, I want to say the first, like, 2 to 3 months of my channel blowing up, that was, like, at least 10% of my comments. Hey, New Michael. Oh, thank you for replacing Michael. Michael this, Michael that. Like, please leave me alone. I'm my own person.
To be honest, Roge, but Soj in the mid. A little better than the Castiques. You need those. You need that insta kill. I'm taking bets again. How long does it take for first heal to come through? I'm gonna say
30 seconds.
30 seconds. 30 more. So about 9.
The OWL channel, the Dragon Ball profile pic. Yeah, that was my... I had to make my roots be known for a while, because that's where I originally came from.
That's a good way to start. There you go. Confidence building.
I did not have the Google Docs. No, I didn't have the spreadsheets. Michael didn't do anything. I'm just saying I got compared to him a lot at the start.
I mean, look at that. Already out of
Well, he didn't do anything to me. Not everyone liked him.
This is a very different looking Peace and Love roster. Oh my god. Like even getting up close to ExoDial, sending him back to spawn.
I like what I see.
Wow, just... I love this.
And this is
Yeah, no, I've never had sources like Michael did back in the day.
if you are feeling a little bit, not like down.
If Michael returns, will be called Old ATP.
Right now, and Ice is exactly what they're getting. I'm glad a lot of teams
I mean, in a way, kind of, I guess.
and Ice is coming in pretty strong already with an initial kill.
I mean, yeah, he definitely made OWL more interesting. He was like one of the first people to start making Overwatch esports content, you know? He's like the OG. Like, people call me the OG. He's the real OG, you know?
Wow, Naga just yeeting that out into the sun.
His leaks definitely made things more interesting.
Able to take back control of the bot. Team Peps are coming out of spawn.
The issue with people was how hard he stalled in his videos and how he would put like 10 ads in a 10-minute video. Like, he'd stall to make sure it was 10 minutes and then he'd put like 20 ads. I remember when people were like, please, when you get monetized, please don't put 1 million ads on your videos. I'm begging you.
They just paid away. So smart.
And that was a promise I've always tried to withhold. Hey, Keon with the 20 bomb.
Cot, what are your top 3 favorite Overwatch gun models?
Thank you for the $20, bro. My top 3 favorite Overwatch gun models. That's a very unique question.
Like F1 Formula 1 car speed.
I'm gonna have to pull up like all the Overwatch weapons.
So close to getting a pick there onto Habib. But Naga.
Okay, so what are we constituting as guns? Like, could it be like any weapon in the game? Or is like, does it actually have to look like a gun?
You see that first point get captured, but there's still FD God trying to come back into this so low already.
Yeah, who does everyone remember the stalling? The Michael stalling, where it'd be like, hey guys, welcome to the video. How was your day going, guys? My day is going great, and that'd go on for like a minute before he'd actually start talking. That was the biggest problem for a bunch of people. They're gonna get a checkpoint here. Like, any weapons. Okay. Any weapon.
From coming from map number 2 to map number 3.
I'm pulling them all up so I can
push it a little bit further.
Get an idea.
That's actually a pretty important rose. Worth keeping in mind, of course, with the checkpoint, the butt scratch mode gets initiated, it stalls out for a little bit. But if you
my favorite gun models, I think Ana Sniper's probably going to be one of them for sure. Definitely got to go with Doomfist Gauntlet, right?
Just in case it is worth it, and it does matter, then you want it to actually matter.
And then the third one,
Neutral now as it's a full 5v5. Another standstill. Any guesses on how much?
Honestly, I'll go with Sigma's Hyper Spears.
There's a Tracer with a pulse bomb. You can't guess now. That'd be cheating.
20 seconds.
20 seconds? Okay, I'll take that.
So like
5-10-ish. There you go.
Tracer's pulse pistols are nice.
Extend that for a little bit longer than 5 minutes.
Zen's nutcracker orbs hitting people with nuts. True. Shout out to Fresh Nuts. I miss that guy.
A little bit of trouble. Well, you got 6 seconds, Rose. Tread's AFK. Just waiting to get healed. Same with Ice now. Uses that spear spin to relocate behind the next archway. Oh, here comes the rush. Okay, kills surely in the near future.
I'd also give a... I'm also giving a big shout out to Kiri's kunai and then Hanzo's bow. Those would be my top 5 if it was a top 5.
That was actually just on Tread, to be very honest with you. He just corralled 3 people.
Bob's gun? Dude, that's a good pull. Mauga's miniguns are pretty sick too, I'm not gonna lie.
Took enough time. ExoDio was able to get a charge railgun shot. Big chunk of damage.
Genji Shuriken, of course, another classic.
On the bridge. Oh, scatter.
I kind of like Sojourn's railgun. It gives me like that like Destiny or like Halo vibes. You know what I mean? Like with the railgun shot. Maybe that's just me. Diva's bunny blaster. Nice.
Dodging death there, especially hiding up on this little ledge. There's the kills that you want to see. Psycho taking care of Naga. Very much checking.
Speaking of railgun, we gotta hit a shot here, ExoDio.
Pressure on your other DPS plus your support.
Dude, Lifeweaver Thorns remind me of the Needler from Halo.
Forcing them to fight on that point just to try and get the checkpoint, but they're unable to do so.
See, it could matter though, because it's 3
Dude, the old sim weapon, when the secondary fire would go through barriers, bro, that one gimmick was hilarious. You'd get so many kills just by spamming.
Like Psycho trying to take a flank. Lauren also standing in that windowsill. But yeah, there you go. Lauren out.
Yeah, very patient from Naga, like you were saying, Rose. And they must have had a feeling too that both DPSs were close to ults, if not had them. Of course, we know that for a fact. Nice fight win from Team Peps. Really well executed. Didn't cost them a single thing either.
No, even more to work with now heading into the next one. It's going to be Kitsune Rush here for level 1 Crook.
Oh, big stick on the Kiri. Massive play from Psycho. Does not want to lose this series.
I think of the Kiriko. Oh dear. That's not the best of starts there for Team Peps. They lose control, and that was their fight to win there, right? I mean, they want to
make more Ryan counters. Hasn't he suffered enough?
Get down and then get the checkpoint, but all right, we're back to where we were about a minute.
I miss when Ryan was actually played. And like, not because it was goats, like the other Ryan metas we'd see. Pre-Owl Ryan metas were so fun, man. When you play like triple tank sometimes, or you could just do what you want. You'd play a Ryan, you'd play like Ryan Ana Lucio, and then whatever DPS you want, and like either like a Diva or a Zarya or a Hog. Man, I would kill to go back to that. Back when old man ATP could keep up with Overwatch and be somewhat decent at it.
Peace and Love now battling against 1 minute and 50 seconds with Peps in control of the bot once more. Oh, that was really nice. Predicted the falling of Psycho there. Little blink smack. Very, very clean from Naga.
You have 63 OWL tokens. Am I 6v6er? I think 6v6 and 5v5 have their appeals, but 6v6 is always going to have the better memories for me. I mean, I have no problem with 5v5, but 6v6 I just had better times on. It's as simple as that. Ah, the Slambulance, of course. The 4 tanks, 2 supports. Goated. I love the Slambulance comp, man. A poor man's goats. And the disengage as well from Peps is nice. You can kind of just fight in the neutral again here. You have beat advantage, and you get the pick before it even starts. Lovely. Oh yeah, for a tank player, 6v6 is a way better experience.
Force them to the very brink.
Having a diva for Peel, you know, like the Rein Zarya stuff. For a tank, 6v6 was better. No doubt about it. Way less miserable. And even then, it's still miserable, but not as miserable. I mean, tank when earlier Overwatch days was fun. It's just like, towards the end of Overwatch 1, tank became a disaster. Because everyone would just lock hog. Like, no one cared anymore.
Someone was descending from him from high ground, but the rest of his team, they're just dishing out dirt here. 5 seconds to go. A late beat only hits 2. A miracle is required once again. Overtime, the bot is in control right now of Peace and Love, but Team Peps, they have too many players on the bot. And exoDIAL's, he's dealing with people in the spawn. A 1v1 versus...
And a 3-0 for Team Peps. I was not expecting this game to be a roll. 3-0, chat. Chat ends up being right. You got me there, chat. The 3-0 for Peps. Well done. Still a really good run for Peace and Love, though. For a team that kind of came out of nowhere, they had a solid run. All the way to lower bracket semis. Not too bad.
In order to actually make it into the main event at Dallas.
So
that's
close.
Crazy.
So close from getting there.
Right there.
Peace and Love are pretty decent.
Of all people. Like,
the power of friendship.
That is going to be a rough game, but coming off of this series with a 3-0, they're feeling pretty good.
It's all right, Colin. It's not bad. I think it has its positives and negatives. Peps or NA second? Do you mean which team I think would win? NA second easily.
If they just kind of keep that up, I mean, maybe a spot in Dallas is in their sights. Let's take a listen, actually, to the winning comms, the very final few moments there from Team Peps.
Literally 1 point, literally 1 point, literally 1 point. One team.
No, Suzu.
Look team still, look team still. Tracer.
Place me.
Okay, who's touching? No one.
Nice.
Let's go! Let's go. I like
They're playing Ents tomorrow, chat. Peps have an opportunity. If they somehow, someway beat Ents, they would make it to Dallas over Twisted Minds. That's what it comes down to. If Ents beat Peps, Twisted Minds make it. If Peps win, Peps make it.
Wasn't a bad look for them either.
Yeah, I think they came into the league. They kind of had the opportunity to win for sure.
Bonus question, what is everyone's thoughts on the new Clash Gamma mode? Good, mid, bad, or meh?
Yeah, with another $5, I appreciate it. My thoughts on the new Clash game mode is that it's just okay. I'd like to maybe get some other maps of it to really give you a better opinion.
Is a team on a whole other level, and there's so much more complexity to that matchup. With
I don't really know if I think it's like anything groundbreaking. I wouldn't say it's a bad game mode, but I don't love it either. I'm kind of in between. It's like mid, just okay.
Agree.
Why are the alerts so delayed? That's just Streamlabs. I don't know what else to tell you.
Compositional diversity, because here in the mid table, we're seeing almost
Streamlabs do be slacking.
The only swap we're seeing is the Cass and the Sojourn, but you know, as long as you're both playing Kiri, Lucio, Orisa, the game is pretty consistent. They might have a good read on this style, how to play the matchups here, but what happens when Ents throws a Sigma at you or something of that nature, or more Winston comps come out? I think the game changes pretty drastically, and I'm not saying Peps can't do it. I'm saying we just haven't seen them be tested by those other comps and come out looking as good. I think they're very comfortable in the mirror, and so if Ents gives them a mirror, you know, that's, I'd say strategically, I think that might be a mistake for Eds. But
I'm also glad Hanamura's back in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. So I think they're really going to have to focus.
And it doesn't feel as frustrating to play as OG on Hanamura, that's for sure.
They could be going to Dallas as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Ents brings to the table. Obviously, against Twisted Minds, they also played some of that Sigma, right? Kai was on the Bastion for a couple of maps as well.
Yeah.
And so that is something we've seen from Ents consistently. But we know that, of course,
Clash takes longer in comp. The games can go by fast. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll make some adjustments. They'll tune it as necessary.
Up and comer on the scene. 17 years old, just popping head.
exoDIAL has looked really good. Great pickup for Peps, I must say.
Super impressive there.
Going from hybrid to him was made such a big difference.
Picks out of nowhere, and that is really what why you love.
And then there's someone else on the team. Don't remember his name, but yeah.
In these compositions, that is what you want.
Peps look better now. Tread, level 1 Crook, exoDL, big difference makers.
Yeah, and having both of those heroes on such a level in your wheelhouse is an absolute game changer for your team. exoDL definitely far exceeding any expectations.
Horizon Lunar Colony. I mean, it's possible. I mean, if I were them, I think that's what I'd do. I'd recycle a lot of the 2CP maps. It probably makes it a bit easier on the artists and the developers. Peps is not all French, no. All they have is Stelios, Ben Best, and FD God, and 2 of the people I just named don't play.
It's exciting to win, and maybe just like I'm very, shy to talk on like how the people see me, but I don't know. It's just very exciting to win like this, like 3-0, because we're like expecting them to just pull up some fight, but we just roll them, so it's fine.
One of the clash points on Horizon should be 0 gravity. I mean, it's possible.
It's been so exciting to watch.
I think it'd be a good idea to bring back some of those 2CP maps, though. Like, a lot of people enjoyed, what's it called? Freaking Temple of Anubis. Houston In-Laws with the 10 gifted. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for that a lot. That's awesome. 10 gifted from Houston In-Laws coming in clutch. The legend returns.
Right now, so I'm pretty confident on winning all these duels. But I really think
big. It means a lot, though, man. It goes a long way for me, especially right now. So thank you. Anyone who got a membership, be sure to thank Houston In-Laws. Enjoy your emotes and your badges.
What are your personal goals looking forward, right? Whether this event going to Dallas, do you want to make it to an international LAN, or have you even thought about stuff like that? Did you even think that was an option, I guess, before getting to this point?
I mean, I wasn't really getting this option because I was on sheer cold back then, no? And we got top 8. I wasn't really imagining going for the aiming for Dallas. But right now at this point, we just aiming for Dallas at 100%.
I mean, yeah, it's right there for you. You have one game, and it happens to be against the team they almost beat. They're playing ENCE. I mean, it's been a couple weeks since that game, but they almost beat them in groups.
When did you decide to pursue competitive Overwatch? When did you get into it? And, what's the...
That logo looks like a toenail.
I mean, I just got into...
The gross toenail, bro.
I don't have that much of a career, but I don't know. It was a improvement so fast that I just got addicted to it. I just wanted to keep going for more. So just becoming one of the best hit scans out there. So I think right now I'm just one of those, So I'm hungry for more. Just hungry for being the best of all.
Well, we're hungry to see more of you as well. An explosive performance. It's been so much fun to watch you in action. exoDL, thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. See you in the next game.
Thank you, good luck.
See you in game.
Big game for them tomorrow, chat. Peps versus ENCE. The fate of Twisted Minds is on the line.
Against a lot of seasoned players as well. That is no small feat.
It's so awesome seeing new talent come into the scene and then take it to the old guard now. And now you're going up against Kai, who's been around the scene for what feels like a real long time now. So
it's something we've seen a ton in NA recently.
It'll be interesting to see how this game goes, though, because the last time Peps played ENCE, they were mirroring each other, and now ENCE have changed up their playstyle a little bit. Although, because Peps don't play Sim, maybe they won't play Bastion. It'll be interesting to watch that game. No, Peps just need to win. If they just beat ENCE in general, they're going to Dallas. They need to get top 2. They need to make it to the OWCS EMEA Stage 2 finals.
That's the beauty of being such a young and explosive talent. Now, of course, as you say, it's not going to be easy. ENCE is going to put up a fight for sure. But Team Peps, They are hungry for more. Maybe they can ride that high. We'll find out very soon. That today won't be the day because we will close it out in the EMEA region tomorrow. It was a great day of great matches. So of course.
Now we're shifting gears over to NA chat after, I'm sure, a brief break from the broadcast here. We're diving right into Luminosity and Citrus Nation, I believe, first.
You know, like his team's forcing them to kite into him. That's exactly the scenario to get this pulse bomb. And mechanically, it's not like the craziest pulse bomb. He's just in exactly the right place at the right time. And I think that's...
Citrus are like the interesting underdogs that continue to surprise everybody.
Well, I believe then right after this, he actually...
I'd have to say LG are probably winning that game, though.
You know,
I'm going to give Citrus a map because they took a map off them before in groups, so I'll go the 3-1 for LG. I don't see why they don't win.
So clearly he's been putting in the work. But here's Sparker on the Ashe. Man, we've barely seen any Ashe this meta, but Sparker just found the opportunity, felt, you know, against the Sigma, those dynamites over the shield be a little bit more consistent, and that Bob value in the middle of the
I mean, this was
Nah, there's no way Ents will sell on purpose because if they get first, they win more money. It's so simple. Why throw when money's on the line?
True.
I don't actually have to give any credit.
Extremely popular Valorant content creator, played for Team Norway in Overwatch World Cup 2016. Wow.
What skins the players are rocking out with has actually been so much fun. Like, it's like all we do literally backstage. I mean, yeah, game is interesting, but which skins and which players?
What is it? All we do, but a lot of it is just breaking out skins.
It's jobs.
It's like 85% roughly of our analysis.
I'm sure we're not alone. Sure, we're not alone in that. Of course, not just the skins get us excited. No, also a lot of those players get us hyped up in the back.
Is Citrus the new Timeless? I don't know if I'd go that far, but they have been one hell of an underdog story. They continue to just completely surpass all expectations put on them.
Give a send off to Psycho, who I felt in Peace and Love had a really great performance on the Tracer. A lot of big picks from him, looking like a strong performer. So it's cool to see, you know, more of these exciting, talented players, whether they make it very far in the main event. I mean, think about ExoDio, right?
True, Banjo. True.
Sort of like a top 8 team, not expecting to go much further than that. Now finds himself in top 3, vying for more, vying for a slot at Dallas. And so it's cool to see so much, you know, talent coming up in the scene.
I don't think Luminosity fumbled this personally, but Citrus could make this hard on them. I would not be surprised. This team is on the up and coming.
On the Tracer, it did not go unappreciated.
They've gotten such a big boost after Lethal joined the team.
That's kind of nice, kind of clean.
And then the donut as the weapon shot.
I did not
like, it was thought out.
Zoe's ahead of us. She's onto the charms, you know.
The charms.
Of course, I saw the skin. How about the weapon charm?
We're all
what
about
emotes do you have equipped?
Well, we're gonna make some tier lists about that. Rest assured. Any honorable mentions from you? You just want to throw in?
I mean, I gave credit to Psycho before the match, so I was already on the case before it happened.
You were way ahead of me.
That's why they pay Johnny the big bucks.
you predict the comms, and I'll say the players will do well.
Yeah, a lot of Johnny this event has been like, yeah, what he said, or I've already said that, or like I wanted to say that.
Oh my God, sorry, that's brutal.
That's pretty brutal, yeah.
That just means to me that you are just a hive mind, always on the same page. And
I got the Yapmeister next to me. I need to not let him breathe.
It's rough, that's true.
My bad. All of that.
Sounds good, Keon.
I'll leave into a quick break. Of course, we have a lot more Overwatch to come today as we're heading into the NA region. And actually, before we're heading into a break, I got something even better. I mean, anything is better than a break, honestly. Especially this one, SK.
Hey, it's SK.
Hi, SK. With us right now, the best loser in the world.
Yep.
Oh my God, hi.
Hi.
I love you all.
How are you doing, SK?
I want to give you a hug.
I feel hugged.
I'm doing great.
I'm feeling
How are you?
I feel embraced. Now better that I got a distance SK hug. Currently as the best Lucio in our open ecosystem.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I just said it, so I just made that statement. You know, we saw you taking them down like flies. So obviously you're a harsh critic of their performances, even though you're not competing in OWCS anymore. But who's standing out for you? Are there any individuals, Lucios or not, that have been really impressing you in Stage 2?
Okay, I am the biggest Funny Astro and FD God fan. They're the 1 and 2 Lucios. I look up to them very much. They're awesome. And Sparker was just hitting every shot. That was terrifying. I want what he had for breakfast. I'm not gonna lie. I need to know.
Same. Yep. Look, I gotta ask you now. You've teamed up with Jake. You're ready for the Face It League. How does it feel to play alongside Jake?
Put me on the spot.
Okay, playing alongside Jake is so much fun because he's actually like the smartest player I've ever played with. He just micros everyone so hard. My life is so easy. He's like, hey, SK, come over here. And I'm like, okay, sure. And then we win. Life is good. Life is good.
SK is the only person who can make my yapping sound like a good thing. So I appreciate the kind words, SK.
Which team you have your eyes on? Who do you think is going to take it all?
I'm cheering for Space Station. I love Space Station. They were so fun to play against. They were really cool.
Do you feel there's any team which really can take it to them? Like, is ENS the only answer that the EMEA has here?
You know, it's always anyone's game. I think if one team has a bad day and another team has a good day, anyone can take it. But Space Station favorites for sure.
So I'm curious, SK, we're watching EU games is exciting, but let's talk a little about NA. Who are the teams you're watching there? Do you think, I mean, I think M80 Toronto Defiant is kind of like the big question mark where Toronto's been on top for a while now. What do you think about M80? Have you seen some of their games? Do you like their play?
I'm bad. I'm like so invested in EU. I'm kind of a traitor. I don't know anything about NA except that Toronto just clears everyone.
Yeah, that's kind of it.
So.
Toronto clearing everyone is so far has been the story. But M80, to catch you up, M80 does look competitive. Could be interesting. We got Happy and Pelican.
I'm excited to see you.
Yeah, it'll be a fun match to watch today.
Yeah, I mean, SK is a Lucio player. We have all the best Lucios, so.
That is true. You got Astra.
That is true.
It's OP.
That's a good focus to have as a European person, of course. I may or may not be biased. SK, one last thing. Of course, you've been co-streaming as well. I've just been enjoying all the action in Overwatch. Where can people catch you next, and what can they expect when they watch your stream?
Oh my goodness. I wasn't ready for this. I play a lot of Overwatch, like 12 hours a day. I'm kind of addicted. My Twitch is SK. We're watch partying today, and then later we're gonna play a lot of ranked, and hopefully I will hit champion. I'm GM2 right now.
Hey yo.
Okay, the road continues then. I'll be tuning in as soon as I'm off work. SK, thank you so much for joining us. It's always lovely to see you and of course to hear from you, and best of luck in your rank games today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Much love to SK.
Goodbye.
We love you. Thanks for everything you do. It's been just so much fun to see our streamers.
That's why we got SK on the team.
Right.
She's a grinder. She's got that motivation. Out there grinding rank games. That's what I need to see.
You're slacking. You're slacking. You're just sitting around here.
I'm over here. Somebody give me a PC on the desk.
I was watching the last qualifier game they had, the qualifier for Face It, and SK actually clutched out because it was like overtime on Rialto, and SK swapped over to Ana in spawn and hit a Bionade to get a kill, but then also died and swapped over to Lifeweaver and actually gripped
it was even nastier. It was
so SK is the only reason why Jake is in Face It.
SK, I gotta explain this play. This was too next level. She swaps Moira on the spawn to fade across the spawn to go Ana to be faster to get out the nade. Again, always like she's multi-swapping on the spawn, which is something you even in pro games, I only see a few pros consistently doing the multi-swaps in spawn. One of the most weird optimizations in the game that you just never see. So
such wrinkly brain moments I can absolutely not relate to, but that's why I'm watching my streamers, and you can too. So make sure to support them and and we will of course continue to shout them out here in the OWCS. For now, we're gonna head into a quick break, and when we're coming back,
is it a quick break? Pause, champ.
Everything to fight for our teams. Let's see who's gonna make it out on top. Luminosity going up against Citrus Nation after this.
Oh, only 10 minutes. Not too bad. Yeah, winner's gonna play Students of the Game later tonight. Yeah, 10 minutes ain't too bad. We're big chilling right now. Hail, the Orlando Magic tying up their series with the Cleveland Cavaliers. 2-2. Nice. I picked the Magic to win that series, so I'm hoping they can pull through. I learned yesterday when watching Secret on Esperanza that you could get onto a part of a map of which you always thought was a decoration. I think I might know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, Saw could go far, actually. It's very, very doable for them. If they were to beat Luminosity / Citrus, they're going to go to Dallas. The PG aura would grow if they qualify. Oh, 1000%. He gets to play in front of his audience of baddies if he makes it, you know? That's an insta buff for PGE. Yeah, this honestly might be the lower bracket semifinal might be the best game of the day. Students versus Luminosity could be a very good game if Luminosity, assuming, get past Citrus Nation, which I believe they will. I could see it being better than Toronto versus M80 even. My stream might be a little behind, so I might be able to speed this up a teeny tiny bit. Yeah, not bad.
Yo, guys.
Hmm?
Did you hear? New Blowout Boys album just dropped.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, it's fire.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's some real bangers in it. Like, Don't See Night My Heart.
Classic.
That really speaks to me.
Oh.
What am I?
Yeah, I mean,
what
that
is?
song was chill, but for me, it's Every Time We Rush. I can't get any better than that.
Oof.
Also, they really have Matt as the album art, the album cover.
It's pretty slow. But what about High Noon My Heart?
Of course.
What is this, man?
No one ever talks about how cool these stairs are.
True. It's pretty cool.
Okay, what? Please. That was awful.
Serious, I love the sound of that.
An EXO against the wall, and Team Peps will full cap.
Where did Pelican come from? Straight on top of their heads.
Quartz won't let them stand much longer, kneecapping 3 in that fight.
The new kings of EU have been crowned. Toronto defiant in an absolute shutout. Some kings were born to rule.
Why does it seem awkward? Because it's purposely awkward. Stalling in, it's awkward. Oof.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny and the Blowout Boys.
Make Can you guys? Do you guys have touch my body? Are you guys ready for that? Or you guys? The live performance was scheduled now, I think.
Yeah, no. I had to prove to Matt that I don't use a Ghost Rider. You know, that's the only way we could do it was by producing an album together. But I'm pretty sure royalties get split by height, so get stuffed, mate. You're in trouble.
Yeah, Mitch has these like MC Hammer like outfits with the silk shirt. You just gotta start give us a little hammer time. There you go. Yeah, get it.
Don't worry, we're working on the choreography. I'm taking this guy to Orange Theory for a couple sessions before we try the choreography, though. It's a little intense, you know what I mean?
Hey, yeah. I gotta get back in the lab. You know, write some more music for us.
Of all the names to stick for us, it had to be that one. Like, come on, the Blowout Boy. this is your.
We did not come up with it.
Bro,
that's all Matt. That is completely
just kind of came to my head, you know.
It's a keeper, though. It's a keeper.
We love the Blowout Boys in this house.
We do love the Blowout Boys. We also love some good Overwatch. And guess what? You get both in this show. We're going to head over to the NA side of things. Some more matches to play, 3 in fact. And we're going to say bye to some teams today as well. But first things first, a bit earlier today, I did ask you for some hot takes, opinions, tweets, anything really with Desperate over here. And you guys delivered.
No way, dude. There's no way. What? You pick this one. Out of all tweets, you pick this one. What is this broadcast becoming? What rank am I? I'm Masters 5 on support.
Because you're wrong, but make your case.
Look, he's out there on the battlefield. He's out there swinging hammers. You need a
Although, admittedly, I have not played ranked yet this season.
But maybe the hip muscles, like, you know.
It's not the same as swinging.
He's got a big armor. Like, he's thick. Like, he's out there swinging, you know?
No. You guys, trust me. Torb, he pops that overload. You're done for on Ryan. There's no way you're keeping up with that twerking speed. He moved. Come on.
Torb has the better skins for it.
He's got you. Torb's gonna pull out the beach skin. You know, he's gonna get that tanning oil. He's ready to go at the beach. You know, Paraiso start role playing on the beach. Don't try to cap the point.
Teach you how to play this game. I am not the person to come to for teaching. I can only teach you very, very, very simple things. You're stuck in bronze still. Okay, maybe I could help you then.
Do I lie?
Probably has.
No.
I don't think he does. Who won? I'm being asked. I have to give it to Torb. I just not because that's what I want to see personally, because I honestly don't want to see either.
Cope, Zoe, cope. It's what you want to see.
I just think like Torb is more nimble. I can see the twerking working.
What are we talking about?
He's quick.
He's quick. He's just a little guy.
What are we talking about?
What are we doing? We had to move it to North America, and it's like we've been, I don't know.
Things change.
We're losing. We're yassifying out here. We're bringing it.
That's true. Well, I mean, that wasn't on us. That was on you. So if you're taking issue with the choice of topics we're discussing here, we asked for tweets. They're coming from you. We take absolutely no responsibility for anything that came out of our mouths after that. However, we of course also have some serious matters on hand, such as drops, because if you out there have not connected your Battle.net account yet to Twitch or YouTube, then what are you even doing? Because you're going to miss out on Googly Mari. I can say what?
You gotta get
Oh man, I'm missing out on just the most important awards. I want tokens. I miss tokens. Sag.
I'm planting my flag. We need some kind of shirtless Reinhardt skin.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
I think that is a fantastic help.
That's a good take. That's a good take.
That's actually very ice cold.
Is of course that we would love to meet you in person. Please see us in Dallas. Grab your tickets right now.
We're probably normal.
We're totally normal.
I wish I could go. Pepe hands.
Conversations that you can expect if you, hang out with us in Dallas, Texas at DreamHack, watching some good Overwatch, hanging out with friends. That's what it's all about.
That is really the most fun way to watch Overwatch.
And I mean, this is going to be the first time in OWCS that we see the true international competition. Who's the best in the whole world? It's a question I feel like every esport you always want to ask, you always want to see. We get to see each region, their looks, their specialities, who's coming out on top. But to see the clash among the best of the best in the world, that's something special. That's something a little bit different. That's why we're going to do it in person. That's why it's going to be on LAN.
That's right. Super exciting stuff, of course, heading our way, or we are heading towards it, or I don't know, sentences. But one thing's for sure, we're going to figure out who's going to make it out there from the NA region, and that's what we're here for. Let's take a look at our brackets to see where we're currently at. This is how it currently looks like. Toronto Defiant are flying through this one.
Oh man,
yeah.
Like Gigabang.
At this point though, there's only one slot left up for grabs. Toronto and M80 have both locked in based on circuit points. So now it's really, I mean, you do want to get this win. I mean, this is a huge statement win for M80 to come out on top and put themselves on the map for NA. But Students of the Game, Luminosity Gaming, and Citrus Nation, all three vying for one last chance to go to Dallas. So these matches in the lower bracket are going to be hard fought. No one's going to be holding anything back today.
I love that there is so much more on the line here. Of course, are the scenarios, if you will.
You're talking to a friend in Britain and they insulted biscuits and gravy.
Their slot in
Why is this so blurry?
Yeah, and it essentially comes down to, you know, very much Luminosity and Citrus Nation. Whoever wins it out of those two teams will have a chance against Students of the Game to lock in their spot as well. So it's a bit of a brawl down there in the lower bracket between these.
What do they make you? What do they say to make you insulted?
Last stage got second place. Last stage they.
Well, they put beans on toast. I mean, not wrong. This is true.
In the North American side of things, a little bit for the others.
Yeah, and Students of the Game are incredibly confident. They're hitting, it seems like a peak for their team. Everyone's playing incredibly well together. So whoever wins Luminosity versus Citrus Nation has a very serious opponent headed next. But even this match is not going to be easy. I mean, Luminosity might be the favorite, but Citrus Nation have shown they really like getting upsets. Luminosity, though, I mean, this squad, Vision and King, Vision especially, I think, on the hit scan has had some really high highs. False is going to be coming in, so we've seen mostly Dante. This is a bit of a change.
They say it looks like pig slop.
I wonder, is there an interest in a Ram, a
Well,
Diva, and we know
they're British, so who cares what they think? Vulcan.
also a very, very strong tank.
Cares.
The signal's weakness for them. They might have something special cooked up for Citrus.
Yeah.
I mean, is this especially for Citrus, or is this also just based on the learnings they had in their last match?
No.
Because they suffered a devastating 3-0 loss.
They did, but this is pre-planned, right? You have a role for Falls, and he's going to fill that role. You don't make last-minute changes this time in the main event, so nothing rational. They probably have or something rational rather. For Citrus Nation, though, I think that they
No Dante Sag playing false. Weird champ.
Getting more value in that regard and beating out Riker. But it comes
It's a matter of Southern honor.
Jacob, he has had a couple of moments this main event where he struggled to get the sound barrier out in time or question.
I mean, it's probably pretty easy to make them back down just by insulting their food.
Both the Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier are so crucial, and so when you go up against a team like Luminosity, your damage players can't just like solve the puzzle for you. They can't make up for the mistakes you make. So if
Need to play false, otherwise he won't be able to play it all in the future, I think.
Support ultimate usage. Otherwise, this game is gonna slip away from you.
But I mean, their front line has been putting in the work. Lethal has been a phenomenal pickup for this team. They looked so very strong when they were fighting their stride.
Yeah, I think a lot of.
It's just a matter of who Vulcan's dealing with, Monkey. The guy who's talking to made fun of his biscuits and gravy.
Player on Luminosity that I'm really excited by as like for the future of NA, for a player that's really has a ton of potential already on a high level and seems like he has more.
Something with rules they mentioned before. I was not aware of this. That makes sense.
I think Squid could be a huge difference maker.
Yep.
Now, I may have fallen victim to, you know, recency bias here. I was really impressed with what we've seen from Citrus Nation.
Oh, Zoe with the upset.
Exciting matches I feel like we've seen in the region thus far. It was a very close match that they fought there in the lower bracket. And meanwhile, of course, yeah, Luminosity Gaming, they struggled in their last match. Of course, it was against a very tough opponent. I went for it. I believe in Citrus. Love lemons, love limes. What's not to love about that team?
I think Citrus is an exciting competitor, but I still had to go with Luminosity here. I think they're the favorite. As much as that loss yesterday was tough, it was to a team of a different caliber, frankly, than Citrus Nation, with M80 looking resurgent, looking like a team that wants to challenge.
Yes, Students of the Game are playing later today to decide if they go to Dallas. So it's pretty exciting stuff.
I think their peak is going to be a little bit higher based on their experience, how long they played together as a full unit.
Yeah, as much as Citrus Nation is a good story, Zoe, Luminosity is the better team. So I would predict Luminosity to win this one. So you got the brains versus the heart. I'm sorry, Zoe.
I'm rolling with it. I don't care. I love making bad calls if they.
I don't think it's that crazy though. To be clear, I think there's a real chance here. This is not.
It'd be an upset.
It would be an upset, but not as shocking as some others. I think Citrus Nation has shown a tendency to play up to the level of their opponent.
Absolutely. Citrus are a scary underdog. They keep on getting better and better. And this Orisa composition suits their strengths as well.
Mitch, Matt, how we doing?
AKA the blow up.
Good, yeah, the blow up boys, yeah.
AKA. Knew that one was coming. Mitch is gonna hate me forever on this one, I think.
On the name, I'll probably just roll with it at some point, Matt. You've really got to own this kind of stuff. Better than being called UberX for the next 7 years, so I'm fine with it. I think it's important to point out, and I think like Jake made it very clear, while the Preds are favoring Luminosity, like I don't think anybody is willing to die on that particular hill. Yeah. And it's always interesting to get two teams that came out of the same group, you know, from that GSL stage, now playing in that lower bracket, you know, with the threat of elimination looming over their heads. Does Luminosity have to win this game to sort of still be in the running for a spot?
Yeah. It's kind of scary. The pressure's on. And you just got blown out yesterday by M80. Not very good. Citrus is a team you're familiar with, but Citrus have also improved with every time they've played against you, so should be fun. And you have False in for the first map, so we'll see how that goes.
If they want to qualify. Also making a change in terms of tank, right? False comes in for a friend of the program, Dante, here, at least the beginning, kick things off. So potentially maybe for this Sigma that they're hovering.
Yeah, both those Luminosity games, you know, with extremely high stakes on them, are just
yeah, Citrus beat Timeless 3-0, which is insane. But Timeless were also playing very, very bad, so
really compelling as we have our teams here fighting through.
They almost got reverse swept by Pirates in Pajamas, but like they're winning games, which is like the important thing, and that's why they have a chance against Luminosity, and you can't count them out. They took a map off of Luminosity in the groups just a week, or I think it was, yeah, last week.
Versus the Orisa comp. Citrus Nation just love the Orisa setup, man. We saw it against Pirates in Pajamas.
This is actually pretty beneficial for Luminosity that you get Sanctum first. It suits False's strength.
They're almost trying to bait them into coming in with like a little bit of a rush, landing that big dynamite, putting damage down, and you see the Orisa Zeb getting
Half playing the Echo here is an interesting choice.
They gotta do everything they can to keep Zeb alive, and they lose Jacob in the process.
I'm shocked he's not on Tracer.
Wants to push up and take a lot of space, otherwise Vision has a pretty easy time clipping Tap's wings. Normally Tap was seen on the Tracer, who's looked incredible on that roll. And I feel like Citrus Nation, Matt, maybe just push up a little too far. Zeb takes a ton of damage and gets out. But I think it was Neutral, or Jacob rather, that got caught.
Well, when they pushed in, actually, Vision is like kind of like playing like a little bit of an off angle, right? So he's not even there for them to kind of collapse onto. So he's over on the side, putting down some serious damage on the Ashe, and never able to make a play for that Ashe, who's a pretty susceptible target. No one coming with that dive.
Still have to see how Tap finds value for the Echo here, considering the Vision is at large on the Ashe and playing in a safe corner of this main room. King here with a recall. No risk of getting booped off without ability available, but look at that, they managed to zero in on Lethal and pick them off. Now Citrus Nation still pushing, by the way. They are still well and truly trying to dive on Luminosity. But again, Squid's there with the Baptiste, there's an Immortality field, and False is able to get the better of Zeb here. This Orisa composition is just overextending too far.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Echo here. It just seems kind of weird to me. I don't know how much it's going to get done. You know, you have the shield presence with False, but also, you know, Squid and Vision can kind of just poke him out of the sky. It's Echo in general here is tough to play, like to begin with on Sanctum. With how dangerous Tap has looked on Tracer, I'm very surprised to see an Echo. Yeah, sometimes I forget False is on the team as well.
Until they're ready to actually dive. Citrus Nation, they were beginning the cap here. Squid with an amplification matrix can make good use of this, and especially linking up with Vision would be lethal for Tap or anybody else who got too close. That's a flank attempt there from Tap, trying to put pressure on this Sigma.
Oh, those stickies, that's tragic.
False is chilling.
And all sticky bombs there from Tap actually just hit one of the lamps. That'll actually
okay, here we go. Now we get some Tracer gameplay from Tap with the dupe.
Okay, I like to see the rush in with the beat. Can they convert on the rest of the fight though? Jacob actually
oh, he got speared.
Citrus Nation might have lost the round with that kill. Tap at least is able to find a duplicated pulse bomb onto Juby though. And that's going to give them a fighting chance here. That could have been nasty business, losing the Lucio.
Yeah, I remember False, like, coming into OWL, it's like, he was a pretty good tank in NA, and then ended up being a solo tank on Vancouver for a bit, and that was tragic. Can't entirely blame the guy, like, forcing him onto Winston made me want to actually cry.
Vision and finds a railgun, but Vision is able to withstand it. Another one constantly getting topped up, able to stay outside of the Terror Surge, but spends all this time.
Point? Oh my god.
Work on the rest of Luminosity. They get false at the very least, but it's going to be a trade. Once again, Zeb has to put himself in harm's way in order to get rid of the Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, the point does flip, but it's going to be Citrus Nation who ends up taking it back, as it looks like still a
Good predictive dynamite there.
They want to try and fight this. It's going to be a
Just back out.
Citrus Nation just to get out of that small corridor.
Had a beat. It didn't last on them very long because they were facing down Vision through an air matrix. Eventually, their life force runs out, but
I mean, you got the BAP though, which is important.
At the very least, Luminosity here starting to give over some capture progress, but they're looking much stronger. Bob now to contest the point. We see False pushing up, looking very healthy. Zeb is anything but.
Yeah, the Bob and the
That was a very dead Bob.
Then end up flipping it, so the point control to Luminosity is.
I mean, hey, Citrus is hanging in there.
That Kitsune Rush get really no value from.
You have ults here as well. You have DPS ults. You can make. Oh, King! A double. Nope. Sorry. Man, King's Tracer goes hard.
Keep it competitive here. Again, having to play a little differently in order to properly threaten a Sigma, but False
Ruined any chance.
in that role and in that matchup.
And man, and you know, the Pulse Bomb connecting with both supports there at the end. We'll take a look at it here from King's P.
I'll never forget False beating Defiant right after Defiant beat the Shock. Classic. Classic Toronto.
No. That is a brutal, brutal.
Yeah, I'd love a replay on that one. That was beautiful.
Trying to like contest point when that happens, and use all your kind of utility, and then get hit with the Pulse Bomb. It's a worst case scenario. There's Luminosity hovering a potential Ramatra comp here, so not going to play the Sigma on this point. Is the Sigma's not really great here. We've talked a little bit about it when teams have tried to run it, like can control high ground, but when the fight breaks out of the point, pretty difficult. Where now
we're going to see a Ram. No Orisa from Luminosity. We're going with the Ramatra. False is comfortable on.
Here on Village, a little bit risky to make this work. False poking Zeb down.
Pretty early gold from Zeb. You can kind of just push this here. Maybe not.
Whether or not they're able to win the fight really hinged on keeping that Orisa standing. False again seems pretty unperturbed by Citrus Nation's probing for the time being. There is a little flank being set up by Lethal, but they've just been spotted out.
Yeah, I also think Tap needs to be really careful, right? Playing around Vision on that Cassidy, so Lethal though connects with King at range. That's a huge shot there for Lethal. Citrus Nation needed some.
London versus Canadian teams, true. Always an epic rivalry.
But eventually they hit the front line at the same time as Zeb does. So Citrus Nation, at risk of losing the point, now are looking very
good stuff from Citrus. They survived the window easily.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb connects there.
They're gaming.
Onto Vision, so getting off to a good start here for Citrus Nation is be able to control some of this high ground where the Sojourn can build up some railgun damage right on the Ramatra shield, can kind of outrange that Cassidy here. On this point, it's really kind of like the Tracers, just both pestering out some of those hit scans. That time it's Lethal taking out King right off the rip.
Luminosity really want to take a fight in a position where Nemesis form can get maximum value. Sound barrier here, and I do want to see if Luminosity try and lead with it or use it to save someone and turn the fight around. Talking to Jake, he feels like leading with a sound barrier is generally not a good idea.
Good ult from Zeb, wow. Vastly different round here. This is all Citrus. The stagger as well on top of it. Dang.
Yeah, we typically see the sound barrier used in response to like overclock, right? I know
looking bad for Luminosity here. Citrus Nation have a big response to the annihilation from False here. This one just might be 100-0.
They end up using their sound barrier, and then Zeb kind of grabs everybody in with a terrorist.
I just want to get Jade weapons, but I'd have to play more Overwatch. Yeah, understandable. It's a tough dilemma to be in.
Last fight territory will be a dead eye to open things up, but Citrus Nation, they're totally fine fighting on the point, right, with double support ults.
Luminosity want to close the gap if they can. Gotta be a tough ask though, especially now against a Kitsune Rush that might be inadvisable. Zeb drops. Duke's put up here by False, soaking much of that damage along with the Immortality field. Very early deployment of that for Luminosity. It must have felt quite threatened. Now Citrus Nation can try and leverage the beat into a point flip and a round win. That would have been a big pulse for Luminosity, but now the beat comes down.
I don't know why Jacob used that so early.
He's more than happy to use it to get in Squid's face and find the backline all on their own. Great pulse on the Lucio to end it. This should be Citrus Nation running away with the game.
Yeah, Zeb's Orisa is very impressive. Agreed.
Yes, it looks like this will be Citrus
All right.
taking our second round.
Tied up.
So a much different looking round here than round one, where I think the Orisa comps definitely obviously play better than Ramatra. I think in kind of like that head-to-head, we've seen Orisa win out a significant portion of the time, where it looks like False already potentially going towards this Orisa here for this final point.
Definitely feels like Ramatra, while favored against Sigma in some circumstances, falls over to Orisa. Orisa has probably, the ability to mitigate that damage while also taking space, with the javelin spin, whereas Ramatra gets slowed down greatly and can only sort of really defend himself there. So doesn't break up projectiles, doesn't cancel out things like pulse bombs and such. And when push came to shove, Citrus Nation were really able to set Zeb up for success while Tap goes and just kills entire backlines.
Which hero would do the best in X Games? I mean, obviously Lucio. Yeah, it's not even a question, right? All right, so now we're going with the Orisa Mirror now.
Obviously is the Sojourn versus the Cassidy, and then if you're going to run the Cassidy, you're going to play that Baptiste, right? The Immortality field. You need the Kriko Swift Step to kind of move around with that Sojourn, where the Immortality field keeping the Cassidy alive is pretty important.
Having access to Amp Matrix is a big deal, but the Kitsune Rush really supercharges that rush from the Citrus Nation composition. Decent damage here, but eventually Vision probably wants to drop to the point to get the most out of this Cassidy pick. That, of course, carries...
Zeb needs some help here.
And maybe getting these Orisas a little bit lower before he gets involved might be advisable.
Yeah, that's a genuine concern to have, Ginger, for sure. Luckily for them, Orisa's not going anywhere anytime soon, so we'll answer that question when we potentially get there.
Using Spearson and Fortify King in a lot of trouble, makes the health pack. That's huge to be able to stay alive, as didn't have any blinks.
Lethal going on a flank here. Nice boob.
From an off angle, Lethal is able to ignore the Amp Matrix for the most part. But King wins the Tracer duel. Vision says, I don't want to stand here anymore, I'm going to come forward. We have a double player advantage. I'm going to exacerbate it as much as I can.
Repress the motocross skin, true. Maybe he'd be a solid Dark Horse contender in the Overwatch X Games. Overwatch X Games tier list when?
Very far behind enemy lines is King, and it looked like Juby were trying to hunt him down. As look at this, I mean, this is in the spot. This is in their spot.
Yeah. And also uses a overclock there. That probably feels bad. Now, if you have the point,
hey, flip point.
It's probably much more reasonable to go for that kind of play. If you can find the best trade.
They flip it?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just think if they already had control of the point, the delay on backline seems worth it.
Zeb's still chilling here.
No such fortune with their ultimate. Citrus Nation still have the Orisa in play, though. Now it's a big problem for Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, just keep your Orisa up here.
Bonus time now being gained by the Nation.
Make them use resources. This is fine.
With the exception of False, who I'm sure is rushing to return to the fray. Jacob gets picked off there after having used the beat, and Zeb can't afford to Terra Surge here. They're a little bit.
Bro, they kept that Orisa up for so long.
Out their kill. Now Luminosity looking to flip back.
Suzu, fun ability, balanced ability.
So weak. So I guess that long flank there from Lethal ends up giving them 39% there. Kitsune Rush ends up keeping Zeb alive. They lose False, so you're able to extend that probably a little bit longer than you originally had thought for Citrus Nation. But now Citrus Nation really kind of stuck with nothing here. Is gonna need Lethal and Tap to come up with one of the two to come up with an early pick.
I don't even know if they had the point while Lethal was flanking there, but they did. I mean, Lethal did tie up two players that might have led to the flip being possible.
It's so interesting that Lethal ended up on this team, I must say. It's like so random, like you're establishing this NA up and coming team, and then you just slide Lethal into there. Like, I don't even know how that ended up happening, but it's so big for them that they got him. It's been a big difference maker. Can someone shoot that Kiri? That Kiri's like 1 HP. What are we doing? What is that pulse bomb? All right, they got it.
Lethal could not hold on there. Vision able to come up with a kill.
Unless Tap can turn it here. Can Tap be the hero? I've seen him do this before. He wins these. Oh, nope.
Yes, LG does have a sound barrier to use, and that's going to be sound barrier plus immortality field, keeping everybody topped up. Everybody gets hit by that sound barrier as a little bit of a desperation Deadeye here for Lethal. Just gets one shot into King, but not going to be enough to finish him off.
That should be the round now with Lethal out of the picture. Zeb mostly being ignored for that fight until the heavy hitters.
All right, that was pretty intense though.
Start off strong here.
Luminosity get the dub, but Citrus are showing this is not going to be an easy fight. I mean, if there's a substitution that comes in, we'll have to see how it goes.
The entirety of Nepal after a strong showing going back to the Orisa comp.
Yeah, really close game there. I know get a little dance going. That's what I was laughing at. Hey, I gotta say, looking good today. Not going with the one tuck, going with the totally.
Oh, you know, I did have it, but then I yawned and stretched and it pulled out. Now you've made me self-conscious about it. I might have to fix that in the night.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Really close game for this first game of the series. You know, we've had a lot of blowouts in NA, but this one potentially looks like it could be a pretty close series where at the start it was really Luminosity in control, right? Running this Sigma comp, giving Citrus Nation a lot of trouble. And then the second point is where Citrus Nation really kind of took over.
Well, Force played 3 different tanks over the course of Nepal, right? First the Sigma, then the Ramatra, and then finally the Orisa. So, I mean, it's great to see such a variety, whereas I think, Citrus Nation are the counterpoint to this idea where they generally just prefer to play that Orisa. And she is very, very strong, but I think if there are situations in which you have a deep enough hero pool, and you may be, a specialist at either Ramatra or the Sigma, you can actually, finagle your way into a position where you have a favored matchup in that front line. Look, Tap was pretty incredible. I think the DPS line of Citrus Nation are very, very good. But I like that the Desk wanted to draw attention.
Wonder if Lethal's in NA because he's on a college team. That is very, very possible.
We're looking closest.
You know, that'd make a lot of sense if that was the case. I need to stand up. I've been sitting for a while.
That actually allows King just to burn Zeb down and really
oh man.
Advantage going into the last phase.
Jeez, yeah, that was pretty close though, huh?
Hotly contested, very competitive matchup. I do think that the 5k, difference in damage mitigated when you have an Orisa mirror is pretty interesting, but that might also be sort of the entirety of the pool, so that might make sense when you've got Sigma and Ramatra mixed in.
Yeah, and I assume they don't have Dante in because they want to run some of that Sigma, right? Because, we've seen Dante play, Ramatra, we've seen him play Orisa in the past, right? Just as, yesterday, right? So you'll actually see Dante come back in here for the...
Dante is in the game. So there we go.
This probably gives them a little bit more flexibility in terms of like a Orisa Diva type stuff, right?
Is this like a Dante Winston map, potentially? We've seen some teams try for it.
Potentially, we've seen teams try for like Diva or Winston here. I think you probably just come out and play the Orisa just because it's so good, and then if you feel like you need to access that high ground, then you can move over and try.
Who's the new NA Hydron?
I think like the consensus is that the Winston comp is just fundamentally the Orisa one, and if you ever have to take a pitched battle for whatever reason, you probably lose. Yes, I mean, attacking into the high ground with a Orisa comp can be kind of awkward, but you just push the card to the corner and then take castle, drop back down and keep...
Seeker needs to be put on a real team.
You can overcome like your inherent lack of mobility as Orisa on this map without having to switch to a Winston comp entirely, which, as we know, completely changes the way you have to play.
I mean, you just get Lucio's speed, you have Spear Spin, right? You're so fast with Orisa. Like, sure, you can't access high ground per se, but you can definitely, get into the back line or, get in.
I mean, it seems unlikely, but technically speaking, Citrus Nation could make Dallas, which is insane to say. But if they get to the final, against Toronto, presumably, they could get to Dallas. A very tough ask, because that would mean Luminosity and Students of the Game they have to beat back-to-back.
Are we faking left, or are we just like slow walk right and then go fast?
I think no matter where we go, we fake the other side. Just good rule.
I bet.
True math. Seeker needs to join the San Diego Hunters. We'll win for sure with him.
24 people. Yeah, that's probably a good play.
No, the thing is, we're affiliated with Danny, and Seeker doesn't like Danny. That's the problem. Seeker, for whatever reason, banned Danny in his Twitch chat. Like, we've seen what Seeker can do when he's on a real team. For those of you who remember Flash Ops, I mean, his team literally won. When you put real weapons around that guy, they win. That man can win.
Okay, walking right. I can walk in 4. Hopefully they'll play though. 3 seconds, okay? 3, 2, 1, walk in.
I'm in there. I'm good.
Careful.
You good, Zeb? How's that?
I'm good. I mean, we need some help.
I think,
Turn away.
Walk left with Lethal.
Oh, Lethal, that was a big nade. That was looking so bad for them. Zeb was like perma low HP.
I'm not playing.
Yeah, I don't know how Daft took 2 maps off FTG. It still blows my mind.
Okay. You guys need TP, let me know.
I'm on point, you guys.
They take a fight early here, but through choke.
I'm going with Lethal. Me and Lethal are going flank, okay?
Just help me stuff this so they can't touch.
They will touch this.
All about Lethal there, Matt. Finding 2 quick picks to open up the point for Citrus Nation when things were starting to look dire. But Luminosity want to shove right back here, take advantage of some spawn camp potential.
Yeah, they use that Kitsune rush. They're not able to get anything though. Citrus Nation kind of read it a little bit back up all the
Lethal again, another clutch pick.
What you did see in that first fight though, Mitch, is a little bit of kind of what like Dante was talking about the other day.
It took Flora locking in for them doing. That's so sad.
Moving around the pillar and nobody else really kind of like trying to follow up, allow Citrus Nation to back out and Lethal to get that first kill, and then things kind of fall apart after that. So Luminosity pushing past that door. They get
Violet's got money. What else can he say?
Nation does a nice job. They don't use anything, right? I know probably pulse bomb here in that fight,
That's
but
huge.
You build it so fast. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, Lethal opened it up yet again, Matt, with a pick onto Squid to begin that fight. So this Cassidy play when these
You're mad Yeti lost. Yeah, it just wasn't meant to be. Not their kind of meta.
A lot of volatility to the mix.
Too many things are viable. They need hard dive.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many times it just gets yeeted in. I've even seen it like get a kill just because I think Cassidy throws it through like a BAP window. And he does like 50 damage or something like that. It's like actually reasonable damage at that point.
An arm like that, they should have invited him to the NFL Combine. I mean, throwing darts.
Yeah, finally get the Bears a franchise QB, you know what I'm saying? Sort them out.
I mean, I feel bad for. I mean, hopefully it works out for you guys, Bears fans out there.
Good luck, Windy City. All right, Lethal run over there.
The casual NFL reference, love it.
No, that was a little bit awkward. I think getting. I don't know, just hoping to trade that into some kind of kill. Citrus got split there. I think that's the reality. Lethal.
In pre-match interview, Daft said the only way they're winning is if FTG is the choke of the century. The fact that they almost did and that almost came into reality is hilarious.
Thrown out here. Obviously, Dante is a killing machine when inside that Kitsune rush, and Tap's able to find the Tracer kill.
Tap.
Lethal just dead again off spawn.
Tap's had a good series as far.
I was just disappointed by Japan more than anything else. Veryl didn't do anything. They dominated Japan so easily, and then they didn't do crap.
He might be able to do it. Stick and a sound barrier. Perfect time there from Jago.
Yeah, that came up beautifully. Great. I mean, Tap is so sick, man.
Yeah, he's crushing.
And it's just as well because Vision, I think, killed Lethal.
I mean, they even lost to, like, Pacific. Like, that's crazy to me. That they played that bad.
Well, Jake talked a little bit about it on the desk where he's like, the Citrus Nation, they can kind of play up to the competition, right? Some teams kind of, play down to their competition. Some teams, step up in opportunities like this where I think you're seeing that from them thus far, even though you lose map number
Not the first time Veryl's lost to Daft, but Daft's roster looks a lot different than back then, I can tell you that much.
Without a shield, you're probably going to get punished here. Kitsune Rush, though, still came down at the very least, so Squid did their job, deployed the key ultimate, and then...
Yeah, clearly Pacific and Japan are very much closer than I thought. I mean, I just figured Veryl, like, with how dominant they've looked and, like, the team they have, they'd be able to be better than these other teams, but... No. In fact, it is not true, and the split between Korea and then everyone else is just massive.
Especially start to race into some more of those ultimates. That's the last thing Citrus Nation want to see. They might even rush across this bridge. No, they see the disengagement. Oh, what? Oh, that is just
like falling down.
That is so marginal. Yeah, King just has no idea how that happens. I think, and now with the pick, you can throw the rush in, and he should be able to flatten Dante, who's desperately trying to get away. And they've left Vision all on his own on that high.
All right, Citrus are making a pretty good pace right now.
Nowhere to go. That is that second checkpoint.
Yeah, Juby was pretty close actually getting a boop off the side on the bridge there, but
yeah, what I've learned is I just need to respect Pacific more. I think that's the lesson I learned. I mean, I was going all in on Honeypot. I'm an Atom lover, but I need to give them even more respect compared to Japan. That's the lesson I learned.
An extreme amount of heal pressure on Luminosity and preventing them from pushing up to this corner as far as they'd have liked. They've actually got to play the second corner instead now. They're a little isolated. Deadeye from Vision to reclaim some of this.
I mean, Japan didn't even take a map. When I think about it now, Japan didn't take a single map in the Asia tournament.
Doubly hard for Citrus Nation to collapse in and save Zeb. It'll be an outright team fight win for LG.
Silver lining for Yetis that they're the gatekeeper. Yeah.
They end up using everything though, right? No, really, they end up using Terror Surge, Deadeye, and Rush. They'll have beat for this next fight, but it's going to give Citrus Nation a little bit of a window, right? When their Rush comes up.
I gotta feel bad in a way that Japan did bad in the tournament, because we need them to do good for the viewership.
Yeah, very invested ILG and just buying as much time as they can through this phase of the map. I like the flank there from Vision. Unfortunately, very quickly they are discovered. Dante only good for one here. Again, pushing back and creating space. So even if you sort of lose the fight, finding one more kill, yeah, nicely done by Juby. That's really important.
Yeti beat Raccoon one time, and it was in a qualifying match for seeding that was fairly meaningless, I'd argue. So, I take that with a grain of salt. They're an inconsistent young team. They've shown they can have high peaks, but it's also really hard for them to be there consistently. And I think that's kind of just how it goes when you're building a young team like that and you're learning and you're maybe not the best at certain comps.
Can still lose this fight, especially if they lead with a beat at a bad timing. But it's actually going to be Juby going first and Vision.
Oh, Vision doesn't get beat.
Looking like Citrus are going to punch this in. With time on the clock as well.
And that's why you sometimes see the Baptiste in these compositions, right? To keep your Cassidy alive there. Citrus Nation, though,
I think Donghack has definitely redeemed himself so far from what I've seen. He's looked good.
Yeah, I'm not sure Vision would have got it. It looked like he may have been actually like line of sighted behind one of the pillars.
Surprised we're not seeing BAP from Luminosity. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Maybe on their attack here they will. But hey, I mean, just finishing Eichenwald in general is a tough task. It's pretty good for Citrus here. Looking good.
Citrus Nation, what you're probably talking about is they're trying to get a hold or two on point A, dwindle some clock there, then control that high ground. And
Donghack isn't getting bullied by teammates anymore, and he's got better coaching. And my guy gets to ball out on what he's comfortable on, rather than forcing him onto things he's not that great on. It's sick. Just watching him pop off on Doom and Winston's very satisfying, and it goes to show why Atlanta got him to begin with, you know? It justifies why they'd sign him, I feel like.
He was looking for the Cassidy every single time that Lethal sort of peaked out. But again, like once they're able to move up to the high ground, you see the Kitsune Rush engagement here. Like Citrus Nation are really well drilled at understanding their win condition. Both these teams obviously are playing for the same scenarios. And that's why we look very closely at sort of the balance of ultimates here, because generally speaking, we are watching two teams that are fundamentally evenly matched. We get to talk about the minutiae, the strategy, the timing of these ultimates.
Yeah, and I think for the scariest part for Luminosity, right, is I think that like Tap and Lethal are really.
Yeah, if Yeti could sign another tank, like just to like play the things maybe Donghack isn't as good on, that'd be really good for them. Because I think in general they have a pretty promising team. You know, I love their DPS line. I've said that a lot. I love their DPS line. Knife and Viper is solid. It's flexible. I like Bliss as a main support as well. Like it's a good team. It's not great, but it's good. If they get a tank player that's like more solid on like the Rush and Orisa stuff, and that can like maybe play some off tank, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you win a fight there relatively.
And by Rush, I mean like Ram or like Orisa. Donghack's Ryan is hilarious though. I must say that is awesome to watch.
Right, so you have that kind of Deadeye to deter, even some more time on the clock. So Citrus Nation with that first fight setting themselves up.
You've heard Donghack is good at Junker Queen, but you've yet to see it. Yeah, I mean, there's like literally no world where Junker Queen is viable right now. So also Lethal, my God.
just flying. I mean, we've seen it sometimes, right? Lucio's just like wall riding, getting caught by Sojourns or by Cassidy.
Check his PC.
Check him PC. ESIC on the speed dial. You get shot, you die.
Maybe the mental game could play a part in this. I mean, Luminosity played like garbage on this map against M80 yesterday.
This is starting to really get ground to a halt.
Like, Vision's had absolutely no space, right? You know, 75% to his first Deadeye. Lethal's already 50% to the second one.
Well, it's not necessarily it's Orisa or you're throwing. It's just more so that Junker Queen is not viable unless you're playing a Pacific team.
Pulse bomb opportunity. Probably waiting for the Suzu to get expended. Dante's very low. That's great stuff. Good focus there. Neutral and tap both looking at the Orisa. Probably a couple kunai headshots helping to strip that armor away.
Man, they played that so well. Like, let's not panic. Who cares if we give up a tick or two, right? Come out, use your own rush, and then fight this fight where now, you know, you have beats on both sides. Like, you kind of get into this.
There's other things that work. Like, it can vary by the map. Like,
you feel like you invest.
It doesn't always have to be Orisa, especially in Korea. We've seen it. They still play dive and whatnot.
You don't win this. I mean, you're in a lot of trouble from maybe not even taking that first checkpoint.
Pulse was held onto for so long by a tap, but there was a Suzu lying in wait. Here come the ultimates though. Luminosity don't get a chance to use many of them. They are being incredibly patient. I'll give them credit where it's due.
Man,
they're down to like a minute and 20.
not looking good right now.
Has to be successful.
I mean, their big advantage.
I need King to be the hero here.
Sound barrier used by Jacob on Citrus Nation, trying to keep everybody topped up there for that last fight. The advantage for Citrus Nation, right, is you complete.
Yeah, there's been a lot of pulse bomb whiffs onto stationary Cassidy's ulting.
Keep up the points. You kind of did your job. In that, you know, you get a high ground control, you win a fight.
The total mayhem meta.
Spot to get a hold, so you can be, you know, a little bit more, you know, free with your ultimate use.
Dante here doesn't need to overextend for the time being.
King needs to land a big pulse bomb. Focus this Orisa. What? Oh. Alright. I mean, they're going to cap. Well, they got a long way to go here. We need a stagger kill or something. Okay, that helps.
At least don't spend their Orisa ultimate, and only 3 minutes for Luminosity to get up the hill.
Well, for Luminosity, I think pretty huge in the sense that they didn't actually end up using their sound barrier there, right? We were talking about how sound barrier is probably the biggest difference in that. They didn't even really feel the need to use it. They end up holding on to it. So you have this for this next fight where I'm curious how Citrus Nation wants to approach this. They want to jump down, take a little bit of a junk fight, burn some clock, or they want to play a little bit more patient, control this high ground.
Hog is definitely not becoming meta. I can assure you that. Oh, okay. This is what they need. They can't slow down here. They've got to make sure they can't abuse this high ground.
Tap again, struggling big time. Great pulse from Tap, but it just comes at a point in the fight where it's unsalvageable.
Yeah, it's actually a shot from Vision onto Lethal from low ground to high, and then King on a little bit of a flank just puts like maybe 1.5 a clip into him and finishes him off. So not even a real fight here.
Hog has to be like the least likely candidate, I feel like, or one of the least likely. For like the main centralized meta, just gig above Ryan, if only.
Didn't see him. This is a huge fight for Citrus Nation if they want to get a hold here.
Citrus Nation, it's a powerful position. At some point, though, they need to commit off the high ground. See Luminosity, look at this. Do they back up and try and take a pitch battle on the bridge?
I mean, you say not ball, but at least ball, like, we're seeing ball in, like, some random strats here and there. When the hell has Hog ever used?
I love this. Hoping to catch, like, one of the flankers down on the card contesting, but Tap knew better than to expose himself there. Lethal's dead eye now for the high ground. You can LOS this with the cart, mostly. Ooh, careful, Juby. You have a beat. Nicely done. Luminosity make great progress here, but now there has to be a fight by Citrus Nation. So Luminosity get what they want. They force an engagement. The defenders have no choice but to step up. And the Luminosity get to gain this fight.
1 for 1. He just whiffed the stick.
And this is not actually going the way Luminosity would have liked. King trying to equalize, but Lethal...
Oh, the ult from Dante is big, though. Can they kill Jacob? No, they can't. The Suzu. Oh, Dante goes for the home run play, and I don't think it's going to work out. Oh, that's rough.
Neutral as Zeb comes back, finds Dante. I'm actually not sure that Zeb actually got the sound barrier in that previous fight that Jacob dropped down. He ended up just dwindling, you know, in terms of health on the Orisa, right on the payload.
Hog Bastion, oh god, please no.
At the very end, nothing to work with for Luminosity.
Alright, final fight territory here. Luminosity don't have any resources either. I'm looking at King again. King or Vision need to make a hero play happen.
Yeah. Nothing really offered up there. Lethal having to drop back to the low ground now, and you'll see Dante, who's already below half HP at very long range, just concentrated.
Got a touch though. Okay, there we go.
To advance across the bridge. There was Tap's pulse bomb at one point, the only ultimate in this fight.
Oh no, Dante.
I guess it could have had to be very low. Blown over by a strong.
All right, that should be tied up.
This is going to be a struggle now for Luminosity. Lethal going to get brought down, bringing Vision down, and a lovely follow-up shot on the Juby here.
Citrus Nation with a solid defense.
They look very comfortable in general, and I can.
All right, we got a tie game. We got a series just like that.
And even up the series too.
Yeah. It's a really good offense there from Citrus Nation, and then they just played really well on defense, knowing the advantage that they had, that they had completed the map with some time bank. Really good holds on first point, and then just kind of like one really big fight there on second that ends up going their way and sets them up in a perfect position to win the map.
Luminosity tried to, drag them out of position. That sort of second to last fight where Citrus Nation have to commit, they have to fight outside the castle doors. That's where I felt Luminosity's best opportunity was. All economy maybe didn't favor them hugely, but they had snuck the cart so close to that next checkpoint that Citrus Nation had to give up the high ground. They had to play from a position that put them on more even footing with the attackers, which was huge for Luminosity. I like how they maneuvered there, but they just weren't able to execute clean the fight. And Lethal really coming alive in those.
Vision's never beating the American Lynx allegations. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone call him American Lynxer in my life. I guess there's a first for everything.
Out of the way, you think like you're in a fantastic spot. But Jacob and Neutral did a fantastic job, with some other players on Citrus Nation of keeping things going as we take a look at some of the highlights here on the offense from Citrus Nation. This is where that, kill happens there onto Vision. Yeah, happens right before the beat goes down. So doesn't get the benefits of that sound barrier as everybody collapses.
Yeah, I mean, again, you pointed it out, that mild LOSing that allowed the collapse onto the Cassidy was what really broke with that fight open. This was Lethal again, and sort of one of those final moments. You notice that Dante, though, we sort of mentioned it, right? Tap just sprays randomly, super long range and kills Dante. But just being able to put that great poke pressure down on the Orisa at long range is why, Kiriko is kind of nuts. She has such a...
The streets are saying that. Yeah, I don't walk the streets, so I wouldn't know.
But I would suggest that in many situations that Cassidy and even that Kiriko, mid-range damage, can make it really hard for Orisas to get into a fight with any more than 30% HP.
How long do you think Luminosity wants to play this Orisa mirror? It looks like, at least, from the early onsets of this series, right? Citrus Nation looks very strong playing this Orisa in the head-to-head matchup. I just don't know what else you do, right? The comp is so strong, it's so versatile that it feels like you're at a disadvantage, or where you have to play something else at such a high level, right? To kind of counteract how easy it is to play that Orisa.
So watching this morning, right, we actually saw ENCE play Sigma on our next map, which would be Esperanaza, where Space Station weren't quite able to find the answer. They tried to play, I think, the Ramatra quite extensively into the Sigma, and which is supposed to work well. It didn't really, and Hardy ended up having to play Reinhardt, up against that. They also had to sim, obviously the EMEA comps are kind of wild, but, that's sort of an option, right? But there's no guarantee that you can sort of, counteract the Orisa comp with Sigma, on a map like Esperanza. So I don't know if that's really... We'll know with the subs, right? If Dante gets subbed out, then I'll say they're trying to play Sigma. No subs, apparently.
I think Space Station's also a little bit of an anomaly, right? They are not going to play the Orisa. They're going to play, Reinhardt. They're going to play Ramatra. They're going to just kind of
a lot of
do their
Symmetra,
own thing. Right? Yeah. I mean, that's just a team that's kind of in their own lane, kind of playing their own style.
Obviously, Zephyr wouldn't be struggling here. Zephyr would have already wrapped this series up. Clearly.
Another Orisa head-to-head. We take a look at some of
Oh my, holy diff. 40 to 14. Oh my lord.
To keep track of the Cassidy matchup.
That is an unbelievable diff. Oh my god. 40 to 14.
That is multiple Orisas. That's 5 Orisas worth of damage, right? Pretty impactful. Also, very involved Lethal was in many of those eliminations. So
Turkish Seeker.
It's been pretty important in terms of chunking enemy Orisas down and finding great picks on Lucio's, for example. Cassidy, one of the best heroes in the game at just like shutting a Lucio down with a couple.
What's your response now, Vision? That was brutal.
Switching, we probably expect to see much the same looks.
Yeah, what we see, I think, kind of be the biggest variance for this map is, do we see Cassidy or Sojourn at the start, right? If you have the Sojourn, you can, and they have the Cassidy, you can kind of like play a little bit slower.
Oh yeah, Andrew, I've been watching every game.
If you have the Cassidy, you kind of like in that type
Been an
of
intense
situation,
back and forth
to
series.
get a push to round that corner and affect.
And it's nerve-wracking because this was like my nightmare scenario as a Knicks fan, to have to play the 76ers in the first round, so it's stressful.
This series so far has played out really similarly to the.
Where was this Lethal when he's playing for London? Well, now Lethal's not in Tracer jail, so there you go.
They play like a control map, which LG wins in 2-1, and then Eichenwald comes up, which Citrus Nation wins 2-1. So exactly the same way as this series has played out.
Yeah, that's facts. Hydron was never, ever at Kai level. Facts.
Let's see if they can run that back again, because I think this to me is the tipping point in this.
Maybe except for like recently, like season 6. Al season 6 maybe.
Know what happened last time these two played. I would love to get an Esperanza win. That would be massive for them.
Yeah, it would be pretty huge here for Citrus Nation, right? To send it to that match point. I also think at that point probably.
Hydron was at Kai level that one match versus Vancouver.
Really, I guess if you're students of the game, you'd love.
Well, that was like God level.
I know students of the game would obviously play them next, but that feels like it gives them a little bit more opportunities to qualify.
Oh, I mean, maybe if Citrus Nation are able to play up to Luminosity and win out like that, I'd be fearing whichever team came out of this matchup. No, I do see
Both are doing air in the important games. That's also true. These days, that is the truth. Kai back in the day, though, in his prime, that man was deadlifting in the big games. Valiant and Rain, he went crazy. Can't speak for after that, though. No comment. How is Zeb still? I was gonna say, how is he alive?
Seems like the Luminosity is such a.
Oh my God, the dodge!
The opponent to reset. I mean, a few times we see Zeb's health bar go from full to empty in seconds.
Dante there was looking to exacerbate.
Dante cannot keep up. These rotations have been clean from Citrus. Dante can't really get the value he's looking for, and like if he tries to drop, you go back on the high ground. I like what they're doing here. You've bought enough time for Zeb to get back into the fight as well.
Yeah, that's a spear, knocks Dante off the high ground. This will be a speed boost here. With a rush and the Deadeye, it's going to allow them to kind of just escape with a bot, so...
Oh, there we go. Okay, finally, Vision with the response. This is what we need. He got absolutely diffed. It was a canyon. It was a DPS canyon in the last map.
Pop off like that. Ever since this game was released, it's one of the most satisfying things you could see. I like the idea there from Lethal, right? He sees Dante throw a javelin and goes, okay.
I'm also sick of everyone calling Fled off fraud. It's crazy.
But they all just like back away, give up that ground, and no one from Citrus Nation, like they don't check the flank, like they don't realize that Vision is just walking.
Fleda can't even play tank. Ah, yes, so true.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt.
That was like such a strange indictment on his legacy. Like, why is he even playing tank? Why are you making him go through this? Whose idea was this? He deserved to go out after season 5 and just have it end there.
No one on LG could see Zeb, but all of Citrus Nation were positioned in order to spot Dante from like the lower windows there. So easy Orisa gap to generate.
No, checkmate. Okay, that's not true.
No cheeky Vision flanks.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess the benefit for Citrus Nation here is they didn't give up the checkpoint, right? It looks like very close to getting it, but now they'll have an opportunity.
I'm sad we never saw DM flex support. That would have been interesting, for sure.
I mean, this fight would have to be very swingy because
imagine.
Contesting. Oh, okay, good damage on Zeb, but I don't think there's a chance to capitalize on it because nobody else from Luminosity is up towards the bridge. Yeah, I think Neutral's just able to heal Zeb straight back up. Both Deadeyes end up kind of going for nothing. That was a very quick build of the Deadeye again, I think, there for Lethal. Now the bridge.
Gene rush for both teams.
I've used the bridge high ground here. Lethal now sees behind him. A lot of these LG players starting to surge towards them. Both teams going to trade out the.
I miss what we could call proper fraud per flopper. I mean, after what we saw against Crazy Raccoon yesterday, or this morning rather, I think you still could if you wanted to.
Yeah, that would have been the end of the Orisa. If King had anything to say about it.
Most certainly. Dante takes a headshot here from the high ground. Gets
I like this. I like the positioning of Lethal here, though. This is kind of annoying for them to deal with. And they get Jubiu's feeding. Perfect.
That's a first kill there as Neutral finds Jubi.
Jubi wall rides and just takes a ton of damage from Lethal. All of a sudden, Dante now has not the ability to disengage or to even rush forward and try and, you know, punish an opening there. Nicely done by Citrus Nation, but
Oh my god, Gundam Jin going to main support, man. Oh man. Was proper overhyped? God, no. Absolutely not. I don't care what happened after Season 5. Season 5, enough on its own. Was enough on its own for me to say the hype was justified, and that will always be the case for me. I don't need to see anything else for the rest of his career. Season 5 was more than enough for me. That's one of the most insane peaks in the history of Overwatch esports, so that's all I need to see. Honestly. He could do nothing the rest of his career, and I'll never call him a flop after Season 5.
Okay, I thought they were giving it up. They don't. They re-establish it very quickly behind this Deadeye of Lethal, which seems to come up every 30 seconds. Vision.
Jubi, oh my god, you're playing with fire.
Is there a chance to touch? Only just Luminosity get there behind their own Castle ult. Little taps there from Lethal around the corner to keep Vision honest.
What is Zeb doing over there? How is he not dead? I was about to say, man.
Ends up being a one-sided fight as they do infest this Kitsune rush. Seems worthwhile though as they get the bot out of threatening territory and also could position themselves to take.
I thought for sure Jubi was gonna die to that Deadeye.
The opposite, kind of looking at it the opposite way, right? Citrus Nation, they put themselves on.
What does Jubi sense? That my head felt like it was spinning watching that.
And then also now end up having, you know, Sound Barrier Kitsune rush. So we'll see.
Maybe it was the broadcast actually. Maybe it wasn't Jubi.
Zeb will come out. Contest this, does not want to give that checkpoint up. It's huge.
And really easy to stall from there as the Orisa. It's just going to be an awkward position to play from as the team that currently is defending. See how they're breaking LOS by playing very close to the wall and just inching the bot forward. Saying to Luminosity, if you want this checkpoint, you have to commit. And you have to commit into a fight you don't have much information about. Capia trying to stay safe behind the wall. Everyone respects
22 proper, for sure.
Bot straight back through the underpass and Dante says, fine, I'll drop and I'll contest this as well. We'll play a stalemate here over the choke. And also, like, if Jubi can get a nice boop, sort of isolate someone by repositioning one of their teammates, it'll be a big deal. But that Kitsune rush left over from the previous fight, Matt, is about to bite.
Yes, Enderstar. If Citrus Nation be students of the game and Luminosity, they go to Dallas.
The Sound Barrier just a little bit later for Citrus Nation.
Dante, you inting? That was Dante, I think, realizes if he turns his back, he gets shot and probably eliminated. So he goes forward and tries to do a little more with that Terror Surge, but doesn't. Unfortunately, no one's able to combine with it. He doesn't find the kill. Yes, he gets a bit of that extra.
It's big they got the kill on neutral there, though.
An awkward spot to use it. I don't think most of his team can actually see him there.
No, probably not.
Lethal.
Deadeye.
This has been one of the closest maps of Esperanza I've seen in quite a while. Such a slim lead here for Luminosity. We're running short on time. 2:45 to play here. Lethal has to turn this position into a...
Oh my god, Zeb just got obliterated.
And it's going to be Zeb go first. No surprises here. Jacob just gets away. Only just 1 HP, actually.
That was a very dead Orisa. His health bar evaporated.
They won't be pushing against the defender, Matt, who has a Kitsune rush against nothing of theirs.
No, it should be Zeb getting to the point, though, being able to contest, right? So you should be able to stop this for a brief period of time. Actually, it looks like they backed up a little bit to try and come out here as a group. So Zeb actually does get out there and contest. That's a
what a spear. But also, why was Vision ulting right there? That was such a bad place to ult.
Swing back the other way here. It's a veritable Newton's cradle of Overwatch 2 gameplay. Such a tight affair. Citrus Nation able to explode and without ultimate.
Man, this is a tight map. This is insane. Still a 2-meter difference with 1:40 on the clock.
This fight wide open.
This rush could be huge.
Zeb is going to play aggro. He doesn't want to give them a chance to touch this.
You don't need much, right? You know, about 3 meters here to take the lead. So it's really about, you know, just about nothing as King takes one shot there from Lethal on the high ground. Almost fatal.
Zeb trying to usher the bot forward.
Oh my god, I thought that tap was dead there. Bot is still moving. They have to touch. They're not. Oh, they touched barely. Not even a full meter. Oh, they gave it up.
dead, I could punish you.
And checkpoint for Citrus Nation.
And now, with only a minute left in the entire game, they've got further to push.
And here's the brutal dilemma for Luminosity. Like, do you end up using support ultimates to try and take this bot back? Like, Citrus Nation, you can bleed some clock here. And then also with...
Now for the real question, what are the odds of SSG winning in Dallas?
Matt, thank you for the 28 months on Twitch. The odds of them winning in Dallas are probably not that high. I could maybe see them sneaking into like a top 3.
In a row to exceed their time. It would be 2 if not for the front spawn, but that's just the way things go. Terra Surgers both find big kills here. It's going to be Jacob down for Citrus Nation, just having built a sound barrier. So Luminosity can make up some of this ground. Juby will be avoiding using that beat if possible, but he's had to back away.
Might just be map here. Luminosity just have a sound barrier to work with. And if they have to use it just to get this bot back in their control, they're doomed.
Support ultimate looking to close it out.
That went horribly.
Forward spawn is so nice.
Citrus are just gonna play it slow.
There's a Luminosity have to win so many more fights in order to catch up. And this is where it's gonna have to start. They're doing it against
Tap. Smells blood in the water. He's got the pulse bomb.
That's actually been the only way to separate these two teams for most of the game. Sound barrier here, Tap gets caught. Juby pushing up with Dante, adding some damage to
Citrus don't have to commit to this. They can... They're going with Dante's dead. They can do it. Oh my god, they're gonna go up. It's a series point on Luminosity. Holy crap. Wow. Uh-oh, Luminosity. We're down in the series, boys. Upset alert.
This one kind of gets flipped on its head where Citrus Nation...
I did Sky.
For I feel like most of the game, right? No, I feel like for 75% of the game, they're down and they find themselves clutching up in a big way there. It's really, when Luminosity uses that rush and then they don't even win that fight, you get another like 10, 15 meters there for Citrus Nation. It's kind of the game. I mean, you absolutely need to win there for Luminosity.
Starting to become a little more understandable how Timeless lost, perhaps.
When I think of like great push maps, like that for me is definitely up there. It's a lot of back and forth here. Both these teams really valuing not giving away that checkpoint because of the front spawn is...
Yeah, Obligated. If Citrus get to the finals, they make it. All they have to do is get top 2 and they make it over Luminosity and Students of the Game. If they win this game and their next one, they're in.
So, you basically say like, well, we have to win this fight without...
Oh, wait, no. This one... Oh, wait, no. It's not top 2. I'm sorry. Top 3, I mean. I think if they just win the next 2, they're in. They don't even have to make it to the finals.
Again, really impressed. I've been watching the support lines very closely. It's been about getting those big beats.
Or did the scenario say they did chat? Which one was it? Is it just they win the next 2 or they have to make the finals? No, maybe it's they have to make the finals. Hold on.
I'm not going to save this for the next map. I'm going to have to use this now.
Yeah, there was a part where I wasn't sure, like, they had...
It's one of the 2. I think they either have to make top 2 or top 3. I don't remember.
And Tap ends up falling, and they, Jacob ends up using it anyway a little bit later. I was like, oh, maybe you would have wanted that one back, but it ends up...
North America standings.
But I think it's just like, hey, if they feel like they can kind of live and, even a little bit longer, right? Get some of that overhealth off and then use their sound barrier, it's better than, answering it with like a second later sound barrier. So,
I mean, I want to point out, Matt, that Citrus Nation obviously are the second seed coming out of this group. Both these teams end up beating Timeless, right? Which are, both the results are considered upsets, I think, by most people. It's actually Citrus Nation that sweeps them in the end. Like, Timeless really, struggling towards the end of that group.
So if Citrus get top 3, they'll get 300.
Over our first and Citrus Nation.
300 circuit points.
Of course, waiting for them.
Which would put them up to...
Matches continue, and we'll be back on the other side of the break with more of those.
I'd put them up to 545 points. I'd put them ahead of Luminosity. If Students get 4th, they get 250, so 550. Oh... They might have to get top 2 actually then. Yeah, that's what it is. They have to make NA Grand Finals. So Citrus have to win this game, the next one, and then beat M80 / Toronto, probably M80, to make it to Dallas. It's a long shot, but technically, mathematically possible. Do I know if Rakattack's mom had a good birthday? I'd assume so. Bro, if Luminosity go out like this, that'd be very depressing for them. Like, it'd be one thing if they lost the students of the game, but if they get upset this early on, oh boy. It's also a great look on Citrus, though. They got another team they've upset to their collection. Timeless, Pirates, and now potentially Luminosity added to the Infinity Gauntlet.
Nice. Oh, you're the boosters.
I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now.
It's no, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. It's pretty good. Nicely done there by Citrus Nation, making this game much more interesting now. We are 2-1 in this series.
Maybe KSA was invited to the birthday and had to skip OWCS. Ah, yes, of course.
Heading onto Flashpoint, Matt. This was where Luminosity had a dominant showing. I think they were 3-0 in Flashpoints last time these two played. False gets subbed back.
False getting subbed back into the game. Oh boy.
I mean, maybe, but like, don't we have enough? You would think like data to say that like the Ramatra is just not great against like the Orisa-based compositions, especially if they're going to play Cassidy on the other side. I mean, Cassidy or Sojourn doesn't really matter, right? It's a little bit of a risk, but maybe.
Yeah, so just to confirm the scenarios, because I was forgetful of what was showed earlier on broadcast. 3 teams could all make it into the top 3 alongside Toronto and M80. Luminosity, students of the game, Citrus Nation. If Luminosity win this game somehow and then students, they get top 3. If students beat either Luminosity or Citrus later, they get top 3. If Citrus can somehow make it to NA Grand Finals, they get top 3.
Might actually just roll out on 4 legs here as well. And maybe
I mean, this is true. They did play better with False, technically. King is going to play the Genji. Ooh, Genji v Genji? I'll take it. Let's go.
Has seemed pretty valuable to many of our teams.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. Typically, you see one team kind of take this opposite side, and the other team take this angle here. But both teams actually fighting for this type of position, as it is Luminosity who get there first.
False is desperately trying to be.
False needs some help, though. He's dead. False gonna die. Wait, the Suzu is clean? He's probably still dead, right? Surely. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Is that a Shanghai skin that Tap has? It is.
Citrus Nation have the patience to wait those cooldowns.
Yeah, he kind of uses both like straight away, where you.
He's doing it for Who Are You? This one's for you.
On them a little bit, and then once he has spear spin up, healed back up, and they know that False has none of the.
Nope, Dante's been subbed out. They've lost every map Dante's played, so that's where we're at right now.
Oh my goodness, that is so nasty. The damage coming across there from Citrus Nation. Didn't even look like a railgun involved there, so I'm not sure what it was. Maybe Zeb just really focusing down with those headshots.
Fleta Genji, no.
Desperately trying to minister to the wounds of Luminosity over the last couple of fights. And they're going to play like they have it. Pushing up here, Zeb instantly trying to turn his back. Neutral going to reciprocate though. Look at the speed of these railguns coming out here. This overclock is deadly. Lethal almost drops though. They have to be careful. To the high ground, they spot King, but no blade yet from King, so Lethal.
Man, Citrus are in control. This is looking bad.
No, and you're going to be up to last fight territory here for...
They are playing with authority right now, man.
False going to have to step on, get a touch. You have this sound barrier. You ideally like to keep it for the blade, but may end up having to use it.
I might want to use it now. Vision steps up here. Maybe Citrus Nation just concede the point for the time being.
Yeah.
Okay, that seems reasonable with the lead they have.
Oof. I mean, you typically see sometimes like that, sound barrier come out for the overclock, but with
Hot take maybe, but I was never a fan of Fleta's Genji. I always thought it was highly overrated by people. I never thought his blades were very good.
They don't have an ultimate advantage. It's not like they, saved an ult by giving up the fight there. They just realized they were in a bit of a weaker position. Blade coming up for King first. Something well worth using the beat.
Although I don't even know if it's a hot take. I've heard that opinion a lot. Just a take, I guess.
Honestly, by no means in a risky position here. Another fight win and they'll take the flashpoint. That is how close the margins are here. Time to go.
Yeah, you don't get many fights on Flashpoint as they get Suzu out there with the dash. So now you know that cooldown's down for a little bit.
Luminosity.
Okay, they've managed to turn this around. Can they kill this Orisa?
Terror Surge used, but Zeb gets blown up midway through. This is great for Luminosity. Tap trying to play the deadlock with the Dragon Blade, but has to get out of the Terror Surge now.
Tap gets nothing. They're turning this. Oh my god, the clutch from Luminosity. Wait, Lethal, why are we ulting, buddy?
A railgun sent back in Lethal's direction. Luminosity get the first.
Yeah, and they absolutely did not want to...
Like, I'm not saying Fleta's Genji was bad, but on the hierarchy, it's not that high. Like, I'm talking even, like, on Seoul Dynasty, like, peak Fleta is the meta. I'm gonna play literally everything. Seoul Dynasty Season 1 Fleta. I didn't even like his Genji much back then.
End up taking our first flashpoint. You see how fast these points tick up, right? You really, it's like 2 fights and you're kind of winning one.
King didn't have to use Blade.
Yeah, that's
and it'll be against a beatless Citrus Nation, so there's real potential to just get a free pick.
I don't know. I thought Sparkle was still good in Season 4. Not that Genji has played a lot then, but when he did break it out, he still looked good. If Season 5 and onward, I'd be more inclined to agree with you.
First swing and, well, you did create space, so zoning Blade for King, but it gives a flashpoint over to Luminosity at least.
Yeah, pushes what, Lethal and Neutral very far back as you have one change here, so Tap will go back over to the Tracer here where I think teams really love the Genji on the first point to control that high.
I think it's fair to play the Tracer instead. That's what was working for you. That additional pressure onto the tank with the Pulse, it's been a pretty good combo for Citrus.
Katsuna rushes are up at the same time. Do Luminosity reciprocate? Yes, they throw it out here. Vision very low, going to go for the overclock now. Those are going to be fired off.
Visual clutter. Visual clutter on my screen. We are pressing Q. Things are shiny and bright and flashing.
Yeah, just a back out there for Citrus Nation. Realized that was a fight that they were not going to win. Now the downside is, so I mean, 70% already here for Luminosity. Pulse Bomb comes in, still going to be able to keep Pulse up.
But the Pulse Bomb matters because
1 for 1. Critically, though, tank down for Luminosity, and that should be enough to flip it.
So even though it doesn't get a kill, it gives you so much heal pressure and a huge
Okay, you got the Terror Surge out, though, which is pretty nice.
After, right, from Lethal, that finishes off False, so you do end up flipping the point here, 98%.
My over/underrated videos ever talked about Hottie. Honestly, I've made so many of those, I don't even remember. I mean, I'm willing to bet there's a good chance I've talked about him, but I can't confirm. I'd have to look back. There's a chance I never did.
Or the other opposing sound barrier you want to match it
We
to.
spent so long yesterday saying, because teams are not on the same fundamental level, it was pointless to look at the little things. Now we have to get the microscope out and look at this ult timing, this ult usage, and sort of forcing abilities out of opponents. Even little things like taking space matter so much in this matchup.
One fight scenario again. Citrus do have the sound barrier. They may need to use it sooner rather than later with Zeb, though, being low.
ready to fight once more. Lethal with a real acute off angle with the help of neutrals able to...
And this time it's Citrus coming back down from a big lead. Man. These last two maps have been crazy.
I was like, what? We're just giving it to Luminosity?
No, we're not. Excuse me. I mean, that's what I get.
King on Tracer. No more Genji.
You like the colors better, so you're just gonna give the flashpoint to Luminosity.
So many colors today.
Because Citrus Nation.
Or call Hottie. HP calling Hottie overrated for getting Roll Star. I mean, that's probably about right. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say Avatar. That was the one I was gonna say.
Hottie's not a bad player, but yeah, he definitely got overhyped in Season 5.
Watched a little yesterday. I'll finish it.
Fire, wind, earth, and citrus. The 4 main elements.
Ah, yes, Uber. So true.
And yet Citrus Nation, it was rather Lethal's railgun and the follow-up of Tap that really led them
The stick!
last fight, excuse me. Here's Terra Surge. Pressure down on Jake.
Maybe a miscue there from False and Squid. Suzu and Terra Surge? Man, that's rough.
Too much of that fight as well. Pulse Bomb getting a huge chunk of damage.
And Tap just able to just stay alive on the point. Finish King up. You're gonna have some staggers here as well, right? No vision. Just gonna try and keep him alive. Nice, nice spear there from Zeb mid-air. So now you kind of take like a.
All right, does Luminosity have an answer again? Can they start to flip this back?
On match point, right? You look at what's gonna happen in this next fight, right? Beats to match each other. You're gonna have neutral with that Kitsune Rush. With the way you have these ultimates, like staggered up, like there's so many, this could be just one fight that decides this flashpoint. Realistically, right? You're gonna probably see this next fight kick off. 65, 70%. With all these ultimates, it's gonna go for a pretty long time. So this could be final fight if Citrus Nation wins it here.
The overclock from Vision. They need a good angle to make use of it here. With the Kitsune Rush,
Oh, they're just backing the hell out, yeah.
Fire speed increase, but they hold on to it.
Good disengage, solid.
They always back out. It seems like whenever Rush comes down, they never want to like use something of their own and fight it. They're always open to backing out. Citrus Nation, now they have
good, patient, composed play there. That's what you want.
Again, Luminosity use an ultimate like Dragon Blade before to create the space, but they were hoping for much more. Great disengagement.
That's not a bad video idea, Eli. Oh, Vision, that they needed you to clutch up.
Percentage difference here for Citrus Nation. Vision, though, beautiful work. Able to scale back here in the face of this Citrus aggression and find 2 key kills with the overclock. That is beautiful. You said this next fight might decide the fate of this flashpoint. Luminosity not giving it up yet.
For whatever reason, Citrus Nation, when the overclock comes out...
Citrus can still clutch this, though. They got the DPS ults. Lethal's been an absolute monster. The only thing I can really stop him is, like, praying that False lands a spear on him at this point, really.
Still having that overclock running, where now it's Luminosity who takes the lead on this flashpoint. See Zeb going to be having to keep him alive. It's going to be an overclock, no sound barrier in response. You're going to see they're all trying to hightail.
They're disengaging, which is nice, but they can't really mess around too much here, though. There's not much percentage to go. We got to recontest. You have the Kiriko ult. You've got it if you want to. Okay, good. Does Zeb come back in here and... Oh, no, they're just going to give it up. All right. Yeah, that's the only problem. Because they like to continuously play safe like that, anytime they see the Curie ult come out, they're victim to having stuff like that happen, where they play so passively, they just give up point, and that's it.
Citrus Nation may be a little too good at disengaging there, Matt. They do respect the Kitsune Rush a little too much. Luminosity rewarded there for their tenacity.
Yeah, in my honest opinion, Pele should have been a role star in Season 4.
The next flashpoint will be in striking distance of it now as they head across.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of just a junk fight win. Yeah, I wonder if it was...
I know Kevster was so good that year, but I still think that Pele should have been a role star.
Pirates in Pajamas thought they triggered OT, but then didn't.
Pele carried so hard. He was so good in Season 4.
Yeah, they do get this checkpoint, this flashpoint now to kick things off, and they do get the high ground control. So, although you lose that one, pretty good setup here for Citrus Nation.
Playing this left side room can be awkward. Again, we have a situation where our Kitsune Rushes are out of...
Everyone's so low.
Luminosity, maybe a little bit more challenging.
Somehow King's the one that dies in that.
They need to back up either way. They've lost King.
Already 40% in counting for Citrus here. This is really bad. You've got to get out, man. You can't keep stalling here. You're subject to potentially getting picked off again here. Getting more staggered. Tap is waiting for a pulse bomb.
Comes around the corner, fortified with the spear spin, uses a bunch of cooldowns.
Look at the percentage.
Hiding in a
you hit it.
Plant over here.
Great stick. Has to be a Suzu there. But the percentage is crazy here, man. Citrus Nation in a fantastic position, and now these Kitsune rushes are synchronized once more, both used in that side room. This time Luminosity able to take some.
They get a flip? Okay, that's pretty big that they got a flip. Again, Citrus just love to back out whenever they see that rush from Squid. Like, we're not fighting this.
Actually, a tap in a position there to like contest with. I know the opposing Tracer, but they allow King to just take it. This is going to be false, actually trying to get back into the backline.
Don't tell me that Orisa lives. That's crazy.
It'll be sound barrier for both teams.
Lost all of their sound barrier instantly, and the armor to boot. There's so much pressure.
Vision needs to come up big. This has to be his time.
Vision has a good angle in theory, but most of Citrus Nation are playing on the other side of the fountain. They're trying to look for a better off angle. They're looking for Jacob.
Oh, the spear.
Comes clattering in, catches Vision out, and Juby eventually gets picked up on the point. Citrus Nation.
Citrus are taking this round. Oh boy. We're going to a round 5 on Suravasa. Oh my god, it's all for all the marbles now.
2 kills in that fight. Make it a third there on King to end it off, and like you mentioned, that'll be another flash win here for Citrus Nation. You know, you win this, it's your series, right? Luminosity, tournament lives, Dallas chances on the line here.
This is definitely one of the most compelling series I've seen in a while. These two teams so evenly matched. Citrus Nation, this time they opt to give up the point, not in the same way as they did on that third flashpoint. They give it up and come straight back in, and they have all the tools they need to win it out. Now it'll come down to this first fight in a big way, and Citrus Nation again seem better with these disengagements and keeping their ultimates in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problem giving up a little bit of percentage.
Balls is in a really weird place right now.
How fast it racks up is. This will be a Kitsune rush here. They're gonna cap for Luminosity.
They're thankfully able to cap. Oh my god.
But not until they lose Jacob already, Matt. There's like a question for me is whether Citrus Nation might be better off just taking an even fight with 2 Kitsune rushes simultaneously active. Instead, they try and wait out Luminosities and come in with one of their own, but that window was, I guess, utilized for Squid to find a free pick.
Oof! They survived that.
Didn't expect that kill to kind of come down at the time it did onto Jacob, where you end up losing the Lucio, you lose the ability to disengage, or even just kind of get that speed through the Kitsune rush and go even deeper, right? So quite unfortunate for Citrus Nation. It's actually the one
that's unbelievable. This guy, Lethal, is such a spark plug for the Citrus team, man. And they're capping point while this is going on as well. Is there a contest from Luminosity? No. That's huge. That's so big.
And now Citrus Nation will have this point, but they need to win 2 fights.
Man, that is already 77% for Luminosity. That is great. I mean,
and that's all like... because they disengaged away from Luminosity's Kitsune rush.
Yeah, that's wild. This does not feel like they had the point for long, but still almost 80% there as now Citrus Nation, an opportunity here to probably win the game is you're going to have the overclocks for both of these Sojourns where Elite there as now Citrus Nation, an opportunity here to probably win the game is you're going to have the overclocks for both of these Sojourns where Lethal has been so good throughout this series, both DPS for Citrus Nation. I'll see if he can close it out.
Sure to be a deciding one, Matt. So much
we go.
Citrus Nation's hopes of making it to Dallas. Hang in the balance.
Can Lethal do it again? He hits another one. This could be it. The Suzu from Neutral's beautiful too. They're gonna do it. They're gonna upset Luminosity. I can't believe it. Oh my god, dude. Wow, what an upset. Citrus Nation taking out Luminosity. Wow.
As of late, they take down Luminosity,
man.
Team that they actually ended up losing to.
The underdogs continue to rise up. Citrus are going on to the next round. They're going to play Students of the Game later.
Luminosity, they'll probably not
Now students of the game, though, they're in a pretty good place right now to qualify for Dallas. Now that Luminosity's out, all they have to do is either win this next game or hope that Citrus Nation don't get to the NA finals, and it'll be students of the game, Rakattack and the boys going to Dallas. But it ain't over yet, though. Citrus Nation mathematically could still make it, too. Man, Luminosity are out. That was my pick to make LAN along with Toronto and M80, and they're out, chat. They're done. Oh, man. Crazy.
Tons to talk about here. Fantastic game, a 3-1 series, and I'm not going to forget in a hurry. Let's bring the desk in, though.
What an unbelievable match.
That was a phenomenal series, and
Citrus did two things really well. One, they were always really, really good at disengaging as a team when Squid ulted with the Kitsune Rush. Also, congrats to Zoe on getting this game right. But then also, Lethal is just a man on a mission. This guy played so good. Sounds good, math.
I mean, when they were down on that last flashpoint, Lethal getting the Miracle Rail onto Squid, taking down the Kiriko. I mean, that's like the most impactful kill you can get to open up the game there. I mean, they were...
That was no racket.
There was going to be a...
There was some spaghetti on the floor. Like, you know, like the ragu was boiling over. It was a bit crazy on the flashpoint, stepping off the points, leaving the point for Luminosity a couple times. There was definitely a moment where I was like, oh, Citrus Nation are not going to be able to close this out. They're actually kind of choking. But they did.
Yep, Luminosity just lost.
And they get the 3-1 win. This is an upset.
Welcome back, Hitman.
Other way to frame it. Luminosity, this is a really well-respected roster. You know, a really stacked roster. And now Citrus Nation come in. After all, I don't even think they made a main event in stage 1. They beaten out Timeless. They beat out Luminosity. And now they find themselves in a top 4 matchup versus students of the game with potential to go all the way and qualify for Dallas tomorrow.
I will say, Citrus Nation, they do face the toughest road to qualify because even if they make 3rd place, that's not good enough. They need to be top 2. So they're going to need to beat either M80 or Toronto Defiant to get a ticket to Dallas. It seems possible, but I mean, those are two fierce.
Yeah, Citrus have to make it to the top 2 to go to Dallas.
This test was passed.
It's mathematically possible, but they still would have to beat students at the game and then Luminosity, or not Luminosity, I'm sorry, and then M80 or Toronto right after that. Probably M80, if we're being honest.
No swapping for any reason. But look at him now. He's clean on the Kiriko. Good calls, good ult usage, great tempo plays.
The rotations are so clean.
Yeah.
Like their disengagements are so clean. Whenever Luminosity, they try to make a move, they try to make an aggressive move. Quick disengage, we re-engage, we fight on our terms. Really impressive stuff in this mirror.
Yeah, speaking of impressive stuff there, though, Johnny, I know that from the very beginning of the main event, you had your eyes on Jacob. Yay, nay, still high on him?
Jacob did well. Jacob did well. You know, there were some moments still in the series where it's like, I think, you know, it's really a competitive series. I mean, you're playing against a really good team. They're going to punish you. So I don't think you can isolate one single player here and just blame them or like individually look at their mistakes too much. You know, this is really some of the best teams in North America, right?
The next match is Toronto versus M80.
In today's matchup. But again, like, it's so hard to get value from here. Seb played the match. I don't disagree with that at all, though. Seb has been a standout on the Orisa so far and consistently gets so much value in these Orisa mirrors. As I said earlier in the day, like, if you can force out some of the...
Yeah, Zeb is very solid on Orisa, I have to say.
Give you a huge leg up in some of these fights, and I always feel like Seb...
Know what they're doing, that's for sure.
But like, he never overextends, or he never really finds himself in a situation where he gets isolated and targeted. It's really consistent value throughout. It's a good presence on the point, and that's what you want from your Orisa. Recognition to go aggressive when you find an opening, but also never making yourself vulnerable for the rest of your team and making it easier for your opponent. So I've been really impressed with Seb throughout the entire group stage, but also here in the main event.
Yeah, sick armor management. He like never lets his armor get, or he drops his armor.
We're gonna remake the Roll Stars while also giving them out to Season 1. I'd say probably a video thing.
You get 30% more value.
Yeah, Seb going strong in the tournament, but so does the relationship.
Live would be better for the debate, true.
Wow! Whoa!
Deep lore.
Wow!
We are prepared on the broadcast.
That's great. I love that.
You know, gotta shout it out.
I also
celebrate love. That's what we're all about.
I want to talk about Tap that series, man.
Yeah.
Tap, I feel, really came out huge on the Tracer. I think you look at Citrus Nation, a lot of people have seen Lethal before, you know, playing on bigger name teams, maybe a little bit more well-known. But Tap, I think, was the better Tracer today, at least, and put up a huge performance, really strong in the Tracer one-on-one, which doesn't always result in kill. So it doesn't always not always popping up in the kill feed. But if you edge out that enemy Tracer, force them back to a pack.
I'm chill with I don't know if I want to say 3-0 Toronto. Maybe I'll give M80 a map just because, like, Happy and Pelican on LAN, or not LAN, not on high ping, I should say.
Really swing the tank battle. So big impact winning those Tracer duels on the flank, getting yourself a little edge in the fight, snowballs into something much more.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that...
Yeah, I'd like to see where M80 stand, though. This will be a good way of finding out just where they are right now. On that note, chat, I'm quickly just gonna take a small bathroom break, and then I'll be back.
Your Tracer coming in clutch, getting a pick or two, I mean, that's just going to make life so much easier. So Tap, definitely a standout in this series.
You know what? I got just a thing for you. Tap, post-game into you. Let's do it.
Wait, Tap is listening?
Yeah, listening. Audio. I just have a tendency of looking at the big screen.
He's tapping
Tap
in?
was listening. He's tapping in. That's right. Tap, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Wonderful. We can hear you as well. So, of course, congratulations on that dub. Some people might have considered you the underdog coming into this one, or not the favorite to win it, but it was a beautiful match, and you guys performed out of your minds. How much further can you take it?
Thank you very much. Well, we're just gonna try to take it as far as we can. I think we have to beat 2 more teams to make it to Dallas, so we're just gonna try our best.
I'm really curious, Tap, you know, you playing with Lethal, I know you guys have played on teams before, but how does it feel to play in like a comfortable damage duo where you guys know each other really well and you guys play off each other really comfortably? What's the dynamic like between specifically the two of you, Lethal and you on the team?
It feels very good because we're both used to each other. Yeah, like you said, I played with him before, so sometimes he will call stuff directly to me, and I can just follow up on that, and we've been doing that for a while, and it's really working well.
How do you guys feel about Citrus Nation's performance in Stage 2 so far? You know, what were your expectations going into Stage 2, and how was your prep for these matches? How are the feelings within the team after taking down Luminosity right now?
It definitely feels good to beat this team. I think they're a very good team. Yeah, as long as it stays Arista I think we should be a good team. So, because Zev is just the best Arista in the game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, after the performance we saw today from, honestly, the entire team, there's no doubt about you guys having a great grasp on that Orisa composition. Now, anything out of that, we haven't seen that many other compositions from you guys, but do you have something else up your sleeve, and do you think you will need it going up against the opposition?
I think if we did have something up our sleeves, we probably shouldn't tell you yet.
Smart.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 answer. You understood the brief.
As a coach, I like this answer. I hate like a player get an interview and they're like, yeah, you know, we practiced a couple extra. We got a wrecking ball strategy we're going to pull out on this match.
Listen,
it's like, oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
I got to shoot my shot. But you caught it. You caught it. Thank you so much for
all right, we back.
For a quick chat. Of course, once again, congratulations to you and the team. What a wonderful run we've seen from Citrus Nation so far.
What kind of music/musicians do I listen to? I'm into the rock and the metal genre. I'm also a big fan of of listening to some video game music.
Y'all are the big brains, and that's why.
Those are probably my big ones.
Yeah,
You're feeding us information.
Educate us.
Educate.
Let's take a bit of a closer look at the Luminosity's ultimate usage and some of their non-existent value here on Eichenwalde. So,
wait a second. Have I seen this illustration before in EMEA?
Well, maybe. I mean, it is a very Lucio Kiriko focused kind of story here. So I don't quite exactly know where we are, but we're in a situation where Luminos has used both support ultimates, and it's actually going to be here where Citrus Nation close out point B on Eichenwalde. So I guess we can close this one out, but the clip not shown here is them using their support ultimates. So just imagine they did a bad, they did an oopsie, and now Citrus Nation are capitalizing on that. So you go ahead and play it out, and we can actually see how Citrus Nation does it. I believe you have a play button. There you go. There it is. And so you can actually see that based on the fact that Luminosity have used both support ultimates, that's going to open things up for Citrus Nation. They're going to drop the Kitsune Rush. It's an easy engage. There's no support ultimates really deal with neutrals Kitsune Rush. They are going to bring the right clip, I've been told. So don't worry. We get to see what it's like when two supports misuse their ultimates. Jake, you're going to be so thrilled. This is your favorite thing.
This is my favorite thing to complain about backstage.
Favorite thing to complain about
support
backstage.
ultimates.
It's going to come up there. And when it does, it's going, well, now I've like built up this moment where people are going to fail, which I don't really like because generally I like hyping people up. But this is going to be the right clip.
No, let's watch them fail.
it's an oopsie. It's not really a fail. It's kind of. They could have done it better. But anyway, so Luminosity, they fall apart on Eichenwalde. Let's see it in not real time, post time. You can go ahead and play it out. Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier, they come out, they're recontesting on point B. You can play it out. Squid is going to drop the Kitsune Rush, but he goes down. You've already lost your Kiriko. Seb capitalizes, Terra Surge, forces the beat from Juby.
Poor King, he said I should retire after that extremely disappointing loss. Sag.
Well, not luckily, because it's actually really good at the game.
Poor King.
Vision cleans things up, so at least you win this fight. But because you were forced to use your Sound Barrier, because your Kiriko died, so you didn't have Suzu for the Terra Surge, I mean, that takes its toll so much. So now we can go ahead and play this out. We can take a look again at Neutral dropping the Kitsune Rush, capitalizing on this mistake in the very next fight. So that just tells you that, like, Luminosity, they didn't really get the support ultimate value they wanted. And Citrus Nation, they're going to capitalize that with their own Kitsune Rush, which is such an important ultimate in this meta in particular. Now, after this cleanup, we're going to see them head over to point C. So just a minute or so later, now we find ourselves in a situation where, wow, Luminosity, they actually have 4 ultimates again here. Meanwhile, Citrus Nation, they haven't really built anything. So this should be a pretty simple fight for Luminosity if we're just doing ultimate economy math. So we can go ahead and play this out. They're going to engage. Vision is going to drop a Deadeye, just walking up slowly, but they don't really get any value, so King is going to use his pulse bomb onto Seb. Can we isolate Seb? They don't really get the pick. He stays alive. Meanwhile, Dante is Terra Surging at Cassidy by himself.
Who's better, Silver 3 Lambda or...
Like, okay, we won this.
Who? Who is that last one?
All right, we're defending, guys, but we only have a Sound Barrier. And now Citrus Nation, they're coming back, and they're like...
You got $100 on Toronto sweeping M80.
Pretty good attack from us. So the basic analysis in this next fight is this right here. We're going to play this out. The players from Citrus Nation, they recognize there's nothing to really stop us. We're just going to press the Kitsune Rush. We're going to drop the pulse bomb. We're just going to run straight.
Oh, you mean Boger?
So that is really
I'll take Boger, sure.
They don't really get the ultimate value they want on either.
I'll take Boger over Silver 3 and Lambda on tank.
That Citrus Nation easily capitalize on. Not really, life is not difficult for Citrus Nation when you run over your opponent like this. So that just sets up Citrus Nation for an easy win on Eichenwalde.
I noticed a couple of things in those clips I really liked, how you mentioned that, you know, Luminosity is winning these fights, but it's just too expensive. They're over expensive. They get the one ult, but they nothing, and the next ult, nothing, next ult, okay, finally we win, but you're in too much of a deficit from there. But when I saw Neutral with this Kitsune Rush, it seems like a small detail, but he's not immediately starting the fight with a rush. He's allowing the tank trade to take place, maybe a DPS ult like a Deadeye to create a little bit of more control on the map, and then the rush comes in when it's almost too late to back out. Like, oh, we felt like we had to come touch the car. Neutral's hitting you with the Kitsune Rush, where on the side of Luminosity, it's more easy to...
The parlay gonna hit, oh boy.
And he can't retreat.
So the big takeaway is getting value from your ult, kinda good. Some teams manage that better than others. Let's take a look at that bracket to see who's currently finding themselves in a good position to win it all and who is out.
Thoughts on the Bucks? They're in big trouble. Big trouble. They might just lose. Might just lose to the Pacers. Not looking too good for them.
I mean, I would call Students of the Game the favorite, but Citrus Nation, they've just surprised us before, and I feel like we can't doubt them. This is the big match, though. This is the big kahuna. Most likely, I would say that a preface of what.
Yeah, but I mean, unless Giannis is able to come back, the Bucks are cooked.
Some matches before where they were the one, but this one is also the one. There was a lot of ones, really. I mean, Toronto Defiant, they've looked untouchable last stage. M80 with their retooled roster this stage.
Rakattack's my goat on Life Weaver, always.
They did say themselves. I mean, when you have your players on low ping and they're not waking up at 7 in the morning,
that's good.
Turns out that's really good. You know,
True, Reinforced, true.
Not really notorious for waking
Yeah,
up.
Dame got hurt. They're in big trouble.
Happy and Pelican, this is what we've been waiting for. Them in the United States, that's going to give a much better performance from.
But hey, all I'm saying is,
I think Toronto Defiant might finally have a contender for this.
if the Knicks somehow, someway survive the 76ers, that means we get the Pacers in round 2, and that's a team they could beat. There's a chance the Knicks, if they somehow got past the 76ers, I don't know if they will, but if they did, they could maybe get to the Eastern Conference Finals, then lose to the Celtics. And I'd take that, personally. I mean, I think Boston gets to the conference finals and then just lose. Also, Hunter made a tweet saying, lost to a lemon, unfortunately. Sorry to the boys for maybe ever slightly trolling by taking a 10-day holiday during what might have been the most important tournament of the year. That is insane to be taking a 10-day holiday then. Oh my god. I love that though. Lost to a lemon, unfortunately. That is so funny. Wikipedia, Arthur, I got you. Hold on. God, words are hard. I'll hook you up. I got you. Mountain Dew, nice.
Welcome back, one and all. I hope you're ready for all of the action the NA region has to offer. We're diving into the winners match, and this might as well be the grand finals match of this very region, because M80 will face off against the stage 1 champion Toronto Defiant. As I said right before we headed into a break, they looked untouchable. However, this one might be the real contender, and they know it. Toronto Defiant, though.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel infinitely better about Citrus Nation's chances of top 3, knowing that they beat Luminosity. Because I thought Luminosity were a better team than Students personally, but who knows? I think that game's gonna be a banger.
That being said, though, you know, these guys have been scrimming for a long time now. You know, when you only have 2 or 3 really good teams in the region, your best practice actually comes scrimming against your nemesis, right? So Toronto Defiant and M80, these 2 teams know themselves really well, and it's going to deliver.
That's right. We're also delivering something here, and that is birthday wishes, because RuPaul's mom, Nazarene, is celebrating.
Ah, RuPaul's mom.
Is gonna gift her the victory.
Sure hope so.
I mean, they've got.
You can't lose on your mom's birthday.
Exactly. It's all stacked in their favor here. I mean, in seriousness, of course they're the favorite, but this is a retooled, resurgent M80 that's going to be coming in with confidence. Although, I mean, someone I think is the best tank in the world right now. I feel that his flexibility.
That's facts. That's facts. Someone's the GOAT.
Toronto is always leveraging it, always putting themselves in the advantage. The rest of the team can handle any heroes they need to. You know, Vega, I think probably the best, fair to say the best main support in NA right now. But M80, you've got Pelican and Happy, and not just on low ping. These are world-class DPS players. This is like a top-of-the-line DPS roster. You can't really get much better than these guys. So huge eyes on Peli and Happy to have a huge performance today. And Hawk, I mean, I think there's no better tank in the West to challenge someone on flexibility. Hawk's been grinding the main takes, getting them up to par. And so I'm really excited to see the counter swapping in the series. I think we're going to be treated to a taste of how the meta might look in Dallas when both teams are highly flexible. They can handle any strategy. Like a lot of the teams who are pretty strong in NA and EMEA are very limited to certain styles. And I don't really see that being true for either M80 or Toronto Defiant. I think they're both very flexible, and I think they're both going to continuously...
Toronto's coach is Casores.
...trying to constantly find any kind of edge on their competition.
I'm just wondering, looking at those two rosters, like, who will be the one, you know, forcing the tempo? Who will be the ones who force the other team to swap off of their comforts?
So when it comes to the swaps, I actually agree with Jake that it's going to be someone. And this is actually, when we think about someone's big picture career, someone has had the most success as a tank player when he's actually abused the opposing tank's hero pool. That's how Florida Mayhem, they won the Overwatch League in the playoffs last year by just being so proficient at so many different compositions that they always had an answer. Doesn't matter. Someone can play the Winston, can play the Sigma, can play the Reinhardt. And so you can play so many different styles that you almost put your opponent on the back foot. And I could see something similar here. Okay, fair enough. Hawk, you're pretty versatile. Maybe we want you to play Winston. Maybe we'll force you almost into a situation where you have to play Winston because we're playing some other composition. So this is a roster that is so good at forcing their opponent's tempo and style. I really only think that Pelican is the one on M80 who has a say in things. Pelican is the one who will set the tempo on the Tracer, and Tracer, as we know, historically in Overwatch, such an important hero for determining the outcome.
Yeah.
But I can't help it. I think Toronto Defiant, they won't be surprised by anything being thrown their way. Those are such veteran players of the sport. Like, there's nothing they can't deal with. And I think so far they've shown it. Teams have tried to bust out different things. Didn't work for them. I'm going Toronto with a very convincing 3-1 victory here.
Yeah, I think Toronto's the favorite in this match, but I do think M80 has roads in. I think you're right. It starts with Pelican. The Tracer is going to be huge. I think Happy also has to come in here and at least match Merit. I mean, Merit has really been undisputed best in NA in Stage 1, but he wasn't playing against Happy in Stage 1. And I think there's really no one else in the North American region that I think has any hope in that his can do.
Get her about to bring up the coaching documents. Ah, yes, of course.
And the support line for M80 though is where I'm a little worried. I think they could struggle, frankly, into how good someone is with his dives.
Toronto's backline diffs.
On point today because the pressure is going to be something he hasn't experienced before, except against probably this team.
Yeah.
He did it. Ooh, reinforced with a 3-2 for M80.
This is just, I'm betting on Happy and Pelican popping off. They can actually...
I have no idea where Danny is. He was there for Stage 1, and he is nowhere to be found this stage.
They are the better damage duo versus Merit and Sugarfree. I really believe that. So, Pelican, come out on the Tracer and deliver victory for me.
I mean, you've just been like happy pilled as well. Like you just want like inhaling all those widow.
Oh, you not?
I'm permanently happy pilled.
Right?
Look, Merit's good. I'll give him that.
Merit is also a monster.
But it's not a super out there pick. I think Toronto Defiant, as we said, they were acknowledging that the only team which can bring it to them will be M80. But will it be enough? We'll find out in just a little bit. And for all the action, I'm going to send it over to Matt and Mr. X.
Just you, actually. Yeah.
Oh, actually.
I mean, it is always just me, right? I mean, thank you, Zoe. It is me here with myself. No, I'll move over a little bit so I have some legs. I would just be move over a little bit right there. Yep. Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty awesome series.
What is my watching right now?
I've ever been, just in this type of position here, but this is going to be a crazy series. Toronto versus M80. Like they were mentioning on the desk, M80 looks to be the team here in North America that would challenge Toronto.
Technically, they don't need to interview any Koreans. They can just avoid interviewing the Koreans at all costs.
That kind of challenge come to pass, but not really.
Also, Jake knows Korean. I didn't even think about that. That's also true. Technically, Jake can translate.
Hawk in a position where
Jake's just OP. He does everything.
that's where like a lot of the pressure is going to come from. Hawk is no stranger to going up against someone and rarely has been able to come out on top.
Yep, Jake can speak Korean pretty well, in fact.
You know, I mean, and he was obviously on a team with Donghak. He got rotated in a whole lot to sort of, you know, take that kind of matchup there.
Like, I'm very impressed. Like, Jake is really, really good.
Like, this will be the greatest challenge that Toronto Defiant has faced in the North American region, and finally, EMEA have all the pieces in place, including in the United States properly, to take them on.
I'm curious for your opinion. I feel like you're going to know if... yeah, I am. I know I rarely am. Usually I say that and then I just tune out, but no, this time I'm actually serious. I think you're going to know how this series is going to go rather quickly.
Whose DPS line am I taking? I mean, on paper, I think M80's is better, but Toronto as collectively as a team are better.
You're either going to see a gap or you're going to see something that could go the distance like the Death predicted. Do you get that same feeling?
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, I'm really looking in the tank role, but I do think after the first round or so, you'll sort of start to see that manifest a bit. M80 here, we've seen this on
Hawk is going to go with the Diva. They're going with the anti-dive. They got the Pelican Torb, which I love. I love watching the Pelican Torb go to work. It's goated.
I also like the Pelicans on the Torb. This is going to try and at least attempt to keep Sugar Free a little bit quieter. Good comp here from M80. Very different lineups for both these teams. Only one duplicate hero in the Lucio.
Yeah, definitely like puts a little bit more.
What do you mean, why is Peli on Torb? Peli's Torb is crazy.
Backline going at Pelican with that Torb. It's also a little bit.
I never question when you put Pelican on Torb because he's just so good at Torb.
Ends up coming back and getting Suzu kept alive, but Toronto under a fair bit of pressure early on here. M80 actually, in theory, have counter picks in a couple of different roles. Happy though, able to bring RuPaul down. That's not great for Toronto, who already have the Lucio to operate with now. Things are going to go from bad to worse if they stick around here.
Now that's massive, right?
The real Overwatch begins. True. Oh yeah, let me change the title.
Control the point first, and gets that first.
In M80.
And Toronto just backing all the way out. So
Question mark.
So good for M80.
We haven't seen Merritt be quiet too many times in his career. So far, though, it's been an inauspicious start to the round for Toronto. Force back once more as Hawk turns up to accost this Sojourn. And Pelican again now getting harassed down, eventually found by...
I've never seen Pelican bust out the hammer, unfortunately.
There's actually a lot of really risky engagements that he could be taking. Now able to win out in them, though, in a big way. Sugar Free, Pulse Bomb stuck to the ball there, catches Liar, and someone's easily able to bring Happy down after that.
Soares kept Korean flashcards in his coaching documents as bookmarks. That's insane.
Yes, they try and actually drop an Ant Matrix there from Ultraviolet to kind of keep things going with a Deadeye on through it. But it's a Pulse Bomb from Sugar Free from behind, takes out the Cassidy, and then everything kind of crumbles after that. So they do get that first pick on the Pelican, then get Happy down.
The 2021 season, yeah, I never remember that. That was 3 years ago.
With the Torbjorn. The Torbjorn's pretty good once you kind of get control of the point. Right, pushing in, being the offensive, being the proactive team with the Torb can be a bit tough.
Getting to police the off angles though and make it harder for Sugar Free rather to walk up on them is pretty important. Someone chased down, has to use Primal there as Hawk.
That's pretty good the Hawk's able to force that, but doesn't matter.
Able to drop down now and disperse all of M80, allowing for Merritt to pick up a Liar that was sent flying with an assist of the Winston in that kill feed. Toronto maintains some control here.
Torb is a solid anti-dive pick. He's good against Winston.
I know the hindrance has the Primal Rage going and still able to make it in and out with his life as he's going to jump in over the top. It's going to be a sound barrier here for M80. Kind of counter the Kitsune rush comes through from the Defiant. The Defiant holding on to this beat.
Oh, they could be now. Yep, someone goes a little bit low, and the timing of that is absolutely beautiful. I love seeing teams do this. Come in with the second beat. Happy they're able to pick off Merritt. Self-destruct here will allow Hawk to refresh the mech. And M80, despite, you know, having the earlier sound barrier, might be able to find some success here. Someone a little bit...
Oh my god, how did Sugar Free get a kill in that mess, though?
Sugar Free. The Defiant not fully giving up, but they will concede the point for now.
Concede the point, but you can come right back in now.
Let's see if they try and re-engage. It looks like they just back up for just a split second, get another player back in the fight. Now they're going to go...
You know, I can respect what M80's doing, though. You're going, like, full-on anti-dive. You can have a lot of denial on the Tracer and the Winston between the Cass and the Torb. Especially when you know you're not as good of a dive team, probably. I think it's smart.
Merritt has to back up again. Happy trying to take some liberties, take some space here in the middle part of the map. The defense matrix means Toronto can start to push forward, get aggressive.
Ooh, them headshots, and there goes Pelly.
He's going to back away with the Baptiste with the immortality field, keeps the Cassidy in the fight. Has to be another
Oh no, someone carry.
Follows up to remove the Cass.
Yeah, and Hawk is getting quite low. They're going to have to try and keep him up, keep him in mech, as it's going to be M80 getting it into overtime. So they kind of got what they
Kill Monkey, or maybe? Oh, maybe not.
Timing there as someone took a fair bit of damage trying to dive. The Defiant don't want to reach a bit further. They haven't capped the point yet. We're in overtime. Sugarfree finally gets rid of the engineer. The Kitsune Rush allows the Defiant to surge forward. They've used all those big ultimates. Nothing really to work with for M80, and a self-imposed stagger by Hawk, who has to jump off.
Pretty costly fight for Toronto.
Interesting is Toronto actually just kind of moves
so base.
They're gonna play so far up, so they, yeah, Happy has to swap to Tracer to even get a touch here, probably, right? Oh no, they have time. They got it. They're gonna be okay.
An attempt at stagger maxing from the Defiant has to be cancelled out there, as M80 will be coming out of spawn in force and in numbers. Still just the pulse point to rely on here. Liar's beat, absolutely crucial. He was highlighted at the start of the game as someone who really had to step up here against a scary Defiant roster.
You can deny some space here. It's a pretty good Torble, actually. Merit's isolated. Can you get him? Yes, it's good. M80 are going to take round one here. Unless someone is a god. Think they're good, though. Wow. Anti-dive for the win. Torb, baby, let's go.
Could definitely give Toronto a run for their money, and you know, we got players historically who've played obviously at the same level, been of the same caliber of the Defiant. So they take round number one with this D.Va Torbjorn setup. And I wonder if they kind of try and run it yet again. It looks like at least Toronto, there'll be some...
I'd play the Torb again. Why not let it fly? I mean, let's actually, no, if they're not going to play Winston, don't bother. It's probably a Tracer for Pelican.
Just a reminder, Toronto are 34-1 in map score over the course of this stage 2. They are...
It's pretty good.
They are absolutely dominant. So this would be quite a shock here, even up against an opposition like M80, who in the past the Defiant have handled pretty comfortably in straight games. Now really feeling the pressure though. M80 are a different beast, with all their pieces now in the same locale, so to speak. Rather to get the most out of their DPS. Toronto here take this high ground position through the middle part of the map. We're going to have a rush mirror here. Someone more than happy to match tanks should it be required after the Winston round doesn't go the way he would have liked.
Yeah, I think Toronto, they're fine if, you know, M80 wants to push on in, right? That's where Merrick can...
Oh, that's rough.
Is, oh, yeah, look at that. I mean, it's going to be...
That seems to be a theme early on. Whenever M80 are losing, seems like Happy's getting caught out.
3 shots off, takes out Happy pretty much instantly. Is look at this.
Oh, the Widow Swap. Oh, Sugarfree.
Twice now, and it's very true because Sugarfree doesn't need to get kills on his own there. The fact that he makes Happy turn, or at least sort of stresses Happy's mental bandwidth enough that Merrick can punish is huge. Sugarfree confidently going in, even if there's not like a dash reset guaranteed, he has the deflect, and you know, if Happy can, you know, capitalize and sort of turn that fight around.
I mean,
and
just creating free, easy sightlines for Merritt to shoot is enough, right? You know how good Merritt is. He's going to come up with
and
some
Sugarfree can just dash out if Happy, if Merritt does get the kill, which is, you know, a pretty big deal. It kind of justifies the Genji playing aggressive in the first place. Liar takes a bit of damage there from that Deadeye, but Merritt pulls it maybe a little early. Still, M80.
Oh, man.
Now an Airmax just contend with. They are getting the heck out of there. That is not something they have any chance of winning. Forced back into spawn with Pelican dropping once more.
Yeah, they find Pelican. He's like in a corner there trying to contest.
Oh, buddy.
Someone pushes up.
Oh, boy, that's a stagger as well on top.
He is going to use the immortality field, trying to keep himself alive for a little bit. As round 2 looking much more different than round number 1, as this one's been all Defiant.
Sugarfree's so good at Genji, yeah. I always loved the Sugarfree DPS Doom back in the day the most, though. That was my favorite.
When the fight really comes to a head. It's got to be here for M80. They have to make something happen. Looks very, very good up against the Winston with that D.Va setup. That's a Hawk special. This one, though, having to win out in the mirror is a tough ask.
Zoning Blade.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Good discipline from Liar.
I think they knew that Sugar Free probably wasn't gonna fully commit, right? Didn't gonna get a dash on.
Now you need to use it though.
Some zoning, and they didn't end up using the beat. Now they do. Down a
Hawk found Sugar Free in the end, but Vega is holding onto the beat. No reason to use it here. Someone is just not low enough to justify it. So they'll have a huge beat advantage now in an overtime fight. Merritt's been able to find the Lucio after the fact. Ultraviolet with a heck of a lot on his plate right now, and the damage is real for Hawk.
Well, that went differently, like a lot differently.
Someone's being topped up through that amp matrix, healing via Rupal, and Happy can only make these tiny little peaks. It's not enough. We have at least achieved a stall here as Pelican.
This is a pretty good stall. You come back in. Oh, okay, you flip it. There you go.
The Defiant diligently just disengage.
Good stuff from Pelly to like kind of tiptoe on and off there.
Even though they're up one player at the moment, is Hawk coming back inside the rush. Is Sugar Free back on Tracer, forces the recall of Pelican.
Should Blizz name more maps after Girl Scout cookies? Oh my god, dude. Can you imagine? Just like we start making up places.
No real connect on it, but someone
Suddenly M80 have life.
Happy had the damage follow up, even with the terror surge from Hawk to set up some displacement.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, a bit of chaos there kind of ensues, right? It was we get into OT, but it's a nice Kitsune rush there from Ultraviolet that kind of clears the point there, allows M80 to get the point and, you know, importantly, stay in this round here is it'll now be Toronto moving around the outside.
Thinman, and now traveling to Tagalog.
The Zam Matrix.
Once again, it's Sugar Free, this time close to a pulse pop. And Air Matrix from Rupal is almost guaranteed to clear the point. M80 had to be ready for a disengage away from that and have a way to cycle a player on to stall out. Merritt doesn't need the Amp Matrix. Again, another ability that creates a heck of a lot of space very quickly. Sugar Free now in. Oh, Hawk! An Amp Matrix disappeared right in front of him, and Sugar Free got a full clip of damage through it. Here's the terror.
That should be that.
Liar gets brought down by that. And M80 are in no position to recover now. They don't have enough time. Someone cleans them up, and that'll be one apiece here on Samoa.
Oh, I mean, that is a really interesting, very difficult Amp Matrix to deal with, right? RuPaul drops it like on the M80 side of the entrance to the point, and they're able to like kind of shoot both ways on through it, right? You know, players coming from the spawn or players that backed up, and then also Hawk in a really dangerous position on the point takes a ton of damage. So, really nice use of it from the Defiant to tie this one up.
Yeah, they literally dropped the amp on Hawk.
Ooh, are we gonna play the SIG here?
Yeah. Sugar Free's POV, and so kind of from any angle you can guarantee a damage amp because Orisa's model is so wide.
Toronto at the Classic, we're gonna play something different every round approach.
To get huge amount of amp from that. Toronto looked really good there in the Orisa mirror. They were dominant for most of the round. Now they're going to mix it up. Sigma here on this map is not uncommon. And Toronto more than happy to, again, put some pressure down on Hawk, maybe force a switch or just try and make the Sigma work here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Hawk would be totally fine taking like a Sigma head-to-head, right, against someone. I think Hawk probably prefers that than trying to play this Orisa into the Sigma.
The sim is really interesting.
I'm curious.
It is interesting they're sticking on the Symmetra. I was not expecting that.
Shots at range, right, with, you know, not a ton of range.
I don't know how I feel about a Lenny sim.
Really aggressive. They just run right through someone's shield and take him out.
Maybe he'll make me eat my words. Somehow getting a kill on Happy. They're backing way. I know they're gonna kill a Merit though. You can...
Hawk found a Merit there, and yet Toronto was still able to flip the point early. They've got extreme mobility because of the Symmetra teleporter. And Sugar Free obviously getting to trade one kill after someone went down was a big deal. I have to give it up, but
Simmy.
both these teams feverish pace they're bringing.
Yeah, and I think you're gonna have to try and figure out how to keep someone alive, right? Once that shield is gone, you're gonna see them just kind of run him down. As
very aggressive window there. Holy. The TP got destroyed too. Merritt got left behind. There you go.
Pelican gets the one clip and finishes off the Cassidy. Someone has to play back behind this now. TP gets rushed through by Hawk, who seems to have a good idea of how to, really make it uncomfortable for Sigma to play in any of these pockets. And with Pelican running through your backline here.
Yeah, this ain't it, man. I think we got to switch.
I think you have to. I just don't think the Sigma is kind of
Stagger as well on top of it all.
How fast M80 is playing around this Orisa. You have open sightlines for Happy at range. The Sigma just allows them to kind of build up, those rails even faster. So If it was me, I would say we probably need to get a little bit of a...
And maybe are looking good. They have 5 ults. They haven't had to do much of anything.
Okay. Someone here determined that Sigma is in fact the answer. But how do they keep M80 at arm's reach by getting the most out of this longer range poke potential? Because Pelican is creeping up. Affected by...
That was a nice combo.
So it was the pulse bomb that got rid of the immortality field, and there was nothing to protect them there from Hawk's Terror Surge. This is beautiful from M80. They are dominating this last round.
Yeah, this one has been a clean sweep this round so far for M80 is Toronto. I think you're so invested in this comp, though, at the moment, right? You know, you have the Sim ult, you're going to have the Sigma ult. There's no way you kind of give these up now, especially with 85% on the point. You're kind of all in.
Close to a gravitic flux here, but that's going to be Liar's beat committed to nullify that entirely. Okay,
oh, no, he got booped. Liar booped him. That's tough.
That was removed. So at the death, Toronto able to get back in control.
But hey, you're sitting pretty if you're M80. You just need to win one. You've got beat for Flux.
Potentially by Liar, and it kind of like sent him.
Got an opportunity here.
One with the Deadeye there, so because it looked like he was gonna try and like boop him back, but you know if you kind of like walk over the side of a ledge, depending on where you're aiming the boop, it can.
Hey, Zedis, yeah, it's looking good.
It looked like it kind of sent him.
It's looking awfully good for them to make land.
Very risky. Crazy play. It's really risky to boop a Cassidy during that Deadeye. Especially if you have like a primal rage and you start not juggling a Cassidy and Deadeye, it can go really badly for you. Here's the overclock for Happy. Someone the only target he can perceive right now.
Good shield, good shield.
Negate this ultimate.
Yeah, Simwall just splits the point as well, allows everybody play a little bit safer as UV gets quite low, but no push coming in here for Toronto at the moment.
Big damage on someone. He still needs to respect and give a lot of proximity to this Orisa. 2 caught in the flux, if I'm not mistaken.
Beat to save your Soj.
Sound barrier from Liar, who'd been holding on to for literally the entire
Window doesn't really accomplish much.
Has the prescribed antidote. Merit here. Just trying to time that hindrance, maybe to make it impossible for Happy to slide up and out of the point.
Someone's gonna die. That's it. That should be M80 taking this map.
Eventually Hawk will fill him with bullets. 1 for 1 though. Merritt was able to find Happy, but now is at risk of being environmental, let alone killed in general. And ultra
wow. M80 taking map 1. A series.
Yeah.
We've got a series. Toronto dropped a map.
Away from the Toronto Defiant here throughout this entire stage. And they look good doing it. They stick to their guns.
Oh, baby.
And you see there at the end, if the Sigma has to step up and kind of play in the same space as the Orisa's going to win. No, Hawk just able to kind of like put so much damage down on someone, push him out of the way, and they're able to deal with that tank rather quickly. They're never really able to deal with Hawk when he's on the Orisa on the point there at the end.
Johnny predicted M80. Who went with the spicy take? Is Johnny onto something? The classic Johnny upset prediction?
Like you either have a good matchup or you just think you can outplay at the end of the day. But we talked about a tank gap being something someone wanted to create with counter picks. But more often than not, a lot of someone's tank picks were actually a little weaker against what Hawk brought. Like the Winston up against the D.Va, that's maybe, debatable. We saw the Orisa matchup, and then the Sigma getting that space taken away by the Orisa on these smaller maps really seemed to struggle to set up and facilitate the rest of that poke comp to succeed.
Yeah, they would have needed to switch off of the Sigma like straight away. It was just they were so committed to it for the rest of the round. This was some sick stuff here from Sugar Free on the Genji, able to kind of get a few dashers, pick up some kills. But yeah, they were so committed to the Sigma. There was nothing they could really do at that moment, right? Get up to a point where it's like 85% on the points. You're still working towards your flux. You're almost there.
That was an interesting commit for the last comp. Yeah, I didn't really understand it. They're cooking too hard. I don't know why they were running Sim. It was kind of a weird choice in my opinion.
The Defiant can depend on that immortality field. So once the Terror Surge came in for Hawk, it was all too easy. Really impressive stuff here from M80. I think it's very easy to say at this point that they've come an extremely long way, and it's nice to see someone finally put the fear of God in a team like the Toronto Defiant. Now they're going to have to respect their opponents in M80.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, they're going to have to it's a little bit of a wake-up call for Toronto, right? I mean, they're just kind of cruising through everybody. Even if they see M80 on the other side, they're probably just kind of like, you know, laughing a little bit, like, all right, like whatever, we'll just play something. And now it's like, okay, they can beat us. Like, what do we?
Any sandbagging allegations? Nah.
Like that is interesting stats there for a map 1.
That's kind of crazy that they lose that.
Overwatch, right?
The better KD, more elims, and they lose. Damn.
That is generally a very significant difference between these teams. But M80.
M80 with the cleaner fights. What else can you say?
The ones that counted, the ones that really mattered. We have bands of Hollywood and Eichenwalder respectively here. Toronto don't want to play Eichenwalder. Interesting. They like the Winston, but maybe they won't be forced into any maps where they have to take that Orisa mirror. Because Midtown is definitely one where we've seen like Ramacha, we've definitely also seen that Sigma played here. But they look good in the Orisa mirror. They could absolutely succeed there. Yeah. What are they up to?
I mean, what? Sigma, Diva...
I'm cooked. M80's gonna win. We'll see, buddy.
So, potentially M80 wants to play some different things, so, you know, other than the, you know, Orisa. That's how you kind of end up here. We've also seen, you know,
Pigeons
lines here, right? Ilari, plus, you know, Lifeweaver. We've seen, you know, Brigitte here. So, look at this. So Toronto, they'll come out with defense here with the Ashe in the mix, and then they'll have someone on the Orisa. So, Baptiste, Brig backline here.
The classic Toronto choke. Are we witnessing it all over again?
You know, aggression.
The mid-fiant allegations, unescapable.
Someone more than happy, I guess, the Orisa can drop down and really contest that choke up close and personal. And sometimes these Sigma comps have to maneuver themselves into a position to find some success. I'm curious to see what the plan is. I want to hear from M80 here with some team comps. How are they going to get this poke comp set up?
Yeah, they use their places.
Hey, let's see what they're on.
Alright, let's go. What is that? Wait, Orisa. Orisa. I'm going to go.
They were not expecting Orisa. Did you hear that? Orisa.
I don't want to play Brig against
Okay, yeah, he's a Lucio player.
Yeah.
They have Ashe.
Ashe?
Okay, Meat Hawk can stay main. I can bait really hard hot. I'm gonna play kite main.
I'm going left side.
Play to left side.
Oh,
are you happy?
Oh, I think we can't go side.
Oh my god. That's like, literally, I swear to God, M80 would be dominating if they could just clean this up with their communication and like them being on the same page. Half of the fights they're losing is just Happy getting picked first. It's kind of crazy.
I go big. They're gonna be against square. They're 50 square.
I go left side.
Okay, I'm not there yet. I'm a little late.
Ash. How far cast getting left? Can we shield our cast?
I'm going left. I'm okay. I have no shield. I have no shield.
Stay main.
I go left side. They push me.
I'm walking back man. I'm emptying left side.
I'm going towards point. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going towards point too. You live?
You good? You're good.
Yeah. Come here.
Oh my god, they're all so low. Nice.
Yeah, you shoot bat.
I'm shooting Rissa. He's isolated.
Shoot bat.
Help Holy point.
Okay, I get my point.
Square Bob, pass the
Happy, we can come back right window. Happy, come back right.
I mean, I always prefer roll queue, yeah. Although I do kind of miss the creativity of other comps, but Goats ruined that.
Oh, they're not here. Come right.
Oh yeah, I forgot BP's back and he picked Toronto. Maybe that's why they lose.
I can walk up soon.
Tracer on me, help me.
Help him!
Help player.
I can't. The Tracer's on me. No recall. Kill that guy. He's high ground.
Dude, how Sugarfree still alive?
I'm unhappy.
Touch. They use Pulse Orisa. They have Bob.
Left side.
Are you happy?
You guys live. We're coming back with ults. Just live.
Yeah.
I'm on live.
And Liar needed help and just, no, Happy wanted him to come to him, but he couldn't. That was weird.
Go point. They don't window. They go point. Yeah, just go point. Tracer no recall.
I'm going
Oh, RuPaul.
No gold, right?
No ammo.
Rally. 3, 2, 1.
Break.
Secure.
Careful. Tracer guy, tracer point. Tracer.
Push. You need
Bro, what?
Tracer.
Okay, no, Bap dies there, surely. Yeah.
Put you on.
Nice. Hey, keep turning call, okay?
God, that was a struggle.
I'm curious, I'm staying.
Did we swap?
we didn't really want to cut off the team comms there, folks, because that is like a very complex situation for the sitcom to navigate, and great comms is absolutely essential to it. Great job by M80. A very long fight that took a lot of work to get Hawk into a good position.
Yeah, and you can hear Hawk coming a lot of the times, especially, you know, when I think he saw actually RuPaul and potentially Vega up in the subway. It's like, let's go right, like not pushing around that, you know, left-hand side of the fire truck, right? Put pressure on the support, split the opposing team. So really awesome. We're able to listen into some of those comms, get a really good idea of what teams are trying to do, where they're trying to force positions.
Liar is trying to do everything he can not to play.
Pulse could go big here.
Interesting how the callings.
Hey, I respect it. I respect it.
He's also empowered to make that decision for himself, which is quite interesting. A very democratic calling structure here for M80. They're going to be rotating back to the cart now to try and get some push going. As have Hawk now switching back over to the Orisa. Tough business to try and bring someone down. Took a lot of work, and Happy was instrumental in that first fight, Matt. Some really big individual picks from the Cassidy to open the way for M80.
Yeah, some damage from Merit, but no real kills on the Ash, right? I know we had that Bob that just got on there contested, but, you know, no big, you know, dynamites really or any connections there towards the end. So that is a Vega whip shot there that takes Liar out, so that's a huge first pick.
Brick's good.
No speed.
Brick's good. Very powerful there. Someone able to bring
Oh, we've already heard the F word in comms multiple times. They don't make a big deal of it.
I hate to see it. They're pretty vigilant about that in New York City. Not. M80 here.
Yeah, you can kind of...
This is where things can get very complicated on Midtown, though. They've sweared in comms a lot of times.
For legal reasons, that is a joke.
Oh, with Penguin, it's purely vibes. He hates people based on vibes and vibes alone.
Yeah, that's my story for now. Someone playing up close here. Force back a little bit. Again, creating that space for this Deadeye is really important, but...
Oh, the stick. Everyone was contributing with that one.
That's a dynamite in there. I mean, you know, you get the damage reduction, right? It's not that much damage, though. I mean, Pulse Bomb, Dynamite, you try and wrap around that corner. Does not work.
His monotone mic is goated. Yeah, Seeker's mic is, like, iconic at this point.
It did take a little bit long to kind of, like, for that play to develop, right? So now you're about a minute to go here for M80's attack, and they're going to make some changes. So Genji Sojourn here gives them a little bit more offensive burst for the high ground.
Yeah, that first fight taking as long as it did here means that M80 has a lot of ground to make up now. The Genji here, you talked about it on Samoa, about pressure, about setting up a Happy. Deflect a few shots through the air matrix doesn't hurt either. RuPaul has to take a different angle now.
That window ends up... Oh, how do you... It's always Happy that dies first. Always. He always dies first. It's crazy. Pelly, though? Pelly? Wait, Pelly with a double melee kill.
Resets to come. Someone who stands his ground, tries to fight Hawk, but as Suzu was available, and still it's going to be a trade of Orisas in the end. The Defiant, though, going to give some ground or come back in. Yeah. With some ultimates, of course, an unanswered Terror Surge, but I'm looking at Liar.
Hawk with the monkey swap to get back.
They played that aggressive for that kill, right? Because look at this, Hawk is now going to have to come back.
Yeah, you don't have point presence for the time being, but you have sound barrier for a sustain. Pelican almost has a blade. You've got to keep... Oh, no! You have to keep him alive there! You're too late! Ah, it's so frustrating. They could have... Ah, man. If they keep their carry alive there, man.
It's only the Tracer, or rather the Genji, left to work with. There won't be a touch at all for them. Ultraviolet down to a pulse.
You jinxed it, Brian.
Yeah, it feels like RuPaul's come out with some really big kills, right? I know once they get to that second point on the Baptiste, able to...
The one time Defiant stops being mid-fight, and they're called the Evil Empire.
And then, you know, getting just about to...
I think at the Evil Empire, more than anything, it's just because, like, they have all the money, and they continue to get big rosters, while everyone else was kind of left to fend for themselves.
Like, stress how important this map is. We talked about how Toronto, right? They're what? Like, you said they only drove one map, right? You know, win 30 plus.
Like, I think the whole point there was, like, you use beat while you wait for Hawk to come back. In my opinion, that's what you do. Like, just to make sure nothing bad happens there. If Pelican has Blade there, that could have been a different story. Ooh, I like what they're cooking, though. Back on the Peli Torb. I love it.
To sort of respect them that much is really important. M80 were not expecting Toronto to be playing...
The Rebellion versus the Empire.
Okay. That's important, and that's something that someone's able to manufacture because you never know what they're going to be playing. They have a deep hero pool, and they...
Happy actually... Wait a second. He's unironically playing Hanzo based? The return of the happy Hanzo? Let's go, man. This is either going to go really well or very poorly. No in-betweens. Vega Ilari.
Just gonna shoot main for a second, and then when they back, I can take left. How they call?
Oh no, I understand that the thought process behind it is sound, but they needed Pelican alive there. They're at Widow. Oh my. Oh, that grapple was not good.
We're walking up now.
I don't know how I feel about the Widow. Like, you're greatly, like, if you don't get any big picks here from Merit, like, it's not gonna help you. You're risking it big time. Okay, that's a big headshot. They're so one. They're so incredibly low. Okay, it ends up working out. Yeah, no, we get off this Hanzo. That's enough of that. Please, please give me a Widow duel between Happy and Marin. I am begging you. If God is real, we will get this Widow duel. Please give me the Ego Widow duel. I need it.
Remarkably different communications here from the Toronto Defiant. Much clearer. And again, like, sort of less to talk about, but we saw the impact of that Widow here, Matt. No insta-kills, but an unreal amount of heal pressure on M80's defensive comp.
Yeah, a lot of
yeah, that is funny, Penguin.
And you're also just playing this Ilari Baptista backline. Well, you were at the moment as Vegas switches over to the Brig, but there's a lot of damage with that backline as well. Just look at this.
Oh, Happy just getting singled out. See, that's the problem, though, right? Like, Happy, I would say, is definitely the better Widow as well. Like, he's the better Widow duelist, no doubt. But you're forcing yourself into this ego duel, and Sugar Free's just all over it.
Immortality field just to protect them against any of that ridiculous burst damage. And this is a dominant attacking side from the Toronto Defiant. Infra side up for Merit here is a very scary prospect for MA to walk into, especially Happy in the Widow mirror.
Yeah, it was like, how are they going to bounce back from losing a map? Is looks like they are just
Happy
rushing it here on their offensive side. Is this
okay? Now they know. Now they're going to be able to ping Happy. Hopefully, no one dies to this. This is a pretty nasty angle. Very precise, but it's a nasty angle. Oh, Merit's in a. Okay, Merit surely dies here. Okay, there you go.
Happy getting pressured down. Merit though getting caught in the locus of that fight somehow. So MA do a great job there.
CS:GO angles.
We are anyway, so we may as well make it obvious what we're trying to do. Great rush down fight here.
Oh my God, we are having a battle in Narnia.
Able to pivot into Matt, but that was quite convincing.
Yeah, they're
Sugar Free. Oh my God, dude.
The other side, right? They're able to just kind of like push on up.
He's just harassing Happy. That is his one job. We're not allowed to even have this Widow duel. Now Merit's not even on Widow, so there you go.
Widowmaker duel, right? Because sometimes like the game just starts to be a little bit of like a lull, right? It's like Widowmaker versus Widowmaker, and everybody's kind of waiting, right?
And they finally killed Lenny. Finally.
Sugar Free on the flank, so now you might have to wait a little bit longer. Where this is not a done deal, right? Toronto with a great point A take, but this is like the hardest part of the map to do it
by far. And Happy's
they're both in Narnia on that situation. We're on point C.
Against multiple teams on the attacking side, especially the last phase of the map, which is not historically very good for her. But he's a big fan. It's just how he likes to play. Shield there. Hastily has to be thrown up by someone, as Happy is on the hunt, as always.
The respawn advantage is crazy here for M80 on defense. Right?
Pelican, big pick.
Tricks use here from RuPaul, and they end up using their rally here.
Flux.
Oh, someone though.
That's a big flux, man. That is
any cart pushers? Perchance? Any cart pushers?
By the looks of things, and Sugar Free.
That whole time, the cart was still going backwards.
To deal with Hawk, and eventually the Defiant can just lean into it. This sheer weight of ultimates to try and
they used everything too. This is actually not good at all. They can touch this. It's not going to be an easy contest, but they touch this.
Now these fights are happening
Oh, never mind. They didn't make it in time. Never mind. That is tragic. Because if they touch there, they turn that for sure.
You know,
that's tough.
the best of us, the best of them, not me. I wouldn't. I mean, I might do that, but
Man, they're gonna be kicking themselves for that one.
Touched. And then some. Yeah, that's a loss there for M80. Which is unfortunate. They were getting close to rally. I'm sure we'll be able to kind of take a look at that, but they were getting really close to rally. Which you get rally there where the clock's at, that's an opportunity to win that match.
Yeah, big time. Again, that fight probably needs to go pretty well for them in general. They are forced to filter out, but like you mentioned, the spawn advantage is quite significant for them, that force they're defiant.
But Toronto just used everything too. Yeah. Toronto just used all their ults. I mean, that was a fight where you had a significant advantage.
Yeah, again, a moment there for M80, the defending team. Just a bit of communication breakdown, or maybe like we've seen in the past, like it's based on a misconception, something just not quite going the way it's supposed to. But this is the matchup that you can't afford to make any of those, even tiny mistakes against the Toronto Defiant. Anyway, looking back over the course of the map, I loved being on board with the M80 comms and their attacking side. Really intricate how they had to work this, Sigma into position. They had to deal with Bob, I think came out a couple times. Their first fight was really great to watch. We saw M80 get slowed down big time in the second phase, though.
Yeah, two very drastic styles of like calming when we do the listen-ins, right? M80, I feel like very, fast-paced, everybody kind of calming. It seems like on the other side for the
that was so close, man.
Very calm, composed.
Good series so far. Aside from that horrible failure to touch there at the end, it's been very good. This could go either way. Push here is going to be the turning point. We'll see.
Talked about here was like what the support comps are going to look like. A lot of eyes on those here. The tank matchup, someone obviously was always going to be confident, but Hawk is in his wheelhouse. I think on that Sigma, that's really where he's able to shine. I think this fight here with Merit being able to cause so many problems in the backline with the Soj and then the Flux following after. That's what
you blame me for jinxing Pelican.
Yeah, and then the next fight is the one where so you get a touch there from Pelican on the side, right?
Okay, we're moving up.
Let's see. Do we see a stun come through? Does it hit the brig? Yeah, it looks like the stun actually hit the brig coming around the corner, right? Yeah, that's a liar.
That sucks.
With the stun. So, what's fun
big
is, like,
oof.
He hits the accretion and then even starts to back up because he probably thinks they're going to contest, and he actually pushes the cart forward and wins it. So, that is unfortunate there for M80 as potentially an opportunity if you had a rally there to get a hold, or at least make it really interesting, take it down to the wire.
Tank head-to-head between someone and Hawk, and someone look able to stay alive a heck of a lot more of the times here. And again, what we don't sort of show is the eliminations or final blows here, but ultimately someone comes up with much more of a flattering stat line if you want to use kill death as anything to go by, and that's going to happen. But here's a reality.
All right, crucial point of the series here, chat.
It's probably his best look. And, going up against someone, I'll just say it like that, you want to put yourself in the strongest position. I talked about that. Position Hawk to have favorable tank matchups. But even then, even like mirroring...
Maybe we need real Chio.
You're still going to struggle against a world-class talent like someone. M80's advantages have to originate from elsewhere.
Yeah, Toronto do always seem to figure it out on push. There's been a lot of close moments, like even against other teams in this tournament.
Right. I think that just potentially a tough map, right? I don't think like it's, oh well, you're never gonna win the tank battle, especially in the kind of like Sigma head-to-head. I definitely think you can for M80, where looks like here at the start on Colosseo, you have some options, right? With some longer range sight lines. So it looks like both teams gonna hover the Sojourn. I think that's to be expected. But Hawk actually hovering the Sigma, where the Sigma can put a ton of chip damage down as you're coming in, right? We talk about the Orisa trying to close the gap, get past the shield. This sightline is so long, it's actually pretty difficult to do so.
We actually have seen M80 come out with Sigma on this map before. They, I believe, even had a Widow for Happy in the past, and I sort of dubbed that the do we respect you comp? I mean, eventually they were forced off of it in one of their previous matches and had to play something a little bit more standard, but they will stay with the Sigma here. So, again, we're dealing with the dichotomy. Can someone rush down the Sigma, get rid of that shield, or get past it here to put pressure on that tank, or can Hawk you know, really work with the rest of M80 here and get great damage at long range to apply pressure that way.
I mean, this is also a an opportunity where, okay, let's let both Sojourns just try and find, you know, some damage and a shot. The downside of the Sigma is you see him just build up the charge on that shield, where Hawk's being a little bit more cautious with it.
Someone forced back there. That's the issue, I guess, is that when you've used your defensive cooldowns, you don't really have a shield to stand behind. There's
Very interesting from M80 here.
M80 get to make some incremental progress here, but so far it's been dogged.
I'm a fan of it here. Like, I like the Sigma strat, especially when we're fighting in the neutral on like this first fight or two. It could work. You need to see a big play from Pelly or Happy here, or Ultraviolet's got to do something with this window if he can get it in time, if they don't die. Wait, that's pretty... okay.
But you've lost your Sigma here. Despite there being no Sojourn on the other side, the Orisa still has a legitimate damage threat in her own right. This means that the Defiant get to start now with this early, slim lead.
Yeah, once they actually see that immortality field go down, and then they also have their Kitsune Rush, they just combo and they just push on right through. So really nice read there from the Defiant. They get a little bit of a lead, but not much, as we're kind of back to this mid-map tussle.
Yeah, I mean, 16.9 meters just disappears in a flash here if M80 start to win a fight. So nothing really to write home about, but neither of these teams are willing to take big risks. The biggest risk that M80 took, I guess,
Merit Sombra was not the best, yeah. Agreed. I'll... right into the pillar wall thing.
Sugar Free able to draw Hawk out of position, but someone's not really set up to capitalize on it.
RuPaul, by the way, in all this time of Ultraviolet finally using his window, almost has another Kitsune Rush. That's insane. Vega is just getting beat now, and he already has another one.
Yeah, someone had to use Fortify there to not be stunned up by the accretion, though. Wants to maybe hold on to the barrier. Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait! That was clean!
Well, yeah, that's with the flux coming down, right? So you didn't actually get gripped up. Yep. That's it.
And that's what, it's not just a damage reduction effect during Terror Surge, it's literally Fortify that gets applied to you again. Someone realizing he has two...
Alright, RuPaul. It's time.
You're more than happy to trade ults there. Flux is way stronger than Terror Surge.
Nice response here from M80, though. They are still after Hawk, and they just can't kill him. Could not kill him fast enough. Really nice response.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's pretty huge that they're getting the Sojourn at the beginning. That's 2 fights in a row where Hawk is able to find Merit and to be able to...
All right, M80.
Things up for M80 in a big way, as now M80, they can push up, they can try and take high ground, right? You have this Ultraviolet Ant Matrix, which should be really aggressive here. No, really awesome as they try.
Yeah, UV caught up to RuPaul quick there.
Few different options for M80 how they want to play it. Yeah,
just buy space, why not?
Use it when they're trying to come out.
Oh wait, they're not even pushing. They weren't even pushing the bot that time, man.
Worst case scenario, it just results in free progress.
Yeah, because Toronto can't really contest from that building. They just go up there to circumvent the air matrix. Big damage though on Hawk and
hit a shot, hit a shot.
Or something similar. Or rather, a spear from someone would be it. Beautiful stuff. We do spend a little bit here at Toronto, but you're able to fold away from that air matrix of Ultraviolet and still find an advantage. They might look to equalize now, as someone has pushed up quite far.
Yes, Hawk will now switch over to the Orisa. So now the only difference between these two teams is the BAP versus the Kiriko. So valuing the rush and the cleanse a little bit more, and the mobility here for the Defiant, where M80, that immortality field plus the Ant Matrix combo so good, is not exactly getting the lead here for the Defiant. They back up. They're fine playing.
All right, well.
Someone negating the pulse bomb there. That's definitely a worthwhile use of the cooldown. Someone having to be really reactive with a lot of these defensive cooldowns. Just to, not get flux or to stop pulse bomb coming in. Shutting down ultimates one after another here.
Ball's like 1 HP.
RuPaul there needs to fold back just a little bit. And again, someone gives up the ground.
Are we gonna use this ult here? Is RuPaul gonna ult or what?
Wants to step up and continue to put these shots in. This means
giving them space.
To work that much harder to keep their Orisa in the fight. Such a close map.
I mean, we're like halfway through as well, right? I mean, 2 meters basically separating these two teams. Nobody really wants to push up through this mid-map. And
oh, what a spear from Hawk!
Huge shot yet again. They've been able to find
bro.
Times early,
that was nice.
So I was gonna say, you were gearing up for a crazy fight, right? Everybody on both sides with some ultimates halfway through the game.
The famous Hawk Winton. Definitely not in this series, I can promise you that much.
Maybe a map-defining fight, but I know that kill is gonna give even more progress to M80.
Merit's kind of famous on this map as well for having some unbelievable game-breaking moments. So far, though, he's been getting gaps. Oh, okay, Slide used in midair there by
Couldn't track him. Oh boy. That's checkpoint. Someone!
And someone doesn't get to use theirs at
Oh no.
How? I mean, they must have got booped before the Terror Surge started because you shouldn't be able to be shifted during that ult.
Yeah, and M80, you can tell they're starting.
That's why he's the best tank in the world, boys. Take notes.
Has the overclock to work with, and Pelican with a pulse bomb. You can really almost put the game away here, right, with a good
Public was
push.
saying that here between these two teams, and M80, the one we're talking about favorably. But they are looking fantastic here on Colosseo. See the bot moving up behind all of this aggression. M80 more than happy to just take a stab, take a lunge, and get an extra 20 meters, it seems. On
I mean, regardless, there was just no point of doing that. Everyone on his team was dead. No matter what the intention was.
Okay, disrupt the shot makes it half a merit to advance, but here Lai just has nowhere to go. Blown out into the coast, and only disparate bits of him will be raining to the ground.
Solid lead for M80 here.
Get in their faces, Merit's overclock surges forward.
And I like what Hawk's doing here, you know, just die on the bot. It's the way to do it.
60 meters, right? You got less than 3 minutes on the clock. You have no ultimates to work with the way things have been going, stalling at the middle of the map. I mean, you're looking pretty nice if you're M80 right now. You got to be talking about like, okay, how do we slow down this pace here mid-map, get another fight, you know, just drag this out. And then if you
It's funny how now RuPaul's the one on BAP, and then Ultraviolet's the one on Kiri. We've switched places.
First one will get them close to the checkpoint, but not quite there given the spawn advantage for the defenders. Keep an eye on those Orisa health bars. Pelican hoping to play off of that and maybe get a good stick that end pot to
Oh yeah, just take the bot back. Screw it, man.
Finally,
they jump high ground.
Fair enough. I like that. Getting up into the
You're
defenders.
right.
Making use of that. Yeah, he's getting out of there.
That's so good for M80. Look where the bot is.
Opportunity to potentially get the checkpoint off this fight. Very cheeky steal from M80.
They steal it. They get someone and RuPaul to commit ults through that as well. That was so good. I don't know what Toronto are doing there.
If you're Toronto, yeah. So just that bot just making a beeline the other
And now it's just now making progress.
Is, what you get high ground there is really nice.
Really well played from M80.
You get 2 meters out of that.
That was really cute from Toronto.
Yeah, you want to fight to get 2 meters. That's insanity.
I thought that had stuck, but Ultraviolet is able to get away with the Exo boots. Immortality Field also used just in case. So Sugarfree probably pretty happy with that either way. Toronto, do they have the chance to again surge up onto that high ground once more because they're running out of time?
Yeah, Toronto are absolutely running out of time. Minute 10 to go here. They've made no progress in the last couple of minutes.
Like a 55-meter lead.
Well, and they can just kind of like poke here, right? Like, if they just poke, do damage, even if you lose, you still have another probably 2 fights, right? And force Toronto to kind of get aggressive, make a play as. The bot just still contested here. You can contest from up on top there, just looking down.
They're just stalling for time. Toronto is doing absolutely nothing. The spear from Hawk again! Hawk is going crazy.
The classic 1-2 punch between Orisa and Sojourn rears its head there.
That should just be map. This should be the map.
Toronto in deep trouble. Sorry, M80 are in a great position. Merit's so quiet, has like 1 big kill, 1 kill that's really notable, 1 kill that actually lets the Defiant take some space, but every other time it's been about Happy. Someone who got highlighted on the desk is having to step up in this matchup. You've got nowhere to go.
We talking about Hawk landing these spears though? Hello?
It's all but impossible.
Happy and Hawk have been able to find Merit pretty early on in a lot of these fights. We're going to head into OT. And what's terrible for Toronto is they're running into everything from M80.
It's all bad. None of it's good. Ultraviolet with the air matrix here is going to be able to force.
That should be it, unless M80 really throw this. They have this.
The rest of the Defiant have gone left. Sugarfree joins up though. They want to push back as Hawk is low. Immortality Field will preserve that life, but for how much longer?
Just put Hawk right into the team. Nice.
For an overclock and sends it straight away. Sugar Freeze Pulse takes Hawk low, but he's going to use a Terror Surge for the extra durability. But someone has one too.
Happy.
Happy finds the ladder. The Lucio's out of the picture now, and Happy wants to take even more space. Someone basking under the Immortality Field, but needs some more healing from RuPaul. Hanging on, just hanging on.
Happy cannot be stopped. He's a man on a mission. Kill this Orisa for the love of God. They can't kill this horse. RuPaul is just pocketing someone, dude. Come on. Hawk's on Monkey. Hawk tried to get onto Monkey to get back fast. How in the hell does that Orisa live there? Window, though. Surely the Orisa dies now. There we go. Okay. That's map. Christ, man. Uh-oh, Toronto on the brink. On the brink for the first time in stage 2. Down 2-1. Match point. EMEA are here to play, man.
A C9 from an opportunity there. M80's in a position of potentially have 3-0'd the Defiant. So the Defiant, true, pretty fortunate in that scenario that they get that map number 2, give themselves a chance to fight back. But man, really nice play there on Caliseo from M80. Thought Happy and Hawk played a tremendous map.
We spent some time talking about the Sigma mirror in the previous map and how it seemed like Hawk had some struggles there, but the Orisa gameplay here.
Man, oh man, chat. Are we about to see Toronto Defiant, the team that was supposed to roll through everyone in NA, go down 3-1 to M80 potentially here?
In general, and Hawks seem to find that burst of confidence that M80 needed to put themselves now onto a match point. This is the upper final. Incredible stuff. Yeah. M80 might find themselves in the grand final with that advantage.
But I think, though, that M80 should, like this roster, should expect to be in grand finals with an advantage. I also think this is actually a pretty good series for the Defiant, to be honest with you. Like, you wouldn't want your first challenge to be...
M80's already guaranteed to go to Dallas, Adam. Them and Toronto are already locked in, no matter the outcome.
DreamHack, you got a little bit of time, right? While you're going to scrim. To go against no adversity the entire...
The only spot up for grabs is the number 3, which would be Students of the Game or Citrus Nation.
Right? You're going to... you don't want it to be in a, massive moment, on a LAN stage, right? Where obviously this is a huge moment for them. But to have this kind of like... Okay, let's see how we do, under this type of pressure. It's better to have it now and get it out of the way than deal with it later.
It's actually such an often overlooked aspect of competition in esports. It kind of gives Atlanta Reign international tournaments vibes last year, right? Where everyone expected them to be so good, and then at the first line of resistance, they, all of a sudden get exposed as maybe not being as robust, as well-rounded as we thought they were. This Toronto Defiant team probably don't mind taking an L here where the stakes aren't nearly as high, because with how far they've managed to make it through this this stage 2, I mean, they're guaranteed to be in Dallas anyway. So take your lickings when you need them. Take your lessons when they don't completely ruin your chances of competing internationally.
And for M80, like, you really believe you can contend with a team like the Toronto Defiant and all the other best teams in the world. Is Happy just absolutely dunked on merit on that one. Where M80, it's also a positive in like, hey, it's one thing to kind of constantly say like, oh, we believe we can...
Timeless had I think a rough couple of weeks in a row, honestly. They just need to learn from it and come back better for the next stage. It's as simple as that.
Teams like this, we have a shot, globally, right? I think it's honestly, it's like a win-win series for both teams in a weird way.
And over again. This one can still go all the way. It's going to require Toronto to come out of the gate swinging on Suravasa and push it all the way to a decider. We're going to jump into that map in just a moment. We're going to give the players a break, and we'll be back with more M80 versus Toronto Defiant as M80 lead 2-1.
Would Orisa be meta if she was never reworked? No. What are your thoughts on Gunba saying that Timeless doing well and out because of 2 games is proof that this format sucks? I mean, it's not the greatest format, but I enjoy it. Yes, Kasora is still the coach of Toronto. I'm assuming they wouldn't have Giga buffed Orisa to that point. A 10-meter pull is ridiculous. Jeez. I appreciate it, Hitman. But I think that ship has long sailed because, you know, there is no way of making a profit in esports. Orisa 2000 L shield. You know what? I agree. Let's just do it.
Nice. Let's fucking go, baby.
Good job.
Good shit. Ultraviolet looking awful clean there with that Amp Matrix, couple of kills off of that. And they found the perfect opportunity at M80 to end the map right there and then. It was desperation, though, to be fair, for the Toronto Defiant, who'd spend most of that map playing from behind. The fight before that was a banger. We had like 10 ultimates plus in that engagement, and somehow Toronto managed to hold on. Those are the fights that I really love seeing in games of this level. And Lyra, in an interview recently, sort of said that we're at the point now where the only team we fear is the Defiant. But I think that fear now might have started to dissipate as they realize they can actually believe themselves in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, what they, you take a map loss, but otherwise, right? You're swinging back and you're winning, maps against the Defiant. There's no reason that I think M80 should fear them or really anybody. Like that we've seen in the past. If you have Pelican on your team, right, you have a pretty decent chance in a lot of these games, right? Regardless of who's on the other side of things. Especially with the hit scan like Happy who can come alive and take it to somebody like Merit who's tremendous. You're gonna have a chance regardless who's on the other side for M8.
Big time. This has been a fantastic match so far.
I would have loved to be a desk analyst, but again, that ship is also sailed. There's absolutely no way in hell that would ever happen, so yeah.
The Orisa mirror for much of Colosseo, and they struggled. Even, with that Orisa up against the Sigma, they were having some difficulty putting real pressure on Hawk.
Yeah, I think you're going to see this very similar comps yet again here. I think you're going to see like Orisa with the Sojourn in the mix. I think probably the biggest thing is like, do we see like Pelican or Sugar Free pick up the Genji, right? I know Genji on the first point to try and control some of the high ground. And then Lucio's obviously a must here on Flashpoint.
Suravasa, our next map to come up here for the Toronto Defiant. It's going to be a victory, but this is a team, we kind of talked about this, during the break or beforehand. It's a bit of an edge case where Toronto have already, basically solidified their spot in Dallas. They will be there. They're the first team to qualify for that event. So to sort of realize some of their limitations.
Yeah, I saw Enderstar.
Such a bad thing. It gives them
The Rock made it so they couldn't touch, which is crazy.
They're almost guaranteed to get 2 matchups against M80 to sort of see if they can improve overnight. Not an easy thing to do, but we have a bit of a break before Dallas actually comes up. There's a ton of time to work on that, and there's no guarantee that...
Assassin EMP fumble is hilarious.
So, for Toronto, yes, they want to win. It is important, but a loss here isn't going to ruin their year. It's not even going to ruin their week.
I mean, a loss, though, does, like, a loss in this tournament does kind of sting in the sense that, like...
Someone really about to play Are they doing this again? Are they playing Sig Sim again? I hope this is not the case. Okay, he's playing Tracer.
Like, where do they place, right? The first match they play, there's going to be a ton of extra pressure on, right? So, like, ideally, they do want to kind of come out on top. So, Interesting enough, Toronto will play the Sigma here at the start. So I thought we would actually see just kind of Orisas on both sides, but it'll actually be the Defiant bringing out the Sigma.
How long can someone hang around here? Once this shield goes down, and again, he's a tank, so has those defensive cooldowns, but when they start getting eaten through, seems like things might get a little
Dogman saying they're running a train on their backline. That's hilarious.
Doesn't have a fortify up. That's allowed someone actually to push up, force Hawk away here as M80 fold back.
Yeah, what's also allowed it was Happy took like a huge chunk of damage where he almost actually...
Oh my god, someone just gets pushed right... Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Sig pick, I'll be honest.
There's the immortality field gone, but they actually get the kill on the Hawk.
Yeah. Look, I think trying to get that kill on someone, maybe sort of overexposed M80 a little bit there, but it ends up really just being a trade of tanks. But the first cap finally comes down. It was Happy, I think, just putting a toe on the point as the Defiant were playing much further back.
Yes, Pelican can stand here on the point, kind of keep this contested, but he's wrapping around as it looks like it's Merit who kind of jumps up on that pillar. Oh, it takes some damage here as Ultraviolet finishes him off as, I wonder...
Starting to look bad, Toronto. Okay, Liar fed.
On one, man. The end of that last round and that shot there.
They had a really good series.
Very, very clean. Liar there wasn't able to quite get away. M80 not too bottled again because they've made that trade there. And they do want to get Liar back in position to make use of that beat here. This next fight's going to be pretty hot and heavy. Air matrices for both sides. Pelican tickling here at someone. But look how low that Sigma is. Remember, Sigma does not have that armor, does not have that inherent...
Use Pulse if he wants to, there you go. Oh, nice ammo.
Sigma can't really benefit from it. Go back away.
Liar still has beat, though. He doesn't even need to use it right now. There you go. Do it slowly. All this time, they've been getting percentage as well.
Oh my goodness, RuPaul flattened.
Well, it just feels like they have to put so much resources into someone to keep him up on the Sigma, right? You have to use the immortality field, the AM matrix, the sound barrier, everything, even outside of the Sigma cooldowns to keep that Sigma alive, as that's going to be a switch here from...
It's just all Happy and Pelican right now. I don't know what else to say.
M80. Looks like it'll be M80 taking our first flashpoint.
You're looking better, Matt. I think there's no other way of putting it. That Colosseo map and this one here really starts to secure that idea for me. Huge opener. This is for someone now to get off the Sigma. That is not going to work, but at least at this point in the series, someone is willing to switch out of those disadvantageous tank matchups as opposed to, our first map where he sort of stuck to his guns no matter what.
What's your opinion on the Baptiste versus the Kariko here?
Sorry, but I know where you're going with that. It's interesting, I think, to use it on the Sojourn, right? Because it can be hard to guarantee coverage with that immortality field. Your Sojourn's more self-sufficient, so maybe you can throw that immortality on your Orisa and give her the edge when her defensive cooldowns aren't available. But we've normally seen it paired up with a Cassidy. But you can really unleash, at the individuals level with Baptiste.
Once again, it's just M80 taking the point, easy peasy.
Colosseo, for example, so I kind of like that as an opportunity here.
I'm waiting for Pelican. I'm looking at Peli. When's the pulse coming?
Yeah, I mean, even right there, right?
Is he on the hunt?
Just kind of creates so much space. Allows them to take the point here. They'll get a little bit of an early lead, as it doesn't look like Toronto wants to drop down to the point just yet, as the Kitsune Rush will be really difficult to deal with. It's a Terra Surge here, gets a few players low, but I think just having that immortality field, especially if you're going to play around that Sigma, you can throw it in, be a little bit more aggressive with it. I think it pays off in a big way.
The Terra Surge there from Hawk was just to force Toronto to the disadvantageous low ground there.
Cass is very good right now.
Very, very well on that.
But, I mean, Soj is always a reliable pick.
Following that, that ultimate use by Hawk, very worthwhile use of Terra Surge, which often isn't going to guarantee you kills unless all the enemy's defensive and mobility cooldowns are unavailable.
And we'll now see if Toronto can get value out of...
Again, here we go. Just all percentage for M80 so far. Just super easy for them.
In terms of flashpoints, one flashpoint away from winning the series. Right away, it feels like the map just started.
It's been awful quick. That is crazy to think of. RuPaul here sees Hawk down below, sends a kunai with love, just to try and put some pressure here on the healing of M80. But Toronto trying to transition to low ground. Properly. It has to be a sound barrier to do that remotely, but Liar has one to respond with. Here's a Kitsune Rush, the big point of difference between these support compositions, and someone is low.
How is someone still alive? Okay, yep.
Eventually going to be picked off. Happy gives himself up in a trade, but it's a very favorable one for M80 at the end of the day. With Vega, a piece taken off the board. Mirror with some high-flying acrobatics is actually able to take Pelican down, but another flashpoint is
by
M80.
This could be the series right here. Toronto full committed to that as well. They have nothing. M80 are going to get point first too in all likelihood. Oh boy, this could be it. We're going to a Genji emergency swap. RuPaul on BAP. Series on the line. Backs against the wall. Down 2-0 on Flashpoint.
I do feel like you're going to miss some of the pressure, the constant pressure the Tracer provides.
Yeah, you're right. Sugar Free, again, has to commit to a greater degree as the Tracer, and then we can't be doing it perpetually is the issue.
Can Happy do it again? He hits the Genji. He continues to deliver. Happy is just diffing Merit in this series. No way around it.
Keeping them in this game. What a showing.
Yes, they're going to be able to take the point here. So some signs of life here for the Defiant as they switch over and bring in the BAP with the Genji here. So I think the Genji's probably just to put a little bit more pressure onto Happy, like close the gap a little bit more, right? No, have the deflect, right? A little bit of extra defensive capability. But let's see how this next fight goes on, right? M80, they'll have an Ant Matrix of their own, Pulse Bomb for Pelican, as he's been so good with it.
Terra Surges both available in this next fight. Also Ant Matrix for both Baptistes at the ready. Sugar Free going to be a bit away from a blade yet. That'll probably coincide with Leia's beat, so may not be that significant.
Oh, Happy almost off the map there. Finally, Merit hits a shot. They need him to show up. They need him to play well the rest of this series if they want to have a chance. The rest of this map, I should say. It might not even be much of a series from here. Merit's ulting this. We're just playing it safe. Sure, why not?
With that overclock, and this will secure the flashpoint for Toronto.
Yes, it's Ultraviolet ends up using his Ant Matrix from the side, tries to keep Hawk alive, and then Pelican there as well, maybe trying to make a play out of it. Does not end up working.
Staying alive. Still a long, long way to go.
Is it just too little too late, right? You have to kind of run the table here in terms of the flashpoints coming up. Pelican now will actually play the Echo, so interesting.
An Echo swap, hey yo! The Peli Echo is back?
A little bit of a different setup here.
Hell yeah.
You can't realistically play the Baptiste with the Echo. She can't be fully self-sufficient in many of these cases, but it's going to be very hard for Sugar Free to threaten Pelican. And presumably Leia, who likes to hold big for these big ultimates, is saving it for that, but doesn't have a chance.
Big blade from Sugar Free though.
He might have went for it and got a little bit fortunate there that it didn't go off, right? Because that could have been a bit of an Ajax.
Yeah, that would have been devastating, but the result is kind of the same in that fight. At the very least, Leia can bring it in and answer an overclock, or even M80 can throw caution to the wind, beat aggressively, or just have one to match Vegas. So
is Peli gonna die again? Oh no, he's alright. Oof. Almost lost him again right away.
They've got a bit of a buffer to work with here, but they need to wake up. And they need to figure out how they're going to work around the comp changes from Toronto, which have given them a distinct lead.
Nah, Toronto aren't falling asleep. M80's just outplaying them. Happy and Pelican are just outplaying the Toronto DPS line. That's been the story of this series so far.
Exactly a really easy fight to go into here if you were M80, where
there's no excuse for Toronto. They are just getting outplayed.
Someone and Hawk just exchanging pleasantries here.
Need to turn it here though. They're still in this series. They've got to play good here. Liar with the delayed beat though, should be their point. Pelican on Orisa, hell yeah.
Been huge, allowing Pelican to put an extra Orisa on the field and get value.
Oh yeah, it's also worth saying Hawk has landed some unbelievably clutch spears in this series.
I wonder if Sugar Free will go Tracer here, because Tracer historically is like always really good here against the Echo, and yeah, there's the swap. So I like this decision here from the Defiant, adjusting on the fly.
Now we're back on the Tracer. The counter-picking game has begun.
Feels like just one more fight here for the Defiant would actually give them an opportunity
oh,
to go to
oh, he doesn't want it, I guess. Never mind. Happy ulted.
They just need to win this one as well. Toronto know they've got a buffer here in terms of flashpoint capture percentage, so they just give the point up. They don't want to.
They survive Happy getting a pick for once? It would seem so. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Another spear from Hawk leading to a rail for Happy. The story of this series. This really might be the series. They got a touch. You have the ults. This should favor you. You just have to not C9.
Terror Surge available. Probably going to end up getting a rush here. Big ultimate advantage for the Defiant.
Here it is. Merit holding on to that overclock for just such a situation. Was looking for Hawk there.
Honestly, that's fine for M80. You survive, you run away, disengage, come back in. Hawk has. Oh no, Hawk!
Inside that somehow Merit isolated. Hawk's able to find an opportunity to get rid of the biggest damage dealer on the side of the Toronto Defiant.
Oh my God, is he gonna kill? Oh, okay. Woof! I thought Hawk was about to do something crazy there. Not quite. Potential reverse sweep on Suravasa incoming. Oh man.
Almost actually takes out Sugar Free as well, spears him into the wall. He basically lives with just a sliver before you can get the recall off. But while that's happening, everybody else on Toronto is just dealing with the backline of M80, and everybody falls as now we go to one final flashpoint to decide the map.
Yeah, Happy and Hawk are on the same page, I have to say. The spear railgun follow-up has been perfect from those two. If he had landed that, man, that would have been massive.
Can't blame him for looking for a quick opener though.
Here we go, Pelly going on the Orisa. 2 Orisas better than 1, Forehead.
Allow Hawk to go forward. Pelly can create a lot of space, and Toronto say, I mean, we cannot. This is overwhelming. We cannot fight this.
Spear, spear, spear.
No,
Ay.
into like a double Orisa setup here at the moment, right? As they'll just wait for the duplicate to run out. Scary part is, right? You know, Happy starts landing some of these railgun shots, right? You can find yourself in final fight territory rather quickly. As look at this, Toronto goes wide. They're gonna wrap all the way around.
You're trying to get out of like that position that Happy was playing from, that little high ground perch. They still have to deal with it, no matter how they approach the point, though. Hawk took a ton of damage.
Yeah, loses all his armor. That's
You give this up if you want to. You just play smart. You still haven't lost anyone, and then you're playing this correctly.
I wonder if they could have, like, you know, used an ultimate there to try and like push in, keep control of the point.
They're just gonna get point right back too.
It looks like Toronto will.
You hunt down Pelican, but like. You hunt down Pelican, but you gave up point, so like now you're already in one fight territory. They're using everything they have too. This does not bode well for Toronto. M80 are very happy with that. Are you kidding me? They flipped point in the middle of that. It's 87%. They just need to win this one last fight. They still have beat. Vega used beat in the last fight. M80 are in a very favorable position, and if they choke this, that would be very sad. Like, they have the cards right now.
They have a sound barrier to deal with merits. If you can nail a few shots with your overclock for Happy, you can put this series away.
Liar has beat. Like, that is your win condition.
Look at how low he's been poked, just trying to walk up. He finally uses the javelin spin. Now someone's starting to feel that pressure, but Hawk only has a short window here. He's got to go.
Good beat. That should be that. Oh wait, Sugar Free? Wait! You killed someone though. The tank's dead. You gotta touch. You gotta. Oh my God. That should be it. An M80 with the upset on Toronto Defiant. Oh baby, not good, Toronto. All of that trash, all that overconfidence, and now you lose to M80. A wake-up call of the century for Toronto. The M80 are a competitor. Oh boy. The Happy in Pelican DPS line on normal ping. Sheesh. Spicy interview is about to be incoming here. Wow. The 3-1 for M80. Toronto Defiant are going to be playing in the losers bracket. Never thought I'd hear myself say that. Damn, son. Not that it matters that much for Dallas. I mean, Toronto and M80 are still set. But wow.
Because many of us are surprised to see the Defiant getting clapped back so hard. M80, what
Toronto Defiant forever mid. True.
One certainly isn't, because Reinforce did predict the upset.
Congrats to Johnny on that one. He had the gut feeling.
Victory. And this was a close one. I mean, it came down to the very last fight right there on Suravasa. What a fantastic series Toronto defined, having the right idea there, knowing that M80, they're going to be the team to watch out.
I mean, they're not technically wrong, Adam. I mean, just like playing at a normal time certainly helps.
I feel like they're going to see each other again right there.
It's like such a silly thing to say, but it genuinely helps.
A bit of a preamble, you know, we're eagerly looking forward to the grand final now.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it, like this match doesn't matter as much, obviously. You know, it really matters in the grand final. But this
sets
match,
the tone.
This sets the tone, and it really proved the point that M80 are truly capable of competing and, you know, are arguably better than Toronto Defiant. You know, they got the win. But just a couple of weeks ago, people were...
They need checkmate back. Well, then, if they want checkmate back, you either have to let someone or Merit walk. So, they ain't getting checkmate back, I can promise you that.
Low ping, and, you know, there's obviously a struggle for them. This is their potential fulfilled, and I want to give massive props.
It is hilarious, Adam. I agree with you completely. It's super funny. Happy waking up in the afternoon, Div.
Swaps over to the Genji here on Midtown. Even it didn't work out, but to deal with the Baptiste, the Echo as well on Suravasa, just such a smart...
No, they didn't have a falling out. It's just literally OWCS rules. You can't have more than 2 imports on your team.
And honestly, Jake, I mean, you said it a couple of times when we were watching the game. It felt like...
I want whatever Johnny was smoking before the prediction. Real.
Yeah, a lot of Sigma comps coming out.
True. We did get very hyped about Orisa Spears, but hey...
Today I felt M80
the connections were solid. Him and Happy are on point.
His swaps consistently gave his team advantage, and I mean that's the difference having strong DPS players and international superstar players like Pelican, one of the best in the world on his role, arguably the best in the world. I think with the flexibility he brings to the team, he's really that player for Overwatch 2, ready to swap to whatever we need. Hitscan though, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Happy. Merit, this was an uncharacteristically quiet game for Merit. I feel like we saw Happy in the kill feed way more often, finding those openings just a little bit more, and a small edge in that department really puts wind in your sails for a team like M80, and they capitalized. Incredible performance from everybody. Hawk as well, one of the few tanks that can actually take someone into all these deep tank matchups with many swaps. You know, very, very complex matchup here, but Hawk navigated it, looked like effortlessly.
Absolutely. And I mean, heading into this, you did pose a question, Jake. Can M80 deal with the pressure that will be put mostly on Lyre and UV? And they found an answer.
Happy getting revenge for getting dipped in grand finals. That's true.
To really care for that. Hawk, of course, being an integral part of making it happen.
Yeah, I think for Hawk as well. I mean, you saw throughout the series, you start out the series, you play Diva, you come out with the Cassidy and Torb, and it actually works out for you this series, but then also...
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow will be interesting. They'll get in all likelihood, they'll get a rematch tomorrow. We'll see if things go the same way or not.
Utilizing his abilities correctly to give you an advantage in that Orisa series.
And it'll be a 1st to 4 rather than a 1st to 3, so...
You know, it got real close here on point B. Costly C9 perhaps, you wanted your Sigma or Brig to touch when Pelican was forced to recall away. But for the most part, I mean, the engagement, the decision making, it looked a little bit too close for comfort on Esperanza. That fight, we talked about it back in the back, like that final fight in Colosseo. Sorry, yeah, Colosseo, not Esperanza. That final fight in the corridors, and you use a lot of ultimates, and it kind of slips away from you a little bit. They find a way to claw it themselves back.
You could feel, I think, how much pressure M80 was under this series. With some of those, like, they played so well most of the series, but some of those fights, like the final fight, this should have been really easy. Like, they had massive ult advantage, and they did. I think they were feeling like the intense, we can win this. Like, we're gonna win this, and a little bit of nerves there to be imperfect in those fights, but it doesn't matter. They get the wins on those maps anyway. Doesn't end up defining the series. They're able to bounce back, and I think Hawk, for me, I thought, okay, someone's incredibly good at tank. I thought it'd be really...
Saga Lane will be legendary, yeah. Well, let's make sure we don't get to... Let's make sure we can guarantee that with a win here versus Citrus first. I mean, not that Citrus would beat Toronto, but I'm just saying. That would be so funny, though. Citrus low-key might win this game. Like, unfortunately for them, I don't think it'll matter, but they low-key might win against Students of the Game. After how they played against Luminosity, I don't know, chat.
Let's go. Nice! Nice job, guys. Good shit, baby. Good shit.
Good stuff
indeed, M80, and now we are getting ready for our win.
What does this mean for Toronto? Literally nothing. Aside, the only thing it means is that they actually... Oh, the Gator banter. Here we go. All it means is that they took an L that they definitely should not have compared to, you know, their expectations.
We assume you're going to meet Toronto Defiant there again, but looking at your preparation for this match, we saw a lot of counter swapping.
Comes the Gator smack talk.
Planned for that team, or were you just ready for anything?
I think we're just pretty much ready for anything. They refuse to take mirrors for the most part. A bit cowardly, but besides that, you know, we were expecting to be in like an HQ battle because it's just at that point that's just how the game is played at this point, so that's all good. I don't think we saw anything we didn't see before. Nothing was really going to surprise us. I really just think we have the better roster, and this team's only been together for 3 weeks.
Let's go, Gator.
Found a way to get them
Confidence.
In a suboptimal setup, but we're making it work, and yeah, so.
Yeah, so I'm curious about, you know, getting this win puts you guys potentially at the top of NA if you can continue on and secure the victory in the grand finals. How do you think this puts you guys in position in the global stage, right? Thinking ahead to Dallas, you guys are qualified, you know, playing against some of these titans being forged in Korea right now. How do you see those matchups going? Have you been scrimming at all? I know the ping is crazy, so you might not, but I'm just curious how you rate those international teams.
It really depends. I think if the hero ban system goes into place, that our 2 teams can actually win it all quite convincingly. But I think EU is really, really strong in this meta. It's going to be hard to beat them without any kind of bans. I think it'd be very easy to beat them if we were able to implement that ban system, which I think it should be like that because that's how League is. And I feel like at this point, it's time to start banning heroes. Like you can't just pick one hero and play it. But I think Korea is obviously the strongest and not delusional. I think those 2 teams are probably the teams to beat. Maybe there's 3. We'll see who makes it. But I think that's kind of where we stand.
All right, going back to America a little bit. There's been a lot of chirping going on in the scene, a lot of talking, you know.
Yes, here we go.
Do you feel like you kind of proved a point with this win here over Toronto Defiant and some of the other teams maybe talking smack?
Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things, like you guys would know this, you've been around a while. It's like the newcomers, they can yap, but like when it comes down to it, they just choke, you know what I mean? Like to be frank, I almost honestly retired, but I saw a lot of smack, so I had to come back and take care of business.
Hey, yo.
Me and Hawk were both considering it, and at this point, we really came back just to prove a point, and I feel like the points didn't...
Based came back just to prove a point.
Not to them, but just in NA in general, you know...
That's a good point to make. Not Toronto, just in general. There's a lot of yappers.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, enough said there, Gator. They be yapping, you guys are barking and biting, and it showed on the server today. Gator, thank you so much for joining me here for a quick chat, and of course, best of luck in the grand finals.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks for your advice.
Thanks, Gator.
There you have it. Olgard coming back to make a point.
You can talk all you want, but someday you got to get up and walk. You got to get up and put up a performance.
All right, check. Quick bathroom break.
You know what, honestly, I think it's fair to say no one has done that to Toronto yet. So, I think this is great for the scene, for NA, that we could have potentially 2 serious competitors in international Overwatch.
Yeah, but I think you're right, and I want to follow up on that point. Like, legitimately, this is the roster that could, you know, compete with some of those international teams. This is not going to be North America qualifying with 3 teams, and you're like, well, Toronto Defiant, you know, good luck, and we'll see about the other stuff. M80 are putting themselves in a position to compete with some of the best teams in the world. You know, we've talked enough about Pelican and Happy, but also, you know, Hawk, that flexibility in the tank role, like that's going to give you such a good advantage going into Dallas, being good at so many different compositions. And I feel like this is a really smart team. Like they put themselves in good positions to succeed with their compositional picks. They're not, some of these other teams we've been talking about it, like they're really good at this Orisa comp, they're really good at playing Sojourn Cassidy, and you know, they have a Tracer player, but like when push comes to shove, when you have to compete against Korea, like can you really like adapt accordingly? M80 is a team that I feel can adapt accordingly and put themselves in positions to succeed against some of the best in the world.
I mean, there's so many players there which are the obvious ones to highlight, but also people like Liar, who in their professional career in the Overwatch League, they find themselves on teams where they weren't able to, you know, showcase I'm not naming any teams
I did.
particular, but thank you so much. Yeah, but it's great to see them finding the success as well and being able, you know, to really play it up. So very, very great to see. We're now heading into a very quick break, and when we're back, we're gonna finish things strong with our last match here in the NA region. It's gonna be Citrus Nation going up against the students of the game.
That's real. Getting rid of Hydron for Happy was massive. Pelican and Happy's just a staple DPS line, man. I'm going to do a quick title change. In Rakattack. Clinch a spot in LAN or in Dallas, question mark. I wonder how Toronto are feeling after that loss. I think he was just playing out an ult account, Adam. Like, just as simple as that. A lot of guys before, like, the actual tournament are allowed to play on ults. We've seen it in a couple of other cases as well. Like, a player on Super Shy had an ult account called Reiner, and everyone in my chat was like, is that the real Reiner? No, it is not the real Reiner. But Hikari, or whatever their name was, I forgot already. Super Shy. Or Hitori, my bad. Hitori had a Reiner ult account name. And then, of course, there was Shikigami in Stage 1, Sexy Man 69, the GOAT. Literal legend. Ensign M80 would be an interesting matchup. Wonder if there'll be awards for OWCS. That'd be cool. I hope so. They should do like awards for each region.
Yeah, our team's not the only ones who are turning it up tonight.
Like a NA, EMEA, Korea, Japan, Pacific MVP.
So good these days.
So good. So good. Yeah. What are we doing here?
Matt's in the dance move.
Matt's in the back. He's like hyping himself up. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. We're about to set you up for our last match of the day. It's going to be an elimination match between Citrus Nation and Student of the Game. However, we have to preface this one with some, well, let's call it unfortunate news regarding Citrus Nation, Jake.
Yeah, so we've learned that due to a scheduling conflict with the Lethal, who arguably star hit scan player for Citrus Nation, the most veteran player on the team, is going to have to...
Oh no! Oh no!
Out of the match to make a collegiate
no! Lethal, no! I'm changing my pred.
An underdog fight for them. But still, they had impressed us so much so far.
They have momentum.
I mean, who knows? But this is a big L to take before our...
That sucks, man.
So for the stakes, Citrus Nation, if they wanted to advance to Dallas, they would have not only have to beat Students of the Game and Toronto Defiant. So this is like they would have to, if they want to qualify for Dallas, it'd have to be such an incredible uphill. But
Lethal has to play in a collegiate game, so...
We got Danny coming in, and Danny is a contenders player.
They don't have their carry in the lineup now. That is so tragic.
Okay, I think we're just looking at this sub as pretty unfortunate because of how impactful Lethal has been for this team.
Lethal has made such a big difference for Citrus Nation. Dude, that really deflates the whole situation that he can't play because he has a collegiate obligation, bro.
Orisas in the region. It's really stood out how they've been able to win the neutral fights in these Orisa duels. Tap, we talked about it, you know, a star player for this team when they actually beat Luminosity just a couple of hours ago. So this is a really stacked team, but a bit of an unfortunate sub. You lose one of your best players.
Yeah, they are going up against those Students of the Game who I probably would have favored in this matchup regardless of the starters. And so Students of the Game looking even stronger. If anything, this puts a lot of pressure on Students of the Game. It's like, now it should be a free game. It's, you know, you shouldn't lose any team fights. And
I feel so much more upset because I thought if Lethal was playing, it would have been a banger, man. I mean, it could still be a good game, but they need his Sojourn carry potential.
Probably going to prevent that. And PGE, such a monstrous hit scan player. Danny is going to have his work seriously cut out for him because Students of the Game, Cal said it, they really want to qualify to Dallas. Well, Cal just said they will qualify to Dallas, so they're a team with a lot of confidence and a team that, frankly, I'd love to see on LAN. I think it'd be super exciting to get Infected first LAN.
Yeah.
Infected, PGE, Scissors would all be their first LAN. I'm not even sure Rack or Cal have played on LAN.
No, I don't think they qualified for one, do they?
I'm not sure, but regardless, a lot of new faces, and this really is the team of up-and-comers in North America. I mean, with Timeless eliminated, this is that team who's wanting to break into the next level, and for them to get their feet wet in international competition, it's a moment of learning. Let's say the first time you play against a full Korean team and you just get ruffle stomped, and you're like, oh, that's how the game's supposed to be played.
Ruffle stomp?
You need to get educated, all right?
All right.
All I'm saying is, look, I want to see them go to Dallas, but
yeah.
All I'm saying is it's not so fun when you play the full Korean squad. You learn how the game is meant to be played.
Yeah, I mean, again, unfortunate situation here, of course, for Citrus Nation. I dare say they probably do not have practice with Danny inside the roster, so maybe they just pull out something crazy. That said, the opposition Students of the Game, they showed us a lot of different looks, a lot of different compositions that they've played. So, yeah, I mean, Infected on a Wrecking Ball. I'm here.
Yeah, Students of the Game on LAN is going to be great. Rakattack gets to be successful, man.
Let's find out with Mitch and Matt.
She said me first this time.
It's true.
Owned.
You guys Weaver believers?
Well, I mean, that's because
what?
Are you guys Weaver believers?
With,
I'm a Weaver believer, actually. I see no reason to bust that out here. That could be, you know, very powerful. Also, I think we've even seen it in like the Sigma comp, oddly enough. Like the Weaver there, like just with this ridiculous like healing throughput to let you basically win like any war of attrition. It's really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could play the Life Weaver here, just given the circumstances, and I know Rakattack's love for the Life Weaver.
Rack gets to be on LAN.
You could potentially see it come out. I don't think it's like amazing. Like I wouldn't be like.
It's never something I ever thought I'd hear myself say. Rakattack on land feels strong, man.
Defined weaknesses for Life Weaver, which is fine. There actually are a number of supports who they have like this heavy mobility in the vertical direction, and it's interesting because it gives them.
Went to Stockholm, well, not for a long time. You got a long way to go still.
Escape potential from a lot of dive comps. So,
has there ever been a player under more pressure than Danny right now?
Let me think. I mean, Jerry had a lot of high expectations. It also sounds like Danny. You know what I mean?
Nice connection, Uber. The Jerry connection.
I think back to like, you know, Game 5 Dialogics, Shanghai, you know, Florida, like that level.
Wow, we are really doing a throwback. Dialogics Season 1.
And Dia.
Hey, Toronto was on pace to do the inverse Shanghai.
That's true.
They were almost.
The inverse Shanghai. What are these references?
Yeah, I remember that game. Florida really did not want to lose.
I'll never forget Jerry. What a legend.
A lot of pressure on them. Citrus Nation here. Again, they're going to have to find a way to set Danny up.
Isn't Jerry playing like Valorant now or something?
Jeez, you didn't have to tell everybody Shanghai lost.
I mean, I know you should remember who Shanghai beat for the first time, folks. That was a pretty memorable moment, and the team it was too was quite hilarious. But this is the match we're talking about right now because it's the one that's happening in front of me in real time, live. That's right, folks. Citrus Nation, you have to find a way in. Nicely.
Hey, yo!
With the first. Yeah. Taking down PGE.
Yeah, and Tap finds one as well.
Well, look, I think that was a Lucio involvement there.
Helps calm the nerves a little, get Danny involved in the action, get him a pick.
PGE forward there off that safe position on top of the point.
Yeah, I think PGE thinks he's just going to have like a 1v1 out there.
Oh my god, Cal just got destroyed.
Students of the game does take point first, but it's a nice collapse there from Citrus Nation. Players from both sides just kind of converge onto the point. And now you'll keep Zeb all topped up now as you can take this high ground control.
Pretty sure the desk talked about this, but students of the game don't actually have to win here to qualify for Dallas. Even if they lose and Citrus Nation go on to lose to Toronto, which is likely, they will qualify. So that takes a lot of pressure off them here. But as it was pointed out on the desk, I think by Jake, that, you know, they don't want to be dropping, you know, team fights. They don't want to be dropping.
Oh yeah, Luminosity lost.
Citrus Nation, who are of course, you know, dealing with some extenuating circumstances. They want to come through this lower bracket with some.
I'm in shambles. I believed in Toronto and Luminosity, and they're both letting me down today. It has not been a good day for me.
Beautiful pulse bomb. Nothing Danny could do about that.
Yeah, Tap lands a pulse bomb as well. Doesn't result in a kill, but finishes off PGE. But Scissors able to connect with two, as that'll be students of the game taking the lead here. I also think even if let's say Citrus Nation, you know, you look at it as students of the game and you're like, all right, well, even if we lose this, we feel pretty good about Toronto. Why have
oh yeah, Toronto lost
by another team, right?
3-1 M80.
Business here against Citrus Nation and secure your spot. Also probably
sounds good, Eli. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you.
Here the rest of the way. So students of the game. Sound barrier for both sides. That was actually Zeb using the Terror Surge in the previous fight, so not on the table here. Is Neutral actually finds Scissors, so Scissors getting pretty aggressive, but PG answers the big kill.
Danny gets dropped down again.
No, M80 are solid now because they have Pelican and Happy doing their thing.
Very low, backing up to the point, able to benefit from the sound barrier, and Citrus Nation now have one of their own. This will allow them to forge ahead. Danny still coming off respawn here, probably on the site about now.
And Hawk was also very clutch, yeah. Hawk putting the haters of his in shambles with how he played.
Like the desk was talking about, you know, it'd be awesome really to see either of these teams make it to Dallas. The students of the game look like potentially taking this first point. Players who we've seen for a very long time in the Overwatch scene, like Rakattack and Cal, don't believe they actually even played at you know, any of the Overwatch League lands, considering you know, Vegas was not really that great. Then Cal joined quite late in just kind of the year. And then all these like young faces and players.
Yeah, Toronto definitely threw the first map, I feel.
Whether it be contenders, collegiate, everybody kind of converging, you know, with the teams in EU and APAC. It would be really exciting to see some of these players
what do you
compete.
think students of the game's jerseys are going to look like? They're going to get jerseys. It's a major.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to. I mean, look, they can hit me up.
It's so deflating that Lethal can't play in this game, man. I'm just, like, so sad.
Caps and the robes. That's all I want. They're easy. Don't worry about headsets. Those are overrated.
They should play in the robes. That would be pretty epic.
Students of the game. Well, that's a future that's very much on the table here.
I'd fund that. If they want to play in the robes, I'll go on the record.
I warn you.
I'll find them the graduation robes.
Even a high.
Lethal has to play in a collegiate game. Like, literally, they couldn't reschedule the collegiate game to a different time, so he has no choice but to play in the collegiate game.
All right, you heard the man. Hit Matt up. Danny, though, again, finds the first kill of the round. Cal suffering at the hands of the railgun.
I feel like I'm going to end up with a huge bill for some kind of like high school
normally you're a bit better at business than this, man. You're going to have to find a
Good
way
old
to
scheduling
Maybe
complications.
you should start a school for, kids that can't read good and other things. And then you could have them to be used for later on once they can read good. Yeah.
Okay. Not sure that's a great business venture. Jacob just takes out scissors at range. I think that was like actually a spear that connects from Zeb. And then some just kind of Cheerios there. From
Twisted Minds lost. They are out. They were eliminated from this tournament, from the Stage 2 tournament.
Some really nice accolades, some good performances coming in.
Took an L to Team
They get
Peps.
a point first on both of these first controls. So Citrus Nation looking like they don't really miss a beat, right? As I think it just even puts a little bit more pressure on Tap, as they've been very good today.
Don't know what Tap was looking for there necessarily. Maybe a little bit concerned about the Cassidy. They just blink across the gap and then back to the point. Okay, play around the Kitsune Rush now. Citrus Nation still in control of the point here, and it will be forcing the sound barrier out of Rakattack. Okay, double support ults and PGE instantly finds value through the Ant Matrix. Danny just lingering a little too long.
I mean, if Peps upset Ents, they make land. It's kind of crazy. Kind of like it. They're definitely not favored. They're underdogs, but it's technically possible.
You're happy with it? You reformulate your strategy.
Yes, everybody just kind of gets wiped.
Yeah, after that first map win, it was just all Peps.
You just end up using that rush, right? You have everything here for this next fight.
A moment of silence for the collegiate team playing a warmed-up Lethal. I'm not sure which team they're playing. I mean, for all we know, that team could be better than his.
Approach here for Citrus Nation. Get that speed boost. They're going to lead in with an overclock. Danny gets hit with a spear, but they're able to keep
Danny's
him
still
up.
able to fire off those shots, so the ultimate's not going to get cancelled from that brief stun. Pulse, Danny steps away from it perfectly. There was going to be a Suzu anyway, just in case it was a stick. Seb catches Rakattack inside the Terror Surge, and Citrus Nation are back to business.
Yeah. There's a huge Terror Surge. Like, typically, you don't really hold it for that long, right? But he's got the benefits of the sound.
Yeah, loser's bracket.
Do mass damage and pick up some kills even after, with a kill during the Terror Surge. So, just like that, Citrus Nation.
Students of the game, if they win, they clinch a spot in Dallas for sure. They probably have it no matter what, but this guarantees it.
Things keep going in their favor. What benefits them, of course, is that students of the game don't have any huge ultimates outside of the Terror Surge, and like you pointed out, you only really get the big damage when your Orisa has a sound barrier. She can afford to hold that ultimate for longer and longer. Tap, though, instantly dying. I mean, that's why Tap was so scared earlier on, I think, playing up close to where, it was all students of the game starting to filter out. No Tracer means no backline pressure. Cal had the Immortality Field, which bought plenty of time. Danny had to...
You make sure to bring baddies to Dallas so students of the game can go on an insane run.
Yeah, as PG finds
Nice.
two, right? I think that's kind of like a big, battle, right? Where, can Tap put that pressure onto PG to open up some space there for Danny, right? PG is so good. One of the players I think, for the start of the OWCS, fans have just kind of gravitated towards, right? Some of his awesome play. Can he kind of come up with those types of kills, right? To really send this team to Dallas.
Pulse there for Scissors, recall after the fact.
Rack has a beat though.
Still looking to put pressure on that backline of Citrus Nation, but Neutral is about to let this Kitsune Rush go.
So Citrus don't really have a lot to work with, so students have a solid chance to wrap this up here.
Circumvented by the attacking Citrus Nation. They are not affected by it. The Rack had a sound barrier up just in time.
Although, as I say that,
supports for Citrus Nation have been dealt with, and in fact, it can just send this now.
on Scissors with that cleanup though.
That could be a problem. But Scissors is healthier and is forced to recall already. Elsewhere, Zeb went for a Terror Surge and was able to find Cal off the backside of it, but the Orisa will be dragged down. Too much damage. Jacob has to go hog wild to stay alive here, and the 2v1 does not favor him.
Supports are still, oh my god. Goddamn, Scissors.
And Scissors cannot miss at the moment as just coming back with the recall. Few kills there. PG with a Deadeye to end it. Students of the game will take map number 1. Some wild tracer play.
PGE has become a meme for like a couple of clips, I feel like, at this point. Plus the dude is just so goofy. I've seen like so many videos and streams of him just being absolutely goofy and ranked.
But the one clip from Scissors was beautiful. There wasn't even a 1 versus 2 for that Lucio. There was a Kiriko in position to sort of Suzu there. Yeah. So very important that you get rid of that Lucio as quickly as possible and take the advantage there. Really scrappy fight, but I think, broadly speaking, I'm sure they'd rather have Lethal in play here. Yes, there's a possibility this match could go differently, but Danny has absolutely held their own, I think, so far.
Also, the clip of him on Tracer, though, that one, that one certainly helps too with his legacy.
The double boop of 2 players up in the air, making them easy shots for Danny. But they have definitely been able to capitalize on the opportunities.
Oh no, the PGE lore runs deep. I'm not even that familiar with it myself. I just know it runs incredibly deep for multiple reasons.
This is going to be a tough opponent to try and bring down.
Absolutely. It's a very veteran backline, right, with Rakattack and Cal, and comboed with a lot of really impressive, younger players in the scene, right, where Infected can make some crazy plays in the tank role, and then we talk so much about the damage dealers, but I think it's kind of that veteran leadership from that backline, right? Cal has had some awesome moments, and Rakattack as well. So they even love to play some of the weirder kind of comps. This is the ending sequence, right? I know that's this is a wild sequence of events, right? You have Rakattack here, helping Scissors. That's the Suzu. His neutral kind of TPs on in, and then PG walks up with a Deadeye that put it away. So stats look pretty one-sided, but this was not.
You're not familiar outside him trolling super.
It doesn't take much actually for that KD to blow out if one team just wins like 2 fights back to back, because.
Oh wait, that's a bad mindset to have.
So you can get.
They're hyped to see Rakattack and others succeed. It's not about what they do in Dallas, it's the fact that they get to Dallas, what that matters the most.
That was pretty good math.
Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it, Matthew. Again, so like that.
It's the principle behind it. It's the storyline.
We saw these 2 teams very closely together.
Who the hell cares if they get stomped?
A good start in that second round here for Citrus Nation. They couldn't keep it up. But this next map is one that I've really liked them on. Yeah. I think the biggest example of Citrus Nation being great on Paraiso was against Pirate.
I think about it like this. Would you rather have Rakattack be happy and go to LAN with potential PGE memes, or would you rather see Citrus Nation go and also not do anything in the tournament? Like, I think you're picking the better of 2 situations here.
Because historically it is like really strong, right?
The emotional connection, Doesn't always have to do with the gameplay.
Citrus Nation play it. They played a lot of the Orisa, and they really took advantage of a lot of the dive comps we saw on the other side from Pirates in Pajamas. So I think if you just kind of have that knowledge, if you're students of the game as well, like you've been pretty good on this Orisa, like no reason to change things up, right? I think you kind of keep moving forward with that.
Yeah, we've seen Infected with a ton of different picks here. I think like the Des talked about even the Wrecking Ball making it.
Like, I mean, the Citrus storyline would also be cool. Don't get me wrong. But overall, the students of the game storyline just holds more weight to it. Between Rakattack being successful, PGE Infected finally getting a bit more relevance. It's a little unfair because Lethal can't play. I mean, I agree, but even if he does play, they still might not win anyway.
Noticeably wider when we start to move to some of these hybrid and escort maps.
Yeah, that is true. Potentially, you start to see like a gap open or widen between these 2 teams as we move on. In this series. Look, I think if you're students of the game and you've practiced, some of the dive on these maps, I think you kind of go with it, right? I don't think you kind of just change because of, the Orisa looked really good in map number 1 or whatnot. And I think just like, even if you looked at like, oh, well, the stakes of the series, I don't think you kind of take that into account. I think you just kind of have to play your own game, even if you like have some wacky kind of comps plan for things like this, because you almost have to look at students of the game like this is kind of your, quote unquote final, so to speak, right? You win this, you're in. So treat this with everything. Like, throw all your strats out on this one.
Students of the game qualified as the top seed out of their group. I will say it was the group that didn't sort of feature anything like, Timeless or LG or M80 or the Toronto Defiant, right? Like, it was a group that, like, on paper looked like students of the game would be able to advance from it. But since then, they've been put to the test in this lower bracket. They've had to take down some really quality teams. we're also, you know, if they win here, we get a chance to, again, take their measure against a powerhouse like the Toronto Defiant. Because a lot of the discussion here in North America is, well, where does the tier break exist? Because we'll end up at our Dallas Major with, again, like our top NA teams, and students of the game are standing right now to be among them. We want to know not only how do MAD and Toronto compete internationally, but how good is the depth of talent in North America?
Well,
how well can students of the game perform at such a high-stakes international scene?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if you know, students of the game advance in this series, right? Like, they have to start playing well against those Torontos and the M80s and whatnot, right? Like, these are the types of caliber of teams they're going to face from here on out, right? You don't have a lot of time to really going to get on that level, so to speak, but you're going to have to work it out. And, maybe, you know, meta shift, right? Venture comes into the mix. Things change a little bit.
What is this?
You can open things up. So this is what they ran. They ran.
Hey, yo, Lifeweaver gameplay incoming.
That's kind of like a backline they've kind of gone towards with Infected on the Winston. So they're going to play that, you know, dive in terms of tank. Right?
We go, baby.
Kind of
Rakattack Lifeweaver incoming. I'm hyped.
Type of, you know, PGE Sojourn and Scissors on the Tracer on the defensive
Let's hear what
side.
Citrus Nation have to say when they encounter this defensive comp.
I'm going to my stairs.
I'm not there.
They've left here, they've left here.
I'm walking 3, 2.
I break pedal. Honor's close, Honor's close.
Okay.
He slid. Honor close top left still.
I'm shooting him.
He's on the pedal.
What's Cal doing on that pedal, though?
Yeah, let's keep trying it. I don't think that's good.
No nade.
I'm behind him.
Soji that? He has to get pulled out and then we...
Cal's actually just perma stuck there right now. Okay, they had to bail Cal out with that pull. It's actually huge for Citrus here.
What's in Cal?
Monkey down.
Yeah. I have backline stuff.
Careful. Wall one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm dropping on the back trading.
Yeah. I'm kind of off. I boots online. Oh, I can't. What the heck?
Not quite awake. Peps need to make it to the EMEA finals. They need to beat Ents tomorrow. Otherwise, Twisted Minds still get in.
Like, hey, once they kind of grip, we're gonna walk forward, right? And they get them into a great position. It's just Scissors able to take out one, and everybody just getting kind of chunked down. They're not able to find a kill. Then just the health bars dwindle, and then Students of the Game able to push on back out. So Students of the Game will have a nano boost here, potentially for Infected in this next fight.
That'll allow Infected to cycle into an earlier, primal range than they otherwise would have had. A lot of focus on breaking these pedals here as well. Citrus Nation don't want to allow for that sort of rapid vertical translation of any...
Lethal is playing a collegiate game.
Descend upon. Ooh, dangerous, very dangerous. Zeb fortunate to get out alive there. Body blocked by Infected, I think, allowing Neutral to get caught.
Yeah. Hey, he's just standing in the doorway.
All blue in the kill feed. Sag.
And I like the way that they're playing this. Like,
I don't want to see Citrus Nation go out this way, man.
Being aggressive, they're kind of like letting Citrus Nation.
Oh, you guys ready? Rakattack. He's got Tree. We have an Echo Swap as well. I'm ready for a goated Rakattack tree here.
Walk up over that, or maybe have to use a blink or two to cross. So Danny now will play the Echo. So no hit scan here for Citrus Nation. Under 2 minutes to go.
90 seconds, in fact. Zeb here already trying to take the stairs, but PGE punishes, and Jacob didn't even really make a huge mistake there. PGE just ruins Lucio as he tries to, you know...
Oh, Japan plays Lifeweaver a fair bit.
Tree means big.
The name Kuji Brothers, mainly.
Yeah, nothing Zeb can really do there. Gets stuck behind the tree and not able to help the rest of his team get split off. So that's another benefit of the Lifeweaver ultimate, right? Can just block off an entire choke point. As this is probably the best chance for Citrus Nation. Sound Barrier, Kitsune Rush, Terror Surge. With a minute to go. So look at this, Cal in a position where you're gonna try and get a big...
The sneaky Bionade, potentially?
Yeah, and it'll need a Suzu. You can just grip Cal out, so this doesn't even become like a one and done spot anymore.
Yeah, Japan are pretty based for that, I won't lie. The pull gives you a good bailout, so you can go for the aggressive play like that, but now your backline just explodes.
It's actually, yeah, 2 for 2 trade, excuse me. Primal here for Infected. PGE in the meantime dominating.
Damn, PGE is destroying.
Opening their map, but they're unable to capitalize. And PGE gets ignored as far as I can tell.
This team just feels so different without Lethal. Sag.
Yeah, as they're trying to find this kill onto tap, as gets the health pack at the right time.
And I appreciate Japan and Pacific for not caring what the meta is. They do what they want, and I respect that. Good nade. Oh, you use the beat to keep yourself alive. Only a couple people get that. We're using 2 ults to get this Lucio. Can we kill him any slower? Yo, Nano Lifeweaver, let's go! Nano Lifeweaver.
Yeah, some really interesting, Lifeweaver mechanics at times there from Rakattack. The amount of healing that Lifeweaver can provide. He's also like pretty tanky, surprisingly, right? When Dash now does a little bit of a self-heal type of thing, so we can be really difficult to take out. Gets the nano boost there at the end for celebratory reasons. Citrus Nation not
absolutely, Adam.
Pretty poor result.
He brings a lot of needed experience as well. No, I think Falcons probably handle FTG, although I think it'll be close. It would be very funny if FTG upset them, but I don't think it'll happen.
You can left click. No, but and then I can't right click or left. What do you mean make it left click? You can dual thing. You can dual bind. You didn't know that? You're a noob. Wait. You're a noob on our team.
The conversations we're having right now, bro.
Yeah, you can do that? I honestly did not know that, bro. What?
Oh, we're
what?
Together.
Wait, what? I'll get Mercy. Here, come here.
Would this be the first draw of OWCS?
Okay.
PG.
The first draw of OWCS. What are these comms?
Hit that jumper.
TP turn off.
I'll give you bubble. PG, hit that jumper. That's Wingstop.
Hey, say that. Say no more.
What?
I'm not buying it though. You can buy that.
Nah, you good?
No,
you're allowed to have Wingstop. Wait, I have an insane Mercy skin.
What are these comms?
Wait, PG, come here. Trust me.
Yeah.
Jump on that.
Wait, they have a widow. Wait, let me get echo in. Let me get echo in.
Nope.
Let me echo. Nope.
Larian too. Can you go Larian?
Yeah, I can go.
You give me pedal.
Oh yeah, Korea needs more slots. Undoubtedly. Korea only having 2 teams represent OWCS is insane for international tournaments. Absolute robbery. Oh!
Alright, wait. They're on Weaver. Just farm me nano.
Yeah, you might die, but...
Shoot,
shit, my bad.
Oh, why'd you do that?
I'm going widow.
The Lifeweaver mirror is the thing I've always wanted in my life. This is based.
Oh my god, guys, please, just stop.
Just chill.
Wait for nano.
Let me peek.
Risen. I'm fine. We're fine.
Oh, I guess they didn't know about Danny's widow. That is clean stuff from the super sub coming in at the last moment.
As you got Jacob on the Lifeweaver on defense.
I mean, yeah, if Blizzard were smart, knowing how the Japanese audience is and the popularity, it should 100% be just more teams in general in this tournament. But of course, that means more traveling and stuff like that, and more complications and less money and blah, blah, blah.
There'll be a little bit more work to do here for Scissors, but this should be pretty much broken wide open.
It's unfortunate. Asia needs more love. Japan, Pacific even. Sad.
Students of the game show us that Winston dive with the Lifeweaver defense and turn it into a very, very quick attacking side. That was a one-sided game.
Yeah, really fun comps though from both teams, right? I get to see some Lifeweaver in action. Rakattack seems to be like the #1 Lifeweaver. Always wants an opportunity to run it. Ran in the past at times. Now running it in OWCS now. A little bit more viable now than it was in the past.
Yep, hopefully OWCS 2025, praying that is a thing, we'll have China. I mean, bare minimum, we'll see China in the Overwatch, or not the Overwatch, I'm sorry, the Esports World Cup this summer. Or whatever the hell it is.
Aggressive off angles to guarantee big biotic grenades, and then basically making that unpunishable by gripping them out. seems like a very powerful strategy. It was punishable, though, in the sense that we saw immediate follow-up from Citrus Nation. They pushed into the position of that Ana after the live grip had been used, and they're able to rush in and take both supports down. And it doesn't matter, because PGE out there is finding 3 kills. 2 of them are like railgun headshots. You know, you obviously can't find those insta-kills nearly as easily.
Yes, we'll at least see Chinese Overwatch then. We'll probably see Leave, Gushui, Shy, and those boys, maybe even Monk, all make an appearance for that World Cup.
Danny on the winner looked really good. We obviously didn't get to see a ton from...
Doesn't really feel like a World Cup because it's not a country-by-country thing, but that's what it's called, so yeah.
Let's just win here. I think I was probably infected, being like, can we...
See, you've got it, Brian, exactly.
Yeah, let's wrap this one up, right? Let's leave nothing to chance as we take a look at some of the Widowmaker stats.
Oh, Danny's alias is just so good.
I assume this is Danny. That is Danny there.
What?
Did have some
Pinky Ladder 4, what?
Never changed, Danny. Yeah.
Oh?
Do we actually see PG on the Widow? I think that was maybe just like even like a general...
Yeah, we did
right,
for a little bit.
I don't know if there was enough time for them to get 16 eliminations, but I mean, yeah, that's what the scorecard reads out here. So nice to get a little bit of Widowmaker play.
The memes continue in OWCS.
This, of course, is students of the game's map pick.
Yeah, it's depressing. We got Overwatch World Cup back for 1 year with BlizzCon, and now nothing again.
At the Dallas Major. It's a great honor to sort of achieve that. They'll be surrounded by some incredibly formidable opponents, but what an opportunity to continue to develop as a team. You have veterans of yesteryear in global Overwatch play, but even they have not had the chance to represent at a land like this. Every one of them desperately wanting to be there.
Oh, I mean, it's a huge step up, right? No, in competition. No, but they've worked extremely hard, right? Throughout stage 1, throughout here in stage 2. You know, keeping it together and I know looking extremely good as just 1 map away from securing that spot.
I'm just happy we got World Cup back at all. It gave me such a great sense of nostalgia. And we had some unbelievable matches. I mean, God, the banger after banger.
For students of the game. And the Baptiste variant of this composition for Citrus Nation to maybe pair a little bit, as we've discussed, with the Cassidy more effectively.
Overwatch has always had potential in South America. There's a scene over there. It just gets no love from Blizzard, really. No attention. So basically, everyone over there, like, retired because they don't get any love. The South American contenders used to be a thing.
Deliver. So far, they've looked quite good. I mean, I think what is expected of you, or what will be required of you more specifically against PGE, though, probably goes a little bit beyond that. That's not a knock on Danny at all. It's just what it takes at this level to find success. Citrus Nation 0-2 in maps here. So this is match point now for students.
And Overwatch has massive potential in Japan, like massive potential.
Poking around center map here is they have to do a decent job of controlling Scissors, right? I mean, Tap has been pretty good throughout the day, but Scissors went absolutely crazy on Paraiso. Can't allow him to do that to your backline again.
That was nasty. Like a 3K in one of those fights, I think, salvaging what could have been a pretty bad situation.
Building this beat pretty fast. Just letting Rakattack suck up all this healing.
That is pretty huge. Jacob's still a little bit behind the 8 ball here, but students of the game probably want to be reactive with their beat rather than proactive, so likely won't need to use it until Jacob has one too. But something worth noting, just the sheer amount of healing being put out. Here it is neutral, trying to play from this amp matrix.
Yeah, Japan's going crazy though. The viewership over there is nice. You know, you got streamers who are carrying on Twitch in the late hours.
No choice though. Students of the game looking.
I hope Blizzard sees this and they capitalize on it.
Yes, they push in behind their Kitsune rush in sound.
They gotta embrace that Japan's the future right now.
So for Citrus Nation, you just kind of give up that fight, and they hold on.
The only future we have.
So holding on to it probably because. You know, PG is going to be coming in with that overclock, right? And you want to have that extra over healing, over health to deal with this big Sojourn ult.
To the high ground here for PGE. Can you play around this sound barrier at all? Tap also always a threat with a pulse bomb in hand. They're looking at the high ground here, so kind of hard to get a good fight as the defenders now until the attackers commit. And they
oh my god, that is an aggressive overclock.
No beat of their own, so it's going to be tough now to win against the very durable Citrus Nation who are ready for this engagement. Citrus Nation got exactly what they wanted there.
Yeah, I mean, they have have to commit there, right? If they don't, you know, you just kind of let them use that overclock, push on through. I mean, you're starting to run through the map in a fast pace. So students of the game, they end up losing.
I remember when we got robbed of EQO being on LAN. He couldn't make it for Team Colombia. That was tragic.
Students of the game really had to commit in that fight. We're just hoping to force the beat. It's kind of unclear, really. Either way, Citrus Nation wanted the fight to be brought to them, and it was. Danny here, again playing this bridge angle. Not as easy as Sojourn to really dominate it, because you don't have to disrupt the shot, and you have some damage fall off at that range. Danny slides forward. Ooh, that's dangerous.
Oh, that's an Orisa.
Yeah, here's the Terra Surge. Danny! Suzu able to roll out of it. Nicely done. Infected, getting picked off for playing over aggressive, and Zeb turns it around on Cal. That was great from Citrus Nation. Great looks in that last fight.
Yes, even though the Infected gets in the back line, they're still able to keep Danny alive throughout all of this, even with the Terror Surge. As Susan moved the bot back just to try and you know, stall out some progress for just a little bit, as now the bot will get back to where it was. So even though you win that fight, you don't really get much of anything from it in terms of progress.
Yeah, Citrus Nation.
Was EQ on Team Israel? Probably. I'm not totally familiar with his World Cup history outside of last year. Oh yeah, 2017. Team Israel. There you go.
For the bridge would be fine for Citrus Nation if they want to exacerbate this position, and students of the game don't really want to give them like an easy way to run up on them. Defensive Kitsune rush from students. Zeb caught out in no man's land.
Yeah, rush from
no armor, neutral low. They've got to back away here. All those cooldowns for Zeb being used, but they are going to chase this Orisa down, and there's nothing left to keep them alive.
The stick, yeah.
This gets a freebie there as well as neutral. Cop some of that AoE damage. And in theory, this is a very easy kill to pick up, but Jacob's going to make it impossible to follow.
Yeah, as it looks like Jacob's going to make it out there with his life, so not going to.
Oh yeah, MN3 plays Valorant now.
Able to survive as the pulse bomb was sick.
He's on the same team as Carpe. He's on the academy team for Carpe's team. T1.
They want to fight this. They don't want to give this position up.
Oh wow.
That's a big problem. There's no cooldowns left for the Orisa. The sound barrier now is something they're going to have to lean on. But PGE already found a pick. See, Zeb dies basically instantly as soon as that sound barrier expires. And it's tough for Zeb because they have no choice. If they don't use that fortify coming out of the door, they get speared back and they give up the checkpoint.
They just explode. Yeah, I mean, they'd also just get so much damage coming through that doorway, right? So, like a disruptor shot, some damage from PGE, tracer damage. I mean, there's nothing they could do there. Is nice shot in.
Suzu
finishes neutral off as they'll be tapped. That's a pulse bomb that actually connected onto Infected, but nice Suzu there from Cal, keeping everybody okay. Is this going to be a wraparound here from Citrus Nation?
Pushman Infected's ready for it. Yeah, just gets a little bit of damage with that Terror Surge, but more importantly, disrupts Citrus Nation as they try and run in together. Tat, though, finds both backliners. Tracer's here running wild on both sides. Pulse? Oh my goodness.
That was ambitious.
But no way that was catching on. Projectile size is getting smaller and smaller as the game develops. It's a little bit harder to find those speculative sticks. Tap will still get PGE and Citrus Nation. Now with a bit of catch-up to do.
Yeah, still a 50-meter lead, though. I mean, that is huge there. 4 students of the game, under 4 minutes. Now every time they win this fight, right, the bot will go deep back into the Citrus Nation territory as Citrus Nation desperately needs the checkpoint here. I think that would be pretty huge if they're able to do so. As Scissors, we see from their POV, just gets on the cart, just contests it for just a little bit.
They want to play the high ground, though, which makes it harder to force this bot over. Zed does drop here. Cal was very low for a moment, but able to get brought back to full health. So you do have a Kitsune Rush to lead with here. Probably want this on the low ground now. Probably on the other side of the bot in Infected's direction. PGE is not in a great place to fight here. And I think Infected knows that. They're going to back away here. Cal has a rush of their own, though. There's going to be an overclock here.
Oh, nice. Sniped.
Here, the Deadeye. They have no idea. Danny finds PGE at extreme range. Terror Surge, Zeb. Unkillable virtually. Infected can't say the same for them though. Tap's gonna be able to bring them down. While Scissors will find 1, 2.
How does Scissor find 2?
With 3 players should still be able to.
Scissors with 3 kills?
Surely. What the heck?
I mean,
bro.
Takes 3 on the way out though. Look at this. Now you have Rakattack back. Yeah, you're gonna get a contest probably.
They're still gonna get checkpoint, but my lord.
On this and Citrus Nation get the checkpoint. Danny with a sneaky Deadeye, undetected.
Yeah, but you're not going to get much of anything else. Is with the way that Scissors just killed all those players on the objective, you're able to have Rakattack come back, not exactly stop the checkpoint, but get it so everybody else, PG and Co can come back, and now we get a fight mid-map. I think you're approaching like a must-win fight scenario for Citrus Nation, right? You have to win. You cannot allow the bot to go deep.
Scissors low-key crazy on Tracer.
Like a minute to go. I think you'd be in a really tough spot.
Scissors hears the sound of the Peacemaker firing off. Right now, just trying to stop Tap from flanking. Scissors feeling a bit more defensive here. Forced her back up for a little bit more healing. Giving ground now the Cassidy.
Oh, the stick.
Good. Suzu had to be there. Danny breathes a sigh of relief now. The Cassidy gets to continue to run wild. Sound barrier. Infected.
Oh, Ajax!
Apparently, Citrus Nation finding a glimmer of hope here, but the bot is heading the wrong direction for them. They've got to recover that. Cheeky stuff there, I think, from Scissors, leading the bot away from the fight.
Yeah, would love to get a replay of that, but I believe actually that's Rakattack going for the sound barrier who gets stuck there, and then Infected blows up as well. That is a huge play there from Tap, as I think regardless of what happens with Citrus Nation, right, a lot of these players, stocks have gone up in a big ways. Tap that is sick.
Tough pill for Rack to swallow. Some individual brilliance here from Citrus Nation have kept them in this game thus far, but now we're into our last minute on Paraíso.
Still winnable for Citrus here.
Do some sogging on land with a win here. Danny forced off that
Zeb, what help Zeb? What would happen there? Oh no.
Danny falls.
I was about to say they're in like an okay spot. They've got ults, and then you let that happen. Oh boy.
But they are poised to extend it. We'll have matched Kitsune rushes in this next fight, so it's anyone's fight.
Yes, but they do have PG set up here on the high ground, and you don't really have to kind of jump down and fight this if you're of the game, right? Citrus Nation's the team that needs to be aggressive here in this scenario.
Very true. No incentive in order to do that. Still, students of the game want to drop. Dead eye for Danny from the high ground.
Oh, the spear, nice one.
From Infected, barely turns around to pay attention to the Cassidy. And turns that ult off. Somehow Zeb caught.
Dude, help Zeb for the love of God, man.
Immaculate pulse there, predictive. Swift step away for neutral, but it's not going to be enough. Students of the
all right.
are headed to land, folks. A 3-0 victory over Citrus Nation in some tough circumstances.
And that'll do it. Rakattack is going to land, baby. Let's go. Rakattack and PGE are going to land. Rakattack, after all of the pain and suffering of OWL, gets to go to a LAN event for the first time.
Students of the game looks like they're trying to hit that next level, right? We talked about that tier break. Where is it?
Man, special moment. I'm so happy for him, man. That's so cool. After not winning a single game in Overwatch League, he's going to LAN in a new beginning.
Say for Citrus Nation,
like Cal gets to go to a LAN, Infected as well. Like it's a PGE, Scissors. It's a cool team. It's a cool story. They're not going to do anything in Dallas. Don't get me wrong, but it's still cool they get to make it there.
Situation. I don't think anything to hang their heads.
No doubt about it. But Citrus, students of the game rather have a seat at the table to play with the big boys in the OWCS major at Dallas. Let's head over to the Desto and break this game down here at 3-0. Students of the game. Lock it up.
An unsurprising result, obviously, due to the circumstances that Citrus Nation is finding themselves in, as Mitch and Matt already talked about. But students of the game, they're going to make that run, not through the main event, not only through the main event, but also...
No, do not sign Mouth to play Genji. No, don't do that.
Against the international competition. So
please give me a Rakattack interview. I'm begging you to give me a Rakattack interview.
Here in NA for money and of course the
come on now.
I will say the last time students played Toronto Defiant, it was pretty decisive in favor of Toronto, so we'll see if Toronto was shaken at all by their loss to M80 or if students have found some way in. But for students of the game, for all these players, it's a huge accomplishment to get top 3, to secure your place at DreamHack Dallas, to play on LAN. I'm excited to meet these guys in person, say hi. I think these are some players we'll continue to see more of. And the same can be said though for the folks on Citrus Nation. I think Tap, huge game here, even without Lethal. Even when things were in flux, Tap still was a really strong performer in this series. So his Tracer, I think, is one to really watch out for in the future of competitive Overwatch in North America.
I just want to see a Rakattack interview, or I'm gonna rage.
Students of the game, because as much as you're always believing in yourself and the direction of your team, going into stage 2, Timeless obviously finishing second in stage 1, had a lot of circuit points. Luminosity, one of the favorite contenders to qualify for Dallas as well, perhaps after Timeless. But with Timeless losing out in groups, and then Citrus Nation, they are the ones to take out Luminosity, really just set up Students of the Game to qualify for Dallas. And obviously, looking back at stage 1, you know, there were a couple of tough matchups for Students of the Game. The way they lost in stage 1, they got beat out by M80 in the winners bracket, and then you lose out to Timeless.
Scissors, solid game, popped off.
But now, this is the one in stage 2 where they qualify for Dallas, defeating Citrus Nation right here. And Scissors on the Tracer stood out player of the match.
Masterful Tracer performance in this series. I mean, really, even I think Tap is one of the other top Tracers here in the mid-table, but Scissors really looks like just an incredible Tracer. I mean, it's a great time when you have a Tracer player this good on your team, and it's something they are going to need in Dallas, because Scissors, he's going to face the toughest test I think he's ever faced playing international LAN against right? Like, that's, I mean,
yeah, good luck.
Start to really hit this, those are the players you're going to go up against. So I think this is going to be super exciting to see these guys on LAN, to see them play against international competition. It's a huge milestone in their careers, and I think one to celebrate.
Yep.
Yeah, and how fortunate we are that we get to witness that and call all the action. We are now going to have a winners interview.
Rakattack.
And it is with no other than Scissors, who we haven't seen
What?
yet. So welcome to the show.
I'm ripped off. Okay, I'm not listening to this. I want to do Rakattack. Wasted opportunity. All right, chat. So we're gonna wrap things up super quickly because I am very tired. It's been 8.5 hours now, so. Just a quick wrap up on what to expect for tomorrow. We have the losers finals plus the grand finals for EMEA and NA stage 2. Currently, EMEA is going to be the more interesting scenario. Hang on if I can. Currently, EMEA is like slightly more interesting because one spot is still up for grabs to see who goes to Dallas. ENCE and Space Station are clinched, but this Peps versus ENCE game is going to decide the fate of Twisted Minds. If ENCE somehow lose to Peps, Twisted Minds are out, Peps are in. And if you remember, during the groups, Peps and ENCE played, and it went to a map 5. Things have changed a lot since then, so no guarantees, but an upset is definitely within the realm of possibilities. They're not going to be the favorites. ENCE are still the favorites, but should be a good game. That's going to decide that. NA, in terms of spots for Dallas, that is locked up now because Students just won this game. They're going to Dallas with Toronto and M80, but we're all going to be looking towards that M80 versus Toronto rematch, unless Students of the Game somehow beat Toronto, but they won't. That'll be a good one for sure. To see if Toronto can clap back or if M80 are now the top dogs in North America. It should be an exciting day. 4 games, something on the line for both regions. I'm excited. Hope you guys are too. But yeah, that's going to do it for me, chat. I'm tired and hungry. I'm going to head out. I appreciate all the support always, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow for the last day of Stage 2. Peace.